Reborn in the continent of Dou Qi, I unexpectedly find myself as the father of the protagonist, Xiao Yan, known as Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan is rather flustered, fearing that his forthcoming fate might involve being treated like livestock by the Soul Clan. Fortunately, I have activated the fatherly support system. Ding! It has been detected that your son, Xiao Yan, has provoked a Dou Sheng level expert. In accordance with the principle of paternal love, being as steadfast as a mountain, your strength will automatically elevate to the Dou Saint Realm. Xiao Zhan discovers that as long as his sons continue to create trouble, his power can be infinitely enhanced. Therefore, dear Xiao Yan and children, indulge in your reckless pursuits. Your father has already become invincible. Chapter 1. The Mightiest Fatherly Support System. I never imagined that I would transmigrate into the father of the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan. What kind of situation is this? In the backyard of the Xiao family, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, exuding an air of authority with his well-defined features, stands in the room, his expression filled with incredulity. He was originally from the Blue Planet, and to his astonishment, he woke up to find himself inexplicably transmigrated. After assimilating the memories of this body, he was taken aback to discover that he had entered the world of Dou Saint Realm. Even more bewildering was the fact that he had become the father of the future Flame Emperor, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan. In his youth, he had indulged in this novel, reading it 3 or 4 times during his youthful exuberance. Moreover, he delighted in assisting others, providing spoilers and clarifications as he read. Thus, he was quite familiar with the plot of the novel. Alas, since I've come this far, I might as well accept it. Xiao Zhan is indeed Xiao Zhan. After all, he is the father of the protagonist. After a long moment, Xiao Zhan sighed, coming to terms with the reality of his transmigration. It was evident that he lacked the fortune of the protagonist, having not become Xiao Yan himself, but rather his father. Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of sentimentality. In his previous life, he never had the chance to become a father, yet he found himself fulfilling that dream upon transmigration. Now he has 3 sons, the eldest, Xiao Ding, the second, Xiao Li, and the youngest, Xiao Yan. Among them, his youngest son, Xiao Yan, is the protagonist of this world. What brings Xiao Zhan solace is that Xiao Yan, the protagonist, does not start with the cliched parent sacrifice to the heavens, boundless power. In the original text, after being captured by the Soul Palace, Xiao Zhan, although treated like livestock and cultivated into a Dou Huang powerhouse, managed to survive until the end, thus enjoying a peaceful old age. Given the opportunity of transmigration, Xiao Zhan is naturally unwilling to be merely livestock. However, facing a colossal entity like the Soul Palace, he finds it difficult to muster the spirit for rebellion. How could a mere Xiao family withstand the Soul Clan? The disparity between them is simply too vast. Since resistance is futile, he might as well lay low. Fortunately, my little Yin is quite filial towards his father. Xiao Zhan managed a faint smile. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan risked enmity with the entire Soul Clan to save his father. What a remarkable son he is. Coming to this realization, Xiao Zhan swiftly immersed himself in his role. Having just completed testing, Yinner must be feeling quite dejected. I ought to go comfort him. Upon receiving the information in his mind, Xiao Zhan recognized that his transmigration was timely. It coincided perfectly with the onset of the Dopa plot, as Xiao Yan had just faced setbacks regarding the 3 stages of Dou Qi earlier that day, and he should now be on the rooftop cursing the heavens. As a loving father, Xiao Zhan felt compelled to console his beloved son. After all, tomorrow marks the day when Nail and Yinran comes to annul their engagement. Beginning tomorrow, his beloved eldest son will rise against the odds. While he is currently in a low point, a little extra paternal love from Xiao Zhan would encourage Xiao Yan to go all out for his rescue. Ding! The system is being activated. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to step out, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. A system? Xiao Zhan was taken aback, but quickly realized, his face lighting up with joy. He actually possessed a system. It seemed he would no longer be treated like livestock. Xiao Zhan hurried back to his room, locked the door, and awaited the successful activation of the system. Ding! System activation successful. Ding! System is beginning to bind with the host. Ding! Binding successful. Ding! The operational rules of the system have been dispatched. Please check host. With a series of system notifications, a torrent of information surged into Xiao Zhan's mind, causing him to convulse. Ouch! Xiao Zhan couldn't help but gasp in pain. It hurt. Too much. This sharp pain came quickly, but would surely fade just as fast. Xiao Zhan gradually processed the information in his mind. After a brief moment, Xiao Zhan opened his eyes, exhilaration coursing through him. The system he had bound to was named the Mightiest Fatherly Support System. The system's primary functions were twofold. Paternal love as steadfast as a mountain. Whenever the host child encounters a formidable foe, the host will automatically gain the strength to defeat this enemy, with no risk of decline. More children, more blessings. For each additional offspring the host has, substantial system rewards will be granted. Well, this is impressive. Indeed, the capabilities of this system are formidable. Upon understanding these two primary functions, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Undoubtedly, this system's power is extraordinary. Moreover, it perfectly suits his preferences, and he is thoroughly pleased. System, can I view the attributes panel? Xiao Zhan inquired suddenly. Ding, host, please refer to the large screen. The system promptly responded. Subsequently, a massive luminous screen materialized before Xiao Zhan's eyes. Host, Xiao Zhan. Identity, Patriarch of the Xiao clan. Cultivation, 5-star Great Dou Master. Cultivation method, Ningyan Ju, low-level mysterious rank. Dou technique, Furious Lion's Rage, low-level mysterious rank. Treasure, Dou Emperor's Gem. Offspring, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, Xiao Yan. Wives and concubines, none. It seems I must exert myself further. Gazing upon his attribute panel and reflecting on the formidable capabilities of the system, Xiao Zhan felt an overwhelming surge of motivation within his heart. With such a powerful system at his disposal, should he fail to grow stronger, it would indeed render him utterly inept. Ding, 3 sons have been detected beneath the host's knee. Thus, 3 grand gift packages are awarded. Ding, it has been detected that the host's son, Xiao Yan, possesses great fortune. An additional super gift package is therefore awarded. Ding, may I inquire if the host wishes to open all gift packages? At that moment, the voice of the system resonated once more within Xiao Zhan's mind. More gift packages? Indeed, I nearly forgot. I now have 3 splendid sons, one of whom is the child of destiny. Excellent, excellent. This system is quite user-friendly. Although I am merely taking over, the rewards are certainly in place. Upon realizing this, Xiao Zhan was filled with immeasurable excitement. Open them. I command you to open all, he bellowed inwardly at the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the attribute card, Celestial Aura. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Cultivation Technique card, Yinyan Transformation Method. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the Domain card, Family Domain. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Item card, Fatherly Transfer Talisman. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the Bloodline card, Fire Spirit Bloodline. A cascade of system notifications echoed within Xiao Zhan's mind. He swallowed hard. This system is truly impressive. The aforementioned items have been allocated to the system space. The host may review them at their leisure. After delivering this message, the system fell into silence. Forcing himself to regain composure, Xiao Zhan began to examine the information regarding these items. With a mere thought, 6 cards of various hues emerged from the system space, hovering before him. Xiao Zhan reached for one of the silver cards, and a message unfolded before his eyes. Celestial Aura card. Upon extraction, one may acquire the Celestial Aura, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Chapter 2. System rewards. This intriguing mechanism appears to enhance one's charm. Upon glancing at the information on the card, a wave of amusement washed over Xiao Zhan. The desire for beauty is inherent in all. Women cherish their allure, and men, naturally, aspire to become more handsome and captivating. Although Xiao Zhan's appearance is not unattractive, his features are well-defined, presenting him as a rather dashing gentleman. Who among men would decline the opportunity to further enhance their charm? Extract the ethereal aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhan silently recited the command in his mind. In the next instant, the silver card transformed into a beam of silvery light, penetrating his being. A warm sensation began to spread within him, and he felt as if a transformation was underway. Moments later, standing before a mirror in his room, he observed his reflection, noticing an ethereal grace that had been added to his already handsome visage. While not quite descending from the heavens, he certainly appeared as an exceptionally charismatic gentleman. Moreover, Xiao Zhan realized that his physique had undergone significant changes as well. His skin now gleamed with a luminous sheen, becoming remarkably fair, akin to jade. He appeared at least a decade younger than before. Not bad, he mused, nodding in satisfaction at his reflection. Though he may not rival the youthful allure of the younger generation, he undoubtedly exuded a refined charm and presence. Xiao Zhan fancied that if he were to venture out, he would certainly capture the attention of numerous married women and virtuous young maidens. After admiring himself for a moment longer, Xiao Zhan picked up a white card, and an immediate flow of information appeared before him. Yinyan Transformation Technique, a high-tier celestial skill, divided into the Yang Scroll and the Yin Scroll. During cultivation, one must embody both Yin within Yang and Yang within Yin, where stillness gives rise to movement, and movement leads to stillness. Yin and Yang complement each other, embodying the principles of duality. Staring at the information, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. The Yinyan transformation technique was, astonishingly, a dual cultivation method. To practice this technique, one male and one female must cultivate together, with the male channeling the Yang scroll and the female the Yin scroll, achieving a harmonious unity that could rapidly enhance their cultivation levels. What a marvelous technique! Xiao Zhan praised inwardly. Such a method was undoubtedly appealing to him. After all, cultivation can be a tedious endeavor, and practicing together with a partner would alleviate the monotony. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together lightens the load. Next, Xiao Zhan picked up a red card to peruse its information. Family Domain card grants the power of the family domain. Within the boundaries of the family's influence, the host is in an invincible state, embodying supreme authority, capable of obliterating anyone. The notion of an invincible family domain ignited a surge of exhilaration within Xiao Zhan. Such a treasure that directly amplifies power is precisely what he adores. Extract, he silently commanded, clutching the card. In the following moment, an intangible force enveloped him, extending its reach throughout the Xiao family estate, imperceptible to anyone else. Feeling this newfound power, a look of excitement spread across Xiao Zhan's face. Within the confines of his family estate, he was akin to a deity, incredibly formidable. With this buff at his disposal, should the Soul Clan attempt to capture him again, it would be tantamount to courting death. However, this boon is only effective within the Xiao family's domain. It seems this is to facilitate the revitalization of the Xiao family, he thought, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes. The family domain only functions within the family's sphere of influence. Currently, the Xiao family is merely a small clan, and the power of the family domain has its limitations. As soon as Xiao Zhan steps beyond the Xiao estate, this advantage would cease to apply. Yet, if he were to expand the Xiao family's influence, dominate the Wutan city, or even unify the entire Jiama Empire, his strength would still benefit from the family domain as enhancement. If he were to unify the entire Northwest region, or even the entire Dou Qi Continent, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but let his imagination wander. Given his current strength, such thoughts might be premature. Shaking his head, he returned to reality. With his present rank of 5-star Dou Master, he couldn't even unify Wutan City. What purpose did it serve to ponder such lofty ambitions? Next, Xiao Zhan regarded the remaining 2 cards and casually picked one up. Father's Teleportation Talisman. Should the host's offspring encounter peril, they can summon the host, who may instantly teleport to their side. Observing the information on this card, an odd expression crossed Xiao Zhan's face. Was this a tool specifically designed for his children's emergencies? The system truly is considerate, meticulously designed. With the Father's Teleportation Talisman, there is no longer a need for Xiao Zhan to vigilantly guard his children. In times of danger, he could simply activate the talisman and promptly appear at their side. After all, it was impossible for him to be present for all his offspring simultaneously. This talisman certainly made things more convenient. Finally, Xiao Zhan turned his attention to the last card. Fire Spirit Bloodline. Those who possess this bloodline can devour flames to continuously enhance their aptitude, demonstrating a profound affinity for fire. Enhancing power through the consumption of flames? Is this not akin to the burning technique? He mused, surprised by the information before him. In the Dou Qi Continent, the most formidable flames are undoubtedly the exotic fires. Should he integrate this fire spirit bloodline, would he not be treading the path of devouring exotic fires? Would this not encroach upon his son's opportunities? It is well known that Xiao Yan ascended to become the Flame Emperor by following the path of consuming exotic fires. With this thought, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of hesitation. System, can the fire spirit bloodline be bestowed upon others? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he inquired of the system. Beep. All items produced by the system are at the host's complete discretion. Hearing this, a smile broke across Xiao Zhan's face. Since it was within his control, that made things much simpler. He intended to reserve the fire spirit bloodline for Xiao Yan. The effects of the fire spirit bloodline align perfectly with the burning technique, making it exceptionally suitable for Xiao Yan. The agony endured while consuming exotic fires must be immense. Such a boon should certainly be bestowed upon his dear son. Recalling the suffering Xiao Yan faced in the original narrative while devouring exotic fires, Xiao Zhan decisively stored the card away, opting not to merge with the fire spirit bloodline himself. With the father's system at his disposal, as long as his obedient sons strive diligently, they would grow stronger. Why should he concern himself with training? The task of cultivating strength could be entrusted to his dutiful sons. His own mission, naturally, was to take multiple wives and sire more offspring to strengthen the Xiao family. Chapter 3. The cancellation of engagement. Time flew by, and soon evening arrived. With the system at his disposal, Xiao Zhan found himself devoid of the inclination to console Xiao Yan. Young people, after all, benefit from facing challenges and adversities. As the saying goes, a jade must be carved to become a gem. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was engrossed in contemplating how to leverage his newfound abilities to expand his influence. If strengthening through fatherly connections was possible, then as long as his sons continually stirred up trouble and attracted formidable adversaries, he could rapidly enhance his own power. Thus, he could directly send Xiao Yan to provoke Yunlan's sect, stirring up trouble with Yinyan and Yunshan, rapidly elevating himself to the pinnacle of Dou Huang or even Dou Zong. A bright spark of inspiration seemed to illuminate Xiao Zhan's eyes as he considered this. However, just as this thought took root in his heart, a sudden electronic sound reverberated within his mind, dousing him with a cold splash of reality. The reminder for the host stated, "The function fatherly love is steadfast as a mountain can only be activated through the natural whims of the host's son. Any subjective instigation by the host is rendered ineffective." Upon hearing this notification, Xiao Zhan swiftly grasped that the system imposed such limitations. Nevertheless, this posed no significant concern. Since he could not overtly coax his sons to provoke anyone, he would instead guide them from other avenues, nurturing them into individuals unafraid of challenges. Thus, he would not be in violation of the rules. Tomorrow morning, those from Yunlan's sect would arrive. It would be the perfect moment for Xiao Yan to comprehend the true extent of his prowess. Contemplating this, Xiao Zhan resumed his examination of the rewards he had recently acquired. The next day, as Xiao Zhan stepped out of his chamber, he beheld a venerable elder clad in green standing not far from his door. According to the memories he had absorbed, this elder was the loyal steward of the Xiao family. "Patriarch, you have risen." Upon seeing Xiao Zhan emerge, the elder hurried over, speaking in a hushed tone. "The esteemed guests from Yunlan's sect have just arrived. The 3 elders are awaiting your presence." "What's the hurry? Let them wait," Xiao Zhan replied dismissively. "Mo, please summon Yinner to the reception hall. Inform him that there are a few individuals who wish to meet him." "Understood." Although Steward Mo detected a hint of disdain in Xiao Zhan's words regarding the esteemed guests from Yunlan's sect, he did not comment, promptly turning to head towards Xiao Yan's quarters. After Mo's departure, Xiao Zhan, following the path etched in his memory, leisurely traversed the back courtyard of the Xiao Manor until he arrived at the entrance of the reception hall. At this moment, a considerable assembly had already gathered inside. At the innermost part of the hall, on an elevated platform, 4 chairs were arranged, except for 1 vacant seat. The remaining 3 were occupied by the 3 esteemed elders of the Xiao family. On the left side of the elevated chairs sat several of the elder generation of the Xiao family, along with some promising young talents. While on the right sat an elderly man and a young couple, all adorned in moon-white robes, being well versed in the unfolding narrative. Xiao Zhan instantly recognized the identities of these 3 individuals. The elder was Yi, an outer sect steward of Yunlan's sect, while the young couple comprised Nalan Yinran and Lu Ling. At this moment, in Xiao Zhan's gaze, the 3 elders were engaged in conversation with Yi. As Xiao Zhan crossed the threshold into the hall, all eyes turned towards him. This fellow, fully aware that esteemed guests from Yunlan's sect were coming today, still arrived so late. Does he not realize this might convey a lack of courtesy from a Xiao family? Such neglect towards esteemed guests. One wonders what thoughts occupy his mind. Upon Xiao Zhan's appearance, the 3 esteemed elders of the Xiao family shared glances of discontent, silently grumbling, and did not even rise from their seats. "Greetings, Patriarch! Greetings, Patriarch!" Although the 3 elders offered no acknowledgement, the remaining Xiao family members stood in respectful unison to greet Xiao Zhan. Recognizing their salutation, Xiao Zhan merely nodded slightly, then ambled into the hall, taking his seat in the vacant chair at the top without casting a single glance at the trio from Yunlan's sect. Observing Xiao Zhan's demeanor, the 3 elders furrowed their brows. The eldest elder could not contain himself and remarked, "Patriarch, the one seated over there is Yi, the steward of Yunlan's sect." Indeed, hearing the elder's words, Xiao Zhan slowly shifted his gaze towards Yi, offering a curt nod with an expression marked by indifference. Within the confines of his family's domain, Xiao Zhan held an invincible status. Even the presence of Yunyan and Yunshan would yield no consequences. How could he possibly regard a mere outer sect steward of Yunlan's sect with any concern? Seeing Xiao Zhan's attitude, the 3 elders could not help but feel a mix of astonishment and discontent. Meanwhile, Yi and his companions, situated nearer to Xiao Zhan, also noted the subtle distinctions in his demeanor. Why does the patriarch of the Xiao family regard us with such coldness? This is quite unexpected. Could it be that he has already surmised the purpose of our visit? Mused the young woman beside Guyi. The young man's brow furrowed, evidently vexed by Xiao Zhan's dismissive comportment. Just then, a youthful figure appeared at the entrance of the reception hall. Father, 3 esteemed elders. The youth glanced around before striding directly to the center of the hall, greeting Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders. Ah, you've arrived. Come here, my son. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's entrance, Xiao Zhan's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of warmth as he smiled and beckoned. Yes, nodding with a smile. Xiao Yan chose to disregard the impatience and subtle disdain emanating from the 3 elders, swiftly approaching his father. Father, you summoned me to meet them, did you not? He inquired, recalling Steward Mo's earlier words as he gestured towards the unfamiliar faces beside him. Indeed, in response to Xiao Yan's question, Xiao Zhan nodded, saying, These 3 individuals hail from Yunlan's sect. The young lady is the granddaughter of Nailan Jia, and before you were born. Your grandfather and Nailan Jia had already arranged a betrothal between you two. An arranged betrothal? Upon hearing his father's revelation, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Realizing her identity had been unveiled, Nailan Yinyan was taken by surprise, yet her face brightened with a sweet smile as she softly said, It appears that Uncle Xiao has already recognized his niece. I have yet to pay my respects, and I hope Uncle Xiao will not take offense. Chapter 4, Breakthrough. 7-star Great Fighter. Xiao Zhan offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The elder beside him, having learned of Nailan Yinyan's identity, grew anxious to avoid offending the esteemed guest from Yunlan's sect. With a tone laced with eagerness, he interjected, Miss Nailan is a highly regarded disciple of the Yun sect master. It is only natural for her to be busy. Guyi, observing the dynamics within the Xiao family, had already discerned their underlying strengths. What could the head of a 5-star Great Fighter family possibly refuse from Yunlan's sect? Ahem, Patriarch Xiao. We have come today primarily with a request. A request? After arriving at our doorstep, why maintain such formality? Xiao Zhan scoffed internally, but refrained from clashing with Guyi. After all, he had not forgotten the passive benefits of the paternal system. Although he currently enjoyed an invincible status within the Xiao family's sphere, he did not fear Guyi's strength. However, merely showcasing his might at home would not suffice to rejuvenate the Xiao family. Yet, should Xiao Yan draw the ire of formidable adversaries, Xiao Zhan would gradually fortify his own position. One day, ascending to the level of a fighting emperor would be as effortless as turning over his hand. Thus, Xiao Zhan clasped his hands in a gesture of courtesy. Rising to address Guyi, Mr. Guyi, please state your request. Should it lie within my capabilities, I shall certainly not decline. Guyi glanced at Nailan Yinyan, biting her silver teeth, seemed to have made a decision and was about to step forward. However, Xiao Zhan preempted her, saying, by the way, since Miss Nailan has traveled a long distance with Mr. Guyi, she must be somewhat fatigued. Given that you and Yinner are already betrothed, it would be prudent for you both to become acquainted. Yinner, please take Miss Nailan on a tour of the Xiao family. After all, she is to become a member of our family. Xiao Zhan adopted the demeanor of a senior elder, facilitating an interaction between Xiao Yan and Nailan Yinyan. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, the 3 elders beside him and Guyi in front displayed peculiar expressions. Had it been the former Xiao Yan, he might indeed have held such qualifications. However, the current Nailan Yinyan is a paragon of beauty and talent, rendering Xiao Yan no different from an ordinary servant of the Xiao family. Has Xiao Zhan lost his senses? Even Xiao Yan's own expression was somewhat dazed. Yet he found it difficult to defy his father's wishes. Yes, father. Miss Nailan, please this way. Xiao Yan turned to Nailan Yinyan with a courteous demeanor. Nailan Yinyan stood rooted in place, her cheeks slightly flushed, perhaps out of embarrassment, as she tugged at Guyi's sleeve. Hee, clan leader Xiao. The matter I seek today is indeed related to this marriage proposal, especially since it is the esteemed sect leader who has taken the initiative to speak. Guyi's words left a blank space for the attendees' imaginations. Xiao Yan's brows furrowed, and a certain possibility swiftly crossed his mind, causing his countenance to darken. When he turned to look at his father, he discovered Xiao Zhan's reaction was even more intense. Typically calm and refined, Xiao Zhan was always attentive to etiquette in the presence of esteemed guests. Yet now his expression was ominously dark, his long robe trembling slightly, and his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. This, of course, was a facade crafted by Xiao Zhan. How could one so well-versed in the world be truly angered by such matters? His actions were merely to resonate with Xiao Yan, igniting the flames of fury within him. Xiao Zhan's face was grim, seemingly suppressing the rage within, his voice trembling. Mr. Guyi, please speak freely. Guyi's expression stiffened. But considering the sect leader's high regard for Yinyan, he could only grit his teeth. Clan leader Xiao, you should understand that our Yunlan sect maintains a strict code of conduct. The sect leader holds Miss Nalan in high esteem, effectively designating her as the next sect leader. However, per our regulations, the successor must not engage with men prior to officially assuming the role. Upon learning of the marriage proposal between Miss Nalan and the Xiao family, the sect leader wished for you to intervene and annul the engagement. Smash! Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zhan's chest heaved, his breathing laborious, and the jade cup in his hand was instantly crushed to powder. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the three elders were momentarily subdued by Xiao Zhan's sudden outburst. However, moments later, the glances directed at Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan turned somewhat derisive. Ha ha ha, Xiao Zhan. The Xiao family has fallen into decline, and someone has come to rescind the engagement. Yet you cannot protect your own son. What authority do you have left to manage the clan? Guyi sighed. Clan leader Xiao, for the future of both the Xiao family and Miss Nalan, I implore you to annul the engagement. With that, Guyi produced a jade box containing a qi gathering powder crafted by the renowned Pill King Guyi, whose efficacy speaks for itself, demonstrating our sincerity in this endeavor. The appearance of the qi gathering powder caused the three elders' eyes to gleam with envy, while the other members of the Xiao family looked on with covetous gazes. Only Xiao Yan lowered his head, lost in thought. Yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turbulence within him. Observing Xiao Yan's current state, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of satisfaction. It was almost time. A final catalyst was needed. Let explode. My dear son. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan slammed the table, his countenance darkening. What a fine daughter Nalan Su has raised. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yan dared not meet Xiao Zhan's gaze, lowering her head. Guyi was about to say something when Xiao Yan unexpectedly stepped forward. Mr. Guyi, it would be best if you took back the elixir. We may not acquiesce to today's demands. The hall fell silent, all eyes shifting to the corner where Xiao Yan's youthful countenance was raised high. Xiao Yan, this is not your place to speak. Silence yourself. A frown darkened the face of one elder, who barked. Xiao Yan, please step back. I understand your discomfort, but we shall handle matters here. Another elder, older in age, stated coolly. Hearing the elder's words, Xiao Yan's expression shifted, a surge of anger welling within him. These old geezers, they are truly infuriating. The matter of annulment concerns the dignity of the entire Xiao family. Yet these elders only care for their own schemes, disregarding the family's honor. They are unworthy of their status as elders of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan cast a glance at the three elders, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. These treacherous ingrates. One day, I shall see them cast aside. However, at this moment, he refrained from acting. He was waiting for Xiao Yan's fury to reach its peak, triggering the paternal bond. If today, the one being jilted were your sons or grandsons, would you still say such things? Xiao Yan gazed at the elders, a hint of derision curling his lips before turning to Guyi and Nalan Yan. Mr. Guyi, Nalan Yan, the Xiao family will not annul this marriage. I kindly ask you both to take your leave. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's unwillingness to rescind the engagement, Nalan Yan shot him a disdainful glance, her tone haughty. Xiao Yan, what must you do to agree to annul the engagement? Do you find the compensation insufficient? Very well, I can persuade my teacher to give you 3 more qi gathering powders. Additionally, if you wish, I can also grant you entry into the Yunlan sect to learn advanced Dou Qi techniques. Would that suffice? Nalan Yan's condescending offer, akin to a patronizing bestowal, trampled mercilessly upon the remaining vestiges of Xiao Yan's dignity. His body quivered violently, and as he slowly raised his head, his youthful, delicate face now bore an expression that was horrifyingly fierce. Nalan Yan, a man may be slain, but not humiliated. Today you have insulted me thus, and one day I shall surely take your life. As his teeth trembled, he uttered words laced with murderous intent, his fists clenched tightly, his pitch-black eyes ablaze with wrath. Startled by the boy's menacing demeanor, the girl instinctively took a step back. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of delight within. Yes. This is the effect I desire. Don't back down, my son. Father will stand up for you shortly. Xiao Yan, you are quite bold. Our Yinlan sect has treated you with courtesy. Do not be ungrateful. If you truly provoke the sect leader's ire, I will ensure the Xiao family is expelled from Wutan City. Xiao Yan's defiance instantly incensed Guyi, whose expression darkened as he looked at the terrified Nalan Yan. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a torrent of violent Dou Qi swept through the hall, overwhelming those of lesser strength among the Xiao family members. Ding! System notification. Your son Xiao Yan has provoked Guyi, a 7-star Dou Master, triggering the paternal bond effect. Your realm has been elevated to the peak of 7-star Dou Master. Just as Guyi unleashed his pressure against Xiao Yan, a system prompt echoed in Xiao Zhan's mind. A wave of elation surged within him, followed by a torrent of energy flooding into his body, instantly elevating his cultivation to the peak of 7-star Dou Master. Chapter 5. What fear do I have of the mere Yinlan sect? Ultimately, Xiao Yan was still at the 3rd stage of Dou Qi, and under Gu Ye's oppressive Dou Qi, he struggled to breathe, on the verge of collapsing. Yet suddenly, the pressure lifted as a towering figure stood before him, shielding him from all hostile energy. Father. Looking at Xiao Zhan's imposing silhouette, Xiao Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. With the activation of the system effect, Xiao Zhan's cultivation reached the pinnacle of 7-star Dou Master, instantly suppressing Gu Ye's Dou Qi, restoring normalcy within the hall and dissolving the tense atmosphere. How could this be? Gu Ye's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment written across his face as he cast a bewildered glance at Xiao Zhan. Wasn't he a 5-star great fighter? How could he withstand the pressure I unleashed? Guyi, I, Xiao Zhan's son, am not someone you can easily bully, Xiao Zhan declared, his imposing figure standing protectively in front of Xiao Yan, his words imbued with an air of authority. Guyi sneered, his previous grandeur evaporating entirely, revealing an arrogance that was utterly contemptuous. Xiao clan leader, whether you wish to annul this engagement or not, it shall be undone today. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Guyi's hands clawed upward like an eagle's talons, azure fighting spirit coalescing within them, forming sharp streams of sword energy. The profound technique of the Yunlan sect, a low-tier Xian rank, the Qingmu sword art. The sword energy rampaged through the hall with reckless abandon, leaving the clan members scrambling for safety. Father, be careful, Xiao Yan exclaimed, concern evident in his eyes as he watched Gu Ye's sudden aggression. Let me see how formidable you, a mere steward of the Yunlan sect, truly are, daring to act so recklessly in the Xiao clan. Xiao Zhan retorted with a cold smile, his fists clenched, a blue aura enveloping the hall, behind him forming a faint silhouette of a blue lion's head. Xiao clan leader, do not embarrass yourself with your paltry strength as a 5-star great fighter. Guyi taunted, his words barely falling from his lips before the fighting spirit within him surged, revealing the fierce sword energy. As the two men's auras erupted, the weaker youths in the hall turned pale, their chests tightening. Amid Xiao Zhan's increasingly rapid breathing, the thunderous admonitions of the 3 elders echoed through the hall. Xiao Zhan, cease this at once. Do not forget, you are the clan leader of the Xiao family. At their words, Xiao Zhan shot a cold glance at the 3 elders. So you still acknowledge my status as the clan leader? In the next moment, a violent aura abruptly descended upon the 3 elders, rendering them breathless. The 3 elders nearly lost their balance under Xiao Zhan's pressure, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at him. This imposing presence, had you broken through? Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Zhan, Guyi's expression also grew serious as he furrowed his brow and muttered, a 7-star great fighter? Wasn't Xiao Zhan a 5-star great fighter? Dare to utter another word, and you 3 shall no longer hold your positions as elders, Xiao Zhan declared imperiously, his gaze icy as it swept over the 3 elders until they were on the verge of collapse, at which point he retracted his oppressive aura. As long as I, Xiao Zhan, am the clan leader, I shall not allow anyone to insult the Xiao family. Turning to Xiao Yan, his cold demeanor melted away, replaced by a warm smile. Yinner, your father knows you have endured much hardship over the past 3 years, suffering countless grievances. However, this matter pertains to the internal affairs of the Xiao family. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene on your behalf. Have you ever held resentment against me? The gentle smile of a loving father illuminated Xiao Yan's face, making him feel as if he were basking in the warmth of spring, enveloped by the profound affection of Xiao Zhan. Father, I have never blamed you, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head earnestly. Then today, with the Yunlan sect's forceful annulment of the engagement, do you wish to submit? Xiao Zhan inquired, nodding. Father, I will never yield, Xiao Yan affirmed resolutely. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan burst into laughter, clapping Xiao Yan on the shoulder. What a steadfast spirit. This is indeed my son, Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan's gaze then shifted to Guyi and Yinyan, a cold snort escaping his lips. Since you insist on annulling the engagement, the Xiao family has no need for a daughter-in-law like Yinyan. At this proclamation, Guyi's expression shifted. Could it be that this young warrior was willing to accept the annulment? Yinner. Xiao Zhan summoned a pen and paper from the table to his hand, This engagement must be formally annulled at once. He turned to Nalan Yinran, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Annul the marriage with Nalan Yinran. Yes, father, Xiao Yan replied, exhilaration coursing through him as he took up the pen and began to write fervently. What, an annulment? Dou Qi exclaimed, fury igniting within him. If this matter were spread, how would the Yunlan sect maintain its dignity? Watching Xiao Yan write with intense focus, Dou Qi roared, Xiao Yan, you dare? In the next moment, a fierce wave of sword energy surged toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan leaped forward, positioning himself as an unyielding wall before the oncoming sword energy. Dou Qi, do not force my hand. Is it only permissible for your Yunlan sect to come and annul the engagement while my Xiao family is not allowed to divorce? Xiao Zhan regarded Dou Qi with a cold glare. Dou Qi's countenance darkened. How dare such a small clan as the Xiao family insult the Yunlan sect? Xiao Zhan, although I do not know what means you employed to elevate your strength to that of a 7-star great fighter, if you believe this allows you to humiliate the Yunlan sect, you are sorely mistaken. Dou Qi's eyes blazed with fury, the overwhelming fighting spirit erupting from him as he unleashed the Qingmu sword art to its utmost, charging directly at Xiao Zhan. At this moment, his heart had turned murderous. How dare this insignificant clan leader provoke the Yunlan sect? Seeking death, Xiao Zhan's gaze turned frigid. He had not intended to completely sever ties with the Yunlan sect, but he could no longer restrain himself. In the next instant, he activated the family domain, a powerful force enveloping Xiao Zhan entirely. With a resounding slap, Dou Qi was sent flying across the hall, crashing to the ground. Puffed. Dou Qi landed heavily, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, a glaring handprint visible on his face, rendering him utterly disheveled. Steward Dou Qi, Nalan Yinran gasped, rushing to assist Dou Qi back to his feet. Your strength. Dou Qi looked up, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Xiao Zhan, his eyes filled with terror. At this moment, Xiao Yan completed the annulment letter and approached Xiao Zhan. Father, the annulment letter is finished. Xiao Zhan took the letter, flicking it with his fingers, sending it directly to Nalan Yinran. Nalan, here's what you desired. Nalan Yinran regarded Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan with a complex expression, the pride in her eyes replaced by a profound sense of loss. Xiao Zhan's gaze hardened. Dou Qi, Nalan Yinran, listen closely. Today marks the annulment of the marriage by the Xiao family, not a rejection of the engagement by the Nalan family. With that, Xiao Zhan returned to his position as clan leader, his tone serene as he commanded, show them out. Dou Qi struggled to rise, his gaze toward Xiao Zhan tinged with trepidation. Yet, recalling the might of the Yunlan sect behind him, he could not help but declare fiercely, Xiao Zhan, do you not fear the repercussions of such an insult to the Yunlan sect? In response, Xiao Zhan remained seated, his expression unperturbed as he looked down at Dou Qi, stating, a mere Yunlan sect holds no fear for me, Xiao Zhan. Hearing Xiao Zhan's brazen words, the members of the Xiao family exchanged startled glances. Has the clan leader gone mad? How dare a mere Xiao family provoke the lofty Yunlan sect? Well, what arrogance from the Xiao family. Dou Qi, infuriated by Xiao Zhan's audacity, roared, Xiao Zhan, I will report every action you have taken today to the sect leader upon my return. I shall see how a mere Xiao family can contend with the Yunlan sect. With that, Dou Qi, supported by Nalan Yinran, left the Xiao family in a most undignified manner. Chapter 6, Deceiving Xiao Yan. After Dou Qi and Nalan Yinran departed, an immediate silence enveloped the hall. All the members of the Xiao family present gazed incredulously at Xiao Zhan, still unable to fathom the reality of the situation. When had the clan leader become so formidable, effortlessly defeating even the 7-star Dou master, Dou Qi? Yet, what left them even more astounded, and somewhat fearful, was Xiao Zhan's audacity to confront the Yunlan sect. What fear do I have of the mere Yunlan sect? Xiao Zhan's earlier declaration, brimming with dominance, seemed to reverberate in their minds. In the face of such colossal entities as the Yunlan sect and the Nalan family, the clan leader treated them with utter disdain. Had he lost his senses? Xiao Yan, having calmed down from his earlier excitement, reflected on the situation. While sending a letter of divorce was indeed satisfying, it had thoroughly offended the Yunlan sect. Given the Xiao family's strength, could they truly contend with the Yunlan sect? Looking at his father's imposing figure, Xiao Yan felt a pang of guilt. If it weren't for him, his father would never have acted so impulsively. It was all his fault for dragging his father and the Xiao family into this predicament. Father, I am to blame. Xiao Yan approached Xiao Zhan, his face laden with remorse and shame. Yinner, there is no need for concern. I am fully aware of this matter, Xiao Zhan replied with a slight smile, his expression devoid of regret or anxiety. maintaining an air of tranquility as if offending the Yunlan sect were merely a trifling matter. At this moment, the three elders of the Xiao family also regained their composure, glancing at Xiao Zhan, contemplating whether to confront him as they had in the past. However, remembering the earlier display of Xiao Zhan's dominance, the eldest elder hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Clan leader, do you not care for the family's survival? How can we, with our Xiao family's strength, possibly stand against the Yunlan sect? The second elder chimed in. Indeed, clan leader, your impetuousness in offending the Yunlan sect on behalf of Xiao Yan is utterly inappropriate. Clan leader, should the Yunlan sect seek retribution, how shall our Xiao family respond? The three elders incessantly pressed, echoing the sentiments of all present in the hall. At their words, Xiao Zhan shot a cold glance at the three elders and replied indifferently. Rest assured, I, Xiao Zhan, will provide an explanation to all in due course. There is no need for alarm. If I dare to offend the Yunlan sect, I am not afraid of their retribution. With that, Xiao Zhan's gaze swept over the three elders. If any of you feel that the Xiao family is unsafe, you are free to leave. I will not hinder you. To strengthen the family, Xiao Zhan required the absolute loyalty and trust of his kin. Those who harbor dissent would only be a detriment to the family and were better off expelled. Observing Xiao Zhan's assertive demeanor, the crowd exchanged glances, bewildered as to what gave him the audacity to face the possible wrath of the Yunlan sect. Yinner, come with your father. After a brief glance at the assembled family members, Xiao Zhan turned and exited the hall. Yinner, this is your first time in your father's room since your cultivation issues arose, isn't it? Moments later, in Xiao Zhan's chamber, the father and son engaged in a private conversation. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy as he lowered his head in acknowledgement. Xiao Zhan nodded slightly, ruffling Xiao Yan's hair, and remarked, Yinner, you have truly endured much these past 3 years. No, it is I who have caused worry for you. Father. In response, Xiao Yan shook his head, burdened by the knowledge that his father's confrontation with the Yunlan sect was instigated by him. Father, perhaps you should hand me over to the Yunlan sect. As he uttered these words, Xiao Yan felt a profound anguish, resenting his own powerlessness. If only he were a formidable warrior now, he would not feel so helpless. Hand you over? Xiao Zhan was taken aback, then placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder, smiling gently. Yinner, the Yunlan sect is truly insignificant in my eyes. Do you think your father is being overly arrogant today? Given the Xiao family's strength, is it not tantamount to courting death to provoke the Yunlan sect? At these words, Xiao Yan's lips moved, yet he remained silent, clearly in tacit agreement. Yinner, do you believe that your father's strength is merely that of a lowly Dou master? Noticing Xiao Yan's silence, a smile crept onto Xiao Zhan's lips. His earlier bravado had purpose. He intended to leverage the Yunlan sect's stature within the Jiama Empire to establish an invincible image in Xiao Yan's eyes. With a system that granted him powers through familial ties, he sought to elevate his strength rapidly. This necessitated coaxing Xiao Yan into seeking trouble in the future. He needed to make Xiao Yan aware. Your father is truly formidable. Your father is invincible. Fear not. Go forth and dare to take risks. Everything shall be taken care of, for your father is here. Father, have you concealed your true strength? Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned, then abruptly lifted his gaze to meet his father's, a spark of anticipation igniting within him. Yet, recalling the might of the Yunlan sect, the light in Xiao Yan's eyes dimmed. Even if his father had hidden his cultivation, what difference would it make? The Yunlan sect possessed Dou Emperor-level experts. Could his father truly contend with such power? Yinner, in truth, I harbor a grand secret. Today, with only us two present, I shall divulge it to you, for you will inevitably learn of it in due course. Meeting Xiao Yan's inquisitive gaze, Xiao Zhan's expression grew complex, his hands clasped behind his back, presenting Xiao Yan with a formidable silhouette. He tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze out the window, preparing to make a grand revelation. As Xiao Yan observed his father's posture, he suddenly found it imbued with a sense of gravitas, as if it concealed untold stories. What secret? Curiosity swelled within Xiao Yan. Yinner, your father is not of this world. Xiao Zhan's words were startling. What? At this revelation, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically, his heart gripped by shock. Not of this world? Could it be that his father, like him, was also a transmigrant? Yinner, do you believe the Dou Qi Continent is vast? Xiao Zhan turned slowly, weaving an air of mystery. Huh? Xiao Yan was taken aback, contemplating before responding. The Dou Qi Continent is indeed immense. Although Xiao Yan had never ventured beyond Wu Tan City, He had gleaned from ancient texts that compared his previous world, Blue Star, the Dou Qi Continent was unfathomably larger. Thus, in his eyes, the Dou Qi Continent was undeniably vast. The Dou Qi Continent is merely a small 1,000 worlds, Xiao Zhan scoffed. Compared to the greater worlds, this mere Dou Qi Continent is but an ant. Small 1,000 worlds? Great 1,000 worlds? Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, although Xiao Yan did not fully comprehend, he was profoundly shaken. Father, what constitutes a small 1,000 worlds? And what is a great 1,000 world? To Xiao Yan, the Dou Qi Continent was already unimaginably expansive, yet his father's words portrayed it as nothing more than a diminutive insect. This revelation left him astounded. In that moment, Xiao Yan felt as though he had stumbled upon a colossal secret. Yinner, you must have heard that in the distant past, the Dou Qi Continent was home to Dou emperors, correct? Observing Xiao Yan's eager curiosity, Xiao Zhan continued to weave his enigmatic tale. Yes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully. He had encountered references in ancient texts indicating that the presence of Dou emperors was indeed a reality on the continent of Dou Qi, and not an insignificant number at that. But do you know where these Dou emperors have gone? Xiao Zhan replied with a slight smile, maintaining an air of mystery. Where have they gone? Xiao Yan's face displayed a look of confusion, and he shook his head in bewilderment. He was unaware of such secrets. Once one becomes a Dou emperor, their power is so formidable that they can no longer remain in this realm. They must shatter the void and enter another world. Xiao Zhan gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, enveloped in enigma. Another world. Xiao Yan's heart surged with astonishment. Was there truly another world above the continent of Dou Qi? This other realm is referred to as the Great 1,000 World, a realm considered vast and boundless. Yinner, do you know that beneath the Great 1,000 World, there exist countless smaller worlds akin to the Dou Qi Continent? Xiao Zhan's gaze fell upon Xiao Yan, watching as the latter's expression turned to one of shock, and he felt a twinge of pride within. Now do you comprehend what your father was alluding to? Stunned by such a staggering revelation, Xiao Yan remained silent for an extended moment. Father, how do you possess such knowledge? After regaining his composure, Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Zhan with an expression of curiosity. Logically speaking, given his father's strength, he should not be privy to such earth-shattering secrets. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan let out a sigh, his face reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Because your father hails from the Great 1,000 World. What? Xiao Yan exclaimed in disbelief, his gaze fixed incredulously upon Xiao Zhan. Father, you cannot be jesting. The Great 1,000 World is a realm accessible only to those of Dou Emperor strength. How could you possibly have been there? Doubt filled Xiao Yan's expression as he regarded Xiao Zhan, his heart struggling to accept this revelation. Yes, your father is certainly not joking. Xiao Zhan shook his head, a hint of pride gradually illuminating his features. Not only have I traversed the Great 1,000 World, but I also became one of its mightiest beings. Among the mightiest? Xiao Yan was taken aback once more. How powerful must one be to hold such a title in the Great 1,000 World? Indeed, in my youth, I emerged from the wild domain, subduing the extraordinary talents of the 3,000 regions, sweeping through the celestial kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and single-handedly battling 3 quasi-immortal emperors in the boundless seas, ultimately attaining the esteemed position of immortal emperor, revered by the world as the emperor of the wild. As he recounted his feats, Xiao Zhan subtly invoked the powers of his family domain. An invisible pressure instantly bore down upon Xiao Yan, and as he gazed at his father, who radiated pride, a flicker of admiration passed through his eyes. For reasons unknown, he suddenly believed. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's invincible accomplishments, Xiao Yan felt a wave of excitement. Emperor of the Wild. What a formidable title. I never imagined my father to possess such strength. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of eerie light flashed from the black ring he held. After a moment, Xiao Yan regained his composure, though a hint of confusion resurfaced on his face. Then, Father, with such strength, why do you find yourself in this lower realm? And why is your power so diminished? Observing the skepticism etched on Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Zhan's lips twitched slightly. His son was indeed not easily deceived. Suddenly, a trace of melancholy intertwined with reluctance crossed Xiao Zhan's visage. Father, what troubles you? Noticing Xiao Zhan's unusual demeanor, Xiao Yan promptly inquired. After a brief silence, Xiao Zhan finally spoke. Not long after I attained the status of immortal emperor, the other 3 immortal emperors sought me out, claiming they had discovered a relic left behind from the age of immortals, inviting me to accompany them. Without much thought, I agreed to their invitation. At this juncture, a flicker of anger surfaced on Xiao Zhan's face. Little did I know, this was a conspiracy devised specifically against me. Those three despicable knaves had long since laid down a shocking killing array within the relic, joining forces to attempt my extermination. Despicable. Shameless. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's recounting, fury mirrored on Xiao Yan's face, as if he himself were the one being oppressed. Father, what happened next? Xiao Yan pressed eagerly for the conclusion. Later, a complicated expression flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes. I found myself ensnared within the killing array, besieged by the three immortal emperors, severely wounded. In the end, I had no choice but to employ a secret technique to forcibly break free from the array, allowing a fragment of my immortal soul to escape into the lower realm and be reborn. Reborn understanding dawned upon Xiao Yan. So, his father was the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Wild from the Great Thousand World. Then, Father, why have you? Xiao Yan pondered, a hint of skepticism surfacing in his gaze. His implication was clear. You speak of such grandeur, yet your actions over the years hardly reflect the stature of the Emperor of the Wild. This is quite hard to fathom. The secret technique utilized in my previous life bore a tremendous cost. My immortal soul was gravely damaged. Upon rebirth, my true essence was clouded, and I lost the memories of my former existence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan sighed, adding, it was only a year ago that my true essence awakened, gradually restoring the memories of my past life. The plight I have endured is entirely due to those three shameless scoundrels. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan clenched his fists, his expression brimming with rage as he gritted his teeth. One day, I shall ascend back to the Great Thousand World and make those three wretches pay for their treachery. Xiao Yan felt an equal surge of anger within, his expression one of shared enmity. The indignation of seeing his father reduced to such a state ignited a fierce blaze in his heart. Then, Father, how much of your former strength have you regained? Xiao Yan asked expectantly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Zhan. If his father had awakened his past memories, wouldn't that mean he need not fear the retribution of the Yunlan sect? How much strength? Xiao Zhan chuckled bitterly. It is not so simple. My current power is but a fraction, 1/10,000th, of my former pinnacle. At this revelation, disappointment washed over Xiao Yan's face. However, Xiao Zhan's next words sent a tremor through his heart. Yet, even at 1/10,000th of my strength, in this diminutive Dou Qi Continent, as long as no Dou Emperor emerges, none shall be my match. Xiao Zhan gazed up at the sky, an air of pride enveloping him. In that moment, Xiao Yan could almost perceive a shadow of the Emperor of the Wild. A Dou Emperor? How long has it been since a Dou Emperor appeared on the Dou Qi Continent? Thus, Xiao Yan pondered, his excitement bubbling forth. Father, no wonder you dare to provoke the Yunlan sect today. With such power, they are but a trifling concern. Chapter 8. The Shock of Yao Chen. Upon learning that his father was the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Wild, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Gazing at Xiao Zhan's silhouette, he felt an immense admiration swell within him. Merely the Yunlan sect. Even within the confines of the humble Dou Qi Continent, they are a mere third-rate force, hardly worthy of our concern. Your father now possesses but one objective, to ascend to the Great Thousand World and exact a bloody vengeance upon those three scoundrels, avenging the shame of my past life. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Zhan scoffed derisively, a hint of arrogance and defiance surfacing on his rugged face. Yenner, would you be willing to follow your father into battle in the Great Thousand World? Xiao Zhan laughed with bravado, his black hair billowing in an unseen wind, exuding the overwhelming aura of an immortal emperor. Father, I am willing, feeling the unparalleled dominance emanating from Xiao Zhan. Xiao Yan's heart surged with excitement and yearning, instinctively wishing to acquiesce. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. He was merely a three-stage Dou Qi waste. A shadow of despondency crossed his face. With his meager talent, what right had he to accompany his father in conquering the vast world? Contemplating his status as the son of an immortal emperor, he could not help but feel ashamed, recognizing that he was unworthy of such a title. Father, given my pathetic talents, not only is it a question of joining you in battle across the grand world, but even breaking through to become a fighter seems to be a distant dream. Xiao Yan sighed, his heart laden with helplessness and resentment. Yenner, do you wish to grow stronger? Xiao Zhan's gaze softened as it rested upon Xiao Yan, and he gently patted his son's not-so-broad shoulders, calmly inquiring, Stronger? At his father's words, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. He had long dreamed of becoming powerful, yearning to shed the label of being a waste and to silence the onlookers with undeniable strength. Yet, 3 years had passed. A full 3 years. He remained a mere three-stage Dou Qi waste. The path to strength seemed utterly unattainable. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Yan, and he lifted his head, excitement gleaming in his dark eyes as he looked at his father. Father, as you were once the immortal emperor in your past life, surely you possess a means to alter my wasteful constitution? He gazed at Xiao Zhan with hopeful eyes, as if clutching at a life-saving straw amidst the depths of despair. Who says you are a waste? A smile graced Xiao Zhan's face as he observed Xiao Yan's fervent expression. Am I not? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Certainly not. Not only are you endowed with extraordinary talent, but you also possess the fire spirit bloodline. Even in the vast world, that is considered the mark of a true genius. Xiao Zhan's eyes bore into Xiao Yan's as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. How could the son of Xiao Zhan ever be a waste? The fire spirit bloodline? A pinnacle of genius even in the grand world? The revelation of such a potent lineage coursing through him left Xiao Yan utterly astonished. As realization dawned, his face lit up with uncontainable joy. Father, what is the fire spirit bloodline? The fire spirit bloodline is a lineage capable of directly absorbing the ethereal flames of the world to grow stronger. Upon reaching a minor accomplishment, one can break through to become a Dou emperor. Those ethereal flames are referred to as exotic fires in this continent. Yinner, it is still a tad early to discuss exotic fires with you. Xiao Zhan chuckled, observing Xiao Yan's emergence from his dejection with a knowing smile. So powerful. As Xiao Zhan elaborated on his bloodline, Xiao Yan could not help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he envisioned himself as a Dou emperor. To achieve the rank of Dou emperor simply through the minor accomplishment of his bloodline, he possessed such formidable power. However, shaking his head, Xiao Yan felt an unsettling doubt. If my bloodline is indeed so powerful, then why do I still remain at the 3-stage Dou Qi? Typically, the stronger the bloodline, the faster the cultivation progresses. Why is it that in your case, it seems to be the opposite? Although you possess the fire spirit bloodline, it remains dormant at present. Furthermore, the reason your cultivation has stagnated at the 3-stage Dou Qi is due to that ring on your hand, which continuously absorbs your Dou Qi. It has nothing to do with your innate talent. Pointing at the ancient black ring, Xiao Zhan spoke with a casual smile. What? Is it because of the ring my mother left me? Xiao Yan gasped in astonishment, quickly glancing at the ring adorning his hand. Father, is this not a relic from my mother? How could it be absorbing my Dou Qi? Xiao Yan's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Xiao Zhan refrained from further explanation and instead turned his attention to the ring in Xiao Yan's grasp, casually remarking, What? Do you need me to invite it out? At Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yan was left utterly bemused, his mind swirling with confusion. What was his father doing speaking to his ring? Just then, the ring on Xiao Yan's finger suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. Subsequently, a translucent elder figure materialized above the ring. Who are you? Xiao Yan stared at the ethereal old man in astonishment, bewildered by this sudden apparition. Who was this being, and why had he emerged from his ring? Then, recalling Xiao Zhan's earlier comments, realization struck him, and his countenance darkened. Could it be that the reason for my cultivation vanishing over the years is because of you? Little one, I was merely trapped in slumber during those years, and absorbing your Dou Qi was an act of desperation. The translucent elder floated in the air, awkwardly regarding Xiao Yan's somber expression. Damn you, old man. So it was you behind this? The usually composed Xiao Yan erupted, his face contorted with rage. Alas, it was also a matter of necessity for me. The elder sighed, his expression one of bitterness, unable to counter Xiao Yan's fury. Indeed, it was because of him that a genius had been reduced to a 3-stage Dou Qi waste. Anyone would react similarly upon learning the truth. Father, please eliminate him for me. I must avenge this grievance. Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with fury as he implored Xiao Zhan, glaring at the loathsome elder. Upon hearing this, the elder's translucent form trembled slightly, fear creeping onto his aged visage. He had overheard the conversation between Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan within the ring. The being before him was a descendant of the supreme immortal emperor, far more terrifying than a Dou emperor, having absorbed the Dou Qi of his son for 3 years. Would this formidable figure not seek to exact vengeance upon him? Chapter 9. Xiao Yan's apprenticeship. 3 years. A full 3 years. Do you know how I have endured during these years? You old fiend, the root of all my suffering, since you have hidden within the ring. You must be aware of the ridicule I have faced during this time. Confronted with the elder's explanations, Xiao Yan's heart roared like a lion in fury, howling in despair. The indignation of falling from genius to waste could not be pacified by mere words of resignation. Turning around, Xiao Yan fixed his fiery gaze upon Xiao Zhan. Father, I beseech you to act and obliterate this old wretch for me. Listening to Xiao Yan's voice, Xiao Zhan's expression sharpened momentarily before he turned to the elder's ethereal figure. With a flicker of thought, he activated the family's domain power. In the next instant, an invisible pressure erupted, enveloping the elder. Simultaneously, the very fabric of the surrounding space seemed to tremble. As the void vibrated subtly, the elder's murky eyes flickered in alarm. A circle of icy white flames suddenly erupted from his translucent soul, causing the surrounding flora to crystallize. Yet, under Xiao Zhan's overwhelming pressure, the protective white flames barely held for a moment before retreating as if facing a natural predator. In that instant, the elder's white soul figure began to dissolve into nothingness. As if on the verge of collapse, Yao Chen's expression shifted dramatically, as if he sensed his very soul was on the brink of being torn asunder by the void. Senior, although I have absorbed your son's fighting spirit for 3 years, I have never harbored any intent to harm him. I implore you to show mercy. Faced with the looming specter of death, Yao Lao struggled to articulate his plea. He had deep-seated grievances yet to be avenged and did not wish to perish at this moment. Yao Chen, had you harbored any malicious intent towards my son, you would have already been utterly obliterated, Xiao Zhan stated, his demeanor calm as he lifted the suppression on Yao Chen. From the very beginning, he had never contemplated taking Yao Chen's life. The earlier display was merely a tactic to intimidate him and simultaneously demonstrate his prowess to Xiao Yan. To ensure that Xiao Yan could confidently pursue his ambitions without fear, he must consistently project an image of invincibility. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan directly reveal his name, Yao Chen stood frozen, his pupils contracting slightly, overwhelmed with shock. Senior, how do you know my identity? A knowing smile graced Xiao Zhan's lips as he replied. Though I'm not at my peak, uncovering your origins is a trivial matter. Yao Chen, the foremost alchemist of the Central Continent, an 8th-tier alchemist, the master of the Starfall Pavilion, a pinnacle expert at the 9th turn Dou Zun level, was known as the Alchemy Sovereign. He had fallen due to the betrayal of his disciple, Han Feng, yet his formidable soul and the bone spirit cold fire had preserved his essence. Xiao Zhan turned his gaze towards the translucent elder, a hint of mockery in his expression. With each revelation he uttered, Yao Chen trembled, ultimately becoming speechless. Senior you. He stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Xiao Zhan, his heart racing in terror. He questioned how this individual, with whom he had never interacted, could unveil all his secrets. Before Xiao Zhan, he felt utterly exposed. Such capabilities were terrifying. Your methods are extraordinary, Senior, Yao Chen admitted, eventually regaining his composure. His eyes filled with respect. Previously, he had harbored skepticism regarding Xiao Zhan's assertions, but now he was wholly convinced, believing that Xiao Zhan was indeed the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Wilderness. Who else but an immortal emperor could possess such insight into another's background? Having listened to their exchange, Xiao Yan comprehended the truth behind Xiao Zhan's words upon witnessing Yao Chen's astonishment. His father truly was the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Wilderness, possessing unparalleled capabilities that rendered him impervious to deception. While marveling at his father's strength, Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon the now visibly shaken Yao Chen, filled with surprise. According to his father's earlier claims, this old man was indeed a formidable presence at the 9th star Dou Zun level, not to mention an 8th-tier alchemist. Although Xiao Yan was not particularly well-versed in alchemy, he noted the profound respect his father exhibited whenever the subject arose, indicating the profession's immense prestige. The revelation that this elder was the foremost alchemist of the Central Continent left Xiao Yan astounded. The combination of such power and high status was truly daunting. He had never imagined that such a powerful being would be hidden within his own ring. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. His inexplicable loss of cultivation over the years was the doing of Yao Chen, and this thought filled Xiao Yan with displeasure. What did it matter if Yao Chen was a 9th star Dou Zun? Before his father, he would still have to submit. Observing Yao Chen's demeanor of reverence towards his father, Xiao Yan felt a surge of pride. Having an immortal emperor as a father was indeed exhilarating. Senior, Yao Chen's absorption of Xiao Yan's fighting spirit was an act of desperation, devoid of any malicious intent. I beseech you to spare my life, and I shall offer tenfold compensation to Xiao Yan. Yao Chen, seasoned by age and experience, discerned that Xiao Zhan bore him no ill will and hastily made assurances to plead for his life. In response, a slight smile played upon Xiao Zhan's lips as he replied, "In that case, you shall take my son as your disciple and impart all your knowledge to him. Consider it a means of atonement." What? Yao Chen exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. You wish for me to accept your son as my disciple? To him, the idea of being worthy enough to teach the son of an immortal emperor seemed preposterous. Indeed, Xiao Zhan affirmed with a nod. Had I not foreseen the connection between you and Xiao Yan, you would have been eliminated on the day my true spirit awakened. I would not have allowed you to linger until now. Killing Yao Chen would yield no benefit for Xiao Zhan. Rather, preserving his life held substantial utility. To accelerate his own growth, Xiao Zhan required Xiao Yan to engage with formidable adversaries, and for that to happen, Xiao Yan must continually grow stronger. With his current strength, Xiao Zhan could not adequately mentor Xiao Yan. Furthermore, to allow Xiao Yan to embrace the challenges of his lineage, he needed to venture beyond the family estate. Xiao Zhan could not accompany him outside the confines of their territory, where his safety could not be guaranteed. Thus, Yao Chen, an 8th-tier alchemist and 9th-turn Dou Zun, was undoubtedly the ideal candidate to guide Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan could remain within the family domain, where he was invulnerable. Of course, he was not without ambition. While Xiao Yan was out provoking trouble, triggering the inheritance of their lineage's legacy, Xiao Zhan would be busy marrying and having children, activating the blessings of progeny. Together, father and son would bolster the Xiao clan. Teacher-student bond? Father, are you mistaken? This old man and I only share enmity. How could there be any connection of mentorship? Xiao Yan, bewildered by Xiao Zhan's words, felt utterly perplexed. Naturally, he had no desire to take this elder, who had drained his fighting spirit for 3 years, as his teacher. Besides, with an immortal emperor as a father, did he truly need to seek another mentor? With this thought, Xiao Yan found himself filled with reluctance. Xiao Yan, do you not trust your father's words? Xiao Zhan replied with a gentle smile in the face of Xiao Yan's skepticism. That is not my intention. Xiao Yan hastily clarified, shaking his head in an attempt to explain. Then heed your father's counsel. Though Yao Chen's strength may be modest, he is likely to be an excellent teacher. Xiao Zhan regarded Xiao Yan with a fatherly smile, who appeared hesitant to accept the situation. Very well, father. Though unwilling, Xiao Yan complied and respectfully addressed Yao Chen. Disciple Xiao Yan pays his respects to teacher. Yao Chen, hearing Xiao Zhan's pronouncement, appeared contemplative. Had it not been for Xiao Zhan exposing his existence today, he would have already intended to take Xiao Yan as his disciple. Thus, it seemed that Xiao Zhan's assertion of a teacher-student bond was indeed valid. Since you place such trust in me, senior, I vow to impart all my knowledge to your son without reservation, Yao Chen declared earnestly. Chapter 10. Yao Chen, my disciple Xiao Yan possesses the potential of a Dou emperor. Excellent. Hearing Yao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan nodded in satisfaction. Teach Xiao Yan diligently. If you meet my expectations, I may grant you the opportunity to reconstruct your physical form and even transcend to the Dou Emperor realm, venturing into the vast worlds beyond. Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated Yao Chen's face as he hastily nodded in affirmation. I shall do my utmost to guide Xiao Yan and will not disappoint the esteemed emperor. Yinner, now that your talents have been restored, what are your thoughts regarding Yinyan's visit to annul the engagement today? Observing Xiao Yan's somewhat sullen demeanor, Xiao Zhan suddenly inquired. The system had constrained him from directly inciting Xiao Yan to initiate trouble, so Xiao Zhan could only adopt a more roundabout approach. By broaching the subject of the annulment, his intention was undoubtedly to ignite the flames of fury within Xiao Yan. In the original narrative, maintaining one's dignity was a driving force behind Xiao Yan's relentless pursuit of strength during the 3-year agreement. Xiao Zhan was determined that, with the ascendance of his celestial emperor father, Xiao Yan would not lose his motivation to grow stronger and become complacent. Yinyan. The mere thought of the contemptible woman who had come to humiliate him today caused Xiao Yan to clench his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in resentment as he declared, Father, the humiliation I suffered today, I shall repay tenfold to Yinyan. Ha, splendid. Revenge is essential. This is the son of Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan praised, his approval evident upon hearing Xiao Yan's resolve. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Yao Chen, and he spoke slowly, Yao Chen, if I am not mistaken. There exists a cultivation technique within your possession that aligns exquisitely with Yinner's fire spirit bloodline. Henceforth, let him cultivate this technique, which will undoubtedly expedite his growth in strength. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Yao Chen momentarily froze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his weathered eyes. Could it be the burning decision? The thought sent waves of shock through Yao Chen's heart. He had nearly exhausted all his resources to acquire that very technique, known only to his wayward disciple, with no one else in the world privy to its secrets. To have it so effortlessly revealed by Xiao Zhan was both astonishing and deepened Yao Chen's reverence for him. The methods of the celestial emperor truly defied comprehension. Father, No matter how formidable the technique my teacher possesses, can it truly compare to yours? Xiao Yan asked, his expression one of confusion as he directed his gaze at Xiao Zhan. He believed that if he could cultivate the techniques of his father, the former celestial emperor, his future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Yinner, the technique I have cultivated is not suitable for the fire spirit bloodline. Xiao Zhan responded with a gentle shake of his head, accompanied by a smile. I see. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen's eyes glimmered with understanding. Instantly grasping why Xiao Zhan refrained from directly instructing Xiao Yan. Father, how can I awaken my fire spirit bloodline? Disappointment flickered across Xiao Yan's face. But hearing Xiao Zhan mention the bloodline again, he couldn't help but lift his gaze and ask. Since his father had claimed he possessed the fire spirit bloodline, he naturally believed there could be no deception. However, he had yet to perceive any abnormalities within his bloodline, leading to a sense of urgency. According to his father's words, his fire spirit bloodline was immensely powerful, capable of elevating him to the status of a Dou emperor with mere minor accomplishments. Xiao Yan eagerly anticipated the awakening of his bloodline. Since you are so impatient, allow me to assist you in awakening your fire spirit bloodline now, Xiao Zhan said, noting Xiao Yan's eagerness. Really? Delight radiated from Xiao Yan's face upon hearing this. Yinner, come here, Xiao Zhan beckoned, gesturing for Xiao Yan to approach. He then placed his hand on Xiao Yan's back, and with a focused thought, a crimson card materialized in his palm. System. Grant my son, Xiao Yan, the fire spirit bloodline. As he silently intoned, the edges of the red card transformed into a fiery luminescence, which then surged into Xiao Yan's back. Xiao Yan felt a mysterious force coursing from his father's palm into his body, and soon he was engulfed in a sudden, overwhelming heat. As the radiant energy integrated within him, Xiao Yan's entire being blazed like a brand, emitting a dazzling and resplendent glow that resembled a miniature sun from afar. The fusion of the fire spirit bloodline enveloped Xiao Yan, akin to being submerged in a torrent of magma, igniting every organ within him in a simultaneous combustion. The intolerable agony of his searing flesh compelled Xiao Yan to emit a primal scream. Indeed, such an opportunity could only be endured by the likes of Xiao Yan. Witnessing the scene before him, which rivaled the absorption of extraordinary flames, Xiao Zhan silently rejoiced, realizing how astute it had been to bestow such a grand opportunity of the fire spirit bloodline upon Xiao Yan. Yao Chen, observing Xiao Yan's transformation, wore an expression of astonishment. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as an unusual sensation brewed within him. The bone spirit cold fire within him seemed to exhibit a degree of uncontrollable restlessness, subtly yearning to escape his body and gravitate towards Xiao Yan. So this is the fire spirit bloodline? Truly formidable. Suppressing the growing agitation of the bone spirit cold fire, Yao Chen marveled inwardly. He had encountered numerous peculiar bloodlines, but none had awakened in such a manner as to attract the favor of extraordinary flames. After half an hour of agonized cries, Xiao Yan's screams finally subsided. At that moment, the intense radiance enveloping him had completely merged within. Xiao Yan abruptly opened his eyes wide, releasing a long cry towards the heavens. The sound of cracking bones echoed, as if he had been reborn from the flames. Upon awakening the fire spirit bloodline, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Even his still maturing physique seemed to undergo a transformation, standing taller and stronger. Father, I feel incredibly powerful now, as if a sun is continuously burning within me, filling me with strength. After the awakening, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly spoke to Xiao Zhan. Observing the vibrant energy that had returned to Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan nodded approvingly. With the fire spirit bloodline, Xiao Yan had indeed acquired the means to rapidly enhance his abilities, better enabling him to leverage his father's influence. The affinity of the fire spirit bloodline for fire attribute energy is truly astonishing, Yao Chen remarked inwardly, sensing the relentless influx of fire attribute energy from the heavens toward Xiao Yan. Teacher, I can feel that there is a powerful flame within you. Could it be the extraordinary fire my father mentioned? At that moment, Xiao Yan seemed to have a revelation, abruptly turning to Yao Chen with a question. During the awakening, he had sensed a familiar force hidden within his teacher. That power was imbued with intense heat and contained an incredibly formidable fire attribute energy. It appeared that the unusual behavior of the bone spirit cold fire was indeed linked to his bloodline. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yao Chen was once again taken aback, unable to fathom that the fire spirit bloodline was so potent as to directly sense the existence of extraordinary flames within him. Indeed, there exists an extraordinary flame within me. Yao Chen affirmed with a nod, then spread his palm flat. After a brief moment of concentration, a chilling white flame began to rise slowly. As the ghostly white flame appeared, the temperature within the entire room plummeted. With unwavering focus, Xiao Yan gazed at the swirling white flame, his eyes ablaze with fervor, akin to a man parched for a century encountering a mesmerizing woman. An irresistible urge surged within him to claim this flame as his own. Clearing his throat with difficulty, Xiao Yan lowered his voice to ask, "Teacher, may I touch it?" Touch. Yao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Could this be handled so casually? This was extraordinary fire. How could it possibly be something a mere three-stage Dou Qi Yan could endure? Hesitation flickered in Yao Chen's mind as he glanced at Xiao Zhan. Seeing the latter nod, he finally acquiesced. Subsequently, his spiritual focus intensified. If Xiao Yan were to encounter danger while touching the strange fire, he would be able to minimize the harm almost instantaneously. Having received affirmation, Xiao Yan extended his modest palm and slowly approached the surging, ethereal white flames. After merging with the fire spirit bloodline, Xiao Yan developed an extraordinary affinity for all flames in the world. To his astonishment, upon touching the bone spirit cold fire, he felt no harm whatsoever. Furthermore, he realized that being near the bone spirit cold fire accelerated his cultivation speed. Yao Chen could distinctly sense a substantial influx of fire attribute energy surging from the bone spirit cold fire into Xiao Yan's body. Shortly after making contact with the bone spirit cold fire, a sudden muffled sound resonated within Xiao Yan as he unexpectedly broke through to the fourth tier of Dou Qi. Witnessing this scene, Yao Chen's face was etched with shock, and he murmured to himself, "My disciple Xiao Yan possesses the potential of a Dou Emperor." Chapter 11. The Devastating Blow to Ling Ying. I have broken through to the fourth tier of Dou Qi. Feeling the changes within him, Xiao Yan's face radiated excitement. 3 years. He had been stagnant in his cultivation for a full 3 years. Yet now, in just a fleeting moment, he had achieved a breakthrough. Moreover, he could keenly sense that as he continuously absorbed the pure fire attribute energy from the ethereal white flames before him, his Dou Qi was persistently growing stronger, showing no signs of stagnation despite this recent enhancement. At this rate of cultivation, a further breakthrough would soon be within his grasp. His father's words rang true. This fire spirit bloodline was indeed formidable. Xiao Yan understood that the transformation he experienced was entirely due to his father's assistance in awakening the fire spirit bloodline. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but glance back at Xiao Zhan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Father, thank you for granting me this opportunity for rebirth. I shall grow rapidly and stand by your side in conquering the vast world, avenging the wrongs done to you by those 3 scoundrels." Feeling the formidable power of the fire spirit bloodline, Xiao Yan's heart swelled with confidence. He pressed his palms against the ethereal white flames, concentrating deeply as he fervently absorbed the exquisitely pure fire attribute energy contained within the strange fire. No wonder the Celestial Emperor deemed this fire spirit bloodline a peerless talent. Even in the upper realm, observing Xiao Yan's ability to effortlessly draw in the pure energy from the strange fire, Yao Chen's astonishment only deepened. With the continuous influx of fire attribute energy into Xiao Yan's body, it would not be long before he achieved another breakthrough, reaching the 5th tier of Dou Qi. For Xiao Yan, who possessed the fire spirit bloodline, the strange fire was akin to a cultivation cheat. As long as he remained near the strange fire, his cultivation would rise rapidly. Behind him, Xiao Zhan was equally taken aback by the scene. The might of the fire spirit bloodline exceeded his expectations. A smile crept onto his face. The stronger the fire spirit bloodline, the faster Xiao Yan's cultivation would progress. Soon, he would be able to provoke even more formidable foes, triggering the paternal mechanism. This was precisely what Xiao Zhan wished to witness. At that moment, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes as he cast his gaze outside. With the support of the family domain, he was an invincible presence within the Xiao clan. Now, harnessing the power of the family domain, he distinctly sensed a shadow stealthily approaching. Ling Ying. He instantly identified the intruder as the strongest Dou Huang of the ancient clan, the bodyguard left beside Xiao Center. A 9-star Dou Huang, Ling Ying. What business does this fellow have here? After a moment of contemplation, a flash of realization crossed Xiao Zhan's eyes. It was likely that his unusually remarkable performance today had attracted Xiao Sun's attention, prompting her to send Ling Ying to investigate. This little girl certainly has a keen sense of oversight. Perceiving that Ling Ying had arrived outside the room, a chill flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Does Ling Ying still believe that the Xiao clan remains as it once was, allowing him to come and go as he pleases, indulging in reckless behavior? With a thought, Xiao Zhan summoned the power of the domain and took action against Ling Ying. However, he refrained from delivering fatal harm, opting instead for a light reprimand. After all, Ling Ying had guarded the Xiao clan for many years without intervening in clan matters. His current mission, on Xiao's sonorous orders, did not warrant a death sentence. Outside, Ling Ying seemed to meld into the night, approaching Xiao Zhan's chamber like a specter. Suddenly, his expression shifted. A terrifying force materialized out of nowhere, striking him without warning. Poof! A look of horror spread across Ling Ying's face as he was sent hurtling through the air, spitting blood even before he landed. Upon hitting the ground, his complexion turned pale, and he cast a terrified glance at Xiao Zhan's room before swiftly vanishing into the night without looking back. Inside the room, the bone spirit cold fire in Yao Chen's palm quivered slightly. Though his soul power was nearly depleted, he remained acutely aware of the disturbance outside. He had sensed someone approaching, only to be abruptly repelled by a force, leaving the individual seemingly injured and fleeing in a panic. Yao Chen's gaze shifted to Xiao Zhan, who merely nodded slightly, as if nothing had transpired. It was indeed the Celestial Emperor who had taken action. Yao Chen instantly grasped the situation, though he was puzzled as to why the Celestial Emperor had chosen to spare the intruder. Just as Yao Chen pondered this, a muffled sound suddenly resonated within the room, capturing his attention. It seems I've broken through again. Xiao Yan's face displayed an expression of disbelief, his entire being radiating exhilaration. Indeed, Xiao Yan had achieved yet another breakthrough, elevating his cultivation to the 5th tier of Dou Qi. In a brief span of time, Xiao Yan had experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs. The relentless progress filled him with immense joy, leaving him momentarily stunned, struggling to believe the reality of his current experiences. Yao Chen also wore a look of astonishment, but soon could not help but exclaim, "Disciple, the fire spirit bloodline within you is truly terrifying. Haha, master, this is all thanks to your assistance with the strange fire. Without it, I could not have achieved such continuous progress," Xiao Yan replied with a bright smile. The earlier grievances regarding Yao Chen absorbing his Dou Qi for 3 years were now cast aside. Yao Chen's lingering guilt towards Xiao Yan also dissipated significantly, and he praised, "Disciple, with your current rate of cultivation, you will likely return to the Doja stage within a month. However, in the pursuit of cultivation, one must avoid being overly ambitious. Haste makes waste. The path must be traversed step by step, and a solid foundation is essential for future endeavors." Let us conclude our session for today. After bestowing compliments, Yao Chen retracted the bone spirit cold fire and stroked his beard, speaking earnestly. "Master, father, I understand." Hearing the elder mention the legendary levels, Xiao Yan nodded earnestly, his clear gaze filled with aspirations. He recognized that one cannot rush the process of cultivation, nor can one expect to achieve great feats all at once. Nailin Yinran, await your reckoning. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the youth in poverty. Soon, I, Xiao Yan, shall see for myself who the true genius is. Suppressing the joy brought by his successive breakthroughs, Xiao Yan recalled the incident of Nailin Yinran visiting to annul their engagement earlier that day, and he could not help but silently vow within his heart. He did not feel a sense of pride upon regaining his talent. Rather, within his clear eyes resided a calmness that surpassed that of his peers. Observing Xiao Yan's lack of arrogance, as he adeptly adjusted after consecutive breakthroughs in a short span, this remarkable composure did not escape Xiao Zhan's notice, prompting him to nod slightly in approval. The scorn and humiliation endured over the past 3 years had forged in Xiao Yan a resilience that most could scarcely fathom. Chapter 12. Xiao Suner prepares to leave the Xiao clan. Yao Chen, I entrust you with the responsibility of guiding Yinner from now on. Witnessing the swift bond formed between Xiao Yan and Yao Chen as teacher and disciple, and their harmonious interaction, Xiao Zhan could not help but nod in agreement. It was evident that their relationship was destined. Esteemed immortal emperor, since you can entrust Xiao Yan to me, I shall devote all my efforts to his instruction, ensuring that his extraordinary talent is not squandered, Yao Chen solemnly vowed. Upon witnessing the might of Xiao Yan's fire spirit bloodline, Yao Chen's heart brimmed with joy. With such a prodigious disciple under his tutelage, his name would surely resound throughout the Dou Qi Continent once more. Listening to Yao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan smiled and then turned to Xiao Yan. Very well, Yinner, you may return now. After achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs, it is imperative that you consolidate your cultivation. Understood? In response, Xiao Yan respectfully nodded and said, Father, I shall take my leave. At this moment, within the fragrant courtyard of Suner, the chamber was securely shut. Ling Shi, who has inflicted such grievous wounds upon you? Observing the pale visage of Ling Ying, who bore severe injuries, Suner's beautiful eyes were filled with concern. Simultaneously, she felt a shock. With Ling Shi's strength as a 9-star Dou Huang, who in this small Wutan city could inflict such harm. In response, Ling Ying managed a faint smile despite his pallor. Miss, I did not even catch a glimpse of that individual before being struck down. At this moment, recalling the scene from earlier, terror flickered in his eyes. That person's strength is extraordinarily terrifying. It is likely that even a typical Dou Zone would struggle to silently inflict such a severe blow upon me. Fortunately, he harbored no intent to kill. Otherwise, I would likely have already become a corpse. Ling Ying's heart was filled with lingering fear. Could it be that there exists a powerful expert above the Dou Zone realm hidden within the Xiao clan? Suner found it hard to believe. Hadn't the Xiao clan already fallen into decline? Why were such formidable individuals still concealed within? Was it possible that some ancestor of the Xiao clan had miraculously survived and has been secretly safeguarding the family? Contemplating this, Suner's expression shifted as she realized her ulterior motives for remaining within the Xiao clan. Was this powerful Xiao expert now fixated on her? However, recalling that he had spared Ling Shi's life, Suner's heart eased somewhat. At the very least, it seemed this Xiao expert bore her no ill will. No wonder Uncle Xiao dared to brazenly confront the Yunlan sect today. He must have already been aware of such a formidable presence lingering within the Xiao clan. Suddenly, Suner recalled the annulment of her engagement today, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. It seemed the Xiao clan harbored many secrets indeed. Miss, with such a terrifying expert hidden within the Xiao clan, it is no longer safe for us to remain here. We should return to the clan at once. Ling Ying advised with concern. Surviving today had been a warning from this Xiao expert, sparing him likely due to the ancient clan's reputation behind him. If they continued to linger within the Xiao clan, they might provoke this powerful individual, potentially placing their lives at risk. Upon hearing Ling Ying's words, Suner fell into silence. The image of Xiao Yan flashing through her mind, stirring a sense of reluctance within her. Although she did not wish to part from Xiao Yan, she understood the wisdom in Ling Ying's counsel. As the daughter of an ancient clan's leader, her purpose in infiltrating the Xiao clan was not pure. Should she persist in her entanglements, it would undoubtedly lead to a rupture. For Xiao Yan's sake, Suner wished to avoid any conflict with the Xiao clan. Otherwise, she could scarcely imagine how to face her brother, Xiao Yan. Very well. After a lengthy contemplation, Suner nodded to Ling Ying. However, before I depart, I must bid farewell to Brother Xiao Yan and Uncle Xiao. Ling Shi, grant me one more day. Preparing to leave the Xiao clan? It seemed tonight's incident had indeed frightened Ling Ying. In the chamber, Xiao Zhan regained his focus, deep in thought. Ling Ying's appearance reminded him that a Dou Huang expert still lurked within Xiao clan. If utilized properly, it could potentially elevate his own cultivation directly to the Dou Huang realm. Thus, after Xiao Yan's departure, Xiao Zhan activated his domain power, sending a fragment of his consciousness to monitor Ling Ying and Suner, subsequently overhearing their conversation. The fact that this incident had compelled Suner to prepare to leave the Xiao clan was something Xiao Zhan had never anticipated. Having read the original text, he was well aware of Suner's feelings for Xiao Yan. Therefore, he had never contemplated expelling her, as she was to be his future daughter-in-law. Furthermore, Xiao Zhan had been plotting to leverage Suner's status as a daughter of an ancient clan to provoke Xiao Yan into confrontation with the ancient clan, thereby triggering a paternal effect. System reminder. The function fatherly love as steadfast as a mountain can only be activated when the host's son naturally provokes enemies. Any attempt by the host to incite such behavior is ineffective. At that moment, as this thought crossed Xiao Zhan's mind, the system's warning voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Zhan was taken aback, nearly forgetting this limitation of the system. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, a cunning smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Who says I must incite my son to provoke trouble? Organizing a lifelong affair for my son should not be considered a violation, should it? Contemplating his plan, Xiao Zhan could not help but let a slight smile play at his lips. In the dead of night, within the rear courtyard of the Xiao clan, in the room of the Grand Elder, the 3 elders of the Xiao clan sat facing one another. Grand Elder, Xiao Zhan's blatant provocation of the Yunlan sect today will likely invite retaliation. With our Xiao clan strength, how can we withstand it? Indeed, what madness has possessed Xiao Zhan? Does he truly believe that an increase in strength enables him to contend with the Yunlan sect? Xiao Zhan, in his pursuit of his son's reputation, has recklessly disregarded the survival of the clan. He is unworthy of being the clan leader. The three elders sat together, their faces etched with worry as they recalled the day's events, their words laced with scorn. This cannot stand. We must find a way to seek forgiveness from the Yunlan sect. Otherwise, the Xiao clan may truly face annihilation. In my view, the root cause of this matter lies with Xiao Zhan and his son. Perhaps we should send them to the Yunlan sect to personally apologize. They may choose to overlook this incident. This proposal has merit. Let it be so. Tomorrow morning, I will call upon all clan members to compel Xiao Zhan to take action. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes brightened as he decisively slammed the table in agreement with the final plan. However, what if Xiao Zhan and his son go to the Yunlan sect and do not return? The second elder inquired with concern. Then it shall be their penance for the errors they have committed, the Grand Elder replied coldly. Chapter 13. Suppressing the Three Elders. The following morning, Xiao Zhan was awakened by a cacophony of noise. What on earth is going on? Xiao Zhan pushed open the door and beheld a sea of clan members kneeling before him, a frown creasing his brow. Patriarch, the three elders of the forefront declared. After much deliberation, the clan has collectively concluded that our Xiao family cannot afford to provoke the Yunlan sect. For the sake of our family's survival, we unanimously believe that you must take Xiao Yan to Yunlan sect and offer an apology to seek their forgiveness. With the elders' words hanging heavily in the air, the assembled clan members echoed their sentiments, their voices rising in a deafening chorus, urging Xiao Zhan to accompany Xiao Yan to Yunlan sect to make amends. Xiao Zhan, the Yunlan sect is a formidable force that our Xiao family cannot afford to offend. As the head of the family, how can you lead us into such peril? The elder's face bore a smirk of satisfaction as he reveled in the compliance of the crowd, casting a cold glance at Xiao Zhan. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Zhan's expression grew increasingly frigid. These three old men were orchestrating a collective pressure upon him, rallying the clan against him. It was undeniable that the three elders wielded significant influence within the family, capable of mobilizing such a large contingent of clan members. No wonder Xiao Zhan had once felt compelled to heed their every whim. However, that was in the past. Times had changed. What is the meaning of this? Just then, Xiao Yan entered the courtyard, his countenance shifting dramatically upon seeing the throng of people. Xiao Yan, your arrival is most fortuitous, the elder sneered. Your selfishness has entangled our Xiao family with the behemoth that is Yunlan sect. You are nothing short of a traitor to our clan. With that, the elder turned to the gathered clan members, vociferously demanding, tell me, should the patriarch not take Xiao Yan to Yunlan's sect to offer an apology? Apologize. 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 The clamorous voices of the clan members filled the air, affirming the elder's call. What? You want me to accompany my father to Yunlan's sect to apologize? Xiao Yan's face darkened instantly. This old fool was intent on leading them to their doom. If his father were not the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, but merely the nominal head of the Xiao family, a mere 7-star dome master, what chance would they have at Yunlan sect? The elders, fully aware of this, still insisted on sending them to make amends, clearly wishing to sacrifice them to quell the Yunlan sect's wrath. Such malice! How dare the Yunlan sect presume to demand an apology from my father? Xiao Yan cast a disdainful look at the three elders, his expression one of scorn. His father, a reincarnated immortal emperor, was far beyond the petty Yunlan sect. Preposterous! Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the elder's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, Xiao Yan, how dare you insult the Yunlan sect at this juncture? Do you wish to doom our Xiao family? Old fool. If you're so afraid of death, you may leave the Xiao family at any time. A mocking smile danced on Xiao Yan's lips. In the past, he might have felt compelled to bow to these elders, but now, enlightened by his father's true identity, he felt emboldened, unafraid of their threats. Witnessing the elders applying pressure on his father only fueled his irritation, and he had no intention of extending any courtesy to the elder. Impudent Xiao Yan, you dare to insult this elder. The elder's face darkened completely as he roared, launching a palm strike at Xiao Yan, a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. The elder, a 1-star dome master, aimed to strike Xiao Yan down, knowing full well that such a blow could leave him severely injured or worse. Xiao Yan's expression shifted as he hurriedly retreated, realizing the old man sought to kill him. My son, Xiao Zhan, is not someone you can touch. At that moment, a towering figure intervened, shielding Xiao Yan. Father! Xiao Yan exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. In the next instant, a pain scream erupted from the elder as he was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Shock and disbelief coursed through his mind as he pondered the extent of Xiao Zhan's strength. A 7-star dome master could not possess such terrifying power, Merely a cold snort had sent him flying and left him grievously injured. "You two, come here," Xiao Zhan commanded, his gaze sweeping over the remaining elders, extending his hand as though beckoning them. Their bodies, as if under a spell, flew uncontrollably towards him. Slap! Slap! The sharp sounds of palms meeting flesh echoed through the courtyard as the second and third elders were similarly dispatched, sent reeling from the force of Xiao Zhan's strikes, their mouths spilling blood and teeth. "Xiao Zhan, as the clan leader, do you only know how to bully your own kin?" The elder, now subdued, could only glare at Xiao Zhan, a flicker of cold malice in his eyes as he surveyed the multitude of clan members behind him. He raised his voice, attempting to incite them against Xiao Zhan, believing he could rally them to apply pressure on the patriarch. He was determined to prove that Xiao Zhan could not possibly defeat every clan member here, unless he was willing to forsake his position as clan leader. Indeed, upon hearing the elder's words, the expressions of the gathered clan members shifted, their eyes betraying dissatisfaction as they looked at Xiao Zhan. "How rare it is for you to acknowledge my position as the head of the Xiao family." Xiao Zhan's gaze turned icy as he regarded the three elders. Were it not for their status as the current elders of the Xiao family, with their numerous young descendants, he might have already dispatched them with a single blow. While he could easily dispose of the old fools, he valued the younger generation greatly. To revitalize the Xiao clan, he could not rely solely on himself. He would need the younger generation to strive alongside him. "Rest assured, my fellow clansmen, as long as I, Xiao Zhan, stand as the head of the Xiao family, we shall never fall into peril." His voice boomed as he surveyed the assembly of clan members with a cold demeanor. "Of course, if any of you are fearful, you are free to leave the Xiao family. I, Xiao Zhan, shall not hinder your departure. When the Yunlan sect comes, they will pay no heed to your presence." Xiao Zhan had never intended to nurture those who were cowardly. If they were cultivated, they might choose to betray him at the first opportunity. Today presented an excellent opportunity to weed out the miscreants among them. Chapter 14. The Abolition of the Elder's Position. Xiao Zhan, by what right do you demand we leave the family? This mess is of your and your son's making, and you should resolve it without dragging the entire clan down with you. The elder protested defiantly upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words. Indeed, one must bear the consequences of their own actions, since it is you and your son who have offended the Yunlan sect. It is you who should withdraw from the Xiao family. The second and third elders chimed in, their voices laced with contempt as they targeted Xiao Zhan and his son, their facade of civility completely stripped away. "Unworthy, unworthy, unworthy," the assembled clan members echoed in unison, their voices rising in fervent agreement. "I am unworthy of being the clan leader. Who else could possibly be?" Faced with the rebellion of the clan members present, Xiao Zhan's lips curled into a cold smile. With a mere thought, a tremendous oppressive force suddenly descended upon the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. Under the overwhelming pressure, the clan members were visibly shaken, and they swiftly fell to their knees, including the three elders who had, just moments ago, been full of arrogance. "I have already given you three a chance, which you have failed to cherish." Xiao Zhan's gaze turned towards the three elders, and he slightly clenched his palm. Bang! With three muffled sounds. The three elders instantly turned pale, their faces contorted with agony. You have crippled our cultivation?" The three elders, ashen-faced, looked at Xiao Zhan in disbelief upon sensing their current state. "What?" At this revelation, the Xiao clan members present were all taken aback, their expressions filled with dread. They had not witnessed Xiao Zhan make a move, yet the cultivation of the three elders had been entirely obliterated. "What sort of technique is this? Master, did you see when father made his move?" Beside him, Xiao Yan's face reflected astonishment as he turned to ask Yao Lao. "No." Yao Lao remained silent for a moment before revealing a bitter smile. "Even you, master, did not notice how father subdued the three elders?" Xiao Yan found it hard to believe. After all, his master had once been a formidable nine-transformation Dou Zun. Yet even he had failed to perceive how Xiao Zhan had rendered the elders powerless. This is truly... Yao Lao's tone was imbued with reverence. "The methods of the immortal emperor are beyond my comprehension." In Yao Chen's eyes, compared to Xiao Zhan, he felt like an ordinary mortal, incapable of discerning the celestial techniques employed by the immortal emperor. Father is simply too powerful. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan gazed at the formidable Xiao Zhan, his eyes brimming with admiration. "From this day forth, you three are no longer elders of the Xiao clan." Xiao Zhan, regarding the despairing three elders with indifference, continued, coldly surveying the gathered clan members. He asked, "Now, who among you still dares to oppose me, Xiao Zhan?" As the clan leader, confronted with Xiao Zhan's icy demeanor, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, too frightened to meet his gaze. They had all witnessed the fate of the three elders, and Xiao Zhan's ruthlessness and might filled them with fear. With the absence of the elders to lead them, no one dared to voice dissent against Xiao Zhan. Very well, it seems that everyone is quite satisfied with my position as clan leader. Noting that no one dared to step forward, Xiao Zhan nodded in satisfaction, casting a disdainful glance at the three elders, who were now pale and despondent. Without strength, do not flaunt your meager intellect. In this world, it is always the strong who reign supreme. Since all of you have acknowledged me as your leader, I hope there will be no further discussions regarding the Yunlan sect behind my back. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as the three elders. With a thought, Xiao Zhan withdrew the oppressive force enveloping the courtyard, allowing everyone to relax and stand upright. Remembering the fate of the three elders sent a chill through their hearts. Losing one's cultivation is a torment more profound than death for a practitioner. They certainly did not wish to suffer the same fate as the three elders and promptly bowed their heads in unison, addressing Xiao Zhan. Yes, clan leader. Enough. You may leave. Take these three old fools away as well. With a wave of his hand, the crowd helped the three elders, now devoid of their powers, slink away from the courtyard. Father. Once the crowd had departed, Xiao Yan hurriedly approached Xiao Zhan, his face alight with excitement. His father's display was nothing short of formidable, stirring a sense of exhilaration within Xiao Yan and filling his expression with pride. Yinner, you have arrived. Seeing Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan's face broke into a faint smile. Father, now the elders will finally be unable to cause trouble. The memory of the three elders' tragic downfall flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, replaced by a glimmer of satisfaction. For the past 3 years, these elders had relentlessly targeted him, subjecting him to humiliation. Now, witnessing their downfall, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Yinner, remember, in this world, the strong are always revered. In the face of unparalleled strength, all schemes and conspiracies are but illusions. Xiao Zhan said calmly. Indeed, I understand, Father. Xiao Yan nodded. Certainly, had it not been for Father's formidable power today, he would not have been able to assert himself, and perhaps the position of clan leader would have truly been lost. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan clenched his fists. If I were a strong practitioner, how could Naylan Yinran dare to annul our engagement? How could the elders have the audacity to act so recklessly? Observing the fighting spirit igniting within Xiao Yan's eyes, Xiao Zhan smiled faintly. Little Yin hastened to grow stronger. Master, may I request that you allow me to cultivate using your extraordinary fire later? After a brief moment, Xiao Yan exited the courtyard, driven by an eagerness to strengthen himself upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words. No, your cultivation has yet to stabilize. We shall discuss it in a few days. Yao Chen firmly rejected Xiao Yan, instructing him with a serious tone. Disciple, the path of cultivation abhors impatience. Such a mindset is detrimental. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a shiver run through him and quickly nodded, saying, Teacher, I understand. Brother Yin. At that moment, Xiao Suner appeared before Xiao Yan, calling out sweetly. Sister Suner. A smile instantly graced Xiao Yan's face as he turned to look at her. Gazing at the young man, Xiao Suner paused slightly. It had only been a day since their last meeting, yet she felt that Xiao Yan seemed to radiate something new. When their eyes met, Suner finally discerned what had changed in the young man. It was confidence. After 3 years, the most radiant aura that had once adorned the youth seemed to have returned once more. Somewhat entranced by the subtle smile gracing his lips, Xiao Suner's lovely cheeks formed adorable dimples as she teased. It seems that Brother Yin no longer requires consolation. Chapter 15. Suner, Uncle has great expectations for both of you. After experiencing adversity, one must inevitably grow, no? Xiao Yan shrugged, his expression brimming with confidence. With the restoration of his cultivation talent, his mental state had undergone a profound transformation. Naylan Yinran will surely regret her decision. Xiao Suner pursed her lips, chuckling softly, her demeanor reminiscent of a judge passing sentence. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, casually adjusting his attire as he approached the young girl. Now aware that his father was a reincarnated immortal emperor and having awakened the fire spirit bloodline, Xiao Yan was filled with an unshakable confidence. What is Naylan Yinran compared to me? As he drew closer, Xiao Yan noticed that Xiao Suner had grown to nearly his height. His gaze swept over her youthful yet beautiful face, and he felt a momentary daze. The little girl who had once followed him around, snot-nosed and bare-bottomed, had blossomed into such a captivating beauty. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yan's gaze softened as he unabashedly pinched her delicate face, grinning. Suner has also grown up, but thankfully, you haven't forgotten how I used to stumble and fall while picking fruit for you. Stunned by Xiao Yan's affectionate gesture, Xiao Suner found herself momentarily lost in thought. Her sparkling, lively eyes fixated on his pure, obsidian gaze, and a gentle smile graced her heart. In their childhood, Brother Xiao Yan delighted in pinching her chubby little cheeks. However, ever since the incident 3 years prior, he had erected an emotional barrier, distancing himself from everyone. No matter how earnestly she attempted to approach him, his indifferent demeanor would invariably drive her away. He had truly returned, yet it seemed he still regarded her as the little shadow he once knew. How straightforward he was. Pouting slightly, she felt a flicker of joy at Xiao Yan's transformation. Nevertheless, the thought of leaving the Xiao family and departing from Brother Xiao Yan cast a shadow over her heart. The prospect of parting weighed heavily upon her, making her reluctant to leave this place and him. Yet, recalling the warning from the Xiao family elder the previous night, Xiao Sun felt an overwhelming sense of turmoil. If Brother Xiao Yan were to discover the impure intentions behind her visit, would he come to loathe her? At that moment, her heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. Sun, what troubles you? Noticing the unusual expression on her face, Xiao Yan revealed a hint of concern. It's nothing, Brother Xiao Yan. Is Uncle Xiao at home? Xiao Sun managed a forced smile, contemplating that perhaps it would be best to temporarily distance herself from the Xiao family, leaving only her most favorable impression on Brother Xiao Yan. I just came from his place, Xiao Yan replied casually. What is it? Do you need to speak with my father? Yes, Brother Xiao Yan. Would you accompany me to see Uncle Xiao? I happen to have some matters to discuss with you as well. The thought of bidding farewell to Brother Xiao Yan made her heart sink. Xiao Yan nodded, leading Xiao Sun towards the courtyard where Xiao Zhan resided. Disciple, your little girlfriend's background might not be as simple as it appears. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. Teacher, do you know her origins? Xiao Yan was taken aback, quickly querying in his heart. I sensed the presence of a strange fire within her. If I am not mistaken, she hails from one of the ancient 8 great clans. The voice of Yao Chen carried a hint of astonishment. The ancient 8 great clans? The ancient clan? Xiao Yan was bewildered upon hearing Yao Chen's words. It is not unusual for you to be unaware. When time permits, I shall elucidate the secrets of this continent to you. If Xiao Yan were merely a minor member of the Xiao family, Yao Chen would likely refrain from elaborating, knowing that with his current strength, he could not access such matters in the near future. However, as the son of the reincarnated immortal emperor, Xiao Yan's status was sufficiently elevated to place him among the elite second-generation members of the continent, prompting Yao Chen to disclose more. Before long, Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun arrived at Xiao Zhan's residence. Yinner, why have you returned? Upon seeing Xiao Yan reappear, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Zhan's eyes. Then, noticing Xiao Sun behind him, he understood immediately and smiled warmly. Sun has come as well. He had naturally inquired about her visit the previous night. Greetings, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Sun promptly stepped forward, greeting him sweetly. Over the years, Xiao Zhan had treated her with great kindness, which motivated her to come and inform him of her impending departure from the Xiao family. Is there something you wish to discuss, Sun? Xiao Zhan asked, gesturing for them to sit. After a moment of silence, Xiao Sun opened her mouth. Uncle Xiao, Brother Xiao Yan, I have come to bid you farewell. Farewell? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was taken aback and promptly inquired, Sun, are you leaving? Xiao Sun's expression was conflicted as she responded, no, I plan to return to my own family. What? Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Sun in disbelief. Sister Sun, why are you suddenly leaving? For reasons unknown. The news of Xiao Sun's departure caused a deep sense of discomfort and reluctance within him. Sun, you need not leave. Just as Xiao Sun was about to express her thoughts, Xiao Zhan interjected. Hearing this, Xiao Sun looked at Xiao Zhan in confusion. Wasn't he that elder from the Xiao family warning her to leave? If it was regarding the incident from the night before, there was no need for concern. With a warm smile, Xiao Zhan reassured her, over the years, I have regarded you as my own daughter. How could I bear to see you depart? Please do not overthink it. Uncle Xiao, are you suggesting? Xiao Sun was taken aback. Then a trace of joy illuminated her charming face. Did last night's warning from the elder not intend for her to leave the Xiao family after all? Xiao Zhan, noticing her astonishment, nodded gently. Sun, you should stay. I have observed the bond between you and Yinner. Upon hearing this, a deep blush surged on Xiao Sun's face, and she shyly cast a glance at Xiao Yan before lowering her head. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan felt a bit awkward. What on earth was his father implying? He regarded Sun as a sister, yet he found himself uncertain about his own feelings. Chapter 16. The perturbed Xiao Yan observing the bashful Xiao Sun. A smile flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Having read the original story, he was well aware of her affections for Xiao Yan. This daughter of the ancient clan as chief had harbored feelings for him since childhood. She was destined to be his daughter-in-law, and he cannot allow her to leave so easily. Who knew when she might return? If she were to be promised to another genius from the ancient clan, what would become of Xiao Yan? Xiao Zhan, being the pride of the ancient clan, was pursued by countless admirers. If she were to be with Xiao Yan, it would undoubtedly incite the envy of many talents. Those who yearned for her from the ancient clan would surely seek out Xiao Yan, leading to frequent confrontations over familial legacies. Wait, why am I thinking this way? Am I not setting my son up for trouble? No. I am merely considering Xiao Yan's future happiness. I'm a good father. How could I possibly cause my son distress? System, do you concur? This surely cannot be against the rules, can it? System. Sooner, heed your uncle's advice and remain at the Xiao family. Should Yinner dare to bully you, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall handle him for you. Xiao Zhan's tone was gentle, his gaze toward Xiao Zhan radiating warmth, causing her to feel an overwhelming shyness, making it difficult to meet Xiao Yan's eyes. Father. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Contemplating that his father had perhaps spoken too freely, he wished to interject, but found himself at a loss for words. Strangely, hearing his father's remarks stirred a peculiar delight within him, as if he were anticipating what his father would say next. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Under the persuasion of Xiao Zhan, Xiao Zhan finally acquiesced, albeit with a hint of reluctance, casting a shy glance at Xiao Yan. Fearful that her innermost feelings might be unveiled, a wave of joy surged within her. The mere prospect of remaining in the Xiao household and seeing her brother Xiao Yan every day filled her with immense contentment. Moreover, the implications within Xiao Zhan's words evoked a flutter of delight in her heart. Uncle Xiao seemed to hold a favorable opinion of me. To gain Xiao Zhan's approval was a source of great happiness for Xiao Zhan. Zhan, have you never dined with your uncle since coming to the Xiao family? Xiao Zhan inquired. This evening, I will arrange a sumptuous feast. You and Yinner should join me and share a few drinks. Observing the sensible and well-mannered Xiao Zhan, Xiao Zhan felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. This daughter-in-law was indeed a keeper. Thank you, Uncle Xiao, Xiao Zhan replied, her thoughts uncomplicated. The warmer Xiao Zhan's demeanor towards her, the happier she felt. Well then, Zhan, you may return for now. I have a few matters to discuss with your brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan's cheerful expression made Xiao Zhan feel an overwhelming sense of warmth. Then I shall take my leave, Xiao Zhan said, performing a graceful bow. She then glanced at Xiao Yan. Brother Yan, I shall be going now. Xiao Yan nodded, his thoughts drifting to his father's earlier comments, feeling somewhat unable to meet Xiao Zhan's gaze, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Yinner, if you have feelings for her, you must take the initiative, Xiao Zhan advised once Xiao Zhan had departed, giving his son a meaningful pat on the shoulder. Father, what are you saying? Zhan is my sister, Xiao Yan responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Well, she's not really your biological sister, is she? Why concern yourself with such trivialities? A true man should dare to love and pursue, Xiao Zhan encouraged, then boastfully recounted, in my prime, I was surrounded by countless beauties, with wives and concubines aplenty. His words were intended to craft a suave image of himself in Xiao Yan's mind. He hadn't forgotten that the paternal system not only provided the function of fatherly love, but also promised blessings for progeny. The more heirs he could beget, the greater the rewards from the system. Thus, he aimed to plant the seed of ambition in Xiao Yan's heart. You, your father, are a man who dares to love and pursue. If you like her, then go after her. Just know that I had my share of admirers. He added with a flourish. Countless beauties? A multitude of wives and concubines? Xiao Yan was taken aback, staring incredulously at his father. Father, I had no idea you were such a charming figure. It was as if he was meeting his father for the first time. The previous Xiao Zhan had never shown much interest in women. What was this? Dominating the world and indulging in the company of beautiful women. This was the essence of true masculinity. Xiao Zhan radiated confidence, silently calculating his plans. Once he had sent Xiao Yan away to Wutan City, he would embark on his own journey of acquiring wives. Yinner, do you truly consider Zhan as nothing more than a sister? Xiao Zhan's gaze bore into Xiao Yan's, his tone laced with urgency. If one day you see Zhan in the embrace of another man, how would you feel? Would you accept it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, I suppose I would find it somewhat unacceptable. Unacceptable? Then do not claim that your relationship is purely fraternal. Xiao Zhan stated bluntly, it seems to me that Zhan harbors feelings for you that transcend mere sibling affection. Yinner, if you have feelings, seize the opportunity. Although Zhan possesses a noble status, as my son, you are no less than anyone else. Xiao Zhan placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Yinner, as a man, you must never procrastinate. I have paved the way for you with Zhan. Tonight presents a splendid opportunity. It is up to you to make your move. Tonight? Xiao Yan's expression changed as he recalled Xiao Zhan's invitation for Xiao Sun to join them for dinner. His face suddenly paled. Father, you cannot mean that you want me to. What are you thinking? Do you think I am such a person? Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes in exasperation, declaring with righteous fervor, what I mean is, tonight you should encourage Sun to drink a little more, allowing the two of you to deepen your bond. Father, there's truly no need for that between Sun and me. Xiao Yan attempted to protest, but was cut off by his father. Enough. I've already arranged the opportunity for you. I am quite satisfied with Sun. If you cannot win her over, you shall see how I will deal with you. Xiao Zhan asserted, leaving no room for further argument. Soon after, Xiao Yan was ushered out by Xiao Zhan. Master, why is my father so unreasonable? Xiao Yan lamented, feeling somewhat despondent. To his surprise, even the Celestial Emperor seemed to have a personality of his own. Disciple, Xiao Sun is indeed a commendable choice. Trust in the Celestial Emperor's judgment. It shall not lead you astray. The voice of Yao Lao echoed, seemingly in agreement with Xiao Zhan's actions. You two are cut from the same cloth. Chapter 17. Sun is inebriated. You should assist her to bed. After Xiao Yan's departure, Xiao Zhan promptly instructed his subordinates to procure several bottles of cloud, mist fine wine from the middle auction house. This exquisite wine was renowned for its exceptional quality, reportedly hailing from the imperial capital and available only to the nobility, commanding a steep price. Moreover, the unique characteristic of this cloud mist fine wine was that once consumed, it could not be expelled through Dou Qi. Even those at the Dou master level would find themselves thoroughly intoxicated. Of course, for someone like Xiao Zhan, who was entrenched in the family domain, this fine wine would have no effect on him. Yinner, tonight rests entirely on your shoulders, he mused, a smile gracing his lips as he considered the scheme he had orchestrated. Should it succeed, his cultivation would undergo a monumental transformation. What, miss? You do not intend to leave? In Xiao Sun's room, Ling Ying expressed disbelief at her decision. The Xiao clan was guarded by formidable powers. Remaining in the Xiao family offered no further chances of success. He could not fathom why Xiao Sun wished to stay. Well, Ling Shifu, Uncle Xiao has no intention of driving me away. As long as we behave ourselves, that esteemed elder of the Xiao family will not act against us. Xiao Sun reflected on Xiao Zhan's earlier words, her heart swelling with joy. With Uncle Xiao's recognition, did this not imply that her relationship with Brother Xiao Yan? Miss, considering the strength of the Xiao clan, it is meaningless for us to remain here. Why not return to the clan directly? Ling Ying gazed at Xiao Sun in confusion. The prior night's events had left him with lingering apprehension, and he truly did not dare to remain in the Xiao family any longer. At his words, a faint blush crept on Xiao Sun's face as she hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Perhaps, Ling Shifu, you should return to the clan first. Ling Ying was utterly perplexed, but I was dispatched to protect Xiao Sun. If she did not return, what sense did it make for him to return alone? Miss, you cannot be staying in the Xiao family for Brother Xiao Yan, can you? Observing the shyness that graced Xiao Sun's features, Ling Ying's heart sank. It appeared that she had genuinely developed feelings for that so-called waste of the Xiao family. Master Ling, what nonsense are you talking about? Upon hearing Ling Ying's words, Xiao Sun displayed a charming pout, her shyness evident to anyone with keen eyes. Anyway, I'm not leaving just yet. Uncle Xiao has invited me to dinner tonight. It's the first time in all these years that he has expressed his approval of me, so I must make a good impression. Observing the enraptured and joyful Xiao Sun, Ling Ying felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was clear the young lady had completely succumbed to her feelings. Nightfall soon enveloped them. Brother Xiao Yan, it's time for us to go. We shouldn't keep Uncle Xiao waiting. Xiao Sun's melodious voice rang out as she approached Xiao Yan's room, prompting him to hastily cease his training and open the door. Now, Xiao Sun had donned a tasteful light green outfit, the delicate hue enhancing her youthful purity. A pair of snug trousers accentuated her slender, elongated legs, revealing a curvaceous silhouette. With long legs, a pert backside, and a subtly developed bosom, Xiao Sun resembled a vibrant young maiden from Earth, exuding an alluring aura of youth. Moreover, it was her unique, graceful charm that Xiao Yan had never encountered in any other girl. Perhaps his father was right. If one does not pursue their affections, they might miss out entirely. As he gazed at the vivacious Xiao Sun, Xiao Yan mused to himself. Brother Xiao Yan, what are you staring at? Let us hurry. Sensing Xiao Yan's gaze, Xiao Sun shyly urged him. You look truly beautiful today, Sun. Perhaps having come to a realization, Xiao Yan unabashedly complimented her. Indeed, this is the first time Uncle Xiao has invited me to dinner in 3 years. I'm quite flattered and must dress beautifully. Xiao Yan's candid praise elicited a crescent-shaped smile from Xiao Sun, who playfully giggled. With a resigned shake of his head, A cheerful Xiao Yan exchanged a few words with her as they made their way to Xiao Zhan's residence. You two have finally arrived. Please take a seat. Upon seeing Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan enter together, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but smile. It must be said that they made quite a complementary pair. His actions today were indeed for their benefit. There was absolutely no ulterior motive. Uncle Xiao, I'm sorry for our tardiness. Xiao Suner expressed her apologies graciously before settling down. No worries, no worries. You two can just drink 3 cups as a penalty. Xiao Zhan waved his hand dismissively, gesturing towards the wine jug on the table. Xiao Suner was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her bright eyes. Beside her, Xiao Yan stared blankly at his father. 3 cups as a penalty? Father, are you serious? Is this what you call no worries? Of course, Xiao Zhan replied, waving his hand as if it were a trivial matter. Regaining her composure, Xiao Suner smiled sweetly and poured herself a cup, slowly drinking it down. Then came the second, and the third. Brother Xiao Yan, it's your turn. After finishing her 3 cups, a rosy hue crept onto Xiao Suner's cheeks, indicating her low tolerance for alcohol. Witnessing this, Xiao Zhan smiled subtly. The worse the alcohol tolerance, the better. Seeing Xiao Suner had consumed 3 cups, Xiao Yan felt compelled to follow suit, and quickly downed 3 cups as well. Come now, don't just drink, eat. Xiao Zhan enthusiastically encouraged. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Suner nodded, modestly taking a bite. Now, don't just eat. Suner, join your uncle for a drink. Xiao Zhan insisted. Startled, Xiao Suner's face brightened with a sweet smile. All right, I'll toast Uncle Xiao. Yinner, Suner is a girl. Why don't you join her for a drink? Xiao Zhan nudged Xiao Yan with his foot. Xiao Yan, exasperated, reluctantly lifted his cup. Suner, let us drink together. Okay, Xiao Suner replied with a delightful smile, her delicate cheeks growing even rosier. Uncle Xiao, let me pour you another drink. Brother Xiao Yan, let us have another drink, she added. As cup after cup of wine was consumed, Xiao Suner became thoroughly intoxicated, her head spinning, yet her lovely face was adorned with a perpetual sweet smile. Observing this, Xiao Zhan activated the family's domain, sensing a lurking figure concealed in the shadows not far away, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Yinner, Suner is drunk. You should help her to the guest room to rest. Father, isn't this inappropriate? At that moment, Xiao Yan, somewhat tipsy himself, had a foggy gaze. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, he turned to glance at the inebriated Xiao Suner beside him, his eyes slightly dazed. Smack! Xiao Zhan slapped the back of Xiao Yan's head. What are you thinking? I told you to help her to bed, not to sleep with her. Xiao Zhan regarded Xiao Yan with disdain. The boy had far too fanciful notions. Father, I didn't mean that, Xiao Yan stammered, embarrassment flushing his face as he sobered slightly. It was over. His father must surely think poorly of him now. Enough chatter. Quickly assist Suner to rest. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, dismissing any further discussions. All right, Xiao Yan replied, chagrined, as he helplessly supported Xiao Suner's delicate form, guiding her slowly towards the exit. Behind them, Xiao Zhan watched the pair depart, sensing the lurking figure outside the courtyard, a sly grin spreading across his face. Yinner, I assure you, I'm not leading you astray. I am aiding you. System, you agree, right? Organizing a lifelong commitment for my son shouldn't be considered a violation of any rules, should it? System, why hasn't the young lady emerged yet? Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Ling Ying lurked in the shadows, his attention fixated on the door. After yesterday's harrowing experience, he no longer dared to approach and could only patiently wait outside for Xiao Suner to appear. As time passed, and with no sign of Xiao Suner, Ling Ying grew increasingly anxious. Isn't it just dinner? Have it take this long? He contemplated sneaking into check, but hesitated, recalling the formidable Xiao clan warrior from the previous day. Yesterday's warning was one thing. Today could be entirely different. If he inadvertently provoked that powerful individual, he might face dire consequences. That would be a most unjust demise. Just as Ling Ying's impatience mounted, the door to Xiao Zhan's room finally swung open. Ling Ying's heart raced, and he quickly turned his gaze in that direction. To his astonishment, he saw Xiao Yan supporting the unconscious Xiao Suner as they emerged from the room. What has happened to the young lady? Ling Ying immediately sensed something was amiss. Xiao Suner leaned against Xiao Yan, seemingly devoid of consciousness. Could it be? As this troubling scene unfolded, an ominous thought crossed Ling Ying's mind. That Xiao Yan fellow, he wouldn't dare to have ill intentions towards the young lady, would he? Upon contemplating this, Ling Ying's heart tightened. His gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yan, a flicker of anger manifesting upon his countenance. What a despicable fellow you are, Xiao Yan. How could you betray the genuine affection my young mistress harbors for you? Ling Ying braced himself, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Should Xiao Yan exhibit even the slightest inappropriate behavior, he would immediately intervene to reclaim his mistress. This is troubling. Indeed, this scoundrel is far from virtuous. At that moment, Ling Ying observed Xiao Yan supporting Xiao Zhan as they made their way to a nearby guest room, a flash of indignation crossing his eyes. In the next instant, Ling Ying transformed into a fleeting shadow, positioning himself before Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, what do you intend to do? Ling Ying demanded, glaring fiercely at him. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of Ling Ying, Xiao Yan's expression faltered, followed by a hint of wariness. Who are you? The figure clad in black was unfamiliar to him. The aura emanating from this individual instilled a sense of dread within him. This man is a formidable adversary. Disciple. This person is at the Dou Huang level. You are no match for him, echoed Yao Chen's voice in Xiao Yan's mind, laced with a note of caution. What? A Dou Huang expert? At this revelation, Xiao Yan was startled, instantly shaking off his tipsy haze. No, why should I be afraid? He suddenly remembered that this was his father's courtyard. With his father, the celestial emperor, present, how could a mere Dou Huang threaten him? With newfound confidence, Xiao Yan met Ling Ying's gaze directly. Who are you to dare intrude upon the Xiao family? Ling Ying, naturally, would not reveal his identity. He merely regarded Xiao Yan coldly. Hand her over to me, or do not blame me for being impolite. This individual seeks to claim Sister Zhan? Xiao Yan glanced at the unconscious Xiao Zhan in his arms and retorted loudly. On what ground should I surrender Sister Zhan to you? Given that the man in black dared not reveal his own identity, Xiao Yan felt no trust in relinquishing Xiao Zhan into his hands. If that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Ling Ying's conviction that Xiao Yan harbored ill intentions toward his young mistress solidified, with a cold snort. He charged directly at Xiao Yan. Ding! Detected that your son, Xiao Yan, has provoked an enemy of the 9-star Dou Huang level, triggering the father's love as mount effect. Your strength is elevated to the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Huang. In the room, a sudden alert resonated in Xiao Zhan's mind. In an instant, his cultivation soared, elevating him to the 9-star Dou Huang level. Well done, my son. Feeling the surge of power within him, Xiao Zhan's lips curled into a slight smile. He then activated the family domain, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. How swift! As he witnessed Ling Ying barreling towards him, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the might of a Dou Huang? Truly terrifying. As he turned to flee, he was suddenly met with a dazzling sight. A towering figure materialized before him, obstructing Ling Ying's assault. To harm others on the territory of my Xiao family, you truly lack decorum. Xiao Zhan's expression was calm as he slowly extended his right palm, forcefully sweeping it toward the oncoming Ling Ying. Slap! In the next moment, Ling Ying's figure was sent flying like a shooting star, ejected from the Xiao residence. Return and inform Gu Yuan that I am quite pleased with Zhan. She shall henceforth be the bride of my Xiao family. Suspended in midair, Ling Ying was left in shock, the domineering voice of Xiao Zhan echoing in his ears. Bang! Moments later, Ling Ying landed safely, only to find himself outside the Xiao residence. Disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? How could Xiao Zhan possess such formidable power? Ling Ying stared at the imposing gates of the Xiao residence, astonishment flooding his eyes. He had encountered Xiao Zhan several times and was well aware that the man was merely a lowly Dou master. How could he unleash such overwhelming strength? Could it be that the individual from last night was indeed Xiao Zhan? Ling Ying suddenly recalled the scene of being sent flying the previous night, uncertainty flashing in his eyes. Miss, remembering Xiao Zhan's earlier words, Ling Ying's expression tightened, preparing to charge back into the Xiao family grounds. However, as he approached the entrance, an invisible force hurled him back once more. Chapter 19. Xiao Yan's exhilaration, Yao Chen's shock. This, after being thrown back, disbelief washed over Ling Ying's features. What manner of technique is this? He examined his body, finding no injuries. Though the power had felt immense, it had not harmed him. Clearly, the intention was not to inflict injury. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Ling Ying felt no desire for combat. Yet the thought of his mistress remaining inside ignited a sense of urgency within him. Should anything befall her, he feared he would not survive. With this in mind, Ling Ying gazed at the gates of the Xiao residence, and once more, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, attempting to breach the threshold. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. As his body neared the gates, he was once again repelled by an unseen force. Ling Ying, do not be so foolish. Were it not for the consideration of the ancient clan, you would already be dead. Just as Ling Ying readied himself for another attempt, a voice resonated from within the Xiao residence. Xiao Zhan. Upon hearing this voice, Ling Ying's figure froze in place. Recalling Xiao Zhan's formidable display of power, a conflicted expression crossed his face. Given his own strength, even if he were to perish within the Xiao family, he would likely be unable to rescue his mistress. From Xiao Zhan's words, he sensed a profound intent to kill. Should he persist in his invasion of the Xiao residence, it was likely that he would truly face death. He could only return to his clan and report the situation to the clan leader. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Ying cast one last glance at the gates of the Xiao residence before swiftly vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan and Yao Chen at the entrance, they remained unaware of Ling Ying's encounter. "Father, you are truly remarkable." Witnessing Xiao Zhan's sudden appearance and the effortless manner in which he had sent the black-clad man flying, Xiao Yan was filled with elation. The power of his father was utterly terrifying. That individual had been a Dou Huang expert. In the Jiama Empire, such a figure could dominate. Yet before his father, he was akin to an ant, easily swatted away. This left Xiao Yan profoundly astonished. Merely a Dou Huang, just an insignificant insect, Xiao Zhan remarked nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yan, though his heart brimmed with excitement. "What a fine son. My ability to break through to 9-star Dou Huang is largely thanks to you." Meanwhile, within the ring in Xiao Yan's possession, Yao Chen shared in the astonishment. His shock did not stem from Xiao Zhan's display of strength, for he regarded it as both impressive and entirely expected. After all, the man was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. A mere Dou Huang was inconsequential. Had it been during Yao Chen's prime, a Dou Huang would have been but an ant. What truly astonished Yao Chen was Xiao Zhan's mention of Gu Yuan in his earlier words. Originating from a medicinal clan, and being a renowned figure in Zhongzhou, Yao Chen was well aware of Gu Yuan's significance. The ancient 8 clans, the patriarch of the ancient clan, the unparalleled existence at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint, the patriarch of the ancient clan, even when gazing across the entire Dou Qi Continent, stands as one of the most formidable powers. Yet just moments ago, Xiao Zhan audaciously instructed Ling Ying that Gu Yuan should personally come to the Xiao family to demand a person. Were it anyone else, Yao Chen would undoubtedly laugh at their presumption and ignorance. However, when it comes to Xiao Zhan, Yao Chen merely finds it to be entirely reasonable. The esteemed immortal emperor certainly possesses the authority to utter such words. Yao Chen recalls that Xiao Zhan had previously stated, despite his current strength being nearly non-existent, as long as no Dou emperor emerges, no one in the Dou Qi Continent can contend with him. Just now, the immortal emperor directly provoked Gu Yuan, serving as the finest testament to this assertion. Who in the world would dare to issue such a brazen challenge to the patriarch of the ancient clan? It is likely that even the Soul Clan's leader, the Soul Emperor, would not dare to speak so audaciously. To the immortal emperor, a mere Dou Huang might not even be regarded as an ant. Overcome with excitement, Yao Chen could not help but emerge from his ring, gazing at Xiao Zhan with reverence. "All right, Yinner, you should assist Sun'er in returning to rest," Xiao Zhan said casually, as if having just swatted away a Dou Huang was as trivial as crushing a mosquito. "Yes, father." At this moment, Xiao Yan's inebriation had completely dissipated, and the memory of the earlier scene filled him with exhilaration. After helping Xiao Sun to her guest room to sleep, he hurried back to his own quarters. "Master, I feel my realm is quite stable now. May I summon the Bone Spirit Cold Fire to aid in my cultivation tonight?" Under Yao Chen's tutelage, Xiao Yan had learned much about the secrets of the Dou Qi Continent. Not only understanding what exotic fires were, but also discovering that the pure white flame Yao Chen wielded was known as the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Ranked 11th on the list of exotic fires. The thought that there are a total of 23 exotic fires in this world filled Xiao Yan with immense excitement. Just a single exotic fire has significantly accelerated his cultivation speed. If he could gather all these exotic fires, to what heights of power could he ascend? Would he become a Dou Emperor? Or perhaps transcend into the vast world his father spoke of? Xiao Yan firmly believed that, with the wondrous fire spirit bloodline within him, he would one day collect every exotic fire in existence. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yao Chen nodded and released the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. He regarded Xiao Yan, who promptly entered a state of cultivation, with a peculiar expression. What a splendid opportunity, yet this lad chooses to immerse himself in cultivation. Truly a foolish boy, wasting the immortal emperor's thoughtful intentions. It was unexpected that he had smoothly reached the 9-star Dou Huang realm. In the room, Xiao Zhan felt the immense power within him, and a look of joy spread across his face. This sensation was entirely different from the augmented strength conferred by the family domain. As he sensed the rich Dou Qi surging within him, Xiao Zhan felt a profound sense of security. This was the true strength that belonged to him, which would not vanish simply due to his departure from the Xiao family's sphere of influence. While the family domain's power was indeed invincible, Xiao Zhan regarded it merely as a tool for combat. It was ultimately an external force. Nonetheless, even as an external force, the family domain was of artifact-level quality. It was through the power of the family domain that he could brazenly provoke the Yunlan sect and challenge the patriarch of the ancient clan, Gu Yuan. Within the Xiao family's territory, even if Gu Yuan, at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint Realm, were to arrive, Xiao Zhan would harbor no trepidation, remaining in an invincible state. In Wutan City, the most powerful presence belonged to the 9-star Dou Huang, Ling Ying. It was high time for Yinner to venture out and gain experience. Feeling the strength of the 9-star Dou Huang coursing through him, Xiao Zhan displayed a faint smile. To rapidly enhance his power, he must rely on his sons to activate the fatherly strength effect. At this moment in Wutan City, he had become the strongest. Even with the activation of the fatherly strength effect, Xiao Zhan could not further elevate his power. Only by sending Xiao Yan away from Wutan City to encounter more formidable foes could he have the chance to continue his ascent. Yinner, it is time for you to venture outside, he declared. In Wutan City, he had established himself as the unrivaled powerhouse. Even with the fatherly strength effect triggered, Xiao Zhan could not amplify his prowess. Thus, he needed to allow Xiao Yan to roam beyond the city, where he could confront stronger adversaries, thereby presenting Xiao Zhan with an opportunity to enhance his strength. During this time, Xiao Zhan had devoted considerable thought to his advantageous ability. The fatherly love is like a mountain function, essentially meant that by activating the fatherly strength effect, he could grow stronger. As long as his sons triggered this effect by inciting powerful enemies, he would swiftly gain in strength. However, to enable his sons to activate this effect, they could not remain sheltered at home. Currently, within Wutan City, with Xiao Zhan's 9-star Dou Huang strength, he was an invincible entity. If Xiao Yan continued to linger in Wutan City, even if the fatherly strength effect were activated, it would be of no benefit to Xiao Zhan. Therefore, he had to let Xiao Yan roam freely. As long as Xiao Yan could provoke foes stronger than himself, Xiao Zhan's power would rise rapidly. Thus, he had no choice but to push Xiao Yan out of the family home, urging him to continually seek out formidable adversaries. A reminder echoed in his mind. The fatherly love is like a mountain function, can only be activated by the host's sons, naturally provoking powerful enemies. Any subjective incitement from the host is ineffective. Just as this thought surfaced in Xiao Zhan's mind, a notification from the system suddenly resonated within his consciousness. Xiao Zhan paused for a moment, then a smile broke across his face. System, I did not incite Yinner to cause trouble. I am merely preparing him for training and trials. Is that considered a violation? Xiao Zhan asserted earnestly. His intentions were solely to empower Xiao Yan. After all, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never truly flourish. Only through external trials could one become a true powerhouse. His decision to send Xiao Yan away from the Xiao family was purely for his training, not to instigate conflict. System, is it wrong for me to hone my own son? Xiao Zhan questioned defiantly. System, I almost forgot. Besides Xiao Yan, I have 2 other sons. Xiao Zhan suddenly recalled that he had 3 sons. His eldest, Xiao Ding, and his second son, Xiao Li. Although these 2 lacked the fortune of being the child of destiny like Xiao Yan, they were still his sons. As long as they encountered formidable opponents, they too could trigger the fatherly strength effect. It seems he must seek an opportunity to pay a visit to these 2 sons. Having read the original text, Xiao Zhan knew that Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were currently in the Stone Desert City within the Tagore Desert. Furthermore, the 2 had formed a mercenary group, achieving modest success. Xiao Zhan had no intention of letting them off easily. What merits could come from forming a mere mercenary group? If one is to establish a mercenary band, they must venture into the Black Horner region to truly make a name for themselves. What future could there be in muddling about the Tagore Desert? Xiao Zhan mused that he must seize the opportunity to visit the Tagore Desert and provide these 2 sons with a proper education. In addition to the fatherly love is like a mountain function, the system possessed a more children, more blessings feature. By having an additional offspring, the host would receive rewards from the system. Xiao Zhan had long since devised plans for this, waiting for Xiao Yan to embark on his journey before executing them. Speaking of the system function that rewards abundance of offspring, it indeed resonates with the notion of paternal love being as steadfast as a mountain. The more progeny one has, the greater the likelihood of triggering the fatherly competition effect, does it not? If his descendants are plentiful and spread across the entire continent, It would mean that the opportunity to activate this effect could arise at any moment. It appears that I must also exert effort in this matter. A faint smile graced Xiao Zhan's lips. He is currently in the prime of his life, with remarkable vitality, making such endeavors exceedingly effortless for him. Furthermore, since the death of Xiao Yan's mother, he has maintained an exemplary lifestyle, accumulating a substantial reservoir of inner strength. With this foundation, Xiao Zhan is confident that he can achieve resounding success. In addition to the two inherent functions of the system, Xiao Zhan has not overlooked the formidable weapon that is the family domain. As long as he remains within the influence of the Xiao clan, he can harness the power of the family domain, placing him in an invincible state. This implies that the larger the Xiao family's influence and the more territory they control, the more extensive the coverage of the family domain will be. To enhance the domain's reach, Xiao Zhan must focus on expanding the Xiao family's power. Starting with the unification of Wutan City, a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. Given his current strength, he is already an unrivaled force within Wutan City. By vanquishing the Jialia and Uba families, the Xiao clan can easily dominate the entire city. After all, the strongest members of these two families are merely great fighters. With Xiao Zhan's current might, he could obliterate them with a mere gesture. Uncle Xiao, I apologize for the trouble I caused you last night. The following morning, Xiao Suner finally awoke, feeling a twinge of embarrassment upon seeing Xiao Zhan in the courtyard. She felt somewhat anxious, wondering if she had said anything inappropriate while intoxicated. Suner, you're awake. There's no trouble at all. It was your brother Xiao Yan who assisted you to rest last night. We are family. There is no need for such formality. Go and fetch your brother Xiao Yan to join us for breakfast. Uncle Xiao has matters to discuss with him. Observing the obedient demeanor of Xiao Suner, a warm smile adorned Xiao Zhan's face. In his heart, he had already regarded Xiao Suner as his future daughter-in-law, and thus, his instructions were quite unreserved. Yes, I will go call brother Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiao Zhan's attitude towards her, Xiao Suner felt a sense of relief. Her heart brimming with joy as she went to summon Xiao Yan. Last night, it was her brother Xiao Yan who had helped her to sleep. Surely, he had not done anything inappropriate? Furthermore, Uncle Xiao had just referred to them as family. This thought flitted through her mind, causing her lovely face to flush with shyness, while her eyes sparkled with delight. Father, did you call for me? Moments later, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan entered the courtyard together. Let's have breakfast first. Suner has not eaten yet and must be hungry. Xiao Zhan ordered the preparation of the meal, and soon the three of them sat down to eat, creating a genuine familial atmosphere. Xiao Suner cherished this ambience. Uncle Xiao inviting her to share a meal signified his complete acceptance of her. With this thought, she couldn't help but steal a glance at her brother Xiao Yan, who was earnestly eating. Father, may I speak now? Xiao Yan quickly finished his meal and turned his curious gaze toward Xiao Zhan. Yinner, you are nearing adulthood. It is time for you to venture out into the world. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan slowly set down his chopsticks and spoke earnestly. Chapter 21. The Path to Death. Avoiding conflict is a sign of mediocrity. Father, what do you mean by that? Xiao Yan asked, perplexed by Xiao Zhan's words. Xiao Zhan glanced at Xiao Suner and suddenly smiled. Suner, could you please fetch a pot of hot tea? Startled for a moment, Xiao Suner understood that Xiao Zhan had private matters to discuss with her brother. With a sweet smile, she obediently replied, of course, Uncle Xiao. Please wait a moment, brother. With that, she turned and left the room. Yinner, a true man aspires to greatness. After Xiao Suner departed, Xiao Zhan rose slowly and spoke with heartfelt sincerity to Xiao Yan. You are soon to be of age. It is time for you to explore this continent. Starting tomorrow, you shall leave the Xiao clan and Wutan City. Xiao Yan's face registered surprise. Father, you want me to leave the Xiao clan? Leave Wutan City? From the moment you were born, you have never faced life or death battles. A person's potential only erupts like a volcano when their life is threatened. Continuing to cultivate in a tepid manner, as you have in the past, will likely prevent you from ever becoming a true powerhouse. Xiao Zhan's gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yan, his expression stern. You lack no talent for cultivation. What you lack is the rigorous training that comes from blood and steel. Only through the trials of bloodshed will you undergo a true metamorphosis. After speaking, Xiao Zhan approached and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, his face filled with the hope of a father wishing for his son to succeed. Yinner, do you understand what I am saying? Xiao Yan's expression turned contemplative. Disciple, the esteemed immortal emperor is correct. At that moment, Yao Chen could no longer contain himself and emerged from the ring. Staying in Wutan City, under the protection of the immortal emperor, you will never truly grow. To become a formidable warrior, one must endure numerous hardships. While you may grow stronger under the immortal emperor's protection, there will always remain a significant gap between you and the true powerhouses. Assuming a mentor stance, Yao Chen supported Xiao Zhan's decision and counseled Xiao Yan. Hearing Yao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan secretly nodded in approval. It must be said, Yao Chen is indeed an excellent teacher, far superior to certain individuals who merely prattle on without substance. Very well, since both my father and teacher have spoken thus, I shall leave Wutan City tomorrow to traverse the continent and hone my skills. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan's face suddenly radiated determination as he addressed Xiao Zhan and Yao Chen. Excellent. This is the son I, Xiao Zhan, am proud of. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's agreement, Xiao Zhan's heart soared with joy, a look of appreciation gracing his features. As long as Xiao Yan is willing to venture forth, it is only a matter of time before he encounters formidable opponents, triggering the fatherly competition effect, thus yielding great rewards for himself. However, to ensure that Xiao Yan can act without restraint, Xiao Zhan felt it necessary to impart some additional wisdom. Yinner, since you have come to this understanding, allow me to offer you 2 more pieces of advice that I hope will prove beneficial. Xiao Zhan pondered briefly before directing his gaze at Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan donned a serious expression. Father, please speak. I will surely remember your words. Xiao Zhan nodded and began to speak slowly. Yinner, while you will inevitably encounter conflicts during your travels, as long as you ascertain that your adversary is indeed an enemy, and they possess the means to bring about their own demise, do not show them mercy. Otherwise, you will only invite trouble upon yourself. At this, a contemplative look appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes, and he nodded earnestly. Father, I shall remember. Indeed, being lenient towards enemies is tantamount to being cruel to oneself. Yao Chen also echoed Xiao Zhan's sentiment, marveling at his insight. In his heart, he admired the immortal emperor for his exceptional character and perspective, realizing that the immortal emperor must have been stained with the blood of countless foes in his past. Seeing Xiao Yan's earnest expression, Xiao Zhan smiled slightly and continued. Yinner, as you venture out into the world, it is inevitable that you will encounter discomfort and matters that may vex your heart. In such instances, you must never endure in silence, nor should you acquiesce. A true man must be fearless, resolute, and unyielding. Do not shy away from trouble, nor fear it. It is the coward who avoids confrontation. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of perplexity gracing his features. Is my father encouraging me to instigate trouble? He pondered, bewildered, as other elders from various families typically admonish their juniors against such actions. Yet here was his father, seemingly advocating for him to provoke conflict. Yao Chen, too, wore a look of confusion, but soon his face transformed into one of reverence. Although he did not fully grasp the intention behind the Celestial Emperor's words, he knew that whatever the Celestial Emperor proclaimed must surely be correct. Disciple, the Celestial Emperor speaks the truth. To shy away from confrontation is the mark of mediocrity. Do you wish to be a mediocre individual? Yao Chen could no longer contain his thoughts upon witnessing Xiao Yan's silence. Of course not. I, Xiao Yan, shall never be a mediocre person. Xiao Yan resolutely shook his head, determination etched across his face. Father, I understand now. To avoid confrontation is to be mediocre. Once I step outside, I shall not fear adversity. Whenever I encounter injustice or discontent, I will not stand idly by. I will act when the moment calls for it. Excellent. It is rare to see you possess such awareness, Yinner. Xiao Zhan could not help but exclaim with pride upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Little Yan's insight is truly extraordinary. It is no wonder he is destined to become a great Dou Emperor. As long as Xiao Yan adhered to his own convictions, he would undoubtedly attract adversaries quickly. At this thought, a subtle smile graced Xiao Zhan's lips. A reminder from the system interrupted his musings. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain, can only be activated when the host's son naturally provokes situations. Any subjective instigation from the host will be ineffective. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flicker of discontent within. When have I ever instigated? The words I just shared were merely sagacious maxims from a certain divine king. I was merely guiding my son. Does that count as instigation? He thought indignantly. System, you are slandering me. You are questioning the divine king. You are courting your own demise. After grappling with the system's remarks, Xiao Zhan refocused his attention on his beloved son. Yinner, as your father, I will not completely neglect your journey. If you ever find yourself in a perilous situation, simply call for me, and I shall appear before you in an instant. Among his 3 sons, Xiao Yan alone bore the fortune of destiny. Xiao Zhan would never allow him to walk a path toward death. With a thought, Xiao Zhan produced a jade talisman, the very one rewarded by the system during their previous encounter. Yinner, extend your hand. Though somewhat puzzled, Xiao Yan obediently extended his right hand. Xiao Zhan then drew the talisman across Xiao Yan's palm, slicing it slightly to draw a drop of blood, which stained the jade. Ouch! Xiao Yan winced in pain, and just as he was about to speak, he witnessed the talisman erupting in dazzling light upon contact with his blood. The next moment, a radiant beam surged into Xiao Yan's body, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yan's expression transformed into one of astonishment. This jade talisman allows your father to sense your location instantly. Should you ever find yourself in a life-threatening crisis, just call for me, and I will come to your aid without delay, Xiao Zhan explained, noting Xiao Yan's confusion. His actions were merely to activate the talisman, with Xiao Yan's blood upon it. The talisman would create a portal, enabling Xiao Zhan to teleport directly to his side at any moment. What a remarkable jade talisman! Xiao Yan marveled at the artifact in his father's hand. My father truly is the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, possessing such treasures. Initially uncertain about venturing out, Xiao Yan felt reassured by his father's promise. He resolved to embody his father's will and ensure he would not disappoint him. After all, should danger arise, his father would be there to rescue him. With this thought, his anxiety dissipated. Yao Chen, witnessing Xiao Zhan's prowess, was thoroughly impressed. Rest assured, Celestial Emperor, I shall ensure Xiao Yan remains unharmed, he vowed. At this declaration, Xiao Zhan's heart leaped, and he cast a scrutinizing glance at Yao Chen, his brow furrowing. He had nearly forgotten about this old fellow. If he intervenes, will there be any opportunity for me to act? This could jeopardize my efforts. He mused. No, I cannot allow this old man to usurp my role. With that, Xiao Zhan addressed Yao Chen sternly. Given your current condition, it would be wise for you not to intervene. Doing so might lead you into a deep slumber. Xiao Yan needs your guidance during his journey. If you fall asleep, I would genuinely be concerned for this lad. Feeling the weight of responsibility, Yao Chen solemnly replied, Rest assured, Celestial Emperor, I will diligently guide Xiao Yan. Very well. Xiao Zhan finally nodded in satisfaction. I have said all that needs to be said. Prepare yourself well. You shall depart tomorrow. And do not forget to speak with Sun'er before you leave. She is a good girl. Do not let her down. Xiao Zhan cast a meaningful glance at the young woman standing at the door, offering heartfelt advice. I understand, father. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then responded with gravity. Brother Xiao Yan. At that moment, the girl at the door called out to him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan stiffened, then slowly turned around. His gaze fell upon the perfectly curved silhouette, and a gentle smile graced his face as he approached the dreamy-eyed girl in green. Observing this scene, Xiao Zhan smiled faintly and retreated into his study, giving the pair some privacy. Yao Chen, too, understood and discreetly withdrew into his ring. Brother Xiao Yan, are you leaving? The slightly melancholic voice of the girl reached Xiao Yan's ears before he had even approached her. Pausing momentarily, Xiao Yan nodded helplessly and stepped closer to stand beside Sun'er. Turning his head, he noticed her exquisite face bearing a hint of sorrow. He smiled softly and reached out, gently patting her head before running his fingers through her silky hair, the comforting sensation nearly intoxicating him. Are you leaving Wu Tan City, Brother Xiao Yan? Sun'er asked softly, allowing Xiao Yan to play with her hair, untouched by any other man. Yes, he nodded, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Sun'er, my father is right. A true man must venture forth into the world. Only through trials and tribulations can one become strong. Is it because of Nalan Yanran? In the depths of her watery gaze lurked an inexplicable chill. Sun'er gently bit her crimson lip and murmured softly, pausing for a moment while toying with her silken hair. Xiao Yan shrugged and replied with a faint smile, perhaps a little, though I hesitate to admit it. Her act of coming to rescind our engagement has indeed left me feeling somewhat stifled. One day, I shall personally confront the Yunlan sect, compelling her to regret her decision to annul our betrothal. Sun'er furrowed her delicate brows and sighed softly, murmuring in a voice meant only for herself. I truly should not have allowed her to return alive. Rest assured, Sun'er, I shall frequently return to see you. Xiao Yan reassured her with a smile. Well, almost a year and a half. No, just a year. Observing the sudden sorrow etched upon Sun'er's youthful face, he quickly adjusted his words. Brother Xiao Yan, can you not leave? Stay with me, and I can still help you become a formidable warrior, she implored, her small mouth pouting thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. With a bitter smile, Xiao Yan shook his head, a hint of self-mockery in his sigh. Had you spoken such words in the past, it would have made me feel somewhat ashamed. I know, Brother Xiao Yan would never think of me as being charitable, Sun'er replied with a sweet smile. Chuckling softly, Xiao Yan shook his head slightly, exhaling deeply as he gazed skyward. Sun'er, while being by your side, might allow me to become a strong warrior. It pales in comparison to the strength my father speaks of. I cannot allow him to be disappointed. In Xiao Yan's eyes, a true warrior was one who became a Dou Di, capable of shattering the void and conquering the vast worlds, an unparalleled powerhouse like his father. Gazing at Xiao Yan, who suddenly exuded an air of lofty ambition, Sun Er shook her head in resignation, about to offer further persuasion when Xiao Yan abruptly turned, extending his arms to encircle her slender waist, drawing her fiercely into his embrace. As the gentle breeze danced through the courtyard, the green willows swayed lightly, and the young man held the maiden tightly, their bodies fitting together with an almost ethereal harmony, as if they were one. Startled by Xiao Yan's sudden action, Sun Er was momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment, the tips of her delicate ears flushed a rosy hue, and after a slight struggle, she shyly ceased her resistance, a charming blush gracing her face. Sun Er, wait for me. When I have become strong enough, I will go to the ancient clan to propose, and then I shall marry you. Burying his head in her flowing locks, the boy's promise finally coaxed a compliant nod from the somewhat bewildered girl. Chapter 23. Xiao Yan's departure and Xiao Zhan's ambition. As Xiao Yan prepared to leave his family and depart from Wutan City, the young Sun Er lingered by his side, her watery eyes shimmering with profound reluctance and affection. Xiao Yan, somewhat exasperated by her clinginess, could only offer gentle reassurances during their private moments, which slightly elevated her spirits. Brother Xiao Yan, you must take care of yourself. Sun Er clung to him, knowing she could not retain him, her voice a soft murmur of helpless concern. Rest assured, Sun Er, I will grow swiftly, and when the time comes, I shall proudly come to marry you, Xiao Yan promised her, solidifying his vow before departing. The following day, bright and early, Xiao Yan had already prepared his belongings. His possessions were quite simple. A low-grade storage ring contained everything he needed. Disciple. The world outside is vastly different from Wutan City. Are you prepared? The ethereal figure of Yao Lao appeared unexpectedly beside the table, speaking in a calm tone. I am eagerly anticipating it, Xiao Yan replied with a smile as he arranged his attire. Observing Xiao Yan's eager demeanor, Yao Lao raised an eyebrow and remarked lightly, when you encounter hardships, you will understand. Xiao Yan clenched his fists slowly, smiling at Yao Lao as he replied, I believe I can endure. Confidence is key. Yao Lao replied with a light chuckle, pleased with Xiao Yan's resolve. Standing at the threshold of his room, Xiao Yan gazed at the now somewhat empty space, a faint smile gracing his lips as the last ray of sunlight slipped through the door. He chose not to bid farewell to his father or Sun Er, disliking the melancholic scenes of parting. Xiao Yan's departure went unnoticed by anyone. Clad in ordinary attire and with empty hands, he walked through the main gate, gradually disappearing at the end of the street under the astonished gazes of the family guards. Perhaps these guards were unaware that he might not return for many years. Standing at the bustling intersection of the streets, Xiao Yan cast a gaze over the city he had called home for over a decade, sighing softly in solitude before tightening his fists, whispering to himself as if to bolster his resolve, the world outside will surely be more splendid. With that, Xiao Yan smiled, shaking off the twinge of melancholy, and stepped forward, blending into the throng of people until he vanished from sight. Yinner, should the opportunity arise in the future, you might consider visiting Shimo City at the border of the Gama Empire. Your elder brothers have developed there, and I have heard they recently established a mercenary group named Mo Tai, a formidable force in the region. Recalling his father's words from the previous night in the study, Xiao Yan smiled gently. After undergoing his coming-of-age ceremony, his two elder brothers had ventured out to hone their skills. At that time, his father was not yet the clan leader, and in recent years, perhaps due to distant travel or the busy affairs of the mercenary group, they rarely returned to Wutan City. Yet the bond of brotherhood from their youth instilled within Xiao Yan a measure of affection for them. The Tagore Desert, he mused, a smile gracing his lips as he slowly departed from Wutan City. Brother Xiao Yan. Shortly after his departure, Sun Er, as if sensing something, arrived outside his room. Has he already left? Pushing open the door, she found the room devoid of life, momentarily stunned, a look of sorrow crossing her face. Why did he not bid me farewell before leaving only sadness behind? Upon awakening, Xiao Zhan sensed Xiao Yan's absence and realized that his son had already departed from the Xiao family, understanding that he had left Wutan City. This boy left without even saying goodbye. Xiao Zhan's expression grew complex. With Xiao Yan's departure, he pondered how long it would be before he returned, knowing he would undoubtedly face many hardships. Little Yin, you must persevere. Persevere and stir up some trouble for me, he thought, gazing towards the direction of Wutan City, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Since his son was striving, he, as a father, should also take some action. Moments later, Xiao Zhan withdrew his gaze, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Relying on my son, it's time to expand our family's territory and bless us with more progeny. This Wutan city was due for a change. Slowly, Xiao Zhan stepped into the courtyard, his eyes reflecting boundless ambition as he gazed at the azure sky above. Revitalize the Xiao family. Expand our influence. Let us begin from Wutan City, the Gailey family. Why has that fellow suddenly invited me to a banquet at the Xiao family? Gailey Bai, the head of the Gailey family, pondered, a look of confusion crossing his face as he examined the invitation in his hand. Just moments ago, a representative from the Xiao family delivered an invitation, beckoning him to a banquet at their estate tomorrow, claiming that there were pressing matters to discuss. Furthermore, the envoy hinted that Xiao Zhan had extended an invitation to the patriarch of the Aoba family as well. The three prominent families of Wutan City have always been embroiled in both overt and covert conflicts, and the relationship between the Gailey family and the Xiao family has been particularly strained. Gailey Bai found it utterly perplexing why the Xiao family would suddenly extend such an invitation to him. Could it be a ruse? A flicker of suspicion crossed Gailey Bai's eyes, yet he quickly shook his head. If there were any ulterior motives, the Xiao family would not have simultaneously invited both him and Aoba Pa Xiao Zhan could not be so foolish as to offend two prominent families at once. Could it be that Xiao Zhan had some ulterior motive related to the Yunlan sect? Reflecting on Xiao Zhan's public challenge to the Yunlan sect a few days prior, a cold smirk formed on Gailey Bai's face. So, they're finally feeling the pressure? A mere Xiao family daring to provoke the Yunlan sect. How utterly reckless. I shall observe what scheme Xiao Zhan intends to employ. As he gazed at the invitation in his hand, Gailey Bai chuckled softly. If Xiao Zhan believes that he can forge an alliance between the Gailey family and himself to confront the Yunlan sect, then he is sorely mistaken. That will never happen. Gailey Bai, am not so foolish. Opposing the Yunlan sect would be tantamount to courting death. Xiao Zhan, once the Yunlan sect annihilates your Xiao family, my Gailey family shall reap the rewards, possibly ascending to become the foremost family in Wutan City. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aoba Pa, the patriarch of the Aoba family, received the same invitation from Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan has invited both me and Gailey Bai to the Xiao family? What is his game? Aoba Pa pondered while examining the invitation. He dared not play any tricks, and attending would not be a detriment. The following day, in the backyard of the Xiao family, Brother Gailey, Brother Aoba, please take a seat. In the pavilion, Xiao Zhan had already prepared exquisite food and fine wine, his demeanor notably courteous as he addressed the arriving Gailey Bai and Aoba Pa. The two exchanged glances before slowly taking their seats. Come, Brother Gailey, Brother Aoba. This is a fine cloud mist wine I specially procured from the middle family. Do have taste. As Xiao Zhan's words fell, two maidens promptly filled the wine glasses in front of Gailey Bai and Aoba Pa. Both men glanced at their glasses, but chose not to drink. Xiao Zhan, just speak plainly. What is the purpose of inviting us here today? Gailey Bai, lacking patience for pleasantries, asked directly. Indeed, let us forego the wine. It is merely cloud mist wine, and the Aoba family can certainly afford it. Speak of the matter at hand. Aoba Pa nodded in agreement. They dared not partake in Xiao Zhan's wine. What if it contained some foul substance? After years of rivalry, they were well aware of each other's tactics and would not grant Xiao Zhan such an opportunity. Seeing their reluctance, Xiao Zhan comprehended their stance, and a smile spread across his face. Since you are so eager, I shall be forthright. I have invited you both to offer an opportunity to lead the Gailey and Aoba families to willingly submit to the Xiao family, uniting Wutan City as one. Silence. Upon Xiao Zhan's declaration, the atmosphere in the pavilion abruptly fell into an eerie stillness. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhan, have you lost your mind over the Yunlan sect affair? After a moment, Gailey Bai was the first to recover, bursting into laughter. Aoba Pa, realizing the absurdity of the claim, expressed his disdain openly. Xiao Zhan, do you truly believe that your Xiao family can compel our two clans to bow to you? What qualifications does the Xiao family possess? Do you think that just because you publicly challenge the Yunlan sect, Gailey Bai, would fear you? As he spoke, Gailey Bai slowly rose, his expression one of utter contempt. We have no need for this so-called opportunity. You, the patriarch of the Xiao family, should reserve it for someone else. In the face of impending doom, Xiao Zhan continued to make grandiose claims. Xiao Zhan, it is truly astounding that I have been forced to contend with a fool like you for over a decade. Hearing Xiao Zhan's unreasonable and arrogant demands, both Gailey Bai and Aoba Pa were filled with derision, exchanging scornful remarks. In their eyes, having offended the Yunlan sect, the Xiao family was doomed. To join the Xiao family would be to await annihilation alongside them. Moreover, given Xiao Zhan's apparent strength, he had yet to earn the privilege of their submission. Xiao Zhan, if your sole purpose in summoning us today was this, then I must decline your invitation. A cold smile graced Jie Bai's lips. He believed Xiao Zhan had been cornered and was making a desperate last stand. How naive, even united. The three great families of Wutan City would not withstand the retribution of the Yunlan sect. He had no intention of wading into such treacherous waters. He would simply watch as the Xiao family was obliterated and then step in to seize their assets. Is it clear that you two do not intend to cooperate? Xiao Zhan sat back down, lifted a cup of tea, and took a gentle sip. Despite their mockery, his expression remained unchanged, and he asked in a calm tone, "Apologies, but we cannot cooperate on this matter." Jie Bai replied with a sneer. Observing the unperturbed Xiao Zhan, Jie Bai felt a flicker of surprise. This man was astonishingly composed. Did he possess some hidden strength, or had he truly been driven mad? Xiao Zhan, your enmity with the Yunlan sect does not concern us. Rest assured, in light of our long-standing acquaintance, once you perish, I shall ensure you receive a proper burial. Your son will be able to pay his respects at your grave upon his return. Aoba Pa remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had received news that Xiao Zhan's so-called useless son had already departed Wutan City early the previous morning. Clearly, Xiao Zhan was attempting to safeguard his son's life. I have already extended my hand. Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall take matters into my own hands. As Xiao Zhan spoke, he abruptly stood and overturned the table laden with food and wine. I had hoped to indulge in merriment and foster a spirit of cooperation. Since you refuse to recognize my goodwill, I shall not hold back any longer. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Xiao Zhan, causing the entire pavilion to tremble as if it might collapse. Jie Bai and Aoba Pa felt as though a colossal mountain was pressing down upon them, their bodies involuntarily trembling. Xiao Zhan, your power. This is impossible. The two men's faces blanched in shock as they stared at the terrifying energy radiating from Xiao Zhan. Disbelief etched across their features. Do you genuinely believe that I would fear the retribution of the Yunlan sect simply because I dared to challenge them publicly? You think my strength is that of a mere grandmaster? Xiao Zhan looked at the stunned Jie Bai and Aoba Pa, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Zhan unleashed a powerful strike, sending both figures hurtling through the air. The tremendous force shattered the bodies of Jia and Obapa, leaving them lifeless and utterly defeated. The nearby members of the Xiao clan, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Upon witnessing the lifeless forms of Jia and Obapa sprawled on the ground, they froze, their expressions turning blank with shock. Xiao Zhan, relaying the instructions from the clan leader, called upon all members of the Xiao clan to mobilize with full force, declaring that within a day, he wanted the annihilation of both the Jiala and Oba families. First, eradicate the Jiala family, then obliterate the Oba family, commanded Xiao Zhan, turning to issue orders to a burly man beside him. Since the three elders had been stripped of their power, the authority of the Xiao clan had wholly fallen into the hands of Xiao Zhan. The towering figure, Xiao Yuan, once a trusted aide of Xiao Zhan, had now been entrusted with significant responsibilities. Yes, clan leader. Xiao Yuan, shaken from his astonishment by Xiao Zhan's words, cast a fervent glance at him before swiftly departing. Moments later, under Xiao Shan's leadership, a multitude of Xiao clan disciples, brimming with murderous intent, surged towards the Jiala family. The chaos in Wutan City was merely the beginning. Xiao Zhan chuckled coldly, his figure flickering as he hastily exited the Xiao residence. Chapter 25. Xiao Zhan strikes, the annihilation of the Jiala family. All Xiao clan disciples, commence the slaughter. With Jia dead at the hands of our leader, what do we have to fear? Today marks the end of the Jiala family. On a bustling street within Wutan City, a throng of Xiao clan descendants, armed with sharp weapons and led by Xiao Shan, charged towards the Jiala family with fierce determination. Over the years, the Xiao clan had endured countless conflicts with the Jiala family, and the animosity had long been festering. Now that the Jiala family's strongest member had perished, the pent-up rage of the Xiao clan erupted violently. Following Xiao Zhan's decree to obliterate the Jiala family, the disciples exhibited an unusual excitement. A day prior, Xiao Zhan had already begun plotting the downfall of the Jiala family, having summoned back all the Xiao clan masters who had been out training and attending to various matters. Now, the assembly of Xiao clan experts was precisely for the purpose of dismantling the Jiala family. My heavens, what is the Xiao clan preparing? As the throng moved towards the Jiala family, many factions within Wutan City were struck with astonishment. After years of rivalry, it seemed the time for resolution had finally come. Observing the formidable procession of the Xiao clan, the various powers within Wutan City couldn't help but express their astonishment. There was no sign of warning. The two great families were about to engage in a bloody conflict. It appeared that Wutan City was on the brink of upheaval. Numerous families gazed at the fiercely determined Xiao clan disciples, unable to suppress their exclamations. Regardless of the outcome, whether victory belonged to the Xiao clan or the Jiala family, Wutan City would undoubtedly experience significant turmoil, dismantling the established balance among the three major families. Jiala family, this is bad. We are in grave danger. The Xiao clan is attacking. A member of the Jiala family stumbled into their residence, shouting in panic, his face etched with terror. What? The audacity of the Xiao clan. Do they truly believe our Jiala family is easy prey? If they wish to fight, then let it be. The higher-ups of the Jiala family, upon receiving the news, were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of fury as they summoned their kin to prepare for battle. Isn't the clan leader at the Xiao residence? Why hasn't he returned? With such a situation arising after his visit, could something have happened to him? Impossible. He went with Obapa. Does the Xiao clan truly believe they can handle both of them at once? The clan leader must be temporarily occupied by Xiao Zhan. We only need to hold our ground. Under the guidance of the Jiala family leaders, their disciples armed themselves, ready to defend their territory. Kill. With Jialibi dead, the remnants of the Jiala family should surrender without resistance. Fellow clan members, do not let a single one of them escape. The clan leader has commanded, leave none alive. Soon, a formidable force of Xiao clan members arrived at the gates of the Jiala family. What? The clan leader is dead. This is impossible. Upon hearing the words from the Xiao disciples, the Jiala family members' expressions shifted dramatically, descending into chaos. Ha ha! That old dog Jialibi is dead. Do you Jiala family still intend to resist? Xiao Shan, wielding a large blade, stepped forward from the crowd of Xiao clan members, grinning maniacally at the Jiala family. Xiao Shan, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe your Xiao clan has the power to slay our clan leader? The Jiala family members dismissed Xiao Shan's claims. Believe it or not, today the Jiala family will surely perish. All Xiao clan disciples, charge. Xiao Shan, uninterested in further banter, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, waved his hand, and the Xiao disciples surged towards the Jiala family. Kill. Spare not a single one of the Jiala family's remnants. Witnessing this scene, the Jiala family members' expressions changed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jiala family, we vow to protect our clan, annihilate every last one of the Xiao clan. As the two families clashed, a fierce battle erupted. The audacity of the Xiao clan to dare unleash such insolence upon the Jiala family. At that moment, two formidable auras surged forth from the Jiala family, sending Xiao Shan, at the peak of a 9-star Dome Master rank, flying with a mere wave of their hands. The Great Elder and the Second Elder have arrived. Haha, I heard that the 3 elders of the Xiao clan have been rendered powerless by Xiao Zhan. What a foolish move. Having incapacitated the 3 elders, he still dares to attack our Jiala family. The appearance of the 2 elders infused the Jiala family members with elation. It is crucial to note that the 2 elders held power comparable to the 3 elders of the Xiao clan, boasting the strength of Grand Dome Masters. Meanwhile, the strongest fighter dispatched by the Xiao clan, Xiao Shan, was merely a 9-star Dome Master. How could he hope to contend with the Jiala family? Seeing the 2 elders emerge, Xiao Shan's expression shifted slightly, but soon transformed into one of delight. A figure descended from the heavens, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror. Xiao Zhan had arrived. While he intended for the Xiao clan disciples to undergo a transformative battle, he would not allow them to perish needlessly in the presence of the Jiala family's 2 elders. Xiao Shan, why are you dawdling? Continue the slaughter. These 2 old fools are for me to deal with. After Xiao Zhan's arrival, he unabashedly commanded Xiao Shan. Yes, clan leader. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan nodded eagerly, then waved his hand, leading the Xiao clan disciples back into the fray against the Jiala family. Xiao Zhan, where's our clan leader? What have you done to him? The 2 elders of the Jiala family, upon seeing Xiao Zhan, instantly paled, demanding answers. You mean that old dog Jialibi? He hasn't ventured far. I shall send you to meet him now. With a chilling smile, Xiao Zhan swiftly struck, ending the lives of the 2 elders before their horrified eyes. Ah, the Great Elder and the Second Elder are dead. Witnessing the gruesome demise of their elders, the Jiala family members were left in a state of shock, their faces painted with disbelief. 2 esteemed elders, powerful beings of the Great Dome Master Realm, were unexpectedly slain by a single strike from Xiao Zhan. The clan leader has taken action. Let us unleash our fury. With the demise of the 2 elders from the Gailey family, there is none who can impede us. Xiao Shan bellowed, wielding his great blade as he charged toward a member of the Gailey family. The Gailey clansmen, having witnessed Xiao Zhan's formidable prowess, were utterly paralyzed by fear and offered no resistance amidst the slaughter inflicted by the Xiao clan. Soon, amidst a chorus of anguished cries, the entire Gailey family was engulfed in a river of blood, suffering catastrophic losses. Chapter 26. The fall of two prominent families shakes Wutan City. With the addition of Xiao Zhan, a Dou Huang powerhouse, the tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in favor of the Xiao clan. All formidable members of the Gailey family fell to Xiao Zhan's blade, while the remaining minions, naturally, could not escape the wrath of the Xiao disciples. The air was thick with the mournful wails emanating from the Gailey family. The battle raged for a full half hour, and as the cries dwindled, it became evident that the Gailey family had been nearly annihilated by the Xiao clan. Clan leader, there are no survivors among the Gailey family, Xiao Zhan reported loudly, brandishing his blood-soaked blade before Xiao Zhan. Well done, Xiao Zhan replied, his expression unwavering upon witnessing the Gailey family's fate. Such is the nature of this world, where lives are as inconsequential as blades of grass. Only by becoming a powerful being can one command their own destiny. Now, it is time to turn our attention to the Oba family. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Zhan instructed Xiao Shan commence the operation. At his words, Xiao Shan's demeanor brightened, addressing the surrounding Xiao disciples, fellow clansmen, with the Gailey family vanquished if we eradicate the Oba family, the Xiao clan shall reign as the foremost family in Wutan City. Charge with me. First family, first family, first family. Upon hearing Xiao Shan's words, the previously fatigued members of the Xiao clan were instantly invigorated, their spirits rekindled, clearly intoxicated by the taste of bloodshed. Clansmen, follow me as we obliterate the Oba family. Xiao Zhan declared, his great blade raised, charging toward the Oba family. Annihilate the Oba family. Annihilate the Oba family. Annihilate the Oba family. All members of the Xiao clan fervently followed, their faces alight with excitement, evidently fueled by their bloodlust. Xiao Shan proved to be quite a talent. Observing his performance, Xiao Zhan felt a flicker of admiration. This individual could indeed prove invaluable in the future. With the three great elders of the Xiao clan now incapacitated, it was the perfect time to promote capable individuals to manage the clan. Especially as the Xiao clan aimed to unify Wutan City, the endeavor would require considerable effort. Xiao Zhan had no desire to manage such a chaotic situation himself. It would be more prudent to elevate a few trusted confidants to oversee the clan's affairs. As long as Xiao Zhan's power remained formidable, his subordinates would dare not defy him. My heavens, it is rumored that the Gailey family has truly been eradicated. Not a single soul left behind. The Xiao clan is merciless. Whispers of disbelief circulated among the onlookers as they observed the bloodied members of the Xiao clan emerging from the Gailey family stronghold, their faces etched with shock. In the span of merely half an hour, the once mighty Gailey family had been extinguished by the Xiao clan. Was this truly the same Xiao family of old? How could they have suddenly gained such strength? The Xiao clan was advancing toward the Oba family. Could it be they intended to eradicate them as well? Were they truly insane enough to attempt the annihilation of two major families in a single day? Such madness! Wutan City was on the brink of upheaval. Disaster! Disaster! The Gailey family has been destroyed, and the Xiao clan is advancing upon us. A pale-faced, middle-aged man burst into the Oba family hall, shouting at the gathered high-ranking members. What? The Gailey family has been obliterated? Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the Oba clan's upper echelons shifted dramatically, disbelief etched upon their faces. For ages, the three great families of Wutan City had been dominated by the Gailey family. Yet today's outcome was utterly astonishing. The previously weak Xiao clan had managed to annihilate the vast Gailey family in such a short time. Has there been no word from the clan leader? The urgency grew palpable as the Oba clan's leaders contemplated the impending threat from the Xiao clan. Elders, according to our scouts, both our clan leader and the Gailey clan leader have already fallen to Xiao Zhan. A middle-aged man stammered. Nonsense. If Xiao Zhan possessed such power, would he have needed to wait until now? The elder of the Oba clan shot him a disdainful glare, utterly unconvinced that the Oba patriarch had perished. Everyone, remain calm. I believe our clan leader would not fall so easily. I wish to see what capabilities the Xiao clan possesses. To annihilate the Gailey family is one thing, but to attempt to consume my Oba family is another. The elder of the Oba clan rose slowly, projecting an air of calm that instilled confidence in the gathered high-ranking members. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light shot in from outside the hall, a powerful force enveloping it. As if tearing through the very fabric of the void, speeding toward the elder of the Oba clan. Who goes there? The elder of the Oba clan, filled with rage, quickly summoned his battle armor for protection. However, the chilling light, carrying an unfathomable might, wholly disregarded the armor he had summoned. Crack! With a piercing sound of shattering, a long sword pierced the elder's chest, the tremendous force shattering the battle armor he had conjured. The elder is dead. Witnessing this scene, terror washed over the faces of the Oba clan's high-ranking members. Well, the elder of the Oba clan has been slain. Xiao Zhan, lead the charge. At this moment, Xiao Zhan had arrived at the entrance of the Oba family with all the members of the Xiao clan. The sword that had pierced the elder's chest was his doing. Compared to the Xiao and Gaili clans, the Oba family was somewhat inferior in strength, aside from the 5-star Great Dome Master Oba Pa. The only other formidable presence was the 2-star Great Dome Master Elder. With the death of the Oba clan's elder, the rest could be left to Xiao Zhan and the others. As the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan could not be expected to handle everything personally. If he intended to expand and strengthen the Xiao clan, then each clansman must bear the weight of bloodshed. Relying solely on his own strength would render the role of patriarch unbearably taxing. Xiao clan disciples, you have all heard me. Let's charge in at once. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's command, Xiao Shan's face lit up with joy, and he promptly ordered his men to kick open the doors of the Oba family, leading the Xiao clan members into a full-on assault. Ah, Xiao clan, you shall not have peace. The Oba clan will not let you go. Soon, the Oba family echoed with the same chilling cries as the Gaili family, as the bloodthirsty Xiao disciples met little resistance, leading to the swift annihilation of the Oba clan. Thus, the once thriving triad of major families in Wutan City was reduced to but the Xiao clan alone. Chapter 27. The Plight of the Miter Auction House, Yafei's Shock. In a single day, the downfall of 2 illustrious families sent shockwaves throughout the entire Wutan City. How had the power of the Xiao family become so formidable? They had astonishingly eradicated 2 major families in one fell swoop. Have you heard? Even before the demise of the Gaili family and the Oba family, their patriarchs had already perished at the hands of Xiao Zhan. Could Xiao Zhan possess such formidable strength to simultaneously slay the heads of 2 prominent families, whose prowess had always been closely matched? It is no wonder that Xiao Zhan dared to openly provoke the Yunlan sect. He had evidently concealed his true might. But what does hidden power amount to? The Yinlan sect is not a mere Xiao family that can be trifled with. In my opinion, even if the Xiao family has vanquished the other 2 clans, once they incur the wrath of the Yunlan sect, we shall see how long they can continue to thrive. The annihilation of the Gaili and Oba families stirred a tempest in Wutan City, all eyes now fixated on the Xiao family, engaged in fervent discussions. Under the leadership of Xiao Zhan, the members of the Xiao clan systematically eliminated the remnants of the Gaili and Oba families, promptly seizing all their assets and treasures. With the absorption of these 2 great families, the Xiao family ascended to the pinnacle of Wutan City, becoming the unequivocal first family. Henceforth, no faction in Wutan City dared to oppose the Xiao family. Xiao Shan led the entire Xiao clan in a brazen plunder of the wealth within the 2 families, their faces alight with exhilaration. Ha! Who would have thought the patriarch's strength was so terrifying? Had it not been for the patriarch eliminating Gaili, Bai, and Oba Pa, we could not have so effortlessly annihilated these 2 families. Indeed, the patriarch has concealed himself remarkably well. No wonder the 3 elders were so easily dispatched. From this day forth, we, the Xiao family, can stride through Wutan City with impunity. Let us see which faction dares to provoke us. As the Xiao clan continuously retrieved treasures from the remnants of the 2 families, pride illuminated their faces, and passers-by hastily moved aside, fearing to attract the ire of the Xiao clan. In the aftermath of this battle, all members of the Xiao clan witnessed the prowess displayed by Xiao Zhan, their hearts swelling with admiration for their family leader. Even some of the original confidants of the 3 elders defected, rallying under Xiao Zhan's banner. As the saying goes, when a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With the 3 elders now rendered powerless and their status diminished, no one remained to heed their commands. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and Xiao Zhan's formidable power and ruthless elimination of the 3 elders instilled a newfound obedience among the members of the Xiao family. Today, the words of Xiao Zhan carried the weight of a decree. None dared to defy him. At the Miter Auction House, in the conference room, a woman clad in crimson stood, attentively listening to the reports from her subordinates. A slight, enchanting smile graced her delicate features. Dressed in a resplendent red, fitted brocade robe, intricately crafted to accentuate her exquisite curves, her long, fair legs dazzled, igniting a fervent desire within. A silver sash cinched her slender waist, further highlighting her alluring figure. This captivating figure was none other than the chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house, Yafei. Miss. The events unfolded as follows. The Gaili and Oba families have been eradicated by the Xiao family, reported a steward from the auction house. Upon hearing this, Yafei's brows knitted together, her smile fading, and astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. The Gaili and Oba families had been destroyed, and the Xiao family had concealed such immense power. Miss, according to my sources, before the annihilation of the Gaili and Oba families, Xiao Zhan had invited Gaili Bai and Oba Pa to a banquet at the Xiao residence. They have not been seen since, and I fear they may well be doomed, speculated the steward. Are you suggesting that Gaili Bai and Oba Pa have already fallen to Xiao Zhan? Yafei mused, her brows furrowing. When had Xiao Zhan acquired such formidable strength? No wonder he had the audacity to openly challenge the envoy sent by the Yunlan sect. He had evidently hidden his true capabilities. Contemplating the enmity between the Xiao family and the Yunlan sect, a smile returned to her face. Even if Xiao Zhan's power is immense against the colossal Yunlan sect, he is but an insignificant insect. Miss, do you think the Xiao family will turn against us? The steward's face betrayed a hint of concern. In light of the recent destruction of the Gaili and Oba families, the only entity capable of countering the Xiao family was the Mitre auction house. Given the ambitions displayed by the Xiao family, it was not beyond reason to assume they might set their sights on the auction house next. That is unlikely, Yafei replied, shaking her head with confidence. The Mitre auction house is backed by the Mitre clan. Xiao Zhan would not act so recklessly. The following day, in the hall of the Xiao family, a gathering was called by Xiao Zhan, where the clan's high-ranking members convened to report on their recent gains. Patriarch, here are all the assets we recovered from the Gaili and Oba families. Please examine them, said Xiao Zhan, respectfully presenting 2 spatial rings to Xiao Zhan. Upon receiving the rings, Xiao Zhan delved into their contents, taking a cursory glance. The Gaili and Oba families had amassed substantial wealth over the years, and now, with their downfall, this fortune had entirely fallen into the hands of the Xiao family. Well done, Xiao Zhan remarked, glancing at the gathered members with a smile. The eradication of these 2 families was a collective effort. Xiao Zhan, distribute these treasures among the clan members. With Xiao Zhan's current strength, he had little use for such wealth. Instead, sharing it with the clan would not only bolster their strength, but also deepen their loyalty to him. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch. The high-ranking members of the Xiao family erupted in jubilant cheers at Xiao Zhan's words. Chapter 28. Expansion of Family Domain. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Xiao Zhan's magnanimity rendered all present utterly subservient. Their gazes towards him were imbued with reverence. With a wave of his hand, silence fell over the hall. His expression turned grave as he addressed Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, what is the status of the Gaili and Oba family's territories? Xiao Zhan was indifferent to the wealth. What truly mattered to him was the land they occupied. To expand the family's domain, it was imperative to extend the Xiao family's influence. Hence, he had ordered Xiao Zhan to secure all the territories of the 2 families in the shortest possible time following their demise. Not merely the residences of the 2 prominent families, but also their associated enterprises and subordinate factions are at stake. Once the banner of the Xiao family is raised upon these territories, the family's domain will seamlessly extend over them. Reporting to the Patriarch, the residences of the Gale family and the Uba family have already been occupied by our subordinates, who are hastily moving to take control of their enterprises. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Zhan forcibly suppressed the excitement surging within him and respectfully replied. As for the subordinate factions of the 2 families, what is the Patriarch's stance? Xiao Zhan cautiously glanced at Xiao Zhan, uncertain of how to proceed. As the 3 major powers of Wutan City, the Gale family and the Uba family naturally command numerous subordinate factions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan instantly grasped the implication behind Xiao Shan's words, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xiao Zhan and all present heed my words. The annihilation of the Gale family and the Uba family is far from our ultimate goal. Rising slowly, a formidable aura enveloped everyone in the room. 3 days. I grant you 3 days' time. After these 3 days, I desire the entirety of Wutan City to belong to the Xiao family. Within the confines of Wutan City, no voice of dissent against the Xiao family shall be heard. Those who comply shall thrive. Those who resist shall perish. Anyone daring to oppose us shall be mercilessly dealt with. Do you understand? Xiao Zhan's voice, imbued with lethal intent, reverberated throughout the grand hall. Those who comply shall thrive. Those who resist shall perish. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's declaration, all high-ranking members of the Xiao family present, including Xiao Shan, felt a chill run down their spines. From Xiao Zhan's words, they could distinctly sense his overwhelming ambition. While astonished, the high-ranking members of the Xiao family were also invigorated. Unifying Wutan City. As members of the Xiao family, they were naturally eager to witness their family's resurgence. It is worth noting that the Xiao family was once one of the great families of the imperial capital. After their decline, they were ousted from the capital and settled in this small Wutan city. Revitalizing the Xiao family had always been the aspiration of every member. Now, this aspiration was on the verge of realization, and the excitement within the high-ranking members of the Xiao family was palpable. Understood, once they regained their composure, everyone gazed at Xiao Zhan with fervent eyes, collectively exclaiming in excitement. Now that we understand, let us hasten our actions. If we fail to accomplish this in 3 days, we shall see how the family head deals with you. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, dismissing everyone. Once they departed, he slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the condition of the family's domain. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of exhilaration illuminating his face. With the Xiao family's disciples taking control of the Gale and Uba families, the family's domain had indeed expanded. Currently, in Wutan City, with the residences of the 3 major families at its core, a significant portion of the city was enveloped within the family's sphere. This signified that within this territory, Xiao Zhan was an invincible entity. Yunlan zone, should you dare approach, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Reflecting on the harsh words uttered by Gu Yi upon her departure, Xiao Zhan's lips curled into a slight smirk of malice. Calculating the time, Gu Yi should have returned to Yunlan zone by now, reporting the Xiao family circumstances. How would Yinyan handle this matter? Xiao Zhan was suddenly reminded of the leader of Yunlan zone. The original text noted that this leader was a paragon of beauty. Should Yinyan dare to come, he would not mind detaining her, forever keeping this exquisite beauty within Wutan City. With the family's domain established, he would henceforth exist in Wutan City like an emperor. Anyone entering Wutan City would find their life and death entirely at his discretion. Following Xiao Zhan's orders, the Xiao family's disciples did not relent after annihilating the 2 families, but instead set their sights on other factions. Thus, what initially transpired as a conflict among the 3 families began to spread, engulfing the entirety of Wutan City. Under the leadership of Xiao Shan and other high-ranking members of the Xiao family, an extraordinarily bloody massacre shrouded Wutan City. Those who comply shall thrive. Those who resist shall perish. Adhering to Xiao Zhan's decree, anyone unwilling to submit to the Xiao family faced the ruthless blades of the Xiao disciples, leaving no survivors. Of course, Xiao Zhan did not merely observe. He intervened to eliminate any formidable adversaries that posed a challenge to his disciples. While he sought to hone the Xiao disciples and cultivate a plethora of elites, he also wished to minimize their casualties. Amidst the Xiao family's merciless slaughter, Wutan City echoed with cries of despair, rivers of blood flowing freely. Only those who willingly submitted to the Xiao family were spared. After the demise of the 2 families, no force within Wutan City could rival the Xiao family, especially with Xiao Zhan's presence ensuring dominance. The Xiao disciples swept through with little resistance. Soon, nearly all factions within Wutan City had surrendered to the Xiao family. Patriarch, what should we do about the Maitel auction house? One day, Xiao Shan entered the courtyard where Xiao Zhan resided, his expression grave. Regarding the smaller factions, the Xiao family possessed the strength to sweep them away mercilessly. However, the Maitel auction house was different. It was not only guarded by a formidable dome master, but was also backed by the esteemed Maitel family, one of the 3 great families of the imperial capital. Faced with such a force, the Xiao disciples were understandably hesitant to act recklessly, prompting Xiao Shan to seek guidance from Xiao Zhan. Maitel auction house. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. He had almost forgotten about this faction in Wutan City. Very well, you may attend to your tasks. I shall personally visit the Maitel auction house. He waved his hand, signaling for Xiao Shan to withdraw. Xiao Zhan held no trepidation regarding the Maitel auction house. If he dared to openly provoke Yunlan zone, what was a mere Maitel auction house to him? Chapter 29. The Concerns of Yufei. Xiao Zhan meets Yufei. In the conference room of the Maitel auction house, an elderly man slammed his hand on the table, his tone laced with fury. How long is the Xiao family going to create chaos? At this rate, we shall no longer have any business for the auction house. The elderly man's complexion flushed, and though his simple green robe appeared unremarkable, it subtly shimmered with a radiant glow, indicating it had been augmented with some form of magical crystal protection. The aged face, although plain, bore an unmistakable pride, a trait essential for every alchemist. This elder was Master Gunny, the appraiser of the Mytel auction house, and the only second-tier alchemist within Wutan City. At this moment, Master Gunny was far from his usual calm demeanor. He appeared exceedingly enraged. The bloodshed instigated by the Xiao family had swept through Wutan City. During this period, hardly anyone had visited the Mytel auction house. Consequently, the auction event that had been meticulously prepared was temporarily shelved. Now, with Xiao family disciples rampaging through the city, instilling widespread fear and anxiety, who would still have the inclination to frequent the auction house? It should be drawing to a close. Surely the Xiao family does not wish to offend us at the Mytel auction house. Yafei gracefully leaned back in her chair, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, troubled by the recent affairs concerning the Xiao family. How audacious! Upon hearing the words, Master Gunny's aged face displayed a look of indignation. The Xiao family, though it might wield power within the confines of this small Yutan city, is but a trifling entity in the grand tapestry of the entire empire. A hint of disdain flickered across Master Gunny's visage. Even if Xiao Zhan were to muster every ounce of courage, he would not dare to lay a hand on our middle auction house. Despite the Xiao family having subdued every significant force in Yutan City, they have yet to infringe upon our middle auction house, which reveals Xiao Zhan's true stance. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement danced within Yafei's enchanting eyes. Clearly in agreement with Master Gunny's perspective, the Xiao family has been wreaking havoc in Yutan City of late, adhering to their mantra, "Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish." Yafei had heard whispers of the Xiao family's ruthless proclamations and felt little concern. Xiao Zhan's ambition is indeed formidable, and his methods exceedingly ruthless. Yet, ultimately, their strength remains insufficient. The Xiao family, even with a figure like Xiao Zhan at its helm, is confined to this modest city and cannot hope to make a significant impact beyond it. However, with the Xiao family now ruling Yutan City entirely, it seems the middle auction house will find it increasingly difficult to maintain its foothold here. Contemplating the current state of affairs in Yutan City, a trace of sorrow crept onto Yafei's face. In the past, the competition among the three prominent families had allowed the middle auction house to flourish. Now, with the Xiao family holding absolute dominion, the future development of the middle auction house appears bleak. Should the Xiao family choose to covertly suppress us, the middle auction house may struggle to survive in Yutan City. The thought of this stirred a sense of unwillingness within Yafei. Due to her innate lack of exceptional cultivation talent, her destiny is seemingly sealed. She cannot rise to become a formidable powerhouse, leaving her position within her family precarious. Yet, fate has bestowed upon her an unparalleled beauty. She understands that without formidable strength, her beauty could only lead to calamity, either as a mere plaything for the powerful or as a pawn in a family alliance, marrying someone she does not love. Neither outcome is one Yafei wishes to accept. Thus, she must strive to elevate her standing within her family. Only with sufficient influence can she claim the right to dictate her future. After much endeavor, she has finally secured a voice within the middle auction house in Yutan City. Yafei believes that as she nurtures and expands the middle auction house, establishing merit for her family, she will gain the authority needed to shape her own destiny. Through years of management, Yafei has gradually carved out a niche for the middle auction house, allowing it to gain renown throughout Yutan City. She is confident that with one more step forward, she could catch the attention of the family's higher echelons, thereby earning recognition and becoming a key player, seizing control of her fate. Yet, the sudden emergence and aggressive rise of the Xiao family have undeniably shattered Yafei's years of hard work. From now on, the middle auction house will have to act according to the whims of the Xiao family. Even if the Xiao family chooses not to act openly against the middle auction house for the sake of familial ties, any covert suppression would still render the middle auction house unable to thrive in Yutan City. Master Gunny fell silent. Though confident that the Xiao family would not openly challenge the middle auction house, he felt helpless against the possibility of clandestine machinations. The middle family is indeed powerful. Yet this is Yutan City, where the distance to the imperial capital makes it challenging for the middle family to wield influence here. As long as the Xiao family does not overstep their bounds, the middle family headquarters is unlikely to send aid. It appears we must seek an opportunity for a sincere dialogue with Xiao Zhan. Yafei's slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, her lovely face reflecting deep contemplation. Given the Xiao family's current standing in Yutan City, the middle auction house cannot afford to confront them directly. If a mutually beneficial resolution is to be found, cooperation with the Xiao family is the only viable path forward. However, with the Xiao family's dominance, the middle auction house finds itself at a disadvantage. Seeking collaboration will undoubtedly result in the Xiao family claiming the lion's share, leaving the middle auction house with diminished profits. This notion gnawed at Yafei's spirit, evoking feelings of resentment. Master Gunny, understanding this predicament, wore an uneasy expression. As a distinguished second-tier alchemist, he was accustomed to being treated with the utmost respect. In the past, Xiao Zhan had always shown him deference. Now, the thought of having to lower himself to seek collaboration was a source of great embarrassment. Master Gunny, we are merchants. Certain matters should not weigh too heavily on our minds. Observing the turmoil within Master Gunny's heart, Yafei offered a gentle smile. The Xiao family has offended Yunlan's sect. Whether they can weather this storm remains uncertain. Perhaps, in a not-too-distant future, Yunlan City shall become the domain of the middle auction house. A spark of astuteness flashed across Yafei's face, her demeanor exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, Master Gunny's eyes brightened, feeling considerably alleviated. Master Gunny, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, has arrived and wishes to meet with you. At that moment, a steward from the middle auction house entered the conference room, addressing Yafei and Master Gunny. Upon hearing this, both Yafei and Master Gunny's expressions shifted. Xiao Zhan, at this juncture, should be preoccupied with reorganizing the Xiao family affairs. How could he possibly find time to visit our middle auction house? Yafei furrowed her delicate brows. Pondering for a moment before instructing the steward, please escort clan leader Xiao to the VIP room for tea. I will join him shortly. The steward nodded and promptly exited the conference room. Chapter 30. Miss Yafei, you certainly do not wish for the middle auction house to encounter misfortune, do you? At this moment, Xiao Zhan had been escorted to a VIP room, where a maid respectfully brewed a fragrant cup of tea for him. Xiao Zhan sat quietly in the VIP room, occasionally lifting the teacup to sip, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Having perused the original text, Xiao Zhan possessed a profound understanding of the middle auction house in Yunlan City. The middle auction house is the largest auction venue in Yunlan City and is affiliated with the wealthiest family in the Jiama Empire, the Tamir family. In the Jiama Empire, the Tamir family is undoubtedly among the wealthiest, with a history spanning several centuries, weaving a complex web of relationships. According to various whispers, this opulent family seems to have tenuous ties to the imperial family. Within the empire, the Tamir family stands alongside the Nalan and Mu families, collectively known as the Three Giants of Jiama. These three illustrious families have a considerable foothold in the empire's commercial and military spheres, their influence undeniable. Thus, with such a formidable backing as the middle family, no matter how enticing the profits of the auction house may be, none would dare to covet the middle auction house. The middle family, one of the three great families of the imperial capital, the richest in the Jiama Empire. Xiao Zhan held the teacup, his fingers lightly rubbing against it, a hint of disdain gradually emerging on his face. What a farce! He had never regarded the so-called middle family with any seriousness. If he had no fear of Yunlan's sect, how could he possibly concern himself with a mere middle family? With his current prowess as a 9-star Dou Emperor, even without the support of his family's domain, he could traverse the lands of the Gamma Empire with impunity. The middle family, in his eyes, was nothing more than mere ants. His primary objective for visiting the middle auction house was not to expel them from Wutan City, but rather to compel the middle auction house to submit to the Xiao family, and to have the enchanting Yafei, the most beautiful woman in Wutan City, bow before him. Xiao Zhan had never forgotten that the system possessed a function of more children, more blessings. Now that Wutan City was under the dominion of the Xiao family, it was time to put this function to good use. He hoped that Yafei would not prove to be unappreciative of his intentions. A captivating visage flickered through his mind, causing the corners of Xiao Zhan's mouth to curve into a subtle smile. From the memories of his predecessor, he had already beheld Yafei's beauty and had come to understand a fair bit about this alluring enchantress. As the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house, Yafei was renowned throughout Wutan City, her mature charm rendering many men spellbound in her presence. Even the former self, who had always maintained a pristine reputation, harbored some impure thoughts towards this mesmerizing beauty. To fully utilize the more children, more blessings function, Xiao Zhan needed to marry and sire children continuously. Being a connoisseur of beauty himself, he would only seek out exceptionally attractive partners. Within the entirety of Wutan City, only Yafei met his lofty standards. As Xiao Zhan was lost in thought, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Two figures then entered the room. The esteemed leader of the Xiao family graces us with his presence. How could Yafei be so remiss in her welcome? I hope the esteemed leader will not take offense, she said, accompanied by a fragrant breeze and a delicate, teasing laugh that made Xiao Zhan's heart flutter ever so slightly. What an enchantress she is, he mused, turning his gaze towards the woman in the crimson dress. Up close, he truly appreciated her mature allure. Her playful smile adorned a charming face, and her captivating, elongated eyes seemed to continuously convey an irresistible allure to men. His gaze subtly wandered over her graceful neck, nearly ensnared by the deep, alluring valleys of her fair skin. Her slender waist swayed enticingly, inciting a forbidden desire to dominate her. It has been a while. Miss Yafei, you have become even more enchanting, Xiao Zhan remarked with a hint of a smile as he scanned her exquisite figure. Upon locking eyes with Xiao Zhan, a flicker of surprise crossed Yafei's face. They had interacted on numerous occasions and were somewhat familiar with each other. However, upon this meeting, she sensed a significant transformation in him, as if he had grown significantly younger, radiating an ethereal aura. Accustomed to the fervent gaze that Xiao Zhan cast upon her, Yafei displayed no signs of discontent. I never thought the usually upright and principled leader of the Xiao family would now resort to flattery, she teased, her delicate hand covering her lips as she chuckled lightly. The curvature of her ample bosom drew attention, and after a moment, she smiled and inquired, "May I ask what brings the esteemed leader to my middle auction house?" As Xiao Zhan's gaze lingered on her alluring form, he inwardly praised her. It was evident that someone of Yafei's caliber, as the chief auctioneer, was no mere ornament. It was said that beauty could lead to calamity, and many in Wutan City had coveted her beauty. Yet, to this day, no one had successfully achieved their goal. While the middle auction house's backing played a part in this, no one dared to consider her merely a pretty face. Miss Yafei, to speak candidly, I have come with 2 matters for which I seek your assistance, Xiao Zhan stated with a smile, opting for directness. With his current strength, a mere middle auction house could not defy his will. Oh, upon hearing this, Yafei was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a bewitching smile, "Please, esteemed leader, share your requests. I will do my utmost to assist if it lies within my capabilities." The fact that Miss Yafei was willing to cooperate was indeed optimal. He merely hoped she would not make it difficult for him. Xiao Zhan nodded, his smile fading as his tone grew increasingly frigid. Noting the shift in his demeanor, Yafei's smile gradually vanished, her brows knitting together as a sense of foreboding welled within her. The astute Yafei understood that Xiao Zhan's intentions were likely nefarious. The silent Master Gunny beside them could no longer contain his anger at this juncture. Had it not been for Yafei's earlier introduction, he would have already erupted in fury. Now that Wutan City is entirely under the control of the Xiao family, I believe Miss Yafei is well aware of the predicament facing the middle auction house, Xiao Zhan stated, disregarding their expressions. His gaze fixed on the radiant Yafei with a tone of cold indifference. Considering our past relations, I offer you an opportunity. Lead the entire middle auction house to submit to the Xiao family. Surely, Miss Yafei does not desire the annihilation of the middle auction house. Chapter 31. Old man, why are you barking? Submit to the Xiao family? Upon hearing this, Yafei's enchanting visage darkened slightly, her brows furrowing as a flicker of wrath surged within her. She had not anticipated Xiao Zhan's audacity to disregard the middle family and attempt to subjugate the middle auction house. Oof. You expect the middle auction house to bend to your will? Xiao Zhan, are you sure your Xiao family possesses such qualifications? Master Gunny, unable to endure this arrogant and unreasonable demand, interjected with a stormy expression. Xiao Zhan turned his gaze towards the furious Master Gunny, his eyes narrowing. I am conversing with Miss Yafei. When did it become your place to interject? In his words, Xiao Zhan completely dismissed Master Gunny's presence. What was a mere second-tier alchemist to him, attempting to act grandly? You Master Gunny, infuriated by Xiao Zhan's arrogance, retorted, How dare you, Xiao Zhan? Do you truly believe your Xiao family can act without consequence? As a second-tier alchemist, Master Gunny had always prided himself on his esteemed status, and he could not tolerate such humiliation from Xiao Zhan. His complexion reddened with rage as he pointed accusingly at Xiao Zhan, bellowing, A small Xiao family can dominate Wutan City, but when viewed in the broader context of the Gamma Empire, what are you to be considered? As he spoke, a formidable aura erupted from Master Gunny, revealing that this second-tier alchemist had indeed reached the cultivation level of a 7-star Dou Master. What is the Xiao family worth? Xiao Zhan replied with a chilling smile. What the middle family dares not provoke, my Xiao family shall openly challenge. What the middle family fears to slay, my Xiao family shall dare to kill. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. This is the Xiao family. As his words fell, An overwhelming pressure surged forth, sweeping towards Master Gunny. "Old man, do you dare to bark before me?" Feeling this aura, Master Gunny's countenance changed dramatically, a look of horror overtaking his features. In the next moment, his body was abruptly flung from the VIP room, and with a scream, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Master Gunny. Upon witnessing this scene, Yafei's delicate countenance shifted, and she yearned to ascertain the fate of Master Gunny, only to be firmly restrained by Xiao Zhan, who grasped her wrist. "Rest assured, this old fellow is far from death," he declared, his hand enveloping Yafei's soft, jade-like arm, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "May I inquire about your thoughts, Miss Yafei? If you leave the middle auction house to submit to my Xiao family, I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly." "Xiao, the clan leader, please release me," Yafei responded, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and agitation as she forcefully withdrew from his grasp. As the most beautiful woman in Wutan City, Yafei had always been met with humility and decorum from men who feared to offend her and tarnish their chances. However, Xiao Zhan's brazen demeanor rendered her utterly flustered, leaving her at a loss for how to react, considering the terrifying strength he had just displayed and his domineering attitude. It was clear that those who recognize the situation are the true talents. Since the clan leader had made such a proposition, Yafei felt compelled to acquiesce. After a moment's hesitation, a familiar, enchanting smile broke across her face, radiating charm and beauty. "Henceforth, I shall rely on the esteemed clan leader to take good care of the middle auction house." As Xiao Zhan's gaze swept over Yafei's alluring visage, he found himself internally praising her. This woman was no mere trifler. She possessed profound depths, which warranted her title as the Queen of Gold in the original narrative. Marrying her might indeed yield a wise and capable partner. Xiao Zhan's interest in Yafei was not solely due to her striking beauty, but rather her astuteness and competence. Countless beauties graced the world, yet he had no desire to wed a mere ornament. "Fear not, Miss Yafei. As long as you willingly submit to me, I shall care for you tenderly and shower you with affection," he said, suddenly reaching out again to grasp her delicate, pale hand, his expression laden with ambiguity. Feeling the warmth of his grip, Yafei stiffened momentarily before regaining her composure. Xiao Zhan's words laid bare his intentions, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Although fury welled within her, the display of his formidable power compelled her to stifle her outrage. "Clan leader, you may have misunderstood. I did not intend that," she replied, withdrawing her hand and donning a seductive smile. "Surely, a man of your stature would not stoop to bully a weak woman like me." "My stature?" Xiao Zhan mused, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "How innocent you are, thinking that flattery will sway me, leading me to become your devoted admirer. I prefer a more forthright approach, Yafei. You have misjudged my character." Ding! A reminder to the host. To trigger the benefits of progeny, the partner must willingly follow the host. Coercion will render the effect inoperative. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Xiao Zhan's mind. He paused, his expression darkening with displeasure. The implication was clear. Only if she willingly bore his children could the benefits be realized. Was the system suggesting he become an obsequious suitor? A derisive smile crept across his face. The system had clearly misjudged him. Furthermore, he believed that winning a woman's heart over time was not an insurmountable challenge. With persistence and dedication, any woman would eventually be moved to bear his offspring. With this thought, Xiao Zhan turned his gaze toward Yafei and spoke slowly. "I trust that a woman of your intelligence understands what I mean. Allow me to be candid. My second condition is that you must become my woman. Should you decline, I shall not hesitate to employ more ruthless measures. Surely, you do not wish to see your years of effort go to waste?" As he spoke, his expression took on a teasing quality. Yafei's face paled at his words, and confronted with his brazen gaze, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Clan leader, may I request some time to consider?" After a brief silence, Yafei opted to buy herself time. Given Xiao Zhan's strength, she knew she could not resist if he chose to act forcefully. In her current predicament, all her hopes rested upon Yunlan's sect. Xiao Zhan's provocations would undoubtedly provoke their ire, and she believed they would not allow him to go unchallenged. If she could stall until Yunlan's sect arrived for retribution, Xiao Zhan would be doomed, and her predicament would resolve itself. As this thought crossed her mind, a cold smile flickered in Yafei's heart. "Xiao Zhan, I once thought you possessed some merit, yet it seems you are simply a lecherous fool." Despite her disdain, a gentle smile reminiscent of spring waters returned to her exquisitely crafted features as she gazed at Xiao Zhan, playfully pouting, "Clan leader, surely you can fulfill this small request of mine?" While her words seemed to plead, they were laced with provocation. a tactic she frequently employed to compel men into compliance. Upon hearing her, Xiao Zhan frowned slightly, his eyes roving over her graceful figure, a smile slowly emerging at the corners of his mouth. Very well. I shall grant you a day to consider. A day was a reasonable time frame. He was not a man consumed by lust. Furthermore, as he intended to marry Yafei, he could not afford to be careless with the preparations. The mere logistics of arranging a wedding would require several days. A day? Yafei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Then hastily added, clan leader, 1 day is far too short. Let it be 3 days. Xiao Zhan acquiesced, acknowledging that a single day was insufficient for wedding preparations, especially for a first marriage. 3 days is still too brief, Yafei thought, her expression turning bitter as she realized how stubborn Xiao Zhan was. 3 days is hardly an excessive amount of time. Sensing Xiao Zhan's growing impatience, she softened her tone, pleading with a pitiful look, clan leader. How about granting me half a month? After a month, I will certainly provide you with a response. Even if Yunlan's sect moves slowly, a month should suffice. Miss Yafei, do you think this is a negotiation? Xiao Zhan's expression hardened, recognizing her attempt to stall. He scoffed, you have only 3 days. I shall send a bridal sedan to collect you. I hope you will not be ungrateful. Yafei's expression shifted, her heart seething with frustration at his utter lack of grace. He was exceedingly domineering. Chief Xiao, one cannot force a gourd to sweeten. Your actions may lack grace, Yafei stated, her smile gradually fading as her voice took on a rigid tone, perhaps fueled by her inner fury. Lack of grace or not, it matters little. Within the confines of Wutan City, none dare to challenge this chief, Xiao Zhan replied dismissively. With a thick skin, Yafei's provocation had no effect on him. While a force gourd may not be sweet, Xiao Zhan cared little for its taste. All he sought was relief from thirst. Furthermore, observing Yafei's fair and rosy complexion, it was evident she possessed a certain allure, undeniably tempting in flavor. Upon hearing his words, Yafei was momentarily taken aback, her rosy lips parting in silence, struggling to find her voice. Despite her self-proclaimed vast knowledge, she had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Chief Xiao, I believe I have never wronged you. Why then do you insist on pressing me? Taking a deep breath, Yafei endeavored to calm her rising anger, speaking as calmly as she could. Just grant me a month. If you do, I shall willingly marry you. Should you choose to coerce me, know that I am not one to cower in fear. Xiao Zhan's audacity and dominance became increasingly intolerable for Yafei, her tone inadvertently tinged with a hint of threat. If he sought to claim her by force, he would only secure a lifeless body. In the present moment, all her hopes rested upon the Yunlan sect. Xiao Zhan, I shall see if you can survive the grasp of the Yunlan sect. At her words, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brows, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze upon the composed Yafei. It must be said, this woman indeed possessed remarkable qualities, both courageous and cunning, able to yield, yet steadfast in her principles. Such a woman, if wed, could potentially become a devoted partner. Aside from her lack of cultivation talent, Yafei was, in every other respect, flawless. Contemplating this, Xiao Zhan felt an increasing allure towards her. A woman of her caliber would certainly make life far more interesting. You are attempting to delay for a month, awaiting the arrival of the Yunlan sect, are you not? A sly smile crept across Xiao Zhan's face. He was no fool. And Yafei's demeanor indicated she would never willingly submit to him. Her aim to prolong this period likely stemmed from confidence that she could extricate herself from his grasp after a month. This thought led Xiao Zhan to consider the Yunlan sect. It was likely that the majority of those aware of the situation in Wutan City were eagerly anticipating his downfall. Indeed, to the outside world, how could the Xiao family's strength stand against the lofty Yunlan sect? Some factions had merely chosen to temporarily submit to the Xiao family, biding their time for the Yunlan sect's reckoning, at which point they would naturally regain their freedom. Yunlan sect, Xiao Zhan's lips curled into a smirk. What fear do I have of such a mere entity? Let them come. I shall slay them one by one. Let all bear witness to who truly reigns as the sovereign of the Jiamat Empire. I, Chief Xiao, may have overthought this. Yafei harbors no such intentions, she stammered, flustered by Xiao Zhan's direct revelation of her thoughts. Is that so? Xiao Zhan replied with a mocking glint in his eyes, skepticism etched across his features. Regardless of your true intentions, since you are so adamant, I shall indulge your request. Gazing upon the renowned beauty of Wutan City, Xiao Zhan suddenly chuckled, stepping closer to gently encircle her alluring waist with his arm. As he embraced her, he could feel her body stiffen, rigid with surprise. Since you all wish to see me perish at the hands of the Yunlan sect, I shall strive to thrive instead. Miss Yafei, Prepare to become my bride in a month's time. Resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, he inhaled her delicate scent, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 33. Nailin Yinran files a complaint. Yunyan enraged. Chief Xiao, are you truly so confident in your survival against the Yunlan sect? Yafei pressed her hands firmly against his chest, freeing herself from his embrace, her gaze filled with suspicion. Despite his apparent understanding that the Yunlan sect would seek retribution, why did he appear so unfazed, devoid of fear? Was it sheer arrogance? Or did he possess some form of backing? Yunlan sect, Xiao Zhan chuckled lightly, disdain evident on his face. As long as the Yunlan sect dares to come, I, Xiao Zhan, shall dare to slay. Even if Yunyan herself were to come to Wutan City, I would ensure she leaves with no return. Yafei was taken aback by Xiao Zhan's audacious declaration. You would dare to kill if the Yunlan sect comes? You do not even regard their leader? Had she not had prior dealings with Xiao Zhan, she might have instinctively deemed him insane upon hearing his words. Who in the entire Jiamat Empire would dare to belittle the Yunlan sect? A mere chief of the Xiao family, audacious enough to speak so boldly? Chief Xiao, you truly are confident. After a prolonged silence, observing Xiao Zhan's self-assured demeanor and disdainful expression, Yafei found herself at a loss. His display of confidence left her somewhat bewildered. Was he truly a madman? Or did he genuinely possess formidable strength? Had the Xiao family been concealing their power all these years? A flurry of thoughts raced through Yafei's mind. Yet she could not help but shake her head, a bitter smile forming on her lips. What was she contemplating? In the Jiamat Empire, how could any force contend against the behemoth that was the Yunlan sect? How could she allow Xiao Zhan's mere words to sow such unrealistic notions in her mind? The Xiao family, insignificant as they were, could never stand against the Yunlan sect. Xiao Zhan's brazen confidence likely stemmed from his ignorance of the Yunlan sect's true depth, prompting him to make such reckless boasts. With this realization, Yafei cast a glance at Xiao Zhan, a sense of condescension creeping into her thoughts. He was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Did he truly believe that all members of the Yunlan sect were of the same ilk as Gui? A single elder-level powerhouse could obliterate the Xiao family 100 times over. Since you, Chief Xiao, are so confident, then I shall congratulate you in advance on achieving fame in battle. All Yafei could think of was her hope that the Yunlan sect would act swiftly, freeing her from a need to navigate Xiao Zhan's whims. Observing the shift in Yafei's expression, Xiao Zhan understood her thoughts perfectly. She undoubtedly viewed him as a brash fool. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Once the Yunlan sect arrived, no one would dare to underestimate the Xiao family's strength any longer. Yafei was right. The impending confrontation with the Yunlan sect presented an excellent opportunity for Xiao Zhan to establish his name. Miss Yafei, since you are so insistent, I, Chief Xiao, shall grant you a period for contemplation. However, his gaze turned steely, laced with a hint of menace. Once I have vanquished the Yunlan sect, I trust you will have no further excuses. Upon hearing these words, Yafei's expression subtly shifted, followed by a charming smile. Since clan leader Xiao has spoken to this extent, I am not one to be ungrateful. As long as the Xiao family remains unscathed a month from now, I, Yafei, shall willingly submit to clan leader Xiao and obey his every command. With that, an agreement was sealed. Upon hearing Yafei's assurance, a trace of a smile appeared on Xiao Zhan's face, and he promptly departed from the conference room. If you truly can contend with the Yunlan sect, what harm is there in marrying you? Yafei murmured to herself as she watched Xiao Zhan's receding figure. The Yunlan sect, as a colossal entity of the Jiamat Empire, has its headquarters established atop a magnificent mountain located merely a dozen miles from the imperial capital. This mountain is thus aptly named Yunlan Mountain. The terrain of Yunlan Mountain is steep, with cliffs on 3 sides and only one path leading to the summit, making it a fortress that is easily defendable yet difficult to attack. Furthermore, disciples of the Yunlan sect meticulously patrol the entire mountain, rendering it akin to a small fortress. Merely 2 miles from the foot of Yunlan Mountain, the Empire has stationed 50,000 iron cavalrymen. Although they are ostensibly guarding the capital, it is evident to all that the Empire's rulers are preparing to defend against the formidable beast lurking near the city. At the peak of the mountain's rear, enveloped in swirling mists, lies a realm that resembles an ethereal paradise. Perched precariously on a protruding black rock at the cliff's edge is a woman clad in a white robe, her hands forming seals of cultivation as she practices in serene concentration. With each breath, a perfect cycle is established, and with each alternating cycle, faint azure streams of energy waft from the richly charged air, swirling around her and being continuously absorbed into her body for refinement and assimilation. As the last wisp of azure energy is drawn into her being, she slowly opens her eyes, a gentle azure glow flickering within them. Her long, flowing hair, seemingly stirred by an unseen breeze, dances lightly in the air. Master, Senior Sister Nalan and Deacon Gu Yi have returned and are requesting an audience with you in the main hall, announced a respectful female disciple of the Yunlan sect. I understand, the woman replied, rising gracefully, clad in a simple gown that elegantly enveloped her curvaceous figure, her hair styled into an exquisite phoenix adornment. Her stunning visage exuded a serene tranquility, yet could not conceal the inherent grace and nobility that her attire belied. This woman is none other than the current leader of the Yunlan sect, Yinyan. Yinyan stood elegantly at the cliff's edge, the gentle breeze caressing her white robe, which clung alluringly to her delicate form, accentuating her enchanting figure. Since Yinran has returned, the engagement with that lad from the Xiao family should be annulled, she mused lazily, casting a glance down into the unfathomable depths of the cliff before turning away from her secluded place of cultivation. Upon arriving at the grand hall, she found Gu Yi and Nalan Yinran waiting patiently. As Yinyan entered, they hurried forward, with Gu Yi respectfully addressing her. Greetings, sect leader. Teacher. Yinyan acknowledged with a slight nod, her gaze suddenly intensifying as it fell upon Gu Yi, whose pallor and disordered breath did not escape her keen observation. Deacon Gu Yi, are you injured? As a Dou Huang powerhouse, her perception was acute, and she instantly sensed the anomaly in Gu Ye's condition. Gu Ye's face displayed a hint of a wry smile as he was about to speak, but Nalan Yinran interjected, unable to contain herself. Teacher, Elder Gu Yi was injured by the Xiao family. They have gone too far, disregarding even our Yunlan sect, and publicly annulled the engagement before the entire clan. You must stand up for your disciples. Seeing her teacher, Nalan Yinran's grievances surged forth, and she could not help but voice her complaints. Chapter 34. Yunyan dispatches Elder Dou Wang. Gu Yi seeks revenge against the Xiao family. Gu Yi was injured by the Xiao family, and they openly annulled your engagement? Upon hearing Nalan Yinran's words, Yunyan's brows furrowed with concern, a flicker of anger igniting within her, while she felt a surge of indignation. Yinyan was not one to act impulsively. She turned her gaze to Nalan Yinran, her tone grave. Yinran, recount the events of your visit to the Xiao family for me in detail. With a countenance marked by grievance, Nalan Yinran slowly recounted the sequence of events. When Yunyan learned that Nalan Yinran and Gu Yi had publicly confronted the Xiao family regarding the annulment, her expression darkened significantly. Yinran, Deacon Gu Yi, did I not instruct you that this annulment was not a dignified act for our Yunlan sect and should not be overly publicized, as it could tarnish our reputation? Yinyan's gaze bore down on Nalan Yinran and Gu Yi, her voice stern. How did you conduct yourselves? By publicly annulling the engagement. Not only did you embarrass the Xiao family, but you also sullied the reputation of our Yunlan sect. How will other factions perceive us? Are we to be seen as bullies who take advantage of the weak? As her frustration mounted, Yinyan would have taken punitive measures had it not been for Gu Ye's injuries and Nalan Yinran's distress. Teacher, upon receiving Yunyan's reprimand, Nalan Yinran immediately lowered her head, speechless. Gu Yi, too, moved his lips but dared not offer any defense. Both had initially presumed that, given the stature of the Yunlan sect, the Xiao family would yield, even if reluctant, upon being confronted. Yet, to their astonishment, the Xiao father and son exhibited such audacity. Not only were they powerful, but they also had the audacity to issue an annulment letter to Nalan Yinran, entirely disregarding the backing of the Yunlan sect. You have both failed in your duties. Deacon Gu Yi, I shall impose a half-year penalty on your stipend for this oversight. Take time to reflect. As for Yinran, you are to reflect in isolation for 3 months on the rear mountain. You are not to descend without my command. Seeing both of them fall silent, Yunyan's delicate features hardened as she delivered her verdict. Yes, sect leader, Gu Yi replied, visibly relieved as he bowed. Nalan Yinran, however, pouted slightly, feeling wronged, understood, teacher. Subsequently, Yinyan turned her gaze to Nalan Yinran, stating coolly, continue. Nalan Yinran nodded and resumed her account. To her surprise, the Xiao father and son displayed such fortitude when she recounted how they resolutely rejected the allure of the gathering energy powder and adamantly refused the annulment. A flicker of admiration crossed Yunyan's eyes, her tone reflecting a hint of praise. The gathering energy powder is a 4th-grade elixir crafted by the renowned Pill King Gu He and is of considerable value. For the modest Xiao family, this represents a tremendous temptation. However, as she continued to listen to Nalan Yinran's narrative, Yunyan's expression darkened once more. Xiao Yan claims he wishes to kill Yinran. Xiao Zhan not only injured Elder Guyi, but also compelled Xiao Yan to draft an annulment letter? The more she heard, the more her countenance soured, eventually igniting a flame of fury within her. How can Xiao Yan be so extreme? Even if he does not wish to annul the engagement, he should not utter threats of murder. And the head of the Xiao family, how can he be so arrogant? Although Guyi and Yinyan may have acted inappropriately, they are still members of my Yunlan sect. How dare he lay a hand upon them? Yinyan, as the deputy master of the Yunlan sect, was publicly humiliated. What does this say about us? Is Xiao Zhan truly so presumptuous? Yunyan's delicate brows were furrowed tightly, her gaze imbued with a hint of fury as she scrutinized Nalan, Yinyan, and Guyi, seemingly attempting to discern whether the two were deceiving her. She could scarcely believe that a mere Xiao family would dare show such disrespect towards the Yunlan sect. Master, what I speak is the unvarnished truth. The Xiao family humiliated me before so many witnesses, casting aside my dignity. You must stand up for me, Nalan, Yinyan exclaimed, her heart heavy with grievance and a flicker of indignation in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Guyi hastily corroborated Nalan Yinyan's statement, asserting, Sect Master. What the young Sect Master says is entirely accurate. Not only did the Xiao family injure me, but they also boasted audaciously in public, declaring how they fear not the trifling Yunlan sect. His words conveyed a blatant disregard for their esteemed sect. Preposterous. The Xiao family has the audacity. Yinyan's anger ignited, her lovely countenance darkening. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, the preservation of its reputation was of utmost importance to her. Thus, the brazen manner in which Nalan Yinyan and Guyi had chosen to annul the engagement left her deeply dissatisfied, fearing it would tarnish the sect's honor. However, learning from Nalan Yinyan and Guyi that the Xiao family had become so arrogant as to openly provoke them filled her with uncontainable rage. How could a mere Xiao family dare to humiliate the Yunlan sect? This was utterly outrageous. Seeing Yunyan's countenance ablaze with fury, both Nalan Yinyan and Guyi were taken aback, yet their hearts swelled with joy. If Yinyan was this enraged, it was certain that she would take action against the Xiao family. Indeed, Yinyan addressed Guyi, commanding, Guyi, go to Elder Zhao and convey this matter to him. Have him pay a visit to the Xiao family and administer a slight punishment. Elated, Guyi thought to himself that Elder Zhao was a formidable Douwan. If he were to confront the Xiao family, it would be akin to a crushing victory. This time, they would surely avenge their grievances and teach that arrogant Xiao Zhan a severe lesson. Recalling the humiliation he faced at the Xiao family, Guyi yearned to eradicate the entire clan to alleviate his pent-up rage. Understood, Sect Master. Guyi suppressed his excitement and bowed in acknowledgement. Remember, a light punishment is sufficient. Do not let it result in loss of life. Yinyan hesitated momentarily before advising Guyi. Although the Xiao family's arrogance was intolerable, the root cause was the annulment of the engagement by the Yunlan sect. Yinyan believed it best to avoid any fatalities that might further tarnish the sect's reputation. Guyi felt a twinge of disappointment at her words, but dared not oppose Yinyan, promptly nodding, Rest assured, Sect Master, there will be no loss of life. Go forth. I hope this time you do not disappoint the sect. Yinyan's voice was icy. Fear not, Sect Master, Guyi nodded, contemplating that as long as no lives were lost, incapacitating Xiao Zhan should pose no problem. He recalled that there were indeed 2 other families in Wutan City. Should Xiao Zhan be rendered powerless, the Xiao family would inevitably face destruction, thus achieving his aims. Chapter 35. Rectifying the Family, Enacting City Regulations. In Wutan City, within the Xiao family estate, the family head, Xiao Zhan, received a delivery. Esteemed Patriarch Xiao, please accept these goods accumulated over the years by the middle auction house. A charming figure in a red dress, Miss Yufei, said with a gracious smile as she presented a spatial ring to Xiao Zhan. Miss Yufei, your promptness is commendable, Xiao Zhan replied without hesitation, taking the spatial ring from her hand. As he beheld the enchanting Yufei, he silently admired her. He had just visited the middle auction house the previous day, and today she had already brought forth their accumulated wealth. Such swiftness was indeed impressive. The middle auction house had become a veritable gold mine in Wutan City, largely thanks to Yufei's efforts. Having pledged allegiance to Patriarch Xiao, Yufei was eager to perform well, hoping that Xiao Zhan would favorably consider the middle auction house in the future. Indeed, since your middle auction house has chosen to submit, we are now allies, Xiao Zhan said, pausing for effect before glancing at Yufei with a teasing expression. In fact, a month from now, we shall become family, and I shall naturally look after you, Miss Yufei. Upon hearing this, Yufei understood the implications behind Xiao Zhan's words. A cold smile creeping into her heart, yet her exterior remained amiable. Then, I must thank Patriarch Xiao in advance. Behind her, Master Guanai kept his head lowered, silent and devoid of the previous day's exuberance, perhaps chastened by the losses he had suffered. Patriarch Xiao, I must take my leave, Yafei said after a few exchanges with Xiao Zhan, her demeanor still bright. Xiao Zhan nodded, making no effort to detain her. He understood that until the Yunlan sect arrived, none would truly believe he could survive under their auspices. Until they witnessed his true strength, their allegiance would remain superficial. A smile graced Xiao Zhan's lips as he anticipated the arrival of the Yunlan sect. He was in dire need of a stepping stone to elevate the Xiao family's reputation. Miss, why the haste to deliver goods to Xiao Zhan? Master Guni's face registered pain as he thought of the wealth the middle auction house had painstakingly accumulated over the years, now seemingly lost. Fear not. Consider it a temporary deposit with him. Once the Xiao family is eradicated, this wealth will inevitably return to us, Yafei replied with a knowing smile, exuding confidence. Her generosity was a display of sincerity, aimed at temporarily placating Xiao Zhan, making him believe in the middle auction house's genuine allegiance. When the time comes, not only will I reclaim what belongs to the middle auction house, but I shall also seize all of the Xiao family's riches. Master Guanai thought with a cold smile. As long as Xiao Zhan was dead, no one would stand against him. The humiliation he suffered at the hands of Xiao Zhan was a wound he would one day avenge. With the middle auction house's declaration of submission to the Xiao family, the entirety of Wutan City's influence was now under their command. From this moment forth, the Xiao family emerged as the undisputed rulers of Wutan City. To better manage the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan was not idle, implementing a series of measures. Firstly, he established the Xiao family's talent camp, allowing the most gifted youth within the clan to access superior cultivation resources. To strengthen the Xiao family, reliance on Xiao Zhan alone was untenable. His ambitions were grand. He aimed to continue expanding the family's influence, first within Wutan City, then to surrounding cities, and ultimately throughout the entire Gamal Empire and the northwestern region. Xiao Zhan was determined to methodically expand, ultimately seeking dominion over the entire continent. With the Xiao family's expansion, it was certain they would grow more formidable and far-reaching. It was impractical for all affairs to rest solely on Xiao Zhan's shoulders. Thus, he needed to plan ahead, nurturing a cadre of capable individuals who could stand independently. The establishment of the Xiao family's genius camp was conceived with a singular purpose in mind. The disciples enrolled in this camp would have access to superior training resources, undeniably igniting the fervor for cultivation among the younger generation and cultivating talent for the future of the Xiao family. Furthermore, Xiao Zhan appointed various stewards to oversee the multitude of affairs within Wutan City. With Wutan City now entirely under the Xiao family's dominion, its size is neither overly large nor particularly small. Xiao Zhan was keen to avoid wasting time on trivial matters concerning the city. By appointing these stewards, he would be better able to manage Wutan City efficiently. Additionally, Xiao Zhan established a temple of offerings, where formidable individuals from various factions could be recruited with generous compensation. Ever since Xiao Zhan had incapacitated the three elders, the Xiao family found itself lacking any formidable fighters, with not a single grandmaster in sight beyond Xiao Zhan himself. Thus, he was in urgent need of proficient experts. Otherwise, even the slightest disturbance from a grandmaster would necessitate his personal intervention to quell it, which would be an undignified predicament. A series of commands issued by Xiao Zhan were executed by Xiao Shan, a 9-star Dou master, swiftly reorganizing the Xiao family and gradually assimilating the forces they had recently acquired. In addition, Xiao Zhan promulgated a set of regulations to facilitate the governance of Wutan City. The first decree was to rename Wutan City as Xiao City. The Xiao family had firmly established itself as the sovereign power of Wutan City, which now lay entirely under their rule. Xiao Zhan intended to utilize Wutan City as the foundation for the Xiao family's expansion. Renaming it to Xiao City symbolized the family's prominence and aimed to bolster the sense of belonging among the Xiao disciples. Given the Xiao family's current stature, no one dared to oppose Xiao Zhan's decision. In no time, the grand letters spelling Wutan City at the city gates were replaced by Xiao City by the Xiao disciples. Secondly, the practice of violence within Xiao City was strictly prohibited, leading to the establishment of the Xiao City law enforcement team to maintain order. Although Wutan City was now under the Xiao family's control, numerous subordinate factions still resided within, and disputes were inevitable. Any grievances must not result in arbitrary violence. Instead, the law enforcement team was to be consulted for mediation. Thirdly, those willing to become affiliated members of the Xiao family would enjoy equal treatment as family members. With the current membership of the Xiao family being quite limited, the need to expand and incorporate fresh blood from outside was imperative for future growth. Of course, in addition to these regulations, Xiao Zhan enacted further city rules. Under the constraints of these regulations, the previously chaotic Xiao City swiftly regained stability. Chapter 36. Is this not Wutan City? Why has it been renamed Xiao City? Galloping several miles outside Wutan City, two elderly men rode their horned steeds at a furious pace. Old Zhao, just ahead lies Wutan City. One of them, Guyi, called out to his companion. Guyi, as you mentioned, the Xiao family is merely a minor clan in this remote little town. Is it truly necessary for the sect leader to dispatch me personally? The other elder, riding a horned steed, replied with a hint of disdain, clearly looking down upon the Xiao family. Wutan City was exceedingly isolated, lacking a transportation center for flying magical beasts. Thus, they were compelled to travel from the imperial capital by flying beast to the nearest city, Black Crystal City. Subsequently, they procured 2 horned steeds in Black Crystal City and rode towards Wutan City. This arduous journey was indeed a source of discontent for the elder, as it was solely for the purpose of reprimanding a minor clan in a remote town. Old Zhao, the Xiao family's provocation of our Yunlan sect demands a severe punishment, lest our sect's authority be undermined, Guyi asserted, displaying an unyielding enthusiasm as they drew closer to Wutan City. Elder Zhao, is the Xiao family truly as arrogant as you claim? Elder Zhao, with his white hair and regal purple robe, exuded an imposing presence. Arrogant is an understatement. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, not only humiliated the young sect master in public, but also injured me, showing complete disregard for our Yunlan sect. Guyi replied, an uncontrollable fury boiling within him at the mere mention of the Xiao family. The humiliation he had suffered at the Xiao family's hands burned in his mind, fueling his desire for vengeance. Xiao Zhan, with Elder Zhao's intervention, I wish to see if you will remain as brazen as before. Guyi's gaze fell upon the elder clad in purple, his heart brimming with confidence. Elder Zhao, known as Zhao Yuan, was a newly appointed Dou Wang elder of the Yunlan sect, with a Dou Wang powerhouse at their disposal. Dealing with someone like Xiao Zhan would be effortless. Old Zhao, you must ensure that Xiao Zhan is punished severely, making him understand that our Yunlan sect is not a mere trifle to be trifled with. Ideally, he should be erased from this world. Guyi's tone was laced with malice as he urged Zhao Yuan. The sect leader did explicitly state that we must not incite fatalities, did he not? Zhao Yuan hesitated at this remark. Indeed, the sect leader did issue such instructions. Guyi acknowledged, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Having a good rapport with Zhao Yuan allowed him to speak candidly. Old Zhao, once we reach Wutan City, you need only to cripple Xiao Zhan's cultivation and shatter his limbs. Naturally, there will be others who will eliminate him for us. In Wutan City, the Xiao family was not the sole clan. Guyi, having previously visited Wutan City, was aware of the dynamics among the factions. He recalled that, apart from the Xiao family, there were 2 other clans. The 3 great families were perpetually engaged in both overt and covert conflicts. If the head of a Xiao family were to be incapacitated, the other 2 would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. In that event, it was entirely possible that the entire Xiao family would be consumed by the other 2 clans, vanishing completely from existence. The thought of this filled Guyi with a sense of exhilaration, a delicious thrill of vengeance coursing through him. Xiao Zhan, you have invited this calamity upon yourself by injuring me and provoking the Yunlan sect. Indeed, Xiao Zhan has dared to harm a Yunlan sect steward, which is akin to slapping our sect's face. As such, this elder must exact vengeance on your behalf. Zhao Yuan, displaying a carefree demeanor, showed no regard for the Xiao family. Of course, Guyi readily agreed, and the 2 exchanged jovial banter as they hastened toward Wutan City. Look, Wutan City is just ahead. As the city walls came into view, Guyi slowed his pace and spoke to Zhao Yuan. Indeed, Zhao Yuan nodded, following Guyi's gaze, only to suddenly freeze. Guyi, did you not say this was Wutan City? Why does it now say Xiao City? Zhao Yuan stared at the letters adorning the city wall, confusion etched on his face as he looked at Guyi. What? Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Guyi was incredulous. Yet, as he beheld the word Xiao City emblazoned on the wall, he too was taken aback. What is happening? It clearly said Wutan City when I was here last time. How has it changed to Xiao City? Guyi gazed in disbelief at the words on the wall. Could it be that some upheaval has transpired in Wutan City during my absence? An ominous feeling stirred within him as he urged his horned steed onward, heading straight for the city gates. Is this not Wutan City? Why has it been renamed Xiao City? As they arrived at the city gate, Gu Yi pointed at the characters Xiao Cheng inscribed above and loudly inquired of the guard station nearby. The guards, all members of the Xiao clan, instantly displayed a hint of pride upon hearing Gu Ye's question, proclaiming loudly, "The era of Wutan City has passed. This is now Xiao Cheng, under the dominion of our illustrious Xiao family. Indeed, this place shall no longer be referred to as Wutan City, but rather as Xiao Cheng, belonging to our esteemed Xiao clan." The Xiao clansmen present gazed upon the characters Xiao Cheng with faces brimming with pride. This was their family's stronghold. Here, the Xiao family wielded authority. Xiao family? Are you all members of the Xiao clan? Upon hearing this, Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly darkening. Is your clan leader Xiao Zhan? He demanded, seeking to ascertain whether this Xiao family was indeed the one associated with Xiao Zhan. How dare you? Who are you to utter our clan leader's name so casually? The Xiao clansmen's faces contorted with anger, their expressions turning hostile. The unification of Wutan City was largely attributed to Xiao Zhan's singular strength. The current glory of the Xiao family was a result of their leader, Xiao Zhan's endeavors. Consequently, Xiao Zhan held an exalted position in the hearts of the Xiao clansmen, and none could tolerate disrespect towards him. Observing Gu Yi's unfriendly demeanor and his audacious address of their leader, the Xiao clan members naturally reacted with hostility. Little did Gu Yi expect that the Xiao family possessed such formidable capabilities. At that moment, having confirmed the connection between the city walls and Xiao Zhan, his expression darkened to an extreme. Casting a disdainful glance at the hostile Xiao clansmen before him, he thought, Chapter 37. Is the Xiao family doomed? High and mighty Gu Yi, an elder from Yunlan sect, is here. Go inform Xiao Zhan to kneel before the Xiao family's gate and offer his apologies. Infuriated by the Xiao family's unification of Wutan City, Gu Yi's ire only intensified. However, despite his anger, he remained confident in Zhao Yuan's strength. Could a mere Xiao family truly contend with a formidable Dou Wang? Even if they had concealed their power and called upon Wutan City, what could it change? Today, he would compel Xiao Zhan to kneel in supplication, leaving his reputation in tatters throughout Wutan City, to exact a thorough revenge on Xiao Zhan. Gu Yi boldly revealed his affiliation with Yunlan sect and sauntered towards the Xiao family. Upon hearing that a representative from Yunlan sect had arrived, the Xiao clansman dared not impede his path. Following Gu Yi's grand entrance into the city, news of Yunlan sect's arrival swiftly spread throughout. The retribution for the Xiao family has come. Within a modest family, a man clad in fine robes, upon hearing the news, could not help but laugh uproariously, his face alight with delight. He had previously belonged to the Gailey family, a subordinate clan with blood ties to them. After the Gailey family was annihilated by the Xiao family, he had no choice but to seek refuge with them for survival. Although he had allied himself with the Xiao clan, resentment festered within him. Now, hearing of Yunlan sect's arrival, he was filled with ecstatic anticipation, believing that the Xiao family's demise was at hand. Xiao family, your day of reckoning has arrived. With exhilaration coursing through him, he gathered his family members and hastened towards the Xiao estate, eager to witness the downfall of the Xiao family firsthand. Such scenes unfolded across Xiaocheng. The Xiao family's brutal suppression had swiftly brought the entirety of Wutan City under their control, yet beneath the surface, many harbored resentment, yearning for the family's downfall. Now that Yunlan sect had finally arrived, jubilant cheers erupted, their hearts brimming with satisfaction. At the middle auction house, a manager burst into the meeting room, his expression animated as he exclaimed, Monsieur Fei, Master Gu and I, rejoice. The people of Yunlan sect have arrived. What? Upon hearing this, both Yafei and Master Gu and I were momentarily taken aback, before their faces broke into expressions of sheer joy. Yafei let out a sigh of relief. A weight lifted from her shoulders as she remarked, Yunlan sect has indeed lived up to my expectations. Master Gu and I, brimming with excitement, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Xiao Zhan, your doom is upon you. After today, there shall be no Xiao family left in Wutan City. A cold smile crept across his lips as he dashed out of the meeting room, making haste towards the Xiao residence, eager to witness Xiao Zhan's dismal fate firsthand. Meanwhile, Yafei reflected on her agreement with Xiao Zhan. A fleeting hint of regret flashed in her beautiful eyes as she sighed. Clan leader Xiao. One must not be overly arrogant. In her view, the calamity befalling the Xiao family was a direct consequence of Xiao Zhan's hubristic provocations against the lofty Yunlan sect, a grave miscalculation leading to his own downfall. It seems you haven't troubled me lately. Allow me to send you off on your final journey. Yafei exited the meeting room, summoned a carriage. and likewise made her way towards the Xiao estate. At the Xiao family estate, clan leader, a grave matter has arisen. Xiao Zhan, his face etched with panic, rushed into Xiao Zhan's courtyard, his voice trembling with fear. What is the matter? Xiao Zhan, having been roused from his midday slumber, pushed open the door and stepped outside. Xiao Zhan, disregarding formalities, gasped, clan leader, representatives from Yunlan sect have arrived. That Dou Yi has come with an elder from Yunlan sect and is heading straight for our Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow. Noting the swiftness of their arrival, Yunlan sect was indeed efficient. He regarded the visibly anxious Xiao Zhan and replied nonchalantly. So they come. What is there to fear? Should I personally go to greet them? Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Zhan's calm demeanor. Remembering Dou Yi's earlier threats, he hesitated before speaking, clan leader. Dou Yi demands that you kneel at the entrance to welcome them. Xiao Zhan fell silent for a moment, before a cold smile graced his lips. It seems he has come specifically for revenge against me. Xiao Zhan hesitated again, finally suggesting, clan leader, perhaps you should escape with Yunlan sect's status. They likely wouldn't dare to harm us. In recent times, Xiao Zhan had demonstrated formidable prowess and cunning, winning over the Xiao clansmen's allegiance. The unification of Wutan City and its renaming to Xiao Cheng had bestowed immense honor upon the Xiao family, enhancing every member's sense of belonging. As Xiao Zhan was a trusted confidant of Xiao Zhan, he naturally wished to see him survive. Should Xiao Zhan perish, the newly risen Xiao family would be left leaderless, quickly falling prey to other forces, a fate unacceptable to any member of the Xiao clan. Hearing Xiao Shan's words, a light smile appeared on Xiao Zhan's lips. Escape? Why would I? I have long awaited their arrival. He approached Xiao Zhan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, exuding confidence as he declared, Xiao Zhan, today you shall witness my true strength. A mere Yunlan sect does not truly concern me. With that, Xiao Zhan strode towards the courtyard exit. Meanwhile, he focused his thoughts, augmenting his strength with the family's domain. In an instant, he sensed Dou Yi and another Dou Wang approaching the Xiao family's gate. Instead of hastily confronting them, Xiao Zhan decided to allow Dou Yi to disseminate the news, amplifying its impact. He intended for all to witness his triumph over the representatives of Yunlan sect. Xiao Zhan was acutely aware that, despite the Xiao family's seeming dominance over Xiao Cheng, many harbored ulterior motives, not genuinely pledging their loyalty. At this moment, the members of the Yunlan sect have arrived, and it is likely that many are reveling in Schadenfreude. This time, he intends to showcase his formidable strength, thoroughly instilling fear in those who harbor ill intentions towards the Xiao family. And what of Yafei? Reflecting upon the agreement made between himself and Yafei, a hint of a smile graced Xiao Zhan's lips. Yafei, after today's battle, I shall see if you can still maintain your composure. With purposeful strides, Xiao Zhan advanced towards the main gate, under the concerned gazes of the Xiao clan members. Patriarch, observing Xiao Zhan's retreating figure, the Xiao clansmen could not suppress their sorrow. To them, Xiao Zhan's fate seemed undoubtedly sealed. They felt a sense of indignation. After the Xiao family had painstakingly risen to prominence and unified Wutan City, was this merely a fleeting moment? Bang! With a deafening roar, the Xiao family's gate was forcefully kicked open. Dou Yi and Zhao Yuan appeared at the entrance, their expressions arrogant. Xiao Zhan, the steward and elder Zhao have personally come from the Yunlan sect. You should come out and pay your respects. Chapter 38. Annihilation of Dou Yi. A corpse to hang for 7 days. Xiao Zhan stepped forward, undeterred, amidst the anxious gazes of the Xiao clan members. Patriarch, they could not help but feel a deep sorrow as they watched Xiao Zhan's figure. In their eyes, he was destined to perish here. Their hearts brimmed with resentment. After all the Xiao family had endured to rise, could it truly be that this was but a transient glory? Bang! With another jarring sound, the Xiao family's gate was kicked open. Dou Yi and Zhao Yuan, their demeanor haughty, stood at the threshold. Xiao Zhan, the steward and elder Zhao have come from the Yunlan sect. Why do you not come out to pay your respects? Hearing Dou Yi's words, the Xiao clan disciples changed their expressions, their eyes burning with indignation as they glared at him. After Xiao Zhan led the Xiao family to dominate Wutan City, every member had held him in the utmost respect. Thus, witnessing Dou Yi's brazen insults directed at Xiao Zhan filled them with rage. Yet, despite their fury, they recognized that Dou Yi was a member of the Yunlan sect, someone they could not afford to offend. All they could do was seethe in silence. Seeing the scene, Dou Yi smirked coldly, his sense of triumph growing. The Xiao family was hardly worth mentioning. What if they had unified Wutan City? Before the Yunlan sect, they were but insignificant beings. Dou Yi scanned the crowd for Xiao Zhan, and upon not seeing him, his brow furrowed as he shouted, "Xiao Zhan, come out. Surely you do not wish to be a coward hiding away? Guyi, you old dog, I spared your life last time. And yet you dare to return to my Xiao family and act recklessly. Truly, you are courting death." Just then, Xiao Zhan stepped out, leisurely approaching as he spoke with a hint of mockery. "You." Hearing Xiao Zhan's audacious words, Guyi's expression darkened, and he sneered, "Xiao Zhan, at this juncture, you still dare to be so arrogant? I hope you do not find yourself begging for mercy shortly." "Oh." In response, Xiao Zhan turned his gaze to Zhao Yuan beside Guyi, a playful smile gracing his lips. "So, you brought along some assistance, relying on the power of others, is it?" Sensing the aura emanating from Zhao Yuan, who was at the Dou Realm, Xiao Zhan scoffed. "Let us see if the tiger you brought is indeed fierce enough." "Humph." Zhao Yuan huffed coldly. "Initially, I had my doubts, witnessing this firsthand. I now understand that what Steward Guyi claims is not exaggerated. A mere Xiao family dares to be so arrogant." Seeing that most of the onlookers had gathered, Xiao Zhan, uninterested in further banter, declared coldly, "You will soon know whether this arrogance is warranted." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zhan launched himself into action. Facing merely a Dou, he refrained from utilizing his family's domain, allowing his internal Dou Qi to surge as he charged toward Zhao Yuan and Guyi. Upon sensing the aura radiating from Xiao Zhan, Zhao Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his shock. "Ah!" The next moment, two piercing screams echoed through the air. Before anyone could comprehend, two figures were sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc in midair before crashing violently to the ground. With Xiao Zhan's strength at the 9-star Dou Huang level, eliminating Zhao Yuan and Guyi was a simple task. Silence. As the onlookers beheld the two disheveled figures on the ground, the atmosphere fell eerily still. Zhao Yuan and Guyi lay motionless, their eyes wide open, chests caved in, blood seeping from their lips, devoid of life. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was left utterly astounded. The powerful figures of the Yunlan sect had perished so easily. In just one encounter, they fell to Xiao Zhan's hands. It was said that the elders of the Yunlan sect were all Dou Wang strongholds. Were Dou Wang powers truly this fragile? Staring at the still bodies on the ground, the gathered crowd seemed to be in a dream, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. How could this be possible? A small family leader who harbored resentment against the Xiao family stared in disbelief at the unscathed Xiao Zhan, fear creeping onto his face. One strike to dispatch a Dou Wang stronghold? Was this truly the prowess of a Dou Shi? He shuddered involuntarily, glancing at the astonished crowd, and stealthily slipped away, feigning ignorance of his prior presence. Heavens, what on earth is happening? The formidable members of the Yunlan sect have met their demise? Surely I am dreaming. Before long, the crowd began to react, an uproar erupting as they pointed and murmured about the lifeless bodies of Guyi and Zhao Yuan. "This is impossible." Master Guni's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting sheer horror. As a member of the Mitter family, he understood better than most the weight of a Yunlan sect elder. This was a genuine Dou Wang stronghold. Yet now, this Dou Wang had been vanquished without a second thought at the hands of Xiao Zhan. He struggled to fathom just how formidable Xiao Zhan's strength must be. He had come with excitement, anticipating the annihilation of the Xiao family by the hands of the Yunlan sect. Yet the outcome was entirely opposite. Xiao Zhan remained unscathed while the Yunlan sect's powerhouses lay dead at the threshold. Such a result was beyond his comprehension. Even more affected was Yifei, who stood by, equally astonished. As she gazed at the two corpses, her complexion turned pale, despair flooding her heart. She recalled her agreement with Xiao Zhan. Should she lose, she would have to willingly marry him. One strike to kill a Dou Wang stronghold. Given the strength Xiao Zhan had just exhibited, he had likely reached the Dou Huang realm. With such power, he might truly contend with the Yunlan sect. Realizing this, Yifei felt a wave of weakness wash over her, nearly collapsing to the ground. In that moment, regret consumed her as she murmured, "It turns out he was not arrogant. He genuinely possesses the confidence to rival the Yunlan sect. Patriarch is magnificent. Patriarch is magnificent. Patriarch is magnificent." Just then, a thunderous cheer erupted from within the Xiao family. Observing the formidable display of power from Xiao Zhan, the Xiao clan members were filled with excitement, their gazes towards him brimming with fervor. They had initially believed today would mark the end of the Xiao family. Yet unexpectedly, their patriarch had turned the tide, showcasing his might and decisively annihilating the strongholds of the Yunlan sect. As the members of the Xiao clan regained their senses, they gazed at their patriarch with eyes filled with adoration. Xiao Zhan, maintaining an air of composure, raised his hand slightly, and the fervent cheers abruptly ceased, casting a cold, Indifferent glance at the now terrified onlookers, Xiao Zhan declared with icy resolve. This is the consequence of offending the Xiao family. Bring forth the corpses of these two old dogs and hang them at the city gates for 7 days as a warning to others. Chapter 39. The Further Ascendancy of the Xiao Clan. Monsieur Fei's last hope. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays beating down upon the walls of Xiao City, rendering the stones unbearably hot. It was unexpected that the patriarch of the Xiao clan possessed such terrifying strength, effortlessly slaying even the formidable warriors dispatched by the Yunlan sect. It was rumored that an elder from the Yunlan sect had come, one who wielded the power of a Dou Wang. If Xiao Zhan could vanquish a Dou Wang, did it not imply that his own strength had ascended to that level, perhaps even beyond? Who would have imagined that the Xiao family was concealing such depths? Prior to this, who could have foreseen that the clan leader could slay a Dou Wang powerhouse? At the city gates, several disciples of the Xiao clan stood guard, oblivious to the comings and goings of the populace, pointing and whispering as they regarded the two hanging corpses. Among the bystanders were those returning from Xiao City, as well as travelers from other great cities. Those who had ventured from afar, or had arrived for business, were left astounded at the changes within the Xiao family. Who could have predicted that such significant transformations would occur in Wutan City in such a short span? The city had even been renamed Xiao City. The Xiao disciples, upon hearing the murmurs of the passers-by, straightened their backs with pride swelling within them. Once upon a time, the Xiao family was merely one of the 3 prominent clans in Wutan City. Within the entire Gamma Empire, they were but an inconspicuous family. Even within Wutan City, 2 other families stood on equal footing with the Xiao clan. Yet now, under the leadership of Patriarch Xiao Zhan, the Xiao family had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. They had not only obliterated the other 2 families, but had also dominantly claimed control over the entire Wutan City, audaciously renaming it Xiao City. Patriarch Xiao Zhan now possessed the strength to slay Dou Wang powerhouses, openly challenging colossal entities like the Yunlan sect. To even mention the Xiao family in the same breath as the Yunlan sect would have been unthinkable in the past. However, after witnessing Xiao Zhan's formidable might and the slaughter of the Yunlan sect elder, the Xiao disciples found their trepidation towards the Yunlan sect considerably diminished. The Yunlan sect no longer appeared as fearsome as before. Our clan leader has slain a Dou Wang elder of the Yunlan sect. Gazing at the 2 corpses hanging at the city gates, the stench rising under the relentless sun did not repulse the Xiao disciples in the slightest. To them, this was a symbol of the Xiao family's glory. Though 2 days had elapsed since the deaths of Yi and Zhao Yuan, the repercussions of their demise continued to reverberate throughout Xiao City, leaving its inhabitants in a state of unrest. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhan's terrifying prowess, those factions that had once anticipated the Xiao family's downfall now felt profound disappointment, even despair. The might of Xiao Zhan had made it clear that they would never rise again, nor could they extricate themselves from the Xiao family's grasp. Having realized this, many factions that once harbored ill intentions no longer dared to engage in covert machinations. Indeed, numerous factions were hastening to align themselves with the Xiao family side branches, eager to secure their favor. As for Xiao Zhan, he welcomed all comers, indifferent to their motives. In his view, as long as one possessed strength, all could be subdued. In the future, as he built an even greater reputation and the Xiao family expanded further, these factions would naturally be too intimidated to harbor any disloyal thoughts. At the Maitel auction house, Monsieur Fei, what should we do now? In the conference room, Master Gunny slumped despondently in his chair, devoid of any fighting spirit. He had anticipated that with the arrival of the Yunlan sect warriors, the Xiao family would be ruthlessly crushed, paving the way for the rise of the Maitel auction house. Yet, he had never imagined that Xiao Zhan concealed such terrifying strength, effortlessly annihilating the so-called warriors of the Yunlan sect. He had even audaciously displayed the corpses of Guyi and the Yunlan sect elder at the city gates. The ruthless and domineering nature displayed by Xiao Zhan extinguished any desire Master Gunny had to oppose him. Hearing this, Yafei's face turned bitter. Her usual shrewdness diminished as she forced a wry smile. In the face of absolute power, what options do we have? The memory of that day when Xiao Zhan slaughtered a Dou Wang powerhouse fills me with a sense of helplessness. What can a weak woman like me do in the presence of such might? The Maitel auction house has no room for resistance against Xiao Zhan. Master Gunny sighed, suddenly struck by a thought. He turned to Yafei and proposed, Miss Yafei, perhaps we should leave this place and return to our family. The headquarters of the Maitel family is in the imperial capital. As long as we make it there, even if Xiao Zhan is capable, he cannot reach us. However, such an action would mean relinquishing the Maitel auction house, which they had painstakingly built over the years to Xiao Zhan, though he felt a deep reluctance. Master Gunny was even less willing to have his life and fortune lie in Xiao Zhan's hands. If he returned to his family, he would undoubtedly regain his status as a second-tier alchemist. Upon hearing this, Yafei cast a glance at Master Gunny, offering a bitter smile filled with despair. It is too late. The entire Mytel auction house has already been infiltrated by Xiao Zhan's people. Our every move is under his surveillance. What? Master Gunny's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Yafei's words. Since witnessing Xiao Zhan's strength, he had been in a daze, oblivious to these developments. He had not anticipated that Xiao Zhan could act so swiftly. Master Gunny's face reflected despair. Are we to simply await our doom? He felt he had already offended Xiao Zhan, and with the latter's disdain for him, remaining in Xiao City would undoubtedly lead to a dire fate. At that moment, Yafei suddenly straightened her posture, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. We are not entirely without hope. Master Gunny was taken aback, and then looked at Yafei with a glimmer of anticipation. Miss Yafei, do you have a plan? What plan could I possibly devise with my limited strength? Yafei shook her head, pausing briefly before meeting Master Gunny's gaze. Xiao Zhan has indeed made a significant display of strength, yet he is still overly arrogant. Not only has he slain an elder of the Yunlan sect, but he has also displayed their corpses at the city gates, a blatant affront to the Yunlan sect. Do you believe that the news of this will go unnoticed by them? At this point, a familiar glimmer of shrewdness returned to Yafei's face. As far as I know, the leader of the Yunlan sect, Yinyan, has already attained a 3-star Dou Saint Realm. If she were to personally come here, do you think Xiao Zhan could withstand her? The leader of the Yunlan sect. Upon hearing Yafei's analysis, Master Gunny's eyes brightened, a glimmer of hope returning to his countenance. Chapter 40. Xiao Yan's Ascension to Dou Zhi, commencing the practice of the burning decision. Within a dim cave, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged upon a piece of azure stone, slowly opening his eyes. It had been half a month since Xiao Yan departed from the Xiao family. With the bloodline of the fire spirit and the assistance of the bone spirit cold fire, his cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds. In a mere fortnight, he had transcended from the 4th level of Dou Qi to the 9th. It was time for a breakthrough. Taking a slow, deliberate breath, Xiao Yan retrieved a jade vial from his bosom. As he tilted it slightly, a pill of alternating blue and green hues tumbled forth. Gazing at the lustrous surface of the qi-gathering powder, Xiao Yan smiled faintly, inhaling the invigorating aroma that brought a sense of tranquility. With a swift lick of his lips and no trace of hesitation, he placed it into his mouth. As the powder touched his tongue, a gentle chill spread throughout his mouth, and moments later, a wave of warm, pure energy surged from his mouth into his body, causing Xiao Yan to shudder involuntarily. Maintaining a serene expression, he swiftly formed hand seals to absorb the Dou Qi, his breathing gradually stabilizing. The faint Dou Qi within him responded eagerly, entwining with the potent medicinal energy, initiating a frenzied refinement. Within the confines of the small cavern, the previously tranquil air suddenly surged with energy. Wisps of pale white Dou Qi seeped from the atmosphere, continuously flowing into Xiao Yan's body. He bit down on his lip as the clash of energies within him sent waves of pain through his meridians. Fortunately, his veins were far more resilient than those of an ordinary person, so while he felt discomfort, it had yet to inflict significant harm. The Dou Qi enveloped clusters of verdant, pure energy, and through relentless refinement, more and more green energy transformed into pale white Dou Qi. With this newfound support, the scale of Xiao Yan's Dou Qi expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Though the pure medicinal power was being refined continuously, it seemed to be inexhaustible. Each time the Dou Qi absorbed a cluster of medicinal strength, an even larger mass of green energy surged forth. As the internal refinement continued alongside the external influx of Dou Qi, Xiao Yan's body began to fill most of his meridians. A muted thudding sound resonated quietly within him. With the emergence of this sound, the overwhelming sensation of exhaustion dissipated into thin air. Sighing heavily in relief, Xiao Yan collapsed. Utterly drained, his chest heaving dramatically. Lying on the cool cave floor, he sensed the abundant energy that had eluded him for 3 long years. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, which soon blossomed into a broad grin, culminating in laughter that filled the cavern. I, Xiao Yan, have finally returned to the realm of Dou warriors. After the excitement, Xiao Yan eagerly focused on the area around his lower abdomen, where a palm-sized milky white vortex slowly spun. Surrounding this vortex was a layer of nebulous, milky energy. Observing this diminutive vortex, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction, although its size was modest. The energy contained within was undoubtedly over tenfold stronger than his previous 9th-level Dou Qi. With a slight parting of his lips, he expelled a breath of murky air. And after doing so, his complexion visibly brightened. Stretching his neck, the cracking sound of his bones brought a smile to his face. He lifted his gaze to the figure resembling a specter, hovering at the cave's entrance, and beamed brightly. It's a success. Indeed, fortune favors you. You condensed the vortex on your first attempt, the old man replied, nodding gently. Surely, this is a testament to my prowess, is it not? Shrugging, Xiao Yan suddenly adopted a somewhat ingratiating demeanor, extending his hand shyly. Master, now that I've reached the Dou warrior level, shouldn't I be bestowed with the Dou Qi techniques? At this, the old man rolled his eyes, drifting into the cave to sit before Xiao Yan, inquiring, my disciple, what kind of technique do you seek? The one you mentioned, the one more peculiar than the heavenly ranked techniques, which can evolve, Xiao Yan stated without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the old man's face momentarily reflected a complex expression, and he fell into an unexpected silence. Master, what troubles you? Is there an issue with that technique? You're not deceiving me, are you? Xiao Yan asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice as he observed the old man's demeanor. This technique can indeed evolve. I do not lie about that, the old man replied softly. Hearing the old man affirm this once more, Xiao Yan's face broke into a joyful expression as he rubbed his hands together cautiously, asking, then can I begin my cultivation? This technique is exceedingly peculiar. While it can evolve, the risk factor is extraordinarily high. After a prolonged silence, the old man sighed. Considering the dangers associated with the burning decision, the old man hesitated. What if something happened to Xiao Yan? How could he explain it to the immortal emperor? Feeling somewhat anxious due to the old man's sighs, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his hand and asked timidly, how high is the risk? With a bitter smile, the old man shook his head, saying helplessly, since acquiring this technique, I have neither seen nor heard of anyone successfully cultivating it, so I cannot provide a definitive answer. However, based on my extensive experience, the success rate at its peak seems unlikely to exceed 20%. 20%? Xiao Yan's expression stiffened, and he forced a laugh. Surely, it cannot be that low? Sighing and nodding, the old man replied with a pained expression, I fear it may indeed be that low. At this, Xiao Yan's spirits dampened as he lamented. Did my father not say that this technique is exceptionally suited for me? How could this be? In response, the old man shook his head. The immortal emperor did not deceive you. This technique indeed aligns perfectly with your fire spirit bloodline. My disciple, do you know the conditions for its evolution? Curiously, Xiao Yan asked, what are the conditions? The prerequisite for its evolution requires the consumption of exotic flames. Each evolution necessitates the devouring of one type of exotic flame. The old man's voice grew slightly hoarse. You must understand, exotic flames are inherently destructive and volatile. They are rarely encountered in a century, and even if one is found, who can guarantee success in devouring it? I nearly perished in my attempt to acquire this bone spirit cold fire. What was even more terrifying was that this technique required the consumption of various exotic flames. Good heavens! Just one type of exotic flame could drive a Dou Huang powerhouse to the brink of death. I can hardly imagine the chaos if a person possessed two or even more types of exotic flames. The old man looked at Xiao Yan, recalling the fire spirit bloodline within him, and suddenly an expression of excitement flickered in his eyes. My disciple, while devouring exotic flames is perilous, your innate affinity for flames due to your fire spirit bloodline may mean it is not as dangerous as one might think. I share all this with you to ensure you comprehend the risks involved, so you do not regret your decision later. After finishing his explanation, the old man gazed at Xiao Yan, asking, do you still wish to pursue the cultivation of this technique? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan raised his head and smiled. I trust my father's judgment. Chapter 41. Information on Ice Emperor Hai Buodong and the Elder of Yunlan sect. Behind a Maitel auction house lay a secret estate. Within the garden, a pool of azure water sparkled, flanked by two towering pine trees with interwoven branches and lush foliage. A small pavilion stood by the water's edge, encircled by bamboo fencing. The pavilion's eaves gracefully arched, resembling a delicate jade swallow perched upon the rippling surface of the water. Patriarch Xiao has come unexpectedly. I wonder what business he has? In the pavilion, Xiao Zhan sat at a stone table, while Yafei extended her jade hand to pour him a cup of steaming tea, the faint aroma of tea wafting through the air. Xiao Zhan lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, his gaze falling upon the ever-smiling Yafei before him, and he silently praised her. He had anticipated that after he decisively eliminated the elder of the Yunlan sect, Yafei would, like other factions, willingly choose to submit to him. However, the Yafei before him seemed unfazed by recent events, maintaining her usual composure. Such fortitude was commendable, even in Xiao Zhan's eyes. This woman is destined for greatness. The clan leader had indeed come with a purpose. He slowly set down his teacup and looked intently at Yafei, a faint smile gracing his lips. Please, clan leader Xiao, speak your mind. Since the middle auction house has already pledged allegiance to the Xiao family, I assure you I will comply with your requests. Despite knowing that Xiao Zhan's visit likely heralded unwelcome news, she had to muster a cordial facade under the current circumstances. Xiao Zhan nodded and inquired, Miss Yafei, what do you plan to hold the next auction? The question took Yafei aback. Why was he interested in the auction? Did he intend to meddle in its affairs? A sense of unease crept into her heart, but she managed to smile and responded, I had prepared for an auction to be held a fortnight ago. But your rise to power has disrupted the entire situation in Xiao City, causing delays. Now that Xiao City has just begun to stabilize, it is truly not an opportune time for an auction. The bloody upheaval wrought by the Xiao family had left Xiao City in a state of disarray. Hosting an auction now would likely attract minimal attendance. Xiao Zhan understood that, given the current state of Xiao City, it was indeed not the right time for an auction. There's no rush regarding the auction. Please present me with a list of the auction items you have prepared, he said. A list of auction items? Yafei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Xiao Zhan's intentions, but she quickly smiled and retrieved the pre-prepared list from her spatial ring. Upon examining the list, Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed. The items listed were, in his opinion, far too mundane. The most valuable among them was merely a low-level earth-tier cultivation technique. An auction featuring such items would undoubtedly be exceedingly ordinary. Miss Yafei, I must advise against auctioning such inferior items in the future. He set the list down and regarded her earnestly. From now on, the auction house should pursue a path of quality. Each item auctioned must be a highly valuable treasure. Quality path? Yafei stared at Xiao Zhan, momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, she felt a sense of condescension towards him. This clan leader, while possessing some strength and means, displayed a rather myopic and impatient outlook. In her view, adopting a quality path in a small place like Xiao City would inevitably lead to the auction house's demise. Though the quality path was undoubtedly appealing and could quickly elevate the middle auction house's reputation, how many patrons in this small city could afford premium items? Other than the recently ascended Xiao Zhan, there wasn't even a grandmaster in Xiao City to afford such costly treasures. Thus, she perceived Xiao Zhan's suggestion as thoughtless. Had it been one of her own, she would have reprimanded them soundly. However, facing Xiao Zhan, she could not afford to offend him and could only offer a gentle explanation. Clan leader Xiao, the idea of a quality path is commendable, but Xiao City is simply too small. Before she could finish, Xiao Zhan interjected, I understand your concerns, Miss Yafei. However, the premium items I envision are not intended for the residents of Xiao City, but rather for external parties. External? Yafei's surprise deepened. Are you suggesting that clan leader Xiao intends to invite individuals from outside Xiao City to participate in a middle auction? The thought astonished her further. What treasures could possibly attract outsiders to this remote city? Xiao Zhan, however, maintained a serious demeanor. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. I am aware that you may not have any notable items at your disposal, but rest assured, I have made preparations of my own. With that, he produced a list from his spatial ring and handed it to Yafei, his expression exuding confidence. We need not rush to hold the auction. In the meantime, you should disseminate the information contained in this list as widely as possible. Yafei, skeptical yet intrigued, glanced at the list, her eyes widening in disbelief. It contained the following items for auction. 1. The whereabouts of the Ice Emperor, Haibuodong. 2. The specific location of a rare flame. 3. The current status of the former leader of the Yunlan sect, whether he is alive, and if he has broken through to the Dou Saint Realm. 4. The legendary manifestation of the eerie poison body. 5. 6. The revelations on the list left Yafei in utter shock. The information was indeed explosive. The Ice Emperor, Haibuodong, was a revered elder of the middle family who had been missing for decades. For years, the middle family had sought his whereabouts, but to no avail. As for the former leader of the Yunlan sect, she had heard whispers of him as well. Clan leader Xiao, is this information truly accurate? She asked, her disbelief palpable. Xiao Zhan nodded emphatically. Indeed, I am fully aware of this information and intend to auction it. Tell me, Miss Yafei, do you think this will attract others to Xiao City for the auction? Taking a deep breath, Yafei forced herself to regain composure. Her tone serious. If clan leader Xiao truly possesses this information, it is likely that powerful figures from the entire Jiama Empire will converge upon Xiao City. not to mention other factions. Even the mere mention of the Ice Emperor's whereabouts would ensure that the higher-ups of the middle family would attend the auction, regardless of the cost. If the Ice Emperor were to return, the middle family's standing in the Jiama Empire would rise to just below that of the Yunlan sect and the royal family. The more attendees, the better. Xiao Zhan replied with a nod. After all, this was his territory, and he had no fear of who might enter. Observing the astonishment on Yafei's face, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but smile subtly. He had anticipated such a reaction. Any item, provided there is demand, can be put up for auction. While this information might seem trivial to many, for those in need, it held immeasurable value. Given the current capabilities of the Xiao family, they could hardly present anything of significant worth. To expedite their growth and attract powerful allies, they would need substantial resources. Therefore, Xiao Zhan had to rely on exposing these secrets to generate wealth. He was confident that those who sought this information would not hesitate to pay any price for it. As the Xiao family continued to expand and the auction's reputation grew, he would be able to disclose even more secrets, such as the ancient 8 great clans, the 8 imperial jade, the ancient map of the pure lotus demon fire, and even the locations of the ancient Dou Emperor's secret lairs. Should such information be auctioned, many powerful individuals would be willing to pay exorbitant sums. If any of these strong figures attempted to seize what belonged to him, Xiao Zhan would show no fear. As long as the auction is held within the territory of the Xiao family, he would welcome any disturbances, ready to suppress them with a swift hand. Engaging in a game of black against black. Naturally, aside from amassing wealth, Xiao Zhan harbored ulterior motives. It had already been half a month since Xiao Yan had ventured out, yet the paternal bonding effect had yet to be triggered. This left Xiao Zhan somewhat exasperated, for Xiao Yan's current strength was still too feeble. Even if the paternal effect were to activate, it was unlikely to attract formidable adversaries. For someone like Xiao Zhan, who had already attained the strength of 9-star Dou Huang, this was of little significance. Given Xiao Yan's current prowess, inciting a foe at the Dou Zone level was virtually impossible. Thus, Xiao Zhan resolved to lend a hand to his beloved son. Since no formidable enemies existed, he would create some for him. Once the Xiao family's auction gained renown, he would auction off information regarding the soul body of Yao Chen, the bone spirit cold fire, and the burning formula. Xiao Zhan was confident that those who acquired such information would inevitably seek out Xiao Yan. At that moment, it would be the perfect opportunity for this devoted father to intervene. Furthermore, he could subsequently entrust the Xiao family's imperial jade to Xiao Yan, which would surely pique the interest of the ancient 8 great clans. A reminder to the host, the fatherly love is as mountains function can only be activated when the host's son naturally provokes it. Any subjective instigation by the host is futile. At this juncture, sensing Xiao Zhan's intentions, the system issued a warning. Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow. System, do not speak nonsense. I am not instigating. I am merely honing his skills, adding a touch of difficulty to his journey of growth. Do not misunderstand. My intentions are solely for Yenner's benefit. Do not slander me. The system responded. After discussing the future direction of the auction house with Yafei, Xiao Zhan instructed her to prepare diligently. Although a preliminary plan was in place, implementing it with the current strength of the Xiao family posed considerable challenges. As time passed, news of the elder from the Yunlan sect being slain by Xiao Zhan swiftly reached the imperial capital. In the heart of the imperial capital, less than 5 miles from the palace of the Gama Empire, stood an opulent mansion, sprawling across tens of thousands of square feet. The grand entrance bore the elegantly inscribed characters Yi Yufu. Such luxurious and spacious accommodations were only afforded to the 3 great families of the Gama Empire, and perhaps to the imperial princess Yao Yi as well. It was said that the current ruler of the royal family held the eldest princess Yao Yi in high regard, bestowing upon her this lavish residence following her coming-of-age ceremony. In the depths of night, darkness enveloped the entire imperial capital, with gentle moonlight streaming into the Yihua mansion. The mansion, resembling a palace, appeared both noble and mysterious under the moon's glow. The golden glazed tiles shimmered with a captivating radiance. On a loft, a young girl stood by the railing, tall and slender, clad in a striking red attire that impeccably showcased her alluring figure. Nearby, a stone table held a white incense burner and a green porcelain teacup. At that moment, a shadowy figure, as silent as a specter, appeared on the loft, kneeling before the young girl. Your Highness, the princess. The figure was cloaked in a loose black robe, obscuring their facial features, revealing only piercing eyes that resembled those of a venomous snake. Upon the appearance of the shadow, the young girl took her seat at the stone table, gracefully lifting the green porcelain teacup, her long, fair fingers gently stirring the tea leaves within, her tone icy as she inquired, Have there been any significant developments recently? This is the intelligence gathered by my subordinate. Please review it, Your Highness. At this, the figure in black respectfully presented a letter. Yao Yi extended her jade hand, accepting the envelope from the cloaked figure, and began to peruse its contents. Moments later, she set the letter down, her delicate features betraying a growing seriousness. In Wutan City, the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan. When did such a figure emerge within the empire? How audacious to offend the Yunlan sect. Could it be arrogance or genuine strength? Yao Yi pondered over the confidential letter in her grasp. A flicker of brilliance crossed her eyes. Perhaps the Xiao family is worth courting by our royal family. The Yunlan sect was acknowledged as the most powerful force within the Gamma Empire, holding an immensely elevated status and regarded as a sacred ground for cultivation by countless individuals. However, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. As the rulers of the Gamma Empire, the royal family had always viewed the Yunlan sect as a thorn in their side, wishing to eliminate it at the earliest opportunity. Yet, the Yunlan sect's formidable strength, with many Douwang experts and the already Dou Huang level Yinyan, posed a significant threat. Most concerning to the royal family was the reclusive Yunshan, who had been in seclusion for many years. Because of this, the royal family had refrained from taking hasty action over the years. Though these two colossal powers often clashed in the shadows, they maintained a facade of calm and non-interference, tacitly agreeing to a division of territory. In reality, both entities were engaged in a covert struggle, with the Gamma Empire consistently wary of the Yunlan sect. The stationed army of 100,000 at the foot of the Yunlan sect was a testament to this vigilance. Even within the Yunlan sect, numerous spies had been placed by the royal family to monitor every move within. They kept a close watch on the Xiao family's every action. And with the recent assassination of the elder from the Yunlan sect, Yinyan would undoubtedly take action. If Yinyan leaves the Yunlan sect, notify me immediately. The cloaked figure nodded in acknowledgement. Does the ancestor know of this news? Yao Yi suddenly directed her gaze toward the figure. My subordinate has already dispatched someone to deliver the news to the palace, came the reply from the figure in black. Prepare yourself. I shall visit the palace tomorrow morning. In response, Yao Yi nodded and calmly instructed, Understood, Your Highness. Yes, Princess, the cloaked figure replied, then vanished into the night. Chapter 43. Xiao Yan becomes an alchemist. Yunyan's fury. Within the cave, a flicker of weak flame danced. After breaking through to the Dou Saint Realm, Yao Chen began to teach Xiao Yan the art of alchemy. At this moment, gazing at the 3 types of herbs neatly arranged before him, Yao Chen nodded slightly and said softly, The required materials have been refined. Now, you must merge their medicinal powers. This is the most critical step in alchemy. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan solemnly nodded, skillfully tossing the pure white powder into the cauldron. He then applied a gentle heat for about 10 minutes. Once the white powder showed a slight reddening, he swiftly poured the liquid from the poppy flower into the mixture. As the liquid entered the cauldron, it enveloped the white powder, swirling gently in the flames, gradually merging into a light red viscous liquid. With his soul's perception diligently controlling the temperature of the flames, he carefully roasted the light red viscous liquid. Under the continuous roasting, the viscous liquid gradually transformed into a dark red paste. Fixing his gaze on the dark red paste within the cauldron, Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily before adding the black granules of the vitality fruit. However, upon entering the cauldron, the black granules showed no signs of change, bouncing around in the flames, refusing to blend with the dark red paste. The resistance of each material to temperature varied. Thus, one must learn to control the flame temperature in any part of the cauldron at will. When a low temperature is needed, one must suppress the flames. When a high temperature is required, one must release the suppression to elevate the flame's heat. Gazing at the flustered Xiao Yan, whose brow was drenched in sweat, the old pharmacist spoke calmly. Wetting his parched lips, Xiao Yan nodded and promptly directed a cluster of his spiritual perception, striving to gradually elevate the temperature beneath the minuscule particles of fire. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, as the restraint on the temperature by his spiritual perception was released, a tumultuous flame surged uncontrollably, incinerating a portion of the black particles to ashes in mere moments. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, Xiao Yan hastily suppressed the inferno. His spiritual perception was tasked with maintaining the flame's temperature on one side, while simultaneously raising it on the other, a dual focus that left him utterly perplexed. However, after several perilous moments, Xiao Yan finally calmed himself amidst the chaos, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply, and channeling the scant remaining fighting spirit within him into the fire's core. Within the cauldron, the tiny black particles could no longer withstand the escalating heat and ultimately erupted, sending plumes of dark powder drifting into the pale red paste, deepening its hue. As the last clump of black powder settled into the mixture, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief, retracting his hand from the fire, which gradually extinguished. Observing Xiao Yan, who was panting heavily, the old pharmacist smiled slightly, waving his hand to lift the cauldron's lid, and with a flick of his wrist, a large mass of deep red paste soared into the air, hovering in the cavern. Casting a glance at the fragrant deep red substance, the old pharmacist sliced through the air with his hand, and the flowing paste was neatly divided into at least 100 small portions. Taking a spatial ring from Xiao Yan, the old pharmacist flicked his fingers, causing an array of small jade vials to appear, filling the narrow cave. Once the vials were arranged, he casually gestured, and the floating paste accurately descended into the vials. Grabbing one of the jade vials, the old pharmacist smiled as he handed it to Xiao Yan, teasingly exclaiming, "Congratulations on your first successful alchemical endeavor." Eagerly accepting the vial, Xiao Yan gazed at the somewhat impure deep red liquid inside, a swell of excitement and pride surging within him. From this moment on, I can call myself an alchemist. Yunlan sect, main peak hall. What did you say? Elder Guyi and Elder Zhao have perished in Wutan City? Suddenly, Yinyan's voice, filled with fury, echoed through the hall. Just moments ago, news of the incident in Wutan City had finally reached her ears. Upon learning of the deaths of Elder Guyi and Zhao Yuan, Yinyan momentarily froze, her expression darkening instantly. How audacious for anyone in the Jiam Empire to dare kill members of her Yunlan sect. Such audacity was astonishing. Beside her, Nalan Yinran's face paled in shock. She had been on good terms with Elder Guyi, and the sudden news of his demise was difficult for her to accept. With a grim expression, Yunyan's cold gaze fixed on the reporting steward, who was responsible for this. Sensing Yunyan's wrath, the steward hastily replied, "It was Xiao Zhan from the Xiao family." "What? Impossible." Before Yunyan could respond, Nalan Yinran interjected, unable to contain her astonishment. "Xiao Zhan is merely a great fighter. How could he possibly be a match for Elder Zhao, who is a Dou Wang level expert?" Yunyan's expression mirrored her confusion, her brows knitting together as she inquired, "Are you certain this information is accurate? The Xiao family is just a small clan in a remote city. How could they possess a Dou Wang?" "I report to the sect master. It is indeed true. Xiao Zhan killed Elder Zhao and Elder Guyi in front of everyone." As the steward continued, a flicker of anger appeared on his face. Xiao Zhan is far too arrogant. He not only killed Elder Guyi and Elder Zhao, but also hung their bodies at the city gate, showing utter disdain for our Yunlan sect. "Please, sect master, avenge Elder Guyi and Elder Zhao." The steward's tone bore a hint of indignation as he implored Yunyan. "What? Xiao Zhan has such audacity. A mere Xiao family dares to insult my Yunlan sect in such a manner." The actions of Xiao Zhan thoroughly incensed Yunyan, her exquisite features marred by fury, her countenance dark as storm clouds. She had always held the reputation of the Yunlan sect in high regard, and Xiao Zhan's actions were nothing short of a direct affront. As the sect master, she could not let this go unpunished. "Master, you must avenge Elder Guyi and Elder Zhao." Nalan Yinran's expression mirrored her anger. The Xiao family not only had severed ties with her, but had also slain high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect, igniting her fury as the young sect master. "Summon all the elders at once. I will personally confront the Xiao family. I wish to see what capabilities Xiao Zhan possesses." Yunyan's expression was frosty. Chapter 44. The Storm in the Imperial Capital. Yinyan heads to Xiao City. As time passed, the news of Xiao Zhan slaying the Yunlan sect elders began to spread throughout the entire imperial capital, stirring a tremendous uproar among the various illustrious families. The name of the Xiao family entered the gaze of the noble families for the first time. The upper echelons of these families were left astonished, pondering when the Jiam Empire had given rise to such a formidable clan capable of daring to slay a Dou Wang elder from the Yunlan sect. Even the three great families of the imperial capital would not dare to offend the Yunlan sect. Following the spread of this news, all eyes in the imperial capital turned towards the Yunlan sect. With such a significant incident at hand, everyone was keen to witness how the Yunlan sect would respond. Upon learning that Yinyan had personally led 3 Dou Wang elders to confront the Xiao family, the attention of many noble families was immediately captured. Numerous factions dispatched individuals to Xiao City, eager to observe whether this audacious Xiao family would face annihilation at the hands of the Yunlan sect. Night Moon Manor. Your Highness, Yinyan has already departed for Wutan City with 3 Dou Wang elders. A figure in a black robe reported to Yao Yi. Swift action indeed, Yao Yi remarked, a smile gracing her lips. Prepare. We shall also set forth for Wutan City. The black-robed individual responded respectfully, yes, your highness. As Yao Yi strolled towards the Night Moon Manor, a glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Xiao family, if you can survive under the Yunlan sect's wrath, you may indeed warrant cooperation with my royal family. Nailan clan. Smash. A middle-aged man furiously shattered the table before him, rage evident on his face. That wretched girl dared to conceal from me her withdrawal from the Xiao family. Someone, go to the Yunlan sect and bring that insolent girl back. The middle-aged man was none other than Nailan Yanran's father, Nailan Su. Upon receiving news from Wutan City, the Nailan family had conducted a brief inquiry and quickly learned of Nailan Yanran's withdrawal from her engagement with the Xiao family, igniting Nailan Su's fury. I never imagined the Xiao family hid their strength so deeply. Nailan Su's expression was complex. He had encountered Xiao Zhan before and thought he understood his capabilities, only to be taken aback by the latter's ability to slay a Dou Wang. Contemplating this, Nailan Su grew increasingly incensed over Nailan Yanran's engagement withdrawal. If the Nailan family could ally with the Xiao family, we would gain a formidable ally. That wretched girl will return. I should break her legs. Nailan Su's expression darkened. Outside Black Rock City, on a grand avenue, Xiao Yan gazed upon the immense city bathed in the soft crimson glow of the setting sun, letting out a faint sigh of relief. As the horse-drawn carriage drew nearer, he noticed that the city's colossal walls were entirely constructed from neatly arranged black stones. According to the elderly driver of the horn carriage, these walls had once withstood the combined onslaught of two formidable Dou Wang experts without yielding. This speaks volumes about the formidable defensive capabilities of the walls. First, let us find a place to stay for the night. I wonder if the Black Rock City has an alchemist guild. If it does, it will be prudent to test my abilities and see if I can achieve the rank of a first-tier alchemist. The voice of Yao Lao echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. Indeed, he thought, a flicker of excitement crossing his face at the prospect of obtaining a first-tier alchemist badge. Additionally, if time permits, I should visit the local auction house. If there's a third-tier magic core available, I must strive to acquire it. Yao Lao pondered. While we have yet to discover any variant flames, it is crucial to prepare all necessary arrangements in advance. Otherwise, should we fortuitously encounter one, we might squander this rare opportunity. A third-tier magic core? Is it the final ingredient for concocting the Blood Lotus pill? As Xiao Yan strolled through the streets of Black Rock City, his gaze flitted over various shops. His curiosity piqued. To devour variant flames, at least 3 indispensable items are required. Yao Lao elaborated. The Blood Lotus pill is one of them. It serves as a vital safeguard for consuming variant flames. Without it, even a Dou Huang expert would not dare to approach them. The Ice Spirit Spring. If the Blood Lotus pill protects your exterior, then the Ice Spirit Spring safeguards your interior. It can shield you from the devastating temperatures of the variant flames during the refining process, preventing you from being reduced to nothingness. The final item is known as the Spirit Nurturing Stone. This rare object can create a special pocket space within your body for storing variant flames. Given the destructive nature of these flames, if you fail to refine them completely, anything else within reach will be incinerated in an instant, including your energy vortex and your very being. However, the Spirit Nurturing Stone is exceedingly rare. It is related to the spatial rings. It can only be found at the central position of high-grade spatial stones. You see, high-grade spatial stones are essential for crafting advanced spatial rings, so their scarcity is evident. And the likelihood of finding the Spirit Nurturing Stone within them is quite low. Do you now grasp the rarity of the Spirit Nurturing Stone? Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's mouth hung agape, his expression one of utter astonishment. After a moment, he shook his head with a bitter smile. I've never even heard of the Ice Spirit Spring or the Spirit Nurturing Stone. Where am I to find them? Do not fret too much about the Spirit Nurturing Stone. During my quest for variant flames, I fortuitously acquired a small amount. Thus, the only items you currently lack are the Ice Spirit Spring and the third-tier magic core. Yao Lao reassured him. Where can I find the Ice Spirit Spring? Xiao Yan inquired, forcing a chuckle. From extremely cold or extremely hot locales. Yao Lao replied with a smile. Extremely hot as well? The principle of opposites? Xiao Yan blinked in surprise. Precisely. If my predictions are correct, the depths of the Tagore Desert should harbor the Ice Spirit Spring. Yao Lao nodded affirmatively. Of course, if fortune smiles upon you, you might procure it from someone else or at an auction. However, I suspect the odds are slim, as anyone with even a modicum of discernment knows the rarity of that item and would not part with it lightly. What if we cannot gather these items, but happen to cross paths with a variant flame? Xiao Yan mused, tilting his head. Then we withdraw and relinquish this opportunity. no matter how arduous it may seem. Without these three essential items, approaching a variant flame is tantamount to courting death. Yao Lao stated calmly, his tone devoid of hesitation. Very well, let's first find a place to stay. Upon entering an inn, Xiao Yan was instantly captivated by a conversation nearby. Have you heard of the Xiao clan from Wutan City? I never imagined that such a remote little town could harbor a powerhouse like Xiao Zhan, bold enough to confront the Yunlan sect. What kind of formidable entity is this Xiao clan, that even the Yunlan sect dares not provoke? Indeed, it is said that the clan leader, Xiao Zhan, not only killed a Dou Wang elder from the Yunlan sect, but also hung his corpse at the city gate for 7 days. Xiao Yan found himself engrossed in the discussions of the patrons, bewildered by how news of his family's exploits had reached this distant place. Could it be true that the Yunlan sect has sought trouble with my father, and that he has slain their Dou Wang expert? After the initial shock, excitement surged within him. Father is truly formidable. To have slain a Dou Wang expert from the Yunlan sect and displayed the body for all to see. What absolute dominance. Xiao Yan lamented his early departure from Wutan City, wishing he could have witnessed his father's grand display of power. To Xiao Yan, the Dou Wang realm represented an invincible strength, yet his father crushed it effortlessly. You may not know, but a friend of mine visited Wutan City recently. It is no longer called Wutan City. The Xiao clan has unified the entire region and renamed it Xiao City. Now, the whole of Wutan City belongs to the Xiao clan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan trembled with exhilaration. His father had indeed led the Xiao clan to unify Wutan City and renamed it Xiao City. Did this mean that he had annihilated the Geiji clan and the Oba clan? The thought filled him with immense pride, wishing he could join his father in battle. Xiao City belongs to my Xiao clan, he murmured, his face alight with fervor, a profound sense of belonging swelling within him. I didn't expect the actions of the immortal emperor to unfold so swiftly. Yao Chen's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. Yao Chen, unfazed by Xiao Zhan's conquest of Wutan City and the slaying of the Yunlan sect's Dou Wang elder, found it entirely reasonable. With the strength of the immortal emperor, eliminating a Dou Wang expert was as trivial as crushing an ant. He was merely surprised at the speed with which such feats had been accomplished within less than a month, garnering renown throughout the entire Jiama Empire. My disciple, you must grow stronger swiftly. Observing Xiao Yan's excitement, Yao Chen understood his thoughts all too well. To motivate Xiao Yan further, he encouraged, you are the son of the immortal emperor. If your strength remains low, it would surely invite ridicule. Startled by these words, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of determination. He nodded resolutely. Teacher, I understand. I will ensure that I do not bring shame upon my father. The esteemed father is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, and as his son, I would feel utterly ashamed to confront him if my abilities were deemed insufficient. What is the Xiao family in comparison? How dare they equate themselves with the Yunlan sect? At that moment, a voice echoed from above, dripping with disdain for the Xiao family. The crowd, including Xiao Yan, turned their gazes upward. Descending the staircase was a youth clad in a flowing azure robe, a proud smirk adorning his face. Are you not aware? The Xiao family has killed an elder of the Yunlan sect, irrevocably offending them. The boy in the purple robe surveyed the assembly, exuding an air of superiority. The sect master of Yunlan has decided to take matters into his own hands, leading 3 formidable Dou Wang experts. They departed 3 days ago for Wutan City. The sect master is a Dou Huang powerhouse. Can the Xiao family possibly contend with him? When he spoke of the Yunlan sect, a glimmer of pride illuminated his features as he continued. Once the sect master arrives in Wutan City, the Xiao family is doomed. In the Gama Empire, anyone who opposes the Yunlan sect is destined for annihilation. The youth, known as Kai Su, hailed from the Kai family of Haiyan City, with his father, Kai Kuan, having once been a disciple of the Yunlan sect. Thus, the Kai family shared a profound bond with the Yunlan sect, a connection that instilled Kai Su with a sense of pride. What? The sect master of Yunlan is personally intervening? I have heard he has already ascended to the Dou Huang realm. It seems the Xiao family is indeed facing a grave disaster. Kai Su's words ignited a tempest of shock within the tavern, as disbelief etched itself on the faces of the onlookers. No one had anticipated that even the sect master would be stirred into action. The Xiao family, renowned throughout the Gama Empire, now appeared to be in peril. Though the Xiao family had basked in glory recently, their reputation overshadowed by the formidable might of the Yunlan sect, which had long been ingrained in the minds of the populace. In comparison to the sect master, the Xiao family was simply outmatched. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's countenance shifted uneasily upon hearing Kai Su's pronouncement. The sect master of Yunlan was personally involved? That was a Dou Huang expert. But then he recalled the day his father had effortlessly sent a black-clad Dou Huang flying with a mere slap, a confident smile breaking across his face. A mere Dou Huang. What significance did that hold before his father? As he absorbed the murmurs of the crowd, a sense of discomfort washed over Xiao Yan. How dare they belittle the Xiao family and his father? They were a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. My father is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Was the Yunlan sect in comparison? Thus, unable to restrain himself, he declared, the Yunlan sect is incapable of extinguishing the Xiao family. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, surprise etched across their features. Who was this audacious youth? His arrogance was palpable. How could he dare to belittle the Yunlan sect? Kai Su's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening with hostility as he retorted, who do you think you are to belittle the Yunlan sect? With a father who had once been a disciple of the Yunlan sect, Kai Su had yearned to join their ranks since childhood, and he would not tolerate any slander against them. Seeing the crowd's attention shift to him, Xiao Yan hesitated but soon regained his composure, standing tall and declaring, I am Xiao Yan, a disciple of the Xiao family. He refrained from mentioning his lineage as the son of Xiao Zhan, believing his current prowess too meager to merit such a revelation. He feared it would tarnish his father's reputation. What? This boy is from the Xiao family? Aren't they located in Wutan City? What brings him here? Realization dawned upon the crowd, and they began to chatter. So, he was a disciple of the Xiao family. No wonder he spoke in their defense. Were all members of the Xiao family so arrogant? Even a young disciple dared to look down upon the Yunlan sect. Upon revealing his identity, the atmosphere shifted as whispers surged through the tavern. Chapter 46. Xiao Yan. Those who fear trouble are mediocre. You're a disciple of the Xiao family? Kai Su's gaze bore into Xiao Yan, laced with animosity. He considered the Yunlan sect his ally and had long viewed the Xiao family as a rival. Now, learning of Xiao Yan's affiliation, he had no intention of being cordial. Xiao Yan raised his chin, pride evident in his demeanor. Indeed, upon hearing this affirmation, Kai Su's expression darkened as he scrutinized Xiao Yan. Do you truly believe the Yunlan sect pales in comparison to your Xiao family? Xiao Yan scoffed dismissively. The Yunlan sect is no match for the Xiao family. Reflecting on his father's identity as the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, a trace of arrogance crept into Xiao Yan's demeanor. My family head alone is enough to flatten the entire Yunlan sect. He recalled his father's words. As long as the Dou Di does not emerge, there is no one on this continent who can rival him. Even a legendary Dou Sheng is no exception. The sect master of Yunlan is merely a Dou Huang. My father could easily dispatch him with a single strike. Listening to Xiao Yan's declarations, the crowd was left in stunned disbelief. This Xiao family disciple was exceedingly audacious. Could Xiao Zhan truly level the Yunlan sect? Such boasts were beyond comprehension. Surely, your family cannot be the legendary Dou Zong? They murmured, skepticism coloring their tones. The Yunlan sect had dominated the Gama Empire for years. No one had dared to claim they could conquer it. While the Xiao family had indeed possessed some strength, to challenge the Yunlan sect was tantamount to courting death. The onlookers deemed Xiao Yan's words excessively arrogant, their disdain evident as they pointed and whispered, their lack of faith in the Xiao family palpable. The Yunlan sect, as a revered sanctuary of cultivation in the Gama Empire, had instilled a deeply rooted apprehension among the people over the years. Based solely on Xiao Yan's words, the crowd could not be swayed. Instead, they perceived him as a reckless youth unaware of his own limitations. Kai Su's ire bubbled to the surface. How dare you insult the Yunlan sect? He bellowed, his tone brimming with hostility. Xiao Yan frowned, disliking the scrutiny of the crowd. I merely state a fact. Whether you choose to believe it is your concern. He was confident that once news of the sect master's defeat at his father's hand circulated, the naysayers would recognize the Xiao family's true might. There was no need to engage in futile arguments with these individuals. Kai Su, unable to tolerate Xiao Yan's demeanor, leaped down from the upper floor, confronting him directly. Since your Xiao family is so formidable, you, as a disciple, must possess considerable skill. How about a duel? Should you lose, you will apologize to the Yunlan sect. With that, Kai Su unleashed his Dou Qi, revealing his strength as a 2-star Dou Shi. Startled, Xiao Yan instinctively considered declining the challenge. Yet suddenly, his father's teachings echoed in his mind. Those who fear trouble are mediocre. When traversing the world, never shy away from confrontation. With renewed resolve reflecting in his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Kai Su and coldly declared, if a battle is what you desire, then so be it. I, Xiao Yan, have never feared anyone. Who was he? He was the son of an immortal emperor. How could he retreat? If word were spread, it would surely bring disgrace to my father. Soon, the two stood facing each other on the bustling street. Their encounter quickly became the talk of the town, drawing an ever-growing crowd of onlookers. Who is this audacious lad that dares to offend the young master of the Kai family? Are you not aware? This fellow is named Xiao Yan, hailing from the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan? Is there such a family in Haiyan City? You don't even know the Xiao clan? It's the same one from Wutan City. Ah, you mean the Xiao clan that slaughtered a Dou Wang powerhouse from the Yunlan sect? As Xiao Yan's identity spread, the crowd's gaze fixated on him, intrigued by the abilities of this disciple from the Xiao family. Observing the casually standing Xiao Yan, Kai Su let out a cold chuckle, his fists slowly tightening. A faint aura of Dou Qi rapidly coursed through his body, exuding waves of formidable power. After a brief pause, Kai Su suddenly stamped his foot on the ground, propelling himself directly towards the close-range Xiao Yan. As he charged, Kai Su slightly curved his palms, his sharp fingernails glinting menacingly. Just half a meter away from Xiao Yan, Kai Su abruptly halted, his right claw tracing a cunning arc aimed squarely at Xiao Yan's throat. Yellow tier advanced Dou technique, rending claw strike. Calmly regarding the swiftly approaching claw, Xiao Yan raised his palm at a measured pace. With a swift motion, he thrust his hand open, unleashing a tremendous force that surged forth. Caught off guard by the unexpected, Kai Su's expression changed, his body feeling as though struck by a heavy hammer. He staggered backward, retreating over 10 steps before finally managing to regain his footing, albeit with some difficulty. What technique was that? He gasped, his hand pressing against his chest, feeling slightly winded. Xiao Yan cast a dispassionate glance at him, then lowered his gaze to his palm. Despite its unappealing name, the blazing palm had indeed produced a force that satisfied him. Noting that Xiao Yan had ignored him, Kai Su's face twitched slightly, his teeth grinding in anger as he charged at Xiao Yan once more. With his palm extended, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, watching the advancing Kai Su, a cool smile gradually forming at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, Xiao Yan clenched his outstretched right hand. A fierce suction emanating from his palm, mysterious tier Dou technique, absorbing palm. Perceiving Xiao Yan's gesture, Kai Su instinctively braced himself against the ground. However, before he could feel the push, a powerful suction yanked him forward. His body arced through the air, hurtling directly towards Xiao Yan, who wore an enigmatic smile. Though pulled off balance, upon seeing Xiao Yan draw nearer, Kai Su could not suppress his glee, grinning wickedly as Dou Qi rapidly coalesced around his fist. Iron Mountain Fist. He bellowed, his fist tightening with a sharp, whistling wind that resonated through the air, then crashing down towards Xiao Yan's shoulder. Should he be struck? It was clear that Xiao Yan's arm would suffer severe injury. It seemed this fellow had no intention of holding back from the very beginning. The Iron Mountain Fist, a high-level yellow tier technique, wielded considerable power and required one to possess at least an 8th-level Dou Qi to practice. Narrowing his eyes as he sensed the sharp energy, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly, altering the flow of Dou Qi within him. Mysterious tier Dou technique, blazing palm. As he mentally chanted, a ferocious thrust erupted from his palm once more. Bang! The air rippled slightly as an invisible counterforce struck Kai Su's body, the collision of opposing forces rendering his face pale. With a gasp, the overwhelming push prevailed, sending Kai Su crashing to the ground, sliding over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt, a mouthful of blood spewing forth in a wretched display. Gazing at the crumpled Kai Su in the distance and the now hushed surroundings, Xiao Yan slowly lowered his hand, exhaling softly. You have lost. Chapter 47. A young one defeated, the old one comes. Xiao Yan seeks aid. Observing the thoroughly defeated Kai Su, the atmosphere quickly descended into chaos after a brief silence. The people of Haiyan City were somewhat familiar with Kai Su, a prodigy of the Kai family, whose father, Kai Kuan, was a renowned 9-star great dosher. They had expected Kai Su's strength to adequately teach this arrogant youth from the Xiao clan a lesson. Yet, they never anticipated that Kai Su would be vanquished so swiftly. The techniques employed by this lad are quite extraordinary. Could they be for the Xiao clan? No wonder they exhibit such arrogance. It seems they possess genuine skill. Having regained their composure, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, casting complex glances at Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan stood with his head bowed, his youthful and delicate features betraying no sense of triumph or arrogance after his victory. To him, defeating someone as insignificant as Kai Su was hardly worthy of pride. He was the son of an immortal emperor, endowed with the bloodline of the fire spirit. He would soon stand shoulder to shoulder with the continent's top talents. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He observed Kai Su, who had previously collapsed, springing back up like a coiled leopard. The previously faint Dou Qi suddenly surged within him, and with a powerful stomp on the wooden floor, He rocketed forward, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Kai Su's eyes glinted with malice as he glared at Xiao Yan, blood trickling from his lips, rendering his visage somewhat sinister. "You little brat, die. Disciple, be cautious. This fellow has consumed a potent pill." An elderly voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. The potent pill, a second-tier elixir, could significantly enhance one's strength for a short duration. With the power of the potent pill coursing through him, Kai Su's cultivation had now reached a 2-star Dou Shi. This sudden turn of events startled the surrounding crowd. They could distinctly sense that Kai Su now possessed the strength of a 2-star Dou Shi. Closing the distance rapidly, Kai Su lunged toward Xiao Yan, his fists gathering Dou Qi as he bellowed, "Iron Mountain Fist." The surge of power imbued this Iron Mountain Fist with an overwhelming pressure. The wind pressure tousled Xiao Yan's hair, revealing his cold, dark eyes. Facing the murderous intent radiating from Kai Su, Xiao Yan's expression hardened. His heart likewise filled with a sense of impending danger. Yinner, during your trials in the outside world, conflicts are inevitable. However, as long as you ascertain that your opponent is an enemy, and should they harbor intentions to kill, do not show mercy. Otherwise, you will only invite trouble upon yourself. The voice of his father resounded in his mind. As he watched Kai Su drawing closer, Xiao Yan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. This man has already chosen his path to death. Faced with the ferocious strike from Kai Su, Xiao Yan unexpectedly did not retreat. His right fist clenched tightly, his form slightly bent, resembling a lion poised to pounce. In that fleeting moment of stillness, his body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. 8 extremes collapse. A low, thunderous roar echoed in his heart as Xiao Yan's fist collided violently with Kai Su's amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Bang! The 2 fists met midair, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped the scene. Kai Su's face turned ashen, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. With a detached expression, he shook his arm, the sound of his sleeve crackling as he thrust his fist forward. Kai Su's figure was sent hurtling backward like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing onto the street amidst countless shocked gazes. "You, my father will not let you off." Kai Su spat out a mouthful of blood before gradually collapsing to the ground, his breath fading away. Witnessing this scene, the bystanders' pupils constricted in surprise, involuntarily gasping in shock. The mysterious aura surrounding the young man in black grew more potent as he turned away. As they beheld the lifeless Kai Su, a profound silence fell upon the crowd once more. After a moment, pairs of eyes, wide with disbelief, were cast upon the calm youth in black. Although many remained unaware of the events that had just transpired, they had seen Kai Su's sudden surge in power with their own eyes. Yet, to their astonishment, after his power had increased, Kai Su had met with a fate even more brutal and decisive than before. A single punch had sealed his demise. What an astonishing combat skill! What level is this? This lad has killed Kai Su. Kai Kuan, the head of the Kai family, will surely not let him off lightly. Are the Xiao family members this audacious? To venture into Black Rock City to commit murder? As they gazed upon Kai Su's lifeless body, the crowd buzzed with speculation, and some even hurried away to inform the Kai family. Hearing the murmurs around him, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Could it be that after dealing with the young, the old has appeared? Xiao City. In the backyard of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan and Yafei were seated in a pavilion, savoring tea. Ever since Xiao Zhan proposed that future auctions would focus on high-quality items, he had promptly transformed the Mitre auction house into the Xiao family's auction venue. Overseeing its reconstruction and expansion, Yafei had been brought to stay at the Xiao family's residence, allowing her to acclimate to their lifestyle before her impending marriage, preventing any discomfort after the nuptials. He was aware that Yafei maintained her composure primarily due to Yunyan's impending arrival. Once he defeated Yinyan, she would lose hope and willingly agree to marry him. The thought of Yinyan brought an involuntary smile to Xiao Zhan's lips. I hope this leader of the Yunlan sect decides to make an appearance this time. Perhaps I could marry both of them at once, a double celebration. Xiao Zhan, how have you treated Elder Gu and I? Yafei inquired softly as she poured him another cup of tea. Rest assured, I won't harm him. Xiao Zhan replied with a hint of a smile. That old fellow is at least a second-tier alchemist. I wouldn't squander his talents. With the Mitre auction house gone, Gu and I has nowhere to apply his skills, so I've brought him into the Xiao family to assist our disciples in alchemy. It's a form of repurposing. Xiao Zhan lifted his cup and took a gentle sip. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as a jade talisman appeared in his hand, the very one used for summoning aid. This lad has finally encountered danger. Chapter 48. The Annihilation of Kai Kuan. The Arrival of Yunyan. Xiao Zhan took another sip of tea. Suddenly, his expression changed as he grasped a jade talisman in his hand, vibrating incessantly. This phenomenon indicated that Xiao Yan was in peril and was calling for help. Realizing the urgency, Xiao Zhan wasted no time. Channeling a thread of battle aura into the talisman, a brilliant light erupted from it. In the next moment, the talisman flew from his hand, vanishing into the void, unleashing a powerful surge of spatial energy. Soon, a portal materialized before Xiao Zhan's eyes. Under Yafei's astonished gaze, he stepped through the void, gradually disappearing from sight. As soon as Xiao Zhan entered the portal, it began to fade, as if nothing had occurred at all. How could this be possible? Yafei stared in disbelief at the place where the portal had vanished, momentarily lost in thought. Though her cultivation was limited, her years of experience managing the auction house had exposed her to many wonders. Could a Douang-level practitioner truly wield such power? Could it be that Xiao Zhan had reached the Dou Huang realm? Yet, she had never heard of such extraordinary abilities existing at that level. In Black Rock City, Xiao Yan's fears had ultimately come to pass. Shortly after Kai Su's demise, a middle-aged man with a dark expression arrived. This man was none other than Kai Kuan, the head of the Kai family, a 9-star Great Dou Master. Upon seeing Kai Su's corpse, grief pierced his heart, and his gaze turned venomous as it locked onto Xiao Yan. You are from the Xiao family of Wutan City. How dare you come to my Black Rock City to kill? Who gave you the audacity? Kai Kuan glared coldly at Xiao Yan, his voice booming with fury. Gazing at the furious Kai Kuan, who seemed ready to unleash his wrath, Xiao Yan chuckled derisively, tilting his head to retort it was merely a challenge devoid of significance. Yet he violated the rules by consuming pills. His aggressive stance was evident to all, was it not? Had I not countered, I would be the one lying down now. Thus, his death is simply retribution. Kai Kuan's expression darkened further upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. I care not for your excuses. All I know is that you have killed my son, and you must pay with your life. With that, a massive aura erupted from Kai Kuan, bearing down on Xiao Yan like a crushing weight. You, Xiao Yan frowned, realizing he was utterly powerless against the formidable Great Dou Master. Master, it's your turn to intervene, Xiao Yan silently called out to Yao Lao. Disciple, the immortal emperor has decreed that I must not intervene while you are out in the world. My response left Xiao Yan's heart sinking with despair. The reason he had slain Kai Su and remained was due to the confidence he held in Yao Lao's presence. Now, hearing that Yao Lao could not act, panic surged within him. At that moment, Xiao Yan recalled his father's words before he left. No matter where he was, if danger arose, a call would summon him instantly. With this realization, Xiao Yan reacted swiftly, raising his voice to the heavens. Father, save me. Hearing Xiao Yan's plea, Kai Kuan, who was poised to strike, suddenly froze, his expression alert as he scanned the surroundings. Yet, after several moments of waiting without anyone appearing, he was taken aback, his gaze turning icy as he glared at Xiao Yan. It's too late for your father to come. Prepare to pay for my son's life. Upon contemplating the tragic demise of his beloved son, Kai Kuan was consumed by an overwhelming sense of hatred, and he immediately resolved to unleash his full power to strike down Xiao Yan with a single blow. Who dares to harm my child? At that moment, a voice resonated through the void like thunder. The crowd turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, where they beheld an ethereal portal that had mysteriously materialized in the air. As the voice echoed, a towering figure slowly emerged from the portal. Instantly, a formidable aura enveloped the entirety of Black Rock City, causing all present to fix their astonished eyes upon the portal, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld the powerful figure stepping forth. Is this a divine being? Some of the weaker individuals, unable to withstand the overwhelming presence, fell to their knees, prostrating themselves in reverence before the figure in the void. Father, upon hearing the earlier voice, Xiao Yan trembled with excitement, and as he gazed upon the figure that had appeared in the void, his exhilaration reached its zenith. It is my father. He has truly come to rescue me. In the void, Xiao Zhan cast a sweeping glance, his gaze settling upon Kai Kuan below. With a chilling aura pressing down, he spoke in a cold tone. Is it you who seeks to take my son's life? At that moment, Kai Kuan was rendered speechless, frozen in fear the instant Xiao Zhan materialized. His eyes widened, mouth agape. As if struck by lightning, he stared at Xiao Zhan in the void, his expression rife with horror. My lord, it is a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I beg for your mercy. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Kai Kuan finally regained his senses, hastily kneeling on the ground, his demeanor fraught with terror as he pleaded for his life. Sensing Kai Kuan's strength as a 9-star Dou Master, Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of disappointment. Little Yan's current prowess was still too feeble, Provoking a Grand Dou Master was the extent of his capabilities. It seemed that his plans needed to be expedited. Subsequently, Xiao Zhan regarded the incessantly pleading Kai Kuan with a slight furrow of his brow. How bothersome. In the next instant, a colossal hand descended from above, crashing down with terrifying force upon Kai Kuan, who gazed up in utter dread. Boom! As the massive hand struck the ground, it unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, obliterating the once pristine street, while Kai Kuan's body was mercilessly driven into the earth, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively gasped, their faces etched with fear. Xiao Yan gazed at the figure in the void with unbridled admiration. Father remains ever so formidable. Meanwhile, Yao Chen observed the portal beside Xiao Zhan, equally astonished. What kind of technique is this? Has the esteemed emperor of the immortals descended from Wutan City? The ability to conjure a void tunnel from thin air? Truly deserving of the title, esteemed emperor. Yinner, you must strive to improve. After dispatching Kai Kuan, Xiao Zhan imparted a word of encouragement to Xiao Yan before turning to enter the void portal. As the portal closed, Xiao Zhan found himself back at the Xiao residence. Xiao Zhan stepped forth. The moment he returned, a powerful aura manifested above Xiao City, accompanied by a woman's voice that pierced through the air. Chapter 49. The first encounter with Yunyan. Must secure her. Sensing the aura in the void, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his features. Just in time. The efficiency of the Yunlan sect is truly remarkable. Beside him, Yafei regarded the returning Xiao Zhan, her mind swirling with questions. Yet, upon sensing the aura from the void, her expression shifted, revealing a complex mixture of emotions as she gazed at Xiao Zhan. Patriarch Xiao, are you not the least bit concerned? Observing Xiao Zhan's calm demeanor, Yafei could not suppress her inquiry. The one approaching is not merely any elder of the Yunlan sect, nor a mere Dou Huang. It is the sect master herself, a formidable Dou Huang. In the entire Jia Ma Empire, a Dou Huang is a force to be reckoned with. And yet, in the face of such a presence, why does the esteemed patriarch remain so composed? Could it be that his strength has also reached the Dou Huang realm? Contemplating the scene where Xiao Zhan had stepped into the void portal, Yafei felt a surge of anxiety. Observing Xiao Zhan's calm expression, she had an instinctual feeling. Today, the sect master of the Yunlan sect might find it impossible to contend with the patriarch. Concerned? Upon hearing Yafei's words, Xiao Zhan chuckled lightly. A mere Dou Huang does not warrant my concern. He held a sense of disdain within. Regardless of the might of any strong individual, once they entered Xiao City, they would find themselves ensnared within his grasp. Miss Yafei, let's not forget the agreement between us. Xiao Zhan's gaze suddenly shifted to Yafei, a hint of playful mockery playing on his lips. Once I have dealt with Yinyan, I shall take you as my bride. I trust you will be joyous and not dampen my spirits. Gazing at the confident smile on Xiao Zhan's face, Yafei's heart tightened. Could it be that he truly possesses the strength to confront a Dou Huang? Having spoken, Xiao Zhan ceased further dialogue, focusing on the figures within the void. With a mere thought, he activated his Dou Qi to take flight directly towards the skies above Xiao City. Above Xiao City, 4 figures hovered in the air, the foremost being none other than the sect master of the Yunlan sect, Yinyan. Behind her, 3 formidable Dou Huang from the Yunlan sect followed closely, swiftly making their way toward the Xiao residence. Xiao Zhan, you dare to slay an elder of the Yunlan sect? Now that our sect master has personally come, it is to settle this matter once and for all. Do you dare to emerge for a confrontation? Yinyan's voice rang out coldly as she looked down upon Xiao City, reverberating through the air for all to hear. Perhaps it was the deaths of Zhao Yuan and Gu Yi, still hanging in the air for 7 days, that had ignited Yunyan's fury. The people of Xiao City felt as though a colossal mountain pressed upon their hearts, their breaths becoming labored, their complexions paling. The presence of a Dou Huang was indeed terrifying. Once again, it was the people of the Yunlan sect. Heavens, even the sect master has arrived this time. The Xiao family is truly facing disaster. The citizens of Xiao City pondered how Xiao Zhan would contend with such a formidable foe. They gazed upon the powerful figures in the void, their faces betraying palpable fear. In their eyes, the Dou Huang were akin to deities, with a Dou Huang intervening. The Xiao family was doomed. Ha ha ha, Xiao Zhan. Let's see if you live or die this time. In the backyard of the Xiao residence, Master Gu and I emerged from a room, exhaustion etched on his face, yet unable to conceal his excitement as he beheld the 4 from the Yunlan sect in the void. During this time, under Xiao Zhan's pressure, he had tirelessly labored day and night to concoct pills for the Xiao disciples, harboring a deep-seated resentment within, eagerly anticipating the Xiao family's downfall. Now, That day had finally arrived. He could finally be liberated. Master Gu and I looked towards the figures of the Yunlan sect in the void as though grasping at a final lifeline. After today, there would be no refuge left for the Xiao family in Xiao City. What to do? This is the sect master of the Yunlan sect, a Dou Huang. Can the patriarch be a match for her? Is this truly the heavens seeking to obliterate my Xiao family? At this moment, within the grand courtyard of the Xiao family, the upper echelons of the clan gathered in a state of panic, observing the four figures of Yinyan above. The members of the Xiao family felt as though they were ants on a hot stove, each one in a state of acute anxiety, their hearts filled with dread. Despite the powerful prowess Xiao Zhan had displayed recently. However, this time is different. Last time, it was merely the Dou Wang realm of the Yunlan sect. This time, it is the very leader of the Yunlan sect, a formidable Dou Huang powerhouse, personally arriving. Can the clan leader stand as a rival? Haha! The esteemed presence of the Yunlan sect's leader is indeed a tremendous honor for me, Xiao. Just as the members of the Xiao family were filled with trepidation. A resonant voice echoed from the back courtyard of the Xiao residence, reverberating across the skies of Xiao City. It was the voice of the clan leader. Upon hearing this voice, the hearts of the Xiao family members were jolted. Soon after, they witnessed a powerful figure soaring from the back courtyard, swiftly heading towards the four representatives of the Yunlan sect. The clan leader has made his move. With Xiao Zhan's appearance, he instantly captured the attention of all the inhabitants of Xiao City. Is this truly the clan leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, in the heavens above? As Xiao Zhan unleashed his aura, Yinyan's gaze was firmly locked onto him. Sensing the imposing aura radiating from Xiao Zhan, Yunyan's beautiful eyes narrowed in astonishment. The essence of the Dou Huang realm. As a Dou Huang powerhouse herself, Yinyan instantly recognized the potent aura emanating from Xiao Zhan. This leader of the Xiao family has concealed his strength exceptionally well. Observing Xiao Zhan approaching directly, a grave expression gradually emerged on Yunyan's face. Before arriving, she had speculated that Xiao Zhan, who could easily slay a Dou Wang realm opponent, must have already achieved a high-level Dou Wang status. She initially thought that by personally coming to Xiao City, she could easily subdue the head of the Xiao family and wash away the humiliation of the Yunlan sect. Yet now, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Xiao Zhan, she suddenly lost her confidence. This battle today may very well be a fierce confrontation. To her surprise, a mere Xiao family possesses such a formidable fighter. Behind Yunyan, three high-level Dou Wang elders of the Yunlan sect changed their expressions drastically upon Xiao Zhan's emergence. Their eyes filled with apprehension. Xiao Zhan quickly ascended to hover above Xiao City, exchanging glances with the four members of the Yunlan sect. Yun sect leader, do you wish to engage in battle with me? Xiao Zhan inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration as he regarded the woman before him. Today, Yunyan donned a form-fitting robe of gold and purple, her long hair styled in a manner reminiscent of a phoenix in flight, exuding an undeniable air of nobility. Her serene beauty was akin to a crystal-clear spring hidden within a secluded mountain, evoking both reverence due to her high status and an irresistible allure. Upon seeing Yinyan for the first time, Xiao Zhan had already made up his mind. He must capture this Yunlan sect leader today. Chapter 50. Xiao Zhan's Dominance. Yunyan's shock. As Xiao Zhan's unabashed gaze fell upon her, Yunyan's expression darkened slightly. Ever since she assumed the position of the Yunlan sect leader, no one had dared to show her such disrespect. Anger bubbled within her. This Xiao family leader was indeed as arrogant as the rumor suggested. What deep-seated enmity could possibly exist between the Yunlan sect and your Xiao family that would compel you to insult us so? Perhaps sensing Xiao Zhan's immense aura, Yinyan found her earlier confidence waning, her tone softening slightly. Sect leader Yin, you are exaggerating. There is no profound enmity between my Xiao family and the Yunlan sect. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Zhan chuckled lightly. If there is no profound enmity, then why did you order the deaths of my Xiao family's elder Zhao and the attendant Gu Yi just a few days ago? And why command their corpses to be displayed for 7 days? At this, Yinyan's voice ignited with fury as she retorted loudly. Why must they die? That is a question you should ask yourself. Sect leader Yin. Observing Yinyan's accusatory tone, a cold smile crept onto Xiao Zhan's face. Those two old fools dared to step onto my Xiao family's territory and demanded that I kneel and beg for mercy, even threatening to break my limbs and cripple my cultivation. If you, sect leader Yin, were in my position, how would you have dealt with such blatant provocation? Xiao Zhan's solemn words echoed through the sky, rendering the already quiet Xiao City even more silent. Hearing his words, Yinyan furrowed her brows in disbelief. She had clearly instructed Guyi to merely punish them lightly. How could they have dared to act so defiantly? After the initial shock, anger surged within her. Guyi and Zhao Yuan had dared to go against her orders. Is what you say truly the case? Yinyan's gaze fixed on Xiao Zhan. Her heart partially convinced yet laced with skepticism. She found it hard to accept. She had come to Xiao City with the intent of seeking justice, only to discover that it was her Yunlan sect that had instigated the conflict first. What, then, was the purpose of her personal involvement? Even if she were to win, what would it matter? If word of this got out, wouldn't it portray the Yunlan sect as a bully? Noting Yunyan's disbelief, Xiao Zhan snorted coldly. Whether you believe it or not, I have already killed them. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly accompany you to the end. But let it be known, if you, sect leader Yun, insist on making a move, do not blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from Xiao Zhan. No one shall dare to run rampant on my Xiao family's territory. I, the clan leader, will not show mercy. Xiao Zhan's voice resonated like a thunderous roar across the skies of Xiao City. The citizens below, upon hearing his words, wore expressions of astonishment. This Xiao Zhan, even at such a critical juncture, remained so audacious. He dared to threaten the Yunlan sect's leader? Was he courting death? Although many harbored doubts about Xiao Zhan, they could not help but feel a spark of admiration for his audacity in the face of the Yunlan sect's leader. Previously, whenever they spoke of the Yunlan sect, it loomed over them like a sacred entity, instilling a deep-rooted reverence. Yet since Xiao Zhan unified Xiao City, slaying the Dou Wang elder of the Yunlan sect, and displaying their corpses for 7 days, he had shown no regard for the esteemed Yunlan sect. This had brought Xiao City into the limelight of the Jiamat Empire, transforming it from an obscure little town into a name known throughout the empire. Now, even with the Yunlan sect's leader present, Xiao Zhan still held her in contempt. He even dared to issue threats. The arrogance displayed by Xiao Zhan stirred the hearts of the people of Xiao City. Even if Xiao Zhan were to perish today, he would leave an indelible mark here. For a long time to come, the inhabitants of Xiao City would not forget the name of the audacious Xiao Zhan. In the Xiao family's back courtyard, Yafei gazed vacantly at the tall figure in the sky, a flicker of admiration dancing in her beautiful eyes, her heart swelling with complex emotions. The clan leader is magnificent. The clan leader is magnificent. The clan leader is magnificent. At that moment, an earth-shattering cheer erupted from within the Xiao residence. Soaring into the heavens, each Xiao clan disciple's face flushed with excitement as they fixated on Xiao Zhan, their eyes brimming with adoration. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of the Xiao family gradually shed their worries, their expressions shifting to one of relief. With such a clan leader standing before them, the fears they had felt moments ago seemed to dissipate entirely. After all these years, Xiao Zhan was the first to dare speak to the Yunlan sect in such a manner. In the void, Yunyan's heart was equally shaken. She had never anticipated that Xiao Zhan would be so domineering. However, after the initial shock, her expression swiftly darkened. Xiao Zhan's words were a blatant threat not only to her, the leader of the Yunlan sect, but to the entire sect itself. He clearly held Yunlan in utter contempt. If she could not find a way to deal with Xiao Zhan today, the standing of the Yunlan sect in the Jialan Empire would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, Yinyan was exceedingly concerned about the reputation of her sect. She would not allow anyone to tarnish its name. Although Elder Zhao Yuan and Elder Guyi had erred, their actions did not warrant death. The patriarch of the Xiao family had slain members of the Yunlan sect and brazenly desecrated their corpses. This matter demanded an explanation. Yinyan spoke with a grave tone. For the sake of the Yunlan sect's reputation, she had no choice but to confront Xiao Zhan today. Moreover, this battle must end in victory, not defeat. An explanation? It seems the sect master is insistent on a confrontation with me. Xiao Zhan scoffed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. In that case, do not blame me for being merciless. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Zhan acted decisively. A formidable and terrifying aura erupted from within him. This overwhelming pressure swept through the air, causing the 3 elder Dou Wang members of the Yunlan sect to momentarily halt their breathing, only to soon realize, in horror, that their internal Dou Qi was becoming sluggish under such oppressive force. Feeling the immense energy pouring forth from Xiao Zhan, Yunyan's expression gradually grew solemn. Xiao Zhan's strength surpassed her expectations. It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent today. In the next moment, Yunyan's Dou Qi surged violently, her delicate hand rising. As her palm lifted, a small azure tornado materialized in the sky. Initially, the tornado measured only 2 meters in diameter, but moments later, it swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal whirlwind several dozen meters high. In the heavens, the azure tornado howled and spun, resembling a natural disaster descending upon the earth. The might of a Dou Huang was truly terrifying. Above, the massive azure tornado, summoned by Yunyan's gesture, carried with it a furious howling wind, wildly surging towards Xiao Zhan in the distance. As the storm swept through, the structures below were pulled into its vortex, and many citizens of Xiao City scrambled to escape. Flee! The Dou Huang is terrifying beyond belief. The faces of the onlookers turned pale with fear as they beheld the impending tornado. Yinyan, this is Xiao City, and I will not permit you to act with such impunity here. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhan's expression darkened slightly. With a mere thought, the power of his family's domain enveloped him. The next moment, he clenched his right hand slightly, and the violent tornado seemed to be obstructed by a powerful force, abruptly vanishing from existence. Upon witnessing this, Yunyan's pupils constricted, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at Xiao Zhan. How did he accomplish this? She had been confident that even an average Dou Huang would struggle to escape from her previous strike. Yet, Xiao Zhan had done nothing and caused her attack to dissipate into thin air. Such a feat was utterly unfathomable. Yinyan, if you can withstand a single attack from me, I shall spare you the crime of your offense today. Xiao Zhan regarded her with an indifferent expression as a resplendent pillar of light suddenly materialized before him. At the moment, the light appeared. Yunyan's cheeks shifted slightly as she summoned forth a formidable Dou technique, quickly unleashing it with vigorous energy. Rending wind dance. As Yunyan's voice echoed, the space before her rippled slightly, and countless deep azure wind blades, each measuring several dozen meters, manifested out of thin air. They intertwined, forming a cylindrical shape bristling with blades, spiraling rapidly as they shot forth. Boom! The brilliant pillar of light collided with the whirling wind blades, distorting the space around them. And with the terrifying force of a meteor impact, they crashed together. The moment the light and the wind blades clashed, it became evident that the wind blades were at a disadvantage. In but an instant, they exploded, while the radiant pillar of light merely dimmed slightly. After obliterating the wind blades, the light surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, piercing through the layers of wind shields set up by the mysterious woman before finally striking Yunyan's delicate form. Puffed. The concealed Yunyan was finally revealed as the terrifying energy erupted upon her. In an instant, a mouthful of crimson blood was expelled from her lips, witnessed by countless eyes. The next moment, Yunyan's body plummeted from the sky like a bird with severed wings. Seeing this, the spectators in Xiao City were filled with astonishment. What is happening? The leader of the Yunlan sect has been defeated, and all in a single strike? When did Dou Huang become so fragile? As they watched Yinyan, who continued to fall from the void, everyone felt as if they were ensnared in a dream, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. How could this be possible? In the Xiao family's courtyard, Yafei covered her cherry lips with her delicate hand, her large eyes wide with shock, her mind seemingly short-circuited, unable to utter a single word. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. What nonsense is this about the Yinlan sect? Master Gu Ni's complexion turned pale in an instant, his hands trembling as he struggled to accept the reality, his expression twisting with disbelief. Patriarch, have we won? The members of the Xiao family stared blankly at the figure in the void, equally incredulous. Their patriarch had defeated a Dou Huang with a single strike? When had Dou Huang become so easily vanquished? Sect Master. At that moment, the three Dou Huang elders of the Yunlan sect finally regained their senses and exclaimed, rushing towards the descending Yunyan in an attempt to save her. Leave the rescue to me. You three old fools need not concern yourselves. Just then, Xiao Zhan's cold voice echoed from the void. The three Yunlan sect elders instinctively sensed the impending danger. Before they could react, three robust pillars of light surged towards them. No, the three beams of light struck them with force, and cries of agony filled the air as they were sent spiraling downwards, blood spewing from their mouths, descending like Yunyan, powerless against the pull of gravity. At this moment, Xiao Zhan, seeing Yunyan about to hit the ground, flashed downwards and caught her delicate form in his embrace. After all, she was his designated woman, and he naturally felt a sense of protectiveness. As for the three Dou Huang elders of the Yunlan sect, they plummeted straight to the ground, crashing violently and instantly losing consciousness, their fates uncertain. Xiao Zhan paid them no mind. They were merely three old geezers. If they died, he would just find a pit to bury them. The patriarch has won. The patriarch has triumphed. The patriarch has emerged victorious. With the three elders of the Yunlan sect crashing to the ground, the members of the Xiao family finally snapped back to reality. Overjoyed cheers erupted, resonating throughout Xiao City. Amidst the grandeur of the Xiao family estate, an effervescent wave of exhilaration surged through the ranks of the esteemed Xiao clan. Their leader had astonishingly triumphed over the master of the Yunlan sect, and in such a dominating fashion. With a single strike, merely one blow, and the Yunlan sect's chief was utterly vanquished. What a farcical notion the Yunlan sect was, so feeble and easily dispatched. Indeed, facing our patriarch, they exhibited no semblance of resistance. The high-ranking members of the Xiao family were flushed with excitement, their voices rising with fervor akin to their leader's arrogance. The once formidable Yunlan sect was revealed to be but a shadow of its former self. Yafei's gaze turned vacant as she struggled to comprehend the bewildering scene unfolding before her. Wasn't the Yunlan sect supposed to be invincible? Why, oh why was this happening? When the Yunlan sect arrived, she had harbored hopes of escaping Xiao Zhan's clutches, but now, her anticipations felt like a cruel jest. In the next moment, her mind went blank, and she fainted, overwhelmed by the shock. Xiao Zhan, release me. Yunyan regained her senses only to discover that she was cradled in Xiao Zhan's arms, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Is this what you meant? At that moment, a playful smirk appeared on Xiao Zhan's lips as he loosened his grip. As he did so, Yinyan realized she was suspended in midair, unable to suppress a startled cry. Chapter 52. Yinyan, you mustn't act recklessly. Struggling feebly in the air, she exhibited an unprecedented panic upon her usually composed and serene visage. Having sustained grave injuries from Xiao Zhan's attack, her internal energy was rendered dormant, and the thought of summoning her fighting spirit to take flight was beyond her capabilities. Despair enveloped her as she succumbed to the inevitability of free fall. Was this how it would end? As she prepared for the impact, she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. However, after what felt like an eternity, she did not experience the anticipated pain of landing. Opening her eyes in confusion, she beheld Xiao Zhan before her. Seeing herself once again in his embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled against him. Yet, in her injured state, she was powerless to escape his hold. Why did you save me? Unable to free herself, she surrendered to her curiosity, gazing up at Xiao Zhan with bewilderment. The man who had ruthlessly slain Zhao Yuan and Gu Yi, displaying their corpses as a grim spectacle at the city gates, must be a savage, bloodthirsty individual. Why, then, had he chosen to rescue her? Why save you? Xiao Zhan paused, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded her. If it weren't for my desire for your beauty, would I have bothered to save you? As he scrutinized the lovely Yunyan from such proximity, a sense of admiration blossomed within him. To describe her as a vision of beauty, her delicate features and ethereal grace seemed wholly justified. Moreover, what captivated Xiao Zhan the most was the regal and opulent aura she exuded. To conquer a woman of such stature would undoubtedly be a thrill. His gaze traversed her exquisite countenance, eventually lingering upon certain prominent features, his eyes glimmering with awe. This appears rather substantial, he mused. One hand may not suffice. At that moment, having been struck by Xiao Zhan's formidable blow, Yinyan furrowed her brows, a hint of pain etching her cheeks. Though this expression did not align with her usual demeanor, it rendered her all the more enchanting, imbued with a unique charm. Sensing the softness of her form in his arms, Xiao Zhan's thoughts wandered, his gaze sweeping over her stunning visage. With a teasing tone, he remarked, Mistress of the Yun sect, are you familiar with the adage that a life saved warrants a debt of gratitude? Since I have preserved your life, shouldn't you owe me something in return? Xiao Zhan candidly laid bare his intentions, revealing that his desire to spare Yunyan was rooted in a longing for her. Otherwise, she would already be a lifeless shell. What debt of gratitude? At first, Yinyan failed to grasp his words, but upon witnessing the mischievous grin adorning his face, the implications dawned upon her. Xiao Zhan, do not act recklessly. In an instant, her complexion paled, and she warned him with a sense of urgency. Yet, given her current predicament, such admonitions sounded feeble. Xiao Zhan's lips curled into a teasing smile. If I were to act recklessly, what could you possibly do about it? You. Panic surged within Yunyan. In a moment of overwhelming distress, she fainted. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he had perhaps been too forceful. Subsequently, he cradled Yinyan in his arms and made his way back to the Xiao family estate, intending to assess her injuries properly. Patriarch, the patriarch has returned. The patriarch has returned. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhan's arrival, the members of the Xiao clan erupted in jubilant cheers, their excitement palpable. "Patriarch, are you unscathed?" Xiao Zhan and several high-ranking members of the Xiao family hastened to his side, concern etched on their faces. "What could possibly happen to me?" Xiao Zhan replied with a light chuckle, his tone as audacious as ever. "A mere Dou emperor, along with 3 Dou kings, is hardly a challenge." In times past, the members of the Xiao clan would have dismissed such bravado as mere boasting, a mark of arrogance. However, having witnessed Xiao Zhan effortlessly defeat the master of the Yunlan sect, no one dared to question his confidence. Indeed, a mere Dou emperor is insignificant. In the presence of their patriarch, the Dou emperor was but an ant. What was the Yunlan sect, or the so-called strongest in the Gamma Empire, to dare offend the Xiao family? The astonishing display of power Xiao Zhan had exhibited seemed to imbue the Xiao clan with newfound confidence, swelling their pride. With the Yunlan sect already subdued, what other force within the Gamma Empire could rival them? With this thought in mind, each member of the Xiao family walked with their heads held high, radiating an air of superiority. "Patriarch, what is this?" At that moment, Xiao Shan's gaze fell upon Yunyan in Xiao Zhan's embrace, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. They had not clearly seen her face when she soared through the air moments ago. Xiao Zhan, unperturbed, smiled and replied, "This is none other than the master of the Yunlan sect." "What? This is the master of the Yunlan sect? This is a Dou emperor?" The high-ranking members of the Xiao family stared in astonishment at Yunyan cradled in Xiao Zhan's arms. Wasn't the master of the Yunlan sect their enemy? Why had the patriarch brought an adversary into the Xiao family? "Patriarch, this woman dared to offend our clan and deserves to be punished. Indeed, how audacious for the Yunlan sect to brazenly provoke us. They are clearly overstepping their bounds." The patriarch pondered. Why not eliminate this woman along with the 3 elders of the Yunlan sect, and then, akin to the last time, hang their corpses above the city gate for all to witness the fate of those who offend our Xiao family? Upon realizing that Xiao Zhan held the Yunlan sect's leader in his arms, the members of the Xiao clan present displayed a hint of hostility, suggesting this course of action. Xiao Zhan gazed at the indignant higher-ups of the Xiao family, feeling somewhat speechless. Did these individuals not understand the value of cherishing beauty? Ahem. Xiao Zhan cleared his throat, and the crowd immediately fell silent. This patriarch believes that for the Xiao family to continue thriving, we must possess a heart of tolerance and an expansive mind. Xiao Zhan looked solemnly at the senior members of the Xiao family and stated, "Although the leader of the Yunlan sect has offended our Xiao family, she has not caused any casualties. Thus her sins do not warrant death. I shall ensure she is duly punished later." At this juncture, Xiao Zhan paused, then continued, "Moreover, to provide her with an opportunity for redemption, I have decided to take the leader of the Yunlan sect as my wife, allowing her to serve the Xiao family henceforth, to atone for her past misdeeds. What do you all think of this decision?" With a hint of amusement on his face, Xiao Zhan directed his gaze toward the senior members of the Xiao family. Chapter 53. Whatever our Xiao family desires will eventually belong to us. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, the higher-ups of the Xiao family were momentarily taken aback. "Patriarch, what did you just say? You intend to marry the leader of the Yunlan sect?" Xiao Zhan, recovering from his astonishment, looked at Xiao Zhan with incredulity. The other senior members of the Xiao family also widened their eyes, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Just moments ago, this leader of the Yunlan sect was an adversary of the Xiao family, arriving to demand accountability. How could it be that so soon thereafter, the patriarch claims he wishes to marry her? This reversal seemed utterly absurd. The higher-ups of the Xiao family struggled to comprehend the situation. "Patriarch, this may not be appropriate," some of the senior members expressed, momentarily finding it hard to accept. Xiao Zhan surveyed the assembly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke in a calm tone. "Do you have objections?" At these words, the senior members of the Xiao family felt a tremor of unease. Although Xiao Zhan's tone was unassuming, his stature within the Xiao family imbued his words with undeniable authority. Xiao Zhan, feeling a twinge of trepidation, glanced at Xiao Zhan and then at the enchanting Yunyan in his arms, suddenly realizing the truth. So, the leader of the Yunlan sect was indeed quite stunning. The patriarch had taken a liking to her beauty. How astonishing it was to discover such a side of him. Nonetheless, as Xiao Zhan's confidant, Xiao Zhan consistently supported him unconditionally. Whatever actions Xiao Zhan undertook, he would blindly endorse. It was precisely this loyalty that earned him Xiao Zhan's favor. Observing the dissenting opinions among the senior members regarding Xiao Zhan's intentions to wed Yunyan, Xiao Zhan felt a sense of disdain. "Who granted you the audacity to oppose the patriarch's wishes? Whatever the patriarch desires, we should simply cheer him on." The successes of the Xiao family today are entirely due to the patriarch's efforts. What could be wrong with him taking a wife? Xiao Zhan shot a glare at them. Admonishing, did not the patriarch just declare that we must learn to be tolerant? Why can't you grasp that? With that, Xiao Zhan flashed a sycophantic smile at Xiao Zhan, then turned to the other senior members, adopting a stern demeanor. We should learn from the patriarch and cultivate a heart of tolerance. Furthermore, the patriarch has worked tirelessly for our Xiao family for many years. What harm is there in him enjoying a bit of happiness now? Whether he marries one wife or several, I deem it entirely appropriate. Xiao Zhan stepped forward, vehemently defending the patriarch against the dissenters. This fellow is quite impressive. Observing Xiao Zhan's performance, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of satisfaction, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This man had not squandered the efforts of his promotion. Nowadays, Xiao Zhan's standing within the Xiao family was second only to that of Xiao Zhan himself. After being verbally chastised, the other senior members fell silent, their spirits dampened. Patriarch, when you plan to hold the wedding? This is a momentous occasion for our Xiao family, and we must prepare accordingly, sparing no effort. Seeing that the crowd had settled down, Xiao Zhan nodded in approval, then turned to flatter Xiao Zhan once more. He called out to the now silent senior members. Don't you all agree? Yes, indeed. We should support the patriarch. This is wonderful news. They chimed in unison. We extend our early congratulations to the patriarch on his wedding, wishing you a harmonious union, and may you soon be blessed with offspring. Under Xiao Zhan's enthusiastic guidance, the demeanor of the senior members of the Xiao family transformed entirely. Their words turned sweet, much to Xiao Zhan's delight. A smile graced his face as he remarked, indeed, you have not disappointed this patriarch. Although the leader of the Yunlan sect is our foe, we must embrace a heart of tolerance, transforming enemies into allies and welcoming her as one of our own. Just imagine, if the leader of the Yunlan sect becomes one of us, then the Yunlan sect will belong to our Xiao family. Think about it. If every member of the Xiao family possessed a heart of tolerance like this patriarch, then whatever we desire will inevitably belong to us. Hearing Xiao Zhan's proclamation, the senior members of the Xiao family, along with the onlooking younger disciples, felt a profound shock within their hearts. So this is how one transforms enemies into friends? They learned and understood. Many of the younger Xiao disciples gazed at Xiao Zhan with admiration, thinking to themselves that they, too, should emulate the patriarch when encountering foes in the future. If the enemy is female, then one should marry her to turn animosity into friendship. As more and more Xiao disciples gathered around, Xiao Zhan spoke earnestly, in truth. My actions are also aimed at expanding the Xiao family and further strengthening our lineage. In the future, our Xiao family's influence will undoubtedly grow. Yet our bloodline is rather thin. Thus, I am seeking to infuse new vitality into our family, with a visage of noble intent. Xiao Zhan claimed that all he did was for the sake of the Xiao family. What a noble patriarch, for the sake of our family. The patriarch has truly sacrificed so much. We are indeed fortunate to have such a leader. His words stirred the hearts of many. At this moment, Xiao Zhan recalled Xiao Zhan's recent close interactions with Miss Yafei from the Maitel auction house. With a glint in his eye, he boldly suggested to Xiao Zhan, patriarch, I believe Miss Yafei from the Maitel auction house would also make a splendid match. Perhaps you should consider marrying her as well. This fellow truly understands me. In response, Xiao Zhan adopted a serious expression. With great power comes great responsibility. For the advancement of the Xiao family, I must naturally shoulder this duty. What a noble patriarch! Your sacrifices are truly commendable. The senior members of the Xiao family once again erupted in praise. Very well, you may all return to your duties. This patriarch must attend to her injuries and shall speak no more. Indeed, there are the 3 elders of the Yunlan sect. Xiao Zhan, please check if they have perished. If they have, find a pit to bury them. If they still draw breath, ascertain whether they can be healed, for their lives still hold value for our clan leader. Embracing Yunyan's delicate figure, Xiao Zhan instructed Xiao Zhan, before striding directly towards his courtyard. Understood, clan leader. Xiao Zhan replied respectfully. With the suppression of Yinyan and the 3 elders of the Yunlan sect, discussions erupted throughout the entirety of Xiao City. Many were still grappling with the events that had transpired. Reflecting on the earlier battle, astonishment was evident on their faces. The formidable leader of the Yunlan sect was defeated by Xiao Zhan. This was the sovereign of the Gama Empire. From this day forth, the Gama Empire would likely face a monumental shift. Chapter 54, Yao Yi. What? The Yunlan sect has been defeated? What nonsense is this? Your Highness, is Wutan City just ahead? A luxurious carriage hastened towards Wutan City, several miles away. Hasten? At this rate, Yunyan and the others might have already arrived at Wutan City. Inside the carriage, Yao Yi, adorned in an opulent purple gown, emanated an air of royal elegance. Upon learning of Yinyan's departure from the Yunlan sect, Yao Yi had swiftly boarded the fastest flying beast to make her way here. Her visit to Wutan City had two purposes. First, to witness the audacity of the Xiao family, who dared to openly challenge the Yunlan sect. What prowess did they possess? Secondly, should the Xiao family manage to survive the Yunlan sect's onslaught, it would signify their worthiness for royal patronage, perhaps even elevating them to the status of the fourth great family of the Gamma Empire. Yao Yi, once we arrive in Xiao City, adopt a demeanor of utmost cordiality. We must not offend the Xiao family. Yao Yi leaned forward, addressing an elderly man seated at the front of the carriage. Judging by the Xiao family's attitude towards the Yunlan sect, the temper of a Xiao family head would likely be challenging to navigate. Yao Yi prepared herself for this eventuality. Even if they failed to secure an alliance, they must not incur their wrath. After all, if they dared to offend the Yunlan sect, they would likely show no deference to the royal family. If they presented themselves with an air of superiority, their negotiations would most likely falter. I understand, the elderly man replied with a slight nod. Moments later, the luxurious carriage arrived at the gates of Wutan City. Who are you? Please present the Xiao City token. The guard stationed at the gate approached the opulent carriage, immediately questioning its occupants. After unifying Xiao City, Xiao Zhan had enacted numerous regulations. Anyone from Xiao City was required to possess an identification token to enter or exit. We are from the Gamma royal family, here to confer with the Xiao clan leader. Please inform them of our arrival, the elder at the front of the carriage stated calmly. Had it not been for the princess's instructions to maintain a low profile, given his status as a Dou Wang, he would have shown little courtesy to these guards of a remote city. The Gamma royal family? Upon learning of the identity of the visitors, the Xiao guards were taken aback. Clearly, the occupants of the carriage were of considerable significance. However, a moment later, one guard thought, wait, why are we afraid? Suddenly, they recalled their clan leader's remarkable display of power, defeating even the leader of the Yunlan sect. If their clan leader could vanquish the Yunlan sect, then surely the Gamma royal family was not a cause for trepidation. Bolstered by thoughts of their clan leader's prowess, one brave Xiao guard stepped forward and declared loudly, "The clan leader has decreed that all outsiders must undergo inspection and registration before entering the city." What? The elder's brows furrowed, a hint of displeasure crossing his face as he retorted coldly, "Even members of the royal family must register to enter?" Of course. The guard, feeling the tension in the air, trembled slightly, but, recalling their clan leader's might, pressed on. The clan leader specified that all outsiders wishing to enter Xiao City must register. Otherwise, they will be treated as intruders. You. The elder's fury surged within him. As a Dou Wang expert, he should not have to register to enter a mere city. Just as he was about to explode, he heard Yao Ye's voice from within the carriage. "Elder Yang, since this is the regulation of Xiao City, let us comply with the registration." "As you wish, Your Highness." The elder, suppressing his anger, shot a cold glance at the Xiao guards, his heart filled with scorn. "I shall see just how formidable this Xiao family truly is. They dare to disregard the royal family's authority. Your Highness?" Upon hearing the elder's address to the person inside the carriage, the Xiao guards were once again startled. This identity seemed quite esteemed. However, they quickly regained their composure. No matter how noble the princess might be, could she surpass the status of the Yunlan sect's leader? After all, even the leader of the Yunlan sect had been subdued by their clan leader, making a mere princess seem inconsequential. In any case, the Xiao guards felt an inflated sense of pride. "Your Highness, the Xiao family members are rather presumptuous." Once inside Xiao City, the elder could no longer contain his thoughts. If the Xiao family were not so arrogant, how could they dare to openly slay the elders of the Yunlan sect? Yao Yi, however, appeared unfazed, pulling back the carriage curtain to survey the seemingly uneventful Xiao City. Her heart filled with confusion. Could it be that Yunyan and the others have not yet arrived in Xiao City? Logically, with their flight speed, they should have reached before me. Was there some unforeseen delay? Moments later, the luxurious carriage came to a halt before the Xiao residence. "Is this the Xiao family?" Yao Yi and Elder Yang disembarked, ready to inquire further. Just then, Xiao Shan appeared at the entrance, flanked by Xiao guards who were carrying 3 bodies. The 3 elders of the Yunlan sect, in an uncertain state. "Be gentle with them." The clan leader said these 3 old geezers from the Yunlan sect still have their uses. Do not let them die just yet. Xiao Shan instructed the guards as he noticed the luxurious carriage along with Yao Yi and Elder Yang. "Who might you be?" Seeing the unfamiliar faces, Xiao Shan inquired with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Yao Yi and Elder Yang were captivated by the mention of the Yunlan sect, their gazes drawn to the three bodies being carried by the Xiao guards. Did you just say these three are from the Yunlan sect? Yao Yi, recovering from her surprise, questioned Xiao Zhan incredulously. Xiao Zhan glanced at Yao Yi, sensing that this young lady might be of significant standing, and replied with a smile. Indeed. These three are elders of the Yunlan sect. They came to our Xiao City today to act recklessly and were subdued by our clan leader. Yao Yi, struggling to grasp the information, exclaimed in disbelief. They are elders of the Yunlan sect? But aren't they Dou Wang experts? Correct. All three are of the Dou Wang realm. However, before our clan leader, what do Dou Wang experts amount to? Even the Dou Wang leader of the Yunlan sect was captured by our clan leader. How significant can a few Dou Wang be? Xiao Zhan nodded, a sense of pride swelling within him, his tone dripping with disdain. Are you implying that Yunyan and the others have already come and were defeated by the Xiao family leader? Yao Yi's eyes brimmed with incredulity. Her mouth agape as she struggled to process the staggering revelation. Beside them, the venerable Yang was wide-eyed, frozen in disbelief, unable to accept the words he had just heard. The leader of the Yunlan sect had been defeated? How could this possibly be? The expression in Yao Yi's eyes was filled with incredulity, as if all her expectations had been shattered, murmuring to herself, how could the Yunlan sect possibly be vanquished? Chapter 55. Xiao Zhan, Sect Master Yin. Marrying into the Xiao family is the most effective means to mend the relations between our two families. Yao Yi departed, leading the flustered Yang out of Xiao City. Their exit marked by a palpable awkwardness, with not a single word exchanged. She did not even disclose her status as the royal princess. Her initial intention was to woo the Xiao family. However, upon learning that the leader of the Yunlan sect had been bested by the patriarch of the Xiao family and reduced to a captive, Yao Yi was instantly horrified. If they did not even regard the leader of the Yunlan sect, what was she, a mere princess, worth? Upon receiving this news, she decisively abandoned her pursuit of the Xiao family, fearing that she might overreach. Should she provoke the Xiao family and find herself ensnared, it would be a situation from which there would be no escape. Given the patriarch's demonstrated temperament, such actions were certainly within the realm of possibility. Who would have imagined that even the leader of the Yunlan sect would fall short against the Xiao patriarch? Yang, driving the carriage, hastily departed from Xiao City. A trace of trepidation etched on his face. The very thought of the fate that befell the three elders of the Yunlan sect filled him with relief. He was grateful for having heeded the princess's advice, avoiding any display of the might of a Dou Wang. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a predicament akin to those three elders, being carried into the Xiao family's estate like a defeated dog. This was indeed a troublesome situation. Inside the carriage, Yao Yi wore a worried expression. The might exhibited by the Xiao family was clearly beyond the control of the royal family. It presented a power that was not inferior to that of the Yunlan sect. For years, the royal family had sought to suppress the Yunlan sect, yet now, instead of its downfall, the emergence of the Xiao family posed an even greater challenge. The royal family's position was likely to become increasingly precarious. Fortunately, there was animosity between the Yunlan sect and the Xiao family. Had they united, the royal family would truly have something to fear. It seemed that it would be necessary to call upon her great-grandfather for assistance. Yao Yi had not yet given up on winning over the Xiao family. After witnessing their true strength, her resolve to ally with them only solidified. However, given her current standing, she lacked the qualifications to approach the Xiao family directly. Only a figure of authority from the royal family could potentially create an opportunity. Yao Yi's brief appearance in Xiao City did not impact Xiao Zhan in the slightest. He remained unaware that she had even come. At that moment, Xiao Zhan was attending to Yunyan's injuries. Upon her awakening, she found herself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Her heart instantly gripped by alarm. Could it be? Observing that her attire had been changed, her complexion paled, and a hint of despair flickered in her eyes. Had she truly lost the purity she had preserved for decades? Just as panic began to settle in, she reassured herself upon confirming that she was still intact, her exquisite features revealing a fleeting sense of relief. However, the thought of her clothes being changed brought a sudden shift to her expression. Who had changed her garments? Was it Xiao Zhan? Damn it, I shall kill him. The notion that a man had seen her unclothed darkened her countenance. For many years, her body had remained untainted by male hands, yet now, she had been exposed to a man's gaze. How could she possibly accept such a reality? Just as Yinyan gritted her teeth in anger, Xiao Zhan pushed open the door, carrying a bowl of chicken soup as he strode in. Awake? Here. Our clan chief had someone prepare chicken soup for you to nourish your body. Drink it while it's hot. Upon seeing Yinyan awake, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. But then a smile crept onto his face. Yunyan's beautiful eyes glared icily at him, her tone frigid as she inquired, "Did you change my clothes?" "Of course," Xiao Zhan admitted candidly, a fleeting image of Yunyan's stunning figure flashing through his mind, stirring a sense of reminiscence. "Truly, as the leader of the Yunlan sect, you possess an impressive presence, one that cannot be contained by a single hand. I personally applied your medicine. Should you not be grateful?" At his words, Yunyan clenched her silver teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Shameless." Xiao Zhan chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "Shameless? You came to provoke the Xiao family, and instead of slaying you, I saved you. Is there no gratitude in your heart for such a gesture?" Yinyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly recalling the 3 elders of the Yunlan sect who had accompanied her, she urgently asked, "What has become of the 3 elders of my Yunlan sect? Did you kill them?" "Fear not, those 3 old codgers are quite resilient. They are still alive for the moment." Although they had endured a strike from Xiao Zhan and fallen from a great height, they had not yet met their demise. However, their cultivation was likely irreparably damaged. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Yunyan released a sigh of relief. The 3 elders had accompanied her. Had they perished in Xiao City, it would have been a grave sin for her as the leader of the Yunlan sect. At that moment, Xiao Zhan approached the bedside with the bowl, smiling as he said, "Come, drink some chicken soup to restore your strength." Yinyan gazed at Xiao Zhan's gentle demeanor, perplexed. "Why did you save me?" From Yunyan's perspective, she had come with a demand for accountability, and given Xiao Zhan's previous actions against Elder Zhao and the steward Guyi, she believed he would not spare her life. Yet, not only had he shown her mercy, but he had also intervened to save her. This unexpected act left her feeling confused. "Why save you?" Xiao Zhan's gaze inadvertently drifted to Yunyan's ample bosom. Were it not for his desire for her, would she still be alive? Truly, she lacked self-awareness. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious facade as he stated, "Sect Master Yun, the conflict between your Yunlan sect and my Xiao family is merely a misunderstanding. The cycle of vengeance serves no one, and continuing this strife benefits neither of us. Thus, let us seek reconciliation." Yunyan regarded Xiao Zhan with a complex expression, his words stirring something within her. Her perception of him shifted significantly. She had never anticipated that this patriarch of the Xiao family possessed such magnanimity. Despite having gained the upper hand and reduced her to a captive, he was willing to extend an olive branch, demonstrating remarkable leniency. With this in mind, a sincere smile graced Yunyan's face. "Since the patriarch of the Xiao family has expressed such sentiments, it would be unreasonable for me to persist in my grievances. Rest assured, once I return to the sect, I will promptly announce that the Xiao family is now a friend of the Yunlan sect, and we shall no longer offend your family." Upon learning of Yunyan's change of heart, Xiao Zhan felt a sense of relief. After witnessing his formidable strength, she had harbored regrets about waging war against the Xiao family. Now that he had provided her a way out, she would not be foolish enough to squander the opportunity. Return to the sect? There is no need for that. Sect Master Yun marrying into the Xiao family would be the most effective way to mend our 2 families' relations. Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement danced at the corners of Xiao Zhan's mouth as he cast a teasing glance at Yunyan. Startled by his words, Yunyan widened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon Xiao Zhan. Chapter 56. Nailin Yanran. The master has already proceeded to Xiao City. It seems the Xiao family will not be able to hold on. Time swiftly passed, and it had been 2 days since Yunyan's defeat. At the Yunlan sect, in a tranquil corner of the back mountain, Nailin Yanran was deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Nailin Shiji, the elder Nailin Su, has arrived at Yunlan sect. He requests to meet with you. A maid, who had been waiting nearby, exclaimed respectfully as Nailin Yanran emerged from her meditative state. "Father? What brings him here?" Upon hearing this, Nailin Yanran furrowed her delicate brows in confusion and elegantly rose to her feet, promptly departing from her designated training area. In a spacious and well-lit hall, a middle-aged man with a somewhat sullen expression was anxiously tapping his fingers on the table while holding a cup of tea. Nailin Su was exceedingly vexed, as he had been practically driven to the Yunlan sect by his father, Nailin Jia, wielding a stick. He had not anticipated that after merely spending a year stationed in the western territories of the empire, his audacious daughter would dare to unilaterally disregard the marriage agreement personally set by the elder within the family, who was unaware of Nailin Jia as penchant for face-saving. Nailin Yanran's current actions would undoubtedly lead others to claim that the Nailin family, seeing the Xiao family's waning influence, looked down upon the prospect of a marriage alliance, thus reneging on their promise. Such gossip had left Nailin Jia fuming at home. Were it not for his frail condition, he would have already dragged his ailing body up Yunlan Mountain. To be frank, Nailan Su was not particularly in favor of the marriage between the Nailan and Xiao families. After all, the Xiao Yan of yesteryear was synonymous with failure, and the thought of marrying his daughter, who possessed both beauty and exceptional cultivation talent, to a wastrel was utterly repugnant to him. However, that was then, based on the information he had received. The young man of the Xiao family had shed his title of waste and exhibited a cultivation speed that was nearly more terrifying than his own peak in youth. Moreover, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, had demonstrated the strength of a Douwan. At this moment, the potential displayed by Xiao Yan undoubtedly warranted Nailan Su's attention. Yet, Nailan Yinran's unilateral actions had plunged their relationship into a chilling stalemate, rendering Nailan Su exceedingly embarrassed. Continuing in this manner, he risked not only losing a son-in-law of immense potential, but also provoking the Xiao family into harboring resentment against the Nailan family, thus forfeiting a powerful ally. The mere thought of the Xiao family potentially viewing the Nailan family as adversaries enraged Nailan Su to the point of wanting to leap to his feet. This girl's audacity is growing by the day. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Nailan Su suddenly slammed his teacup down on the table, causing tea to splash everywhere and startling the maid attending beside him, who hurriedly replaced the cup with a new one. "Father, why did you come to Yunlan's sect without informing Yinran?" Just as Nailan Su simmered with anger, a melodious voice rang out in the hall. A figure clad in moon white emerged gracefully from behind the veil, flashing a sweet smile at Nailan Su. "Humph, do you still regard me as your father? I thought that after becoming Yunyan's disciple, you would forget the Nailan family altogether." Observing his daughter, who was becoming increasingly enchanting, Nailan Su's ire subsided slightly, and he huffed coldly. Seeing the displeased expression on Nailan Su's face, Nailan Yinran helplessly shook her head and waved a hand to dismiss the maid. "Father, after more than a year apart, you arrive only to scold Yinran. When I return next time, I shall definitely inform Mother." Once the maid had exited, Nailan Yinran wrinkled her delicate nose and sat beside Nailan Su, playfully pouting. "Return? You still dare to go back?" Nailan Su's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "If you dare to return, I wonder if your grandfather would dare to break your legs." Nailan Yinran, fully aware of the implication behind Nailan Su's words, merely pouted her lips in response. "You should know the purpose of my visit, correct?" Nailan Su said, darkly after gulping down a mouthful of tea. "Is it regarding my decision to break off the engagement?" Nailan Yinran replied, casually twirling a strand of her hair. Seeing her calm demeanor, Nailan Su was incensed yet entertained. He slammed his palm on the table and exclaimed, "The marriage was personally approved by your grandfather. Who gave you the right to annul it? That is my marriage. I refuse to be dictated by your wishes. I shall determine my own fate. I do not care who approved it. I only know that if the agreement holds, it is I who must marry, not my grandfather." Mentioning this matter, Nailan Yinran's expression also darkened. With her fiercely independent nature, she despised having her significant decisions dictated by others, even if they were her elders. Furthermore, she held no regard for her fiancé, Xiao Yan. Even now that the Xiao family had demonstrated formidable strength, Nailan Yinran felt no remorse. The very thought that he would dare to cast her aside filled her with indignation. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. You simply believe that Xiao Yan, once a waste, is unworthy of you, correct? But now, his potential is no less than yours. Given your standing within Yunlan sect, you should have received news about his rise in strength." Nailan Su retorted angrily. Nailan Yinran's brows furrowed slightly as memories of the stubborn youth from years past surfaced in her mind. With her lips pursed, she murmured, "Indeed, I have heard some tidbits about him. I did not expect him to truly shed the title of waste, which indeed surprises me." "Surprised? Is that all? Your grandfather has instructed you to find a time to visit the Xiao family and, preferably, apologize to ease the strained relationship," Nailan Su said with a frown. "Apologize? Absolutely not." Nailan Yinran's brows shot up, and she resolutely refused, coldly huffing. "Even if Xiao Yan is no longer a waste, I, Nailan Yinran, will not marry him. Furthermore, do not expect me to apologize. If you wish, you may go yourself. I shall not return to Xiao City. There is no room for your refusal. You caused this mess, and you must resolve it." Upon hearing Nailan Yinran's firm rejection, Nailan Su's anger flared. "I will not go." With a frosty expression, Nailan Yinran raised her chin defiantly, her cheeks adorned with an innate elegance. While it is true that the Xiao family's strength is unexpectedly formidable, Xiao Zhan has offended the Yunlan sect. My master has already personally proceeded to Wutan City. It seems the Xiao family will not endure. If blame is to be assigned, let fall upon the Xiao family's arrogance. Chapter 57. Nailan Yinran, impossible. How could the master possibly be defeated? A cold smile graced Nalan Yinran's features. In her view, with her master personally taking action, the Xiao family was destined for annihilation. Upon hearing this, Nalan Su's expression shifted slightly. As he too had learned of Yunyan's personal visit to the Xiao family, his countenance grew complex, and he sighed softly this time. We truly owe the Xiao family an apology. Father, this is entirely the Xiao family's own doing, Nalan Yinran retorted, clearly disagreeing with her father's perspective. Had they not brazenly cast me aside? Had they not murdered Elder Guyi and Elder Zhao? How could the teacher personally intervene? The scene of the public annulment at the Xiao family still haunted Nalan Yinran, leaving her unable to find solace. A strange sense of satisfaction surged within her at the thought of the impending downfall of the Xiao family. Xiao Yan, do you now regret having divorced me? Had you foreseen this outcome, would you have acted differently? How could you be so cruel, my dear girl? Upon hearing Nalan Yinran's words, Nalan Su was consumed with fury. The Xiao family and our Nalan family have long been intertwined. Had it not been for your decision to annul the betrothal, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits. Nalan Su trembled with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Nalan Yinran. If she had not gone to the Xiao family to withdraw from the engagement, their family would have secured a formidable alliance and gained a promising son-in-law. With such a union, the Nalan family could maintain its esteemed position among the three great families of the imperial capital. Nalan Su's heart was heavy with worry, particularly concerning the affliction plaguing the old master. He could only wonder how much longer the old master could endure. The Nalan family's current status hinged entirely on the old master's strength. Should he falter, their standing would plummet, possibly allowing other families to take their place. Father, I never held any affection for Xiao Yan. Why must you always push me? Nalan Yinran retorted defiantly in response to Nalan Su's outburst. With the Xiao family's demise now a foregone conclusion, she had no desire to continue arguing with her father. Rising from her seat, she prepared to leave. Wait. Nalan Su's expression darkened as he regarded Nalan Yinran, then sighed in resignation. Ever since she had joined the Yunlan sect, she had become increasingly rebellious. If the Xiao family were to fall, do make an effort to reconcile with Xiao Yan when you see him in the future, he advised her. News of Xiao Yan's departure from the Xiao family to embark on a journey of training had already spread. If the Xiao family were indeed destroyed, it was likely that only Xiao Yan would survive. Nalan Su felt a sense of guilt and naturally wished to make amends. Xiao Yan? At the mention of his name, a stubborn figure from her past flashed before Nalan Yinran's mind, causing her lips to curl into a slight smile. Xiao Yan, I wonder how you will feel upon hearing of the Xiao family's downfall. Do you regret rejecting my withdrawal from the engagement? As she contemplated this, anticipation stirred within her for their next encounter. Would he kneel before her, pleading for mercy, seeking her forgiveness? Nalan Yinran turned, tilting her graceful neck upward, and proclaimed with an air of superiority, Father, if Xiao Yan were to bow to me and admit his faults, I might consider granting him a chance at life. Nalan Su frowned slightly, displeased with her response. In recent times, he had heard much about Xiao Yan. Given his temperament, it was unlikely he would easily yield. Father, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave, Nalan Yinran stated, unwilling to continue the discussion, and made her way toward the hall's exit. Just then, an anxious outer sect steward rushed in, panic etched across his face. Elderly, what brings you here in such a state of alarm? Nalan Yinran inquired, her brows furrowing in displeasure at his flustered demeanor. Young sect master, grave news. We must summon the elders at once. Something terrible has occurred. Elderly hastily approached, urgency palpable in his tone. Nalan Yinran's expression shifted as she pressed for details. Elderly, what has happened? After catching his breath, Elderly spoke gravely. The sect master has encountered trouble. What? Nalan Yinran's face paled. The teacher is in trouble? What has happened to her? Isn't she in Xiao City? How could anything go wrong? The sect master has been defeated, vanquished by Xiao Zhan. Elder Li's words were laden with disbelief. He too struggled to comprehend the news. The sect master was a fighter of the Dou Huang rank. How could she possibly be defeated? Nonsense. Nalan Yinran reacted instinctively, finding the news utterly absurd. How could the teacher lose to Xiao Zhan? Elderly, have you lost your senses? What nonsense is this? She glared at Elder Li, a discontent apparent. In her eyes, her teacher was invincible. How could a mere Xiao Zhan stand a chance against her? The idea of her teacher being bested by him was utterly ludicrous. Young sect master, I too initially found this hard to believe, but after repeated confirmations, Elder Li's expression turned somber as he added, the sect master truly has been defeated, and she has fallen into the hands of the Xiao family. As for Elders Wang, Gu, and Yang, their fates remain unknown. Even now, Elderly found the situation unfathomable. The esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect had led a team and yet succumbed to a mere Xiao family. If word of this spread, the entire Jiama empire would surely be shaken. What? This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Nalan Yinyan trembled, her legs turning weak. Her complexion drained of color as she struggled to absorb the news. Her teacher was a Dou Huang powerhouse. She could not possibly have lost. No, it was unthinkable. Nalan Yinyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, reeling from the tremendous blow. Just moments ago, she had been adamant that the Xiao family was on the verge of annihilation. Little did she know, not only had the Xiao family survived, but they had also defeated her teacher, capturing her in the process. This revelation struck her like a thunderclap. The Xiao family possessed such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Nalan Su, still within the hall, also displayed a look of astonishment, grappling with disbelief. The Yunlan sect was revered as a sanctuary within the Jiama empire. Yet now, this colossal entity had been bested by the Xiao family. He couldn't help but hope that the Xiao family would not harbor resentment toward the Nalan family for this. Reflecting on the conflict between the Yunlan sect and the Xiao family, which had arisen from Nalan Yinran's annulment, Nalan Su's expression turned bitter. Just moments ago, he had lamented the fate of the Xiao family, only to learn in an instant that they had triumphed over the Yunlan sect. Truly, the caprices of fate are unfathomable. Chapter 58. Yinyan. If you dare, then kill me. In the Jiama Imperial Palace, as soon as Yao Yi returned to the imperial capital, she hurriedly made her way to the palace. Soon, she arrived unimpeded in a quiet, secluded hall. Grandfather, Yao Yi requests an audience. Observing the empty hall, her voice bore an urgent tone. Little Yi, why the sudden haste to the palace? Is something amiss? As her words echoed, an elderly man clad in a simple linen robe appeared within the hall, his white hair framing a face filled with warmth and affection. This venerable figure was none other than Jia Xingtian, the behind-the-scenes architect of the current Jiama royal family, affectionately known as the Elder in Linen. Grandfather, something has occurred. Upon seeing Jia Xingtian, Yao Yi let out a sigh of relief and promptly relayed the news she had gathered during her visit to Xiao City. What? Yinyan has been defeated by the Xiao family and captured alive? Upon hearing the news brought by Yao Yi, Jia Xingtian's previously composed countenance transformed dramatically, revealing an expression of incredulity. It was utterly unexpected that the Xiao family had concealed such profound depths, even managing to capture Yunyan, a formidable figure at the Dou Huang level. A grave look settled upon Jia Xingtian's face. The ability to defeat Yun indicated that the Xiao family possessed strength capable of rivaling the imperial family, which left Jia Xingtian feeling rather troubled. For many years, the imperial family had been on guard against the Yunlan sect, yet now, instead of suppressing it, a new contender of equal might had emerged in the form of the Xiao family. Truly, it was a time fraught with challenges. Grandfather, what should we do now? Yao Yi asked, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Jia Xingtian. The strength displayed by the Xiao family had surpassed her control. It seemed only Jia Xingtian could personally intervene. We have yet to fully ascertain the Xiao family's true capabilities. Let us not rush to form alliances. Jia Xingtian pondered for a moment, his expression serious. He harbored a foreboding sense that the strength exhibited by the Xiao family might not represent their entire arsenal. Upon hearing this, Yao Yan nodded in agreement, but then her thoughts turned to Yunyan, who had been captured by Xiao Zhan, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. What about the Yunlan sect? With Yinyan captured and the sect leaderless, it presents us with the perfect opportunity to deal with them. Yao Yi exclaimed, her demeanor suddenly animated. No, for all these years, the imperial family's wariness of the Yunlan sect has not stemmed merely from a single Yunyan. Jia Xingtian countered directly. Within the Yunlan sect, there exists a terrifying old entity. As long as he remains, we cannot hope to eradicate the Yunlan sect. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan entered a secret chamber, observing Yunyan, who was seated on the ground in meditation, with an indifferent expression. Ever since he proposed to marry her, he had faced vehement opposition. Yinyan had vehemently declared that she would never marry Xiao Zhan, even going so far as to overturn the nourishing soup he had prepared for her. This infuriated Xiao Zhan. He had painstakingly had that soup made, infusing it with numerous precious herbs to strengthen her constitution. Most importantly, the chicken used was an exceedingly rare blood-congealing chicken, known for its ability to replenish vital energy. It was rumored that this chicken had been raised for 2.5 years and was of immense nutritional value. Yet, such a precious bowl of soup had been spilled by Yunyan, which sent Xiao Zhan into a rage, leading him to confine her in this very chamber, his personal training space, where outsiders were strictly prohibited. Xiao Zhan, you might as well give up. Even if it costs me my life, I will never marry you. Upon Xiao Zhan's entrance, Yinyan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze icy as she regarded him. That day, she had believed Xiao Zhan to be magnanimous and broad-minded, genuinely seeking peace with the Yunlan sect. Her heart had filled with joy and admiration for his generosity. However, she was utterly unprepared for his underhanded attempt to coerce her into marriage. Such despicable behavior left her feeling deeply ashamed. She was not one to fear death. She would rather perish than succumb to Xiao Zhan's shameless demands. Xiao Zhan's expression darkened as Yunyan's repeated refusals had greatly displeased him. Coldly, he regarded her as she sat cross-legged on the ground, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Yunyan, the patience of this clan leader is not limitless. Do not force my hand. Yunyan's brows furrowed slightly at his words, and she retorted with a cold smile. Xiao Zhan, is this a threat? I would rather die than marry you. It's not that simple. Xiao Zhan scoffed, suddenly appearing before Yunyan, gripping her delicate neck with his hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. There are far worse fates than death in this world. As Xiao Zhan's hand tightened around her throat, Yunyan's complexion paled. Her injuries had yet to heal, and her cultivation was not restored, rendering her powerless to resist. Yet, she stared defiantly into his eyes, unyielding. A gentleman may be killed, but never humiliated. If you have the courage, then kill me. With that, she slowly closed her eyes, seemingly prepared for death. Kill you? Why would I ever want to do that? Xiao Zhan did not release her, and as he observed Yunyan waiting for death with closed eyes, a wicked smile crept across his face. He then reached out, grasping her garment, and with a forceful tug, it tore apart. In the next moment, Yunyan felt the fabric of her dress being ripped, exposing large swathes of her porcelain skin to the air. Her eyes flew open, her stunning features losing their composure as panic filled her gaze directed at Xiao Zhan. What are you trying to do? She demanded. Xiao Zhan's eyes roamed over her exposed skin, his expression playful. What do you think I intend to do? Naturally, to do what a man does. You. At his words, Yunyan's body trembled slightly, her teeth clenched as she threatened. Xiao Zhan, you cannot do this. If you dare to lay a hand on me. I. As she felt the chill of her exposed skin, a faint blush began to creep onto her cheeks, and her body quivered involuntarily. What can you do? Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. Now that you are in my grasp, a captive at my mercy, do you truly believe you can escape and seek revenge one day? Give up that hope. You shall never escape the clutches of this clan leader. With that, he tightened his grip around Yunyan's neck once more. In a moment, Yunyan found herself gasping for breath, her face turning crimson as she struggled to speak. If you have the courage, then kill me. Chapter 59. Xiao Zhan, you wouldn't want anything to happen to the Yunlan sect, would you? As I have said, I shall not kill you. Observing Yunyan's fearless demeanor in the face of death, a flicker of admiration passed through Xiao Zhan's eyes. A woman like her would be all the more interesting to conquer. Watching her struggle for air, he finally loosened his grip. Coughing violently, Yunyan collapsed onto the ground. Her face flushed as she gasped for breath. After a moment, she glanced at her exposed skin and hastily retrieved a garment from her spatial ring to cover herself. Her gaze icy as she glared at Xiao Zhan. You truly would rather die than marry me? Xiao Zhan squatted down, grasping her smooth, pale chin as he asked indifferently. Yinyan twisted her head, but her strength failed her, leaving her unable to break free. Instead, she glared at Xiao Zhan, silently conveying her defiance. Xiao Zhan smirked coldly. Do you think that such resistance will truly deter me? He then gradually released her, adding, do not forget, you have 3 elders from the Yunlan sect in my possession. At his words, Yunyan's expression changed, her gaze towards him growing even colder. What have you done to them? Although she was unafraid of death, the thought of the 3 elders dying because of her was unbearable. These elders were the backbone of the Yunlan sect. Their loss would be a catastrophic blow. Rest assured, I have not killed them. Those old fellows are quite resilient and still cling to life. Observing the palpable tension in Yunyan, Xiao Zhan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Upon hearing his words, Yunyan exhaled a sigh of relief. However, Xiao Zhan continued, initially, I had contemplated sparing their lives, but it seems that such leniency is no longer warranted. What do you mean? As Xiao Zhan's statement registered, Yunyan's relief quickly transformed into apprehension. She warned him. Xiao Zhan, you must not act recklessly. Reckless? Xiao Zhan chuckled lightly. What I am proposing is not recklessness. Should they perish, it would be entirely due to you. Yinyan, I trust you do not wish for those 3 old fellows to meet their demise because of you? His gaze bore a hint of amusement as he regarded her. You, shameless. Yinyan's complexion shifted dramatically. She was taken aback by Xiao Zhan's audacity to use the lives of the three elders as leverage against her. Shameless? Xiao Zhan scoffed. Your Yunlan sect, relying on its formidable strength, openly annulled the engagement with my Xiao family, while that old fool Gui even threatened to cripple my cultivation and annihilate my family. Is that not shameless in itself? This time, with the Grand Master of your sect personally intervening, had I lacked sufficient strength, the Xiao family might have already fallen to your Yunlan sect. My tone is merely a reflection of the current reality. Now that your Yunlan sect has been defeated, it is only just that I take their lives. Where, then, is the shame in that? Are we to presume that only your Yunlan sect is permitted to kill others, while others must refrain from retaliating against you? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Yinyan fell silent, at a loss for a rebuttal. In this world, the law of the jungle reigns supreme, where the strong dominate the weak. Had the Yunlan sect triumphed, they would have dictated the fate of the Xiao family. But now, with their defeat, her destiny lay firmly in Xiao Zhan's hands. Xiao Zhan, I concede that this time, my Yunlan sect was in the wrong. If you seek reparations, simply voice your demands, and I shall acquiesce. Furthermore, I guarantee that the Yunlan sect will no longer provoke your Xiao family. Acknowledging that the lives of the three elders were currently at Xiao Zhan's mercy, Yinyan was compelled to yield. Reparations? Your Yunlan sect certainly owes them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's gaze turned toward Yinyan, a hint of mockery dancing on his features. I am not interested in any other reparations. What I desire is you, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, as compensation. You, realizing the implication behind Xiao Zhan's gaze. Yinyan felt a surge of indignation. How could he be so shameless? Despite her fury, she maintained her composure, stating, aside from that, I can fulfill any other request you have. Aside from you, I desire nothing else. Xiao Zhan shook his head. Yinyan, if you agree to marry me, I will, of course, release those three old fellows. You are delusional. Faced with Xiao Zhan's obstinacy, Yinyan could no longer contain her simmering rage and shot him a furious glare. Xiao Zhan, should you dare to harm the elders of my Yunlan sect, it will be tantamount to declaring us mortal enemies. You must consider this carefully. With her gaze icy, she continued, do you believe that by defeating me, you can freely humiliate the Yunlan sect? We have thrived in the Jiama Empire for many years. Our foundation is far deeper than you can fathom. If you release me and the three elders, we shall consider the Xiao family our allies. But should you kill them, the Xiao family may not be far from annihilation. To be frank, I am not the strongest in the Yunlan sect. There exists one whose strength surpasses mine tenfold, and you are no match for him. Should you dare to harm me, he will not spare you. As if struck by a sudden realization, Yinyan's confidence surged, her words laced with a hint of threat. Someone stronger than you in the Yunlan sect? Upon hearing her proclamation, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal a knowing smile. He had read the original text and knew precisely who she referred to. The previous leader of the Yunlan sect, her mentor, Yinshan. At this juncture, he wondered whether that old man had managed to break through to the Dou zone level. However, even if he had, Xiao Zhan felt no fear. As long as Yinshan did not leave Xiao City, he remained invincible within the confines of his family's domain. Should Yinshan dare to come to Xiao City seeking trouble, Xiao Zhan would not hesitate to facilitate a reunion between the mentor and his disciple. With this thought in mind, Xiao Zhan regarded the self-assured Yunyan, a playful smile gracing his lips as he stated, the individual you speak of. Is it not your master, Yinshan? Upon hearing his words, Yinyan's pupils constricted, disbelief coloring her expression as she gazed at Xiao Zhan. It was common knowledge that Yinshan had been in seclusion for over a decade, and rumors circulated that the old master had perished. She had not anticipated that Xiao Zhan would so readily deduce who she was referring to. Indeed, it is my master. To be frank, he has already broken through to the Dou Saint Realm, and he is not someone you can contend with. Should anything happen to me in Xiao City, my master will undoubtedly seek vengeance. With Xiao Zhan having guessed her intention, Yinyan decided to drop any pretense, stating directly, if you do not wish for my master to come looking for you, you should release me at once. Chapter 60. The Soul Palace emerges. Yinshan's concession. Upon hearing the implied threat in Yunyan's words, Xiao Zhan merely chuckled nonchalantly. Do you believe that invoking Yinshan as a threat will intimidate me? Let me be clear. Even if Yinshan has reached the Dou zone level, should he dare to come to Xiao City, I would still be able to take his life. At that point, your Yunlan sect may find it impossible to maintain its standing in the Jiama Empire. Xiao Zhan's disdainful laugh echoed in the air. He was unperturbed even by the likes of Gu Yuan, let alone a mere Dou zone practitioner. Yinyan's heart raced at his audacity. Can he really be capable of slaying a Dou Zong? Could it be that this man had already broken through to that realm himself? Observing the confidence radiating from Xiao Zhan, she felt uncertain. Yunlan sect. In the square, a gathering of high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect convened. Esteemed colleagues, our Yunlan sect faces grave peril. Given our current strength, we simply cannot contend with the Xiao family. Thus, I am left with no choice but to resort to this drastic measure. The Grand Elder, Yunlan, surveyed the remaining elders with a grave expression. Grand Elder, must we truly proceed in this manner? One of the elders hesitated, casting a wary glance at Yunlan. What other option do we have? Shall we stand idly by while our leader falls into the hands of the Xiao family? Then, in the sight of all, Yunlan abruptly extracted a cloud-white flute from his spatial ring, raising it to his lips and blowing forcefully. Instantly, a peculiar, piercing sound erupted from the flute, resonating throughout Yunlan Mountain, echoing perpetually. The sharp notes of the flute enveloped the mountain, commanding silence among the gathered crowd, leaving only the haunting melody in the air. Moments later, from the depths of Yunlan Mountain, a vast and formidable aura surged forth, akin to a colossal dragon awakening from ancient slumber, descending with an unparalleled pressure that enveloped the entire mountain in an instant. Suddenly in the square, all disciples of the Yunlan sect could no longer suppress the reverence stirring within their hearts. They knelt before the source of the overwhelming aura, while Yunlan and the elders of the sect, though not bowing in submission, inclined their bodies in respect. This formidable presence was felt by Yinyan, whose beautiful eyes were fixed on the depths of Yunlan Mountain, her delicate face revealing a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would rouse their long-secluded ancestral master. A wave of joy washed over her. Her teacher was finally saved. Although she had never met the ancestral master, she had heard tales of his formidable prowess. If he were to intervene, surely he could rescue her teacher and effortlessly annihilate the Xiao family. At the thought of this, a cold smile crept upon Yinyan's lips. The Xiao family, the foundation of our Yunlan sect, is not something you can withstand. As a piercing whistle suddenly pierced the sky, under the gaze of countless eyes, a white figure emerged swiftly from the depths of Yunlan Mountain, racing towards the square. The newcomer, an elderly man with flowing white hair, exuded a terrifying aura characteristic of a peak 9-star Dou Emperor. It was none other than Yinshan, the old master of the Yunlan sect. Yinlan, explain yourself. You know I instructed you not to disturb my seclusion unless it was of utmost importance. Yinshan spoke, his gaze turning to Yunlan with a calm demeanor. Old master, I had no choice. If you do not emerge soon, the Yunlan sect may face annihilation. Yunlan responded, his voice trembling under the weight of the gravity of the situation. Yinshan's eyes narrowed, causing Yunlan to falter and kneel involuntarily. Where is Yinyan? Yinshan inquired, his brow furrowing. Old master, the sect leader has been captured. Yunlan replied, his expression one of despair. To his shock, a powerful force lay hidden within the Garma Empire. Moments later, Yinshan retreated to the back mountain, his aged face betraying a hint of seriousness. What could the Xiao family's intentions be? Were they attempting to demonstrate their power over our Yunlan sect? As he reflected on the gravity of Yunlan's earlier words, Yinshan's expression darkened. The emergence of such a formidable force within the Garma Empire instilled a profound sense of crisis within him, regardless of the adversary's motives. At that moment, a dense black mist materialized beside the elder. Yinshan, it seems the Yunlan sect has encountered trouble. Who would have thought such a potent force lurked within the Garma Empire? With even the current sect leader captured, it appears your standing in the Garma Empire is not as secure as you believed. A sinister voice echoed from the mist, dripping with mockery. Upon hearing the voice, Yinshan's countenance darkened further. Unfazed by the elder's grim expression, the voice continued, What say you, Yinshan? I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you collaborate with me, I will ensure that within 6 months, you will break through to the Dou Saint Realm. Only then can your Yunlan sect maintain its standing in the Garma Empire, or even eliminate the royal family and unify the entire empire. My patience is limited. If you continue to hesitate, do you not fear I will turn my attention to the Garma royal family? I trust that Xingtian would be more than willing to cooperate with me. Upon hearing this, Yinshan's expression shifted dramatically. If Xingtian, his bitter rival, were to break through to the Dou Saint Realm, the Yunlan sect's position within the Garma Empire would indeed be at risk. After a moment's hesitation, Yinshan, now serious, asked, Can you truly assist me in breaking through to the Dou Saint Realm within 6 months? It seems you still doubt my capabilities. A mere Dou Saint Realm is nothing to my soul palace. were it not for my current obligations requiring the strength of your Yunlan sect. Even if you were to kneel and plead, I would not entertain your request. The voice from the mist replied coldly. Yinshan fell silent, and after a moment, he nodded slowly. Very well, I accept your terms. You have finally come to your senses. Rest assured, when the day comes that you break through to the Dou Saint Realm, you will not regret the decision made today. The black mist resonated with an air of arrogance. Yinshan nodded lightly, replying, let's hope so. As his words faded, Yinshan transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. The black mist swirled momentarily before gradually dissipating. Who would have thought that such a powerful force lay hidden within the Garma Empire? I wonder if the Xiao family is the same one I seek. A whisper of strange murmurs floated from within the black mist. Chapter 61. Gar Xingtian's Concerns. Preparing to collaborate with the Xiao family. In the Yunlan sect, Nailan Yanran stared incredulously at the Grand Elder. What? The ancestral master has secluded himself again? Why? Does he intend to watch my teachers suffer at the hands of the Xiao family? Nailan Yanran found it hard to accept. She had thought that with the ancestral master's emergence, the Xiao family would surely be annihilated, and her teacher would be rescued. Yet to her dismay, the ancestral master had barely emerged before returning to seclusion. The old master has requested 6 more months, the Grand Elder replied, his expression grim, unable to fathom the reasons behind Yunshan's actions. Given the dire straits the Yunlan sect faced, it was perplexing that the old master chose to remain indifferent. This is unacceptable. Grand Elder, you must plead with the ancestral master once more. My teacher is in grave danger. We cannot abandon her. Nailan Yanran's face was etched with urgency, her heart racing at the thought of her teacher's peril in the hands of the Xiao family. At that moment, a twinge of regret washed over her. If she had not gone to the Xiao family to break off the engagement, the Yunlan sect would not be facing such calamity, and her teacher would not be in jeopardy. Alas, it is futile. The old master has decreed that for these 6 months, no one is to disturb him. The Grand Elder shook his head, disappointment evident in his heart towards the old master. In the depths of the royal palace, great-grandfather Yunshan has emerged from seclusion. Today, Yao Ye received the news and rushed to the palace where Gar Xingtian resided. With the current sect leader held captive, it was only natural for the old master to intervene. Upon hearing this, Gar Xingtian displayed no surprise. But has it been confirmed whether Yunshan has broken through to the Dou Saint Realm? For Gar Xingtian, the paramount concern was Yunshan's current cultivation level. If this old master were to attain the Dou Saint Realm, the Garma royal family's position would plummet to unprecedented lows. He had lingered at the peak of the 9-star Dou Emperor realm for many years, fully aware of the might of the Dou Saint Realm. Should Yinshan truly achieve that level, no one within the Garma Empire would stand a chance against the Yunlan sect. Even the emperor of the Garma Empire would have to tread carefully in the presence of the Yunlan sect. This was the very outcome Gar Xingtian dreaded most. For years, he had been plagued with worries, primarily concerning the possibility of Yinshan breaking through to the Dou Saint Realm. No, according to my sources, Yinshan remains at the 9-star Dou Emperor realm. Yao Ye's words instantly relieved Gar Xingtian. As long as Yunshan's cultivation remained at the 9-star Dou Emperor level, he could not surpass the Garma royal family. Now that Yinshan had emerged from seclusion, a confrontation with the Xiao family would likely ensue shortly. Here, for the time being, let us refrain from interfering in the affairs of the Xiao family. I hope that the Yunlan sect and the Xiao family can engage in a fierce struggle, allowing our royal family to reap the benefits from the sidelines. A relaxed expression emerged on Jia Xingtian's face, as the sudden rise in Yunshan's cultivation evidently brought him great joy. However, Yao Yi shook her head. Yinshan had no immediate plans to head to Xiao City. He announced that he would not take action for another 6 months, after which he returned to seclusion. The Jiamar royal family had evidently placed numerous spies within the Yunlan sect, keeping themselves well informed of the internal happenings. Upon receiving this information, Yao Yi was perplexed. Was the old sect master of Yunlan sect prepared to abandon his direct disciple, Yinyan, the current sect master? Surely he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. What? Yinshan has chosen to seclude himself again? Upon hearing Yao Ye's words, Yunshan's brows furrowed. 6 months. Did he truly believe he could break through to the Dou Saint realm within that time frame? At this thought, a grave expression descended upon Jia Xingtian's face. It was implausible. Breaking through to the Dou Saint realm was hardly a simple feat. Yao Ye's heart raced at this revelation. She understood all too well what Yunshan's breakthrough to the Dou Saint realm would signify for the Jiamar royal family. The possibility loomed large. Jia Xingtian spoke solemnly. Yinshan has been attempting to break through to the Dou Saint realm for over a decade now. He could succeed at any moment. The fact that he can observe Yinyan falling into the hands of the Xiao family without intervening suggests he has more pressing matters at hand. At this juncture, Jia Xingtian turned his gaze to Yao Yi and asked her, what could possibly be more important to Yunshan than rescuing Yinyan? If not the breakthrough to the Dou Saint Realm? If that were indeed the case, it would spell trouble. Yao Yi's expression darkened upon hearing Jia Xingtian's explanation. The last thing she wished to witness was Yunshan breaking through to the Dou Saint Realm. If he truly succeeded, all the efforts the royal family had invested over the years would be rendered futile. In the face of a Dou Saint powerhouse, no amount of plotting would hold any weight. Grandfather, perhaps we should take decisive action and engage in an all-out war with the Yunlan sect, while Yunshan has yet to break through to the Dou Saint Realm. A hint of determination flashed in Yao Ye's eyes as she suggested to Jia Xingtian. With Yinyan and numerous Dou Wang elders absent, the Yunlan sect had already suffered significant losses. Should they choose to wage war now, they would undoubtedly hold the advantage. If in 6 months, Yunshan truly ascended to the Dou Saint Realm, it would be nothing short of a nightmare for the Jiama royal family, leaving them with no chance of resurgence. Jia Xingtian furrowed his brow, his expression contemplative, clearly tempted by the idea. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he shook his head with resignation. That plan is not feasible. Yao Yi puzzled asked, why not, grandfather? Shall we merely stand by and watch as Yunshan breaks through to the Dou Saint Realm? She could not afford to gamble the fate of the Jiama royal family on Yunshan's potential breakthrough. In the past, this would have indeed been an opportune moment to strike at the Yunlan sect. Jia Xingtian's face was etched with helplessness. He too wished to eradicate the Yunlan sect, a lingering threat. However, with the sudden emergence of the Xiao family, if they engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Yunlan sect, wouldn't it merely allow the Xiao family to reap the rewards? The mere thought of the Xiao family filled Jia Xingtian with trepidation. If they were capable of capturing Yunyan, it was evident they were unafraid of the Yunlan sect's strength, and by extension, they would not fear the Jiama royal family either. The Xiao family's power was likely unfathomable. Then let us seek cooperation with the Xiao family. Yao Yi proposed after a moment's contemplation. With the Xiao family and the Yunlan sect at odds, she believed they would be more than willing to ally with the royal family. Jia Xingtian nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall personally visit Xiao City in due course. Chapter 62. The Excitement of Xiao Yan. In Blackrock City, at the Alchemist Guild. After spending a few days in Blackrock City, Xiao Yan entered the Alchemist Guild to undergo the assessment for a first-tier alchemist. In the presence of Guild Master Frank and Vice President Otto, Xiao Yan successfully concocted a first-tier pill. What a formidable individual. The onlookers exchanged glances, all silently marveling. Xiao Yan was not yet 16 years old. A first-tier alchemist at such a young age surely shattered records within the Jiama Empire. Is it truly possible? Others murmured in disbelief, gazing at the youthful Xiao Yan with astonished expressions. Frank and Otto shared bittersweet smiles, having closely observed Xiao Yan's pill-making process. They could not help but be amazed by his exceptional talent for alchemy. Despite this being Xiao Yan's first attempt at the assessment formula, his remarkable control over the heat was on par with any seasoned first-tier alchemist. Moreover, his precision in extracting the essence from various herbs was astonishingly accurate. Had a seasoned first-tier alchemist exhibited such prowess, Frank and Otto would not have been overly surprised. However, the individual before them was merely 16 years old. In their youth, they had only begun learning to identify herbs under their mentor's guidance. What a remarkable talent. I am increasingly curious about the master who could cultivate such an exceptional student. Frank mused with a wry smile. Indeed, while this young one's alchemical talent is extraordinary, even the finest unrefined gem requires meticulous polishing to shine. His mysterious mentor must be truly remarkable. If it were us teaching Xiao Yan, we could never achieve such results, Otto lamented. Indeed. Nodding, Frank turned to the room and said, Young one, if you have gathered your things, please come out. As Frank's voice fell, Xiao Yan slowly emerged from within, brushing off the powder that had settled on his ordinary attire. He scanned the faces of the individuals in the hall and offered a slight smile. Upon meeting Xiao Yan's gaze, the alchemists within the hall responded with warm smiles. Despite their esteemed positions in Blackrock City, they dared not show any arrogance in the presence of such a promising talent. After all, it was not beyond reason that this young man could one day surpass both Frank and Otto to become an even greater master of alchemy. Moreover, the recent display of Xiao Zhan's strength in Blackrock City, where he effortlessly dispatched the head of the Kai family, had left the citizens in shock, instilling within them a deep-seated wariness of the Xiao family's might. Following that incident, no one in Blackrock City dared to offend Xiao Yan again. Upon the emergence of Xiao Yan, Frank gestured to one of his subordinates, who promptly exited the hall with alacrity. Moments later, he returned bearing a delicate black robe, supported by a jade tray. This exquisite garment was tailored specifically for a first-tier alchemist. The fabric, prior to its creation, had been immersed in a medicinal pool cultivated by the guild, thus one should not underestimate it. Once donned, the infused medicinal essence reacts with the air, gradually emitting a peculiar fragrance that keeps the wearer perpetually alert. Moreover, under the stimulation of this aroma, the skin becomes somewhat sensitive, allowing the alchemist to better control the nuances of fire when refining pills. Receiving the jade tray, Frank, with a sense of pride, elaborated on the robe's functionalities. It also possesses immunity to certain toxins. Furthermore, due to the guild's specialized craftsmanship, the defensive capabilities of this alchemist's robe far surpass those of ordinary armor. Were it not for its exorbitant cost, mass production would be feasible, and it would have long been seized by the Empire for military use. Listening to Frank's detailed introduction, Xiao Yan could not help but feel astonished. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ornate robe would boast such a plethora of enviable attributes. It is no wonder that many alchemists are eager to join the Alchemist Guild. The benefits are undoubtedly enticing. As he accepted the exquisite black robe, Xiao Yan noticed a badge of an alchemist affixed to the chest area. The badge depicted an ancient medicinal cauldron, its surface rippling like quicksilver, as if alive, continuously undulating. His hand glided over the sleek fabric of the robe, the softness reminiscent of delicate feminine skin, an exquisite sensation. Truly, the profession of an alchemist is indeed the most noble in the Dou Qi Continent. This robe alone must be worth no less than 100,000 gold coins. Enthralled, Xiao Yan examined the black robe before discarding his ordinary coarse outer garment and donning the new attire. Instantly, the fabric clung to his skin like a cool embrace. Refreshing and comfortable, a faint, exotic fragrance wafted into his nostrils, invigorating his somewhat fatigued spirit. Although his visage still bore a hint of gauntness, clad in this fittingly elegant black robe, he exuded an air of ethereal grace, effectively concealing the last traces of his youthful innocence. "Masters, I shall take my leave," he declared, badge in hand. With no desire to linger, Xiao Yan bid farewell to the two and exited the Alchemist Guild. "Have you heard? The Yunlan sect has been defeated." The sect leader, Yinyan, brought 3 Dou Wang experts to Xiao City, but the outcome was utterly unexpected. The Yunlan sect leader was actually vanquished by the Xiao family's patriarch, Xiao Zhan. Moreover, he has been captured and has yet to return to the Yunlan sect. As Xiao Yan strolled through the bustling streets, reveling in his alchemist's robe, he overheard the conversations of passers-by. His father had triumphed. Though he had long held confidence in his father's prowess, hearing the news firsthand ignited a surge of exhilaration within him. Indeed, his father was invincible. What was the mere Yunlan sect to fear? Chapter 63. Xiao Yan ventures to the Taggart Desert. The fury of Gu He. Who could have imagined that the Xiao family harbored such terrifying strength? Indeed, even the Yunlan sect leader was no match for the patriarch of the Xiao family. Following this battle, the Xiao family would undoubtedly generate a sensation throughout the Jiama Empire. A transformation was imminent. As news of Xiao City's events reached Yinyan City, it stirred a tremendous uproar. No one had anticipated that a humble Xiao family concealed such formidable power. Not only had they defeated the Yunlan sect leader, but they had also detained him in Xiao City. This act symbolized a complete severance of ties between the Xiao family and the Yunlan sect, demonstrating that the Xiao family harbored no fear of retribution. With his father's strength, was a mere Dou Huang. Listening to the surrounding discussions, a hint of disdain crept onto Xiao Yan's countenance. He held immense confidence in his father's capabilities. A celestial emperor's turn could hardly be offended by a trivial Yunlan sect. The diminutive Jiama Empire would soon be unable to accommodate a celestial emperor. "Disciple, you must exert yourself. Otherwise, you will truly fall behind the pace of the celestial emperor." The voice of Yao Lao echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. "Understood, master." Xiao Yan replied solemnly, a sense of determination filling his heart. "Ah, is that not Xiao Yan, the son of Xiao Zhan? I heard this prodigy has passed the assessment to become a first-tier alchemist. Truly remarkable. At just under 16 years of age, he has achieved what even Danwang Gu He could not." As many recognized Xiao Yan, they began to murmur and point. Ever since Xiao Zhan's appearance, when he effortlessly slew Kai Kuan, Xiao Yan's identity as the son of the Xiao family patriarch had been exposed. The prominent families in Yinyan City had cautioned their members to avoid offending Xiao Yan. Following the defeat of the Yunlan sect, no one dared to provoke him any longer. With the Xiao family's victory over the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yan's status naturally soared, catapulting him into the ranks of the elite second generation in the Jiama Empire. Wherever he went, he was met with utmost reverence. Indeed, in this world, only with formidable strength can one command respect. Feeling the shift in the attitudes of the people in Yinyan City, Xiao Yan's resolve to grow stronger solidified. Master, now that I have obtained the first-tier alchemist badge, there is no need to remain in Yinyan City. Let us proceed to the Taggart Desert. The thought of the exotic fires rumored to exist in the Taggart Desert filled him with anticipation. He wondered how his strength would surge once he refined the exotic fire. Very well, Yao Lao's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. With that, Xiao Yan strode purposefully toward the flying transport station located in the heart of the city. After traversing several unfamiliar streets and inquiring for directions, Xiao Yan soon arrived at the imposing flying transport station situated in a spacious square. Within this vast plaza, a dozen large, flying avian creatures were stationed. These creatures, known as thick-winged birds, did not belong to the category of magical beasts, but were instead a species of domesticated birds, renowned for their gentle disposition and ease of taming. However, due to their scarcity, only the Empire possessed the resources to establish such flying transport teams. While these thick-winged birds may not match the speed of other magical flying beasts, they excel in endurance. Once well-fed, they can maintain a steady pace for nearly 4 to 5 days. Additionally, their capacity for carrying weight is exceptional. A mature, thick-winged bird can effortlessly transport items weighing 5 to 6 times its own body weight over long distances. During times of war, these birds would be commandeered by the Empire, only to return to civilian life once hostilities ceased. Many among them have endured the ravages of brutal warfare. Upon entering the bustling flight transport square, a cacophony of sounds surged into Xiao Yan's ears, overwhelming him and causing a prolonged buzzing sensation. Gradually, he regained his composure. Shaking his head vigorously, he gazed at the throngs in the square, only to discover that long lines formed beside each of the stout-winged birds. Even next to the wooden ladder of one such creature, he observed an individual clad in uniform collecting tickets for the birds. Stunned by this scene, Xiao Yan shook his head with a wry smile. After inquiring a passerby about the ticket purchase point, he made his way to a ticket booth situated in the southeast corner of the square. Before the booth, a lengthy queue awaited. Resigned, Xiao Yan fell in a line, quietly waiting behind the throng. "Sir, where do you wish to travel?" As Xiao Yan pondered to himself, a woman's voice resonated from the front. Slightly taken aback, Xiao Yan raised his head, realizing that it was his turn at the counter. Before him stood a striking woman in uniform, wearing a professional smile that, to Xiao Yan's discerning eye, carried a hint of impatience. "To the eastern border of the Empire, near the Taggart Desert," he replied, casting a fleeting glance at the somewhat attractive woman. Upon hearing this, the woman slightly pursed her lips, muttering under her breath before producing a ticket crafted from the hide of a special magical beast. Just as she was about to hand it to Xiao Yan, her gaze abruptly fixated on the alchemist badge adorning his chest. Instantly, her outstretched hand froze, and under Xiao Yan's scrutinizing frown, she retracted the ticket with a jolt. With a sweet smile blooming on her face, she cautiously inquired, "Sir, are you an alchemist?" Is there a problem?" Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. "Oh no, not all. According to the Empire's regulations, alchemists are entitled to complimentary flight services. Please, follow me. We have special mounts prepared for alchemists." Seeing Xiao Yan nod, the woman quickly shook her head, her demeanor now respectful. Taken aback, Xiao Yan could not help but reflect on the esteemed status of an alchemist. The privileges afforded to such a profession were astonishingly grand, even extending to the minutiae of travel arrangements. It became clear why many regarded alchemists with deference. The rarity and nobility of this vocation far exceeded his previous expectations. "Sir, this is the flying beast destined for the eastern border city of the Gamma Empire, the closest city to the Taggart Desert," the uniformed woman announced respectfully as they halted before the majestic flying beast. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan deftly stepped onto the broad back of the giant bird, entering a vacant compartment. With a resounding shriek, the flying beast soared skyward under the guidance of its handler, embarking on a swift journey toward the Empire's east. The distance to Black Rock City from the Empire's border was considerable, and even at the speed of this flying beast, it would require no less than 3 full days of flight. Meanwhile, at the Yunlan sect, a young boy hurriedly made his way toward the secluded retreat of his master. "Master! Master!" The boy entered a courtyard and rushed to the door of an inner chamber, his face etched with urgency. Creak! After a moment, the door swung open. "Linger, what is the cause of this ruckus? Did I not instruct you that unless it is of utmost importance, you are not to disturb me?" A male voice emanated from within, tinged with irritation due to the boy's interruption. Master, I apologize for the abrupt intrusion, but a matter of grave importance has arisen. The boy hurriedly explained. After a brief silence, a figure in white emerged from the chamber. As he stepped out, he brushed off some powder from his robes, exuding a peculiar medicinal aroma, a testament to his prolonged association with alchemical concoctions. Speak, what is it? If it is not of significance, I shall have to discipline you. The white-clad man said, his expression darkening, clearly displeased by the interruption. Master, what I have to say is indeed of monumental importance. The boy replied, his anxiety palpable. The sect leader has been defeated and captured. Are you aware of this? What did you say? The white-clad man momentarily faltered, shock overtaking his features. Yuyist. Yinyan is a 3-star Dou emperor. How could she be captured? Surely, the royal family would not be so audacious. His expression darkened as he glared at the boy. Anger flaring. You insolent child. Are you attempting to deceive me? He prided himself on his understanding of Yunyan and found it implausible that anyone could overpower her. It seems I've been too lenient with you, allowing you to act so recklessly. Master, what I say is the truth. The boy pleaded. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the Grand Elder and the others. They witnessed it firsthand. Seeing his master's skepticism, the boy's agitation grew. If I am lying, you may punish me later. His voice carried a note of grievance. Are you truly not fabricating this tale? The white-clad man's expression wavered upon observing the boy's earnestness. Indeed, it is true, the boy asserted, his face reflecting the sincerity of his words. The white-clad man was none other than Dou Qi, a 6th-rank alchemist of the Yunlan sect, and the boy was Lu Ling, his most devoted disciple. Master, what I say is indisputable. Lu Ling's eyes brimmed with indignation. Having exerted such effort to deliver this news, he felt unjustly treated by his master's disbelief. Relate to me the events in detail. As Lu Ling recounted the occurrences, Dou Qi's expression grew increasingly grave. The audacity of those who dared to offend the Yunlan sect was unfathomable, and the news of Yinyan's capture was beyond his comprehension. Xiao family? What new force dares to act so brazenly? To kill an elder of the Yunlan sect? This is utterly outrageous. Dou Qi's demeanor darkened further as he processed the implications of Lu Ling's revelations. Yinshan will not turn a blind eye to this, will he? Dou Qi suddenly recalled something, glancing at Lu Ling. As a senior member of the Yunlan sect, he was well aware of Yinshan's seclusion. In his perspective, given the significant turmoil engulfing the Yunlan sect, the venerable patriarch should have stepped forth to oversee the situation. Although the old patriarch emerged from his seclusion, he promptly retreated once more, declaring that he would not set foot in Xiao City for another 6 months. Lu Ling turned to Dou Qi and exclaimed, What, 6 months? Upon hearing Lu Ling's words, Dou Qi's countenance darkened even further. Was he truly prepared to witness Yunyan fall into the hands of Xiao City, enduring relentless humiliation? As time passed day by day, the people of Xiao City gradually emerged from the shadow of the day when Xiao Zhan triumphed over the Yunlan sect. In present-day Xiao City, whenever the Xiao family was mentioned, faces were adorned with reverence, and no one dared entertain any treacherous thoughts. The ability to vanquish the Yunlan sect signified that the Xiao family's strength was now formidable enough to dominate the entire Jimar Empire. Faced with such a powerful Xiao family, they no longer dared to harbor any disloyalty. Conversely, those who sincerely allied with the Xiao family wore expressions of excitement and pride. Now that they had joined the Xiao family, as it grew in strength, so too would their status rise. With the Yunlan sect having been defeated by the Xiao family, what other force within the Jimar Empire could dare to offend the Xiao family? Thus, citizens of Xiao City now walked with their heads held high, boldly proclaiming their affiliation with Xiao City. In just a few days, the reputation of Xiao City spread throughout the entire Jimar Empire. Everyone became aware of the emergence of a powerful entity known as Xiao City. Xiao family. Yinyan, did you not claim that the Yunlan sect would send someone to rescue you? Yet after all this time, I have not seen a single soul arrive in Xiao City. Xiao Zhan pushed open the door to the secret chamber, slowly entering and gazing down at Yunyan, who sat cross-legged on the ground, with a mocking expression. It appears that your status as the sect leader of the Yunlan sect is rather trivial. At present, Yinyan's injuries had mostly healed, and her cultivation had fully recovered. However, due to the constraints of the family domain, she was utterly unable to leave this secret chamber, trapped within its confines. Chapter 64. The Tormented Yinyan. Dou Qi comes knocking. In the backyard of the Xiao family. Yinyan, did you not assert that the Yunlan sect would send someone to rescue you? Yet, after all this time, I have not seen a single soul arrive in Xiao City. Xiao Zhan pushed open the door to the secret chamber. slowly stepping inside and observing the cross-legged Yunyan with a smirk. It seems that your position as the sect leader of the Yunlan sect holds little weight. At this juncture, Yunyan's wounds had largely healed, and her cultivation was entirely restored. Yet, under the influence of the family's domain, she remained bound within this secret chamber. Yinyan was profoundly shocked by the mysterious force that confined her to this chamber. What kind of technique was this? Was it a spatial power that only a Dou Zong expert could wield? She was astounded, realizing that Xiao Zhan's strength might far exceed her expectations. Recalling her previous mention of her teacher, Yunlan, having broken through to the Dou Saint Realm, she noted Xiao Zhan's nonchalant demeanor. This made Yunyan inwardly doubt. Could it be that he truly had already achieved the Dou Saint Realm? Contemplating this, her heart sank into despair. If the opponent genuinely possessed the strength of a Dou Zong expert, even her teacher's arrival would be futile. Moreover, even if her teacher had indeed broken through to the Dou Saint Realm, it was likely that it had only been a recent achievement. Confronting Xiao Zhan, her chances of victory were slim. It seemed that, as Xiao Zhan had predicted, the two of them would reunite in this place. Yinyan was filled with anxiety. If her teacher were to fall into the hands of the Xiao family, the Yunlan sect would be doomed. Xiao Zhan, do not take pleasure in your triumph. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, although Yunyan felt a twinge of disappointment, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Given Xiao Zhan's strength, if other members of the Yunlan sect were to come to rescue her, it would merely be a self-inflicted trap, now that no one was coming to their doom. This was, in fact, what Yinyan yearned for the most. Of course, to claim that she felt no sorrow at all would be a falsehood. Over the years, she had invested much in the Yunlan sect. Now, ensnared in this predicament, with no one coming to her aid, it was inevitable that she felt disheartened. Observing Yunyan's unwavering spirit, a trace of coldness crept across Xiao Zhan's lips. Yinyan, my patience has been thoroughly tested by you. I shall grant you another half-month. After this period, I hope our wedding proceeds as planned. Otherwise, the lives of the 3 elders of your Yunlan sect will be forfeit. You can decide how to handle this. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Yunyan's expression shifted, her face paling as she retorted, Xiao Zhan, a reluctant fruit is not sweet. Why must you press me so? If you persist, I would rather die. Her tone was resolute, as though she had resigned herself to death. Then go ahead and die. Once you are gone, there will surely be many who will accompany you in death. The moment you perish, I shall immediately order the execution of those 3 old fools and display their corpses for 7 days. I do not believe that your Yunlan sect can remain composed in such circumstances. When the time comes, if any of your Yunlan sect members dare to come, I shall not hesitate to kill. Xiao Zhan's gaze turned icy as he regarded Yunyan, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. No, you cannot do this. I beg you, do not harm them. At these words, pain etched itself across Yunyan's face as she struggled with her emotions. Her heart heavy with concern for the fate of the Yunlan sect. If you desire their lives spared, then I implore you to provide a satisfactory response to the patriarch within half a month. Xiao Zhan cast a cold glance at Yunyan before turning and exiting the secret chamber, leaving behind the tormented figure of Yunyan. In the Tagar Desert, atop a flying magical beast, Xiao Yan brushed off the dust from his garments and lifted his gaze to the enormous yellow city on the horizon, a smile creeping across his face as he exhaled in relief. At last, I have reached the Tagar Desert. Disembarking from the flying beast, Xiao Yan walked upon the golden sands of the desert. Perhaps due to the proximity to the desert, the weather here was exceedingly dry and hot. The scorching sun poured down from the sky, causing the ground beneath his feet to emit waves of oppressive heat, distorting the air and rendering the scenery somewhat blurred. Typically, one would expect that in such an inhospitable environment, few would find comfort. However, Xiao Yan was astonished to discover that ever since he set foot on this land, the Dou Qi flowing within him had become remarkably invigorated. After a moment of surprise, Xiao Yan extended his hand to grasp at the air before him, pursing his lips. After a brief pause, he murmured, no wonder the air here consists of nearly 80% earth and fire attribute energy. Given the terrain, the Tagar Desert is most suitable for those practicing fire and earth attribute martial arts, and your bloodline of fire spirit is naturally more attuned to fire energy, making your sensitivity far greater than that of ordinary individuals. At that moment, a gentle chuckle emanated from within the ring. And this is precisely why I urged you to train in the desert. The harsh conditions provide an ideal environment for honing one's skills. Nodding slightly at these words, Xiao Yan exhaled softly, brushing off the exquisite, artfully crafted alchemist's robe that adorned him, and then began making his way toward the distant yellow city. As the city drew closer, the throngs of pedestrians around him began to swell. Among these passers-by Most of the men displayed bare shoulders, their skin glistening with a deep, sun-kissed hue, exuding an air of rugged charm at first glance. Occasionally, women strolled by, their skins similarly bronzed, yet leaning towards a more sensual, sun-touched bronze. The women here did not embody the modesty and shyness typical of those within the empire, clad in form-fitting leather. They barely concealed their bosoms and a hint of what lay beneath. Their slender waists were boldly exposed, while long, toned thighs were only partially shrouded by short skirts or shorts. As they walked, their sinuous waists twisted alluringly, emanating a captivating grace and charm. Throughout his journey, Xiao Yan feasted his eyes upon the scene, smacking his lips in appreciation. He raised his gaze to the now visible expanse of the yellow city, where two large, faintly crimson characters were etched upon the city wall above the gate, casting a subtle, sanguine aura from a distance. "Desolate city," he murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips as he approached the city gate. At the entrance, a contingent of armored soldiers, brandishing long spears, vociferously demanded the entry tax from those wishing to enter. Observing the soldiers, fully equipped despite the sweltering heat, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of astonishment. The defenses here seemed even more formidable than those of the large city of Blackrock. Perhaps due to the oppressive weather, these guards were visibly irritable, their harsh shouts continuously urging the pedestrians at the gate. As he drew near, listening to the soldiers' tirades, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, shook his head, and proceeded into the city. In the Garma Empire, alchemists enjoyed a status akin to that of nobility, and the city entrance fees were exempted for them. While no alchemist would fret over such a trifling sum, the recognition granted was indeed gratifying for all practitioners of the art. "Hey kid, didn't you see the sign?" A soldier, noticing Xiao Yan's unconcerned stride toward the city, glared at him. Yet, before the soldier could finish his reprimand, his gaze caught sight of Xiao Yan's exquisitely tailored alchemist robe, causing his imminent rebuke to falter, morphing instantly into a sycophantic smile. "My lord, are you here to enter the city?" Without halting his pace, Xiao Yan cast a nonchalant glance at the soldier and brushed past him, the latter's shoulders trembling slightly as he moved aside. "Ugh!" The soldier, relieved that Xiao Yan had disregarded his earlier admonishment, swallowed hard and quickly turned around. Calling out respectfully, "My lord, recently the serpent men in the Tagore Desert have been rather restless. If you intend to venture out, please exercise caution." Receiving this unexpected tidbit of information, Xiao Yan nodded slightly before his figure gradually vanished into the shadows of the city wall's passage. Damn, that was close. If they found out I let a first-grade alchemist slip by, I'd be thrown to the dogs. The soldier exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he returned to his post, perhaps due to the earlier fright. He had now tempered his temper and refrained from barking at those entering the city. Stepping out of the dimly lit passage, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened as he beheld the uniquely desert-inspired architecture of the city, an array of oddly shaped buildings that left him rather awestruck. Standing amidst the bustling streets, he scanned the throngs of people, and after a moment, he found himself inwardly questioning, "Master, where to now? Are we heading straight into the Tagore Desert?" Venturing aimlessly in the desert like this, even if you avoid getting lost in a sandstorm, you will eventually perish due to the lack of water. The voice of his mentor resonated within the ring, tinged with exasperation. Chuckling awkwardly, Xiao Yan replied, "It's my first encounter with the desert. So, what should we do next? We must first procure the most accurate map of the Tagore Desert. There should be stores in this city that specialize in selling such maps. This is crucial. Additionally, stock up on sufficient water supplies. We should also visit the local apothecary to purchase some serpent repellent potions, as the serpent men in the Tagore Desert are adept at commanding venomous snakes to attack. It's better to be cautious," his mentor advised. On that day, several hundred meters above the walls of Xiao City, a colossal magical beast suddenly hovered in midair. A few figures floated not far in front of the beast, emanating an aura of terrifying strength. The figures approached the city at a leisurely pace, eventually halting just outside the range of the archer station to top the walls. Xiao Zhan received the news and immediately ascended the city wall. Observing the group standing just beyond the range of attack, a grave expression crossed his face. These individuals appeared exceedingly powerful. In the past, he would never have dared to converse with such formidable beings. However, having witnessed the immense power of his clan leader, Xiao Zhan now felt emboldened. Even faced with a Dou Huang-level powerhouse, he would have the audacity to engage them directly. "A mere Dou Huang. My clan leader has faced him before. That Yinlan sect leader is still imprisoned in my Xiao family's inner courtyard," he thought. With a cold shout, Xiao Zhan called out to the hovering figures. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into Xiao City without permission? If you wish to avoid incurring our clan leader's wrath, I suggest you leave promptly. A distinguished-looking middle-aged man stepped forward from the group in the air, smiling as he replied, I have matters to discuss with clan leader Xiao. I hope you can convey my request for an audience. This middle-aged man was none other than the renowned Dan Wang, Dou Qi. Having learned of Yinyan's predicament in Xiao City, Dou Qi had set his plans into motion. During this time, he had leveraged his status as a sixth-grade alchemist to gather several powerful allies, which emboldened him to approach Xiao City. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Dou Qi, Xiao Zhan understood he was in the presence of a formidable opponent and promptly inquired, Who are you? My clan leader does not meet with just anyone. I am Dou Qi. Without acknowledging Xiao Zhan's scrutiny, Dou Qi smiled gently, his demeanor unassuming. What? Dan Wang Dou Qi? The revelation struck everyone on the city wall, causing a stir of surprise. Dou Qi's name was well known throughout the Garma Empire, resonating with prominence. As the sole sixth-grade alchemist in the empire, his status was extraordinarily esteemed. Dou Qi has come to Xiao City. He must be here for the Yunlan sect leader, judging by the company he keeps. His intentions do not seem benign. The citizens of Xiao City murmured among themselves. My lord, I have come with matters to discuss with clan leader Xiao. May I inquire if he is available for a meeting? In the air, Dou Qi's expression remained gentle, showing no sign of arrogance befitting his title as Dan Wang. After all, even Yinyan had been bested by clan leader Xiao, leaving him with no pretensions to act disrespectfully. If I were to provoke the patriarch of the Xiao clan, not only would the rescue of Yinyan be rendered impossible today, but I might even endanger my own life. Old Gu, why are you wasting your breath? Just eliminate these ruffians directly. I cannot believe that this patriarch of the Xiao clan would not appear obediently, mocked Yin Shi, stepping forward with a laugh upon hearing Imo Basi's words. If you have the guts, then give it a try. Do you have any idea what fate befell those who dared to offend the Yunlan sect in Xiao City last time? How dare you come here and act so brazenly? Upon hearing Yin Shi's words, Xiao Shan's expression turned icy as he addressed the figures in the void. A mere dome master dares to boast so loudly here? Do you believe that I could extinguish you with a single palm strike? The furious Kuang Shi glared at Xiao Zhan, incensed that a dome master would dare to threaten them. You have the audacity to try, coming to my Xiao City and behaving so arrogantly. Who gave you the courage? Even the sect leader of the Yinlan sect would not dare to be so presumptuous. Xiao Zhan, representing the dignity of the patriarch, could hardly endure such threats. For quite some time, every visitor to Xiao City had been respectful, and this individual's brazen remarks were an affront to the Xiao family. Enough, old lion. I did not summon you here to stir up trouble. Kuang Shi was about to retort when Dou Qi interrupted him. With a resigned shake of his head, Dou Qi made it clear that his visit was not intended to provoke a conflict with the Xiao family. If Kuang Shi continued, it would likely lead to battle. Even Yunyan, a powerful Dou Huang, had been defeated by the Xiao clan. What chance did the people he brought have? His purpose today was solely to rescue Yunyan, and bringing these individuals along was merely to maintain appearances. Raising a hand to silence Yin Shi's insults, Dou Qi surveyed the city, exhaling deeply before his voice, amplified by Dou Qi, reverberated throughout the entire city. Patriarch Xiao, I am Dou Qi of the Gamma Empire. I have come not to wage war, but to discuss matters with you. I kindly request your presence. Observing Dou Qi's actions, Xiao Shan's brow furrowed slightly. Yet he did not intervene. In this situation, it would indeed be more appropriate for the patriarch to make an appearance. With his strength, if the other side truly intended to resort to violence, they would suffer the consequences. It was time for the patriarch to establish order. The resounding call echoed through the city, gradually subsiding after a moment. As the uproar quieted, a profound silence enveloped both the inner and outer walls of the city. After a long pause, there was still no response. Noticing this, Dou Qi's brow furrowed slightly, just as he was about to call out again. The air above the city walls suddenly warped in an unusual manner. Taken aback by this spectacle, Dou Qi and his companions recoiled slightly, their expressions turning serious as they gazed at the distorted space. Above, the sunset's afterglow cast down upon the warped area, and in the next moment, a tall figure slowly emerged under the gaze of countless onlookers. It was Xiao Zhan. We greet our patriarch. At the moment Xiao Zhan appeared, all members of the Xiao clan present knelt down, their voices filled with reverence, echoing into the heavens. Seeing Xiao Zhan's arrival, Xiao Zhan let out a sigh of relief, his eyes glimmering with fervor. In the void, Dou Qi and Kuang Shi grew somber and fell silent in the presence of Xiao Zhan's displayed might, acutely aware that they were no match for him. You seek me? Xiao Zhan inquired, his gaze resting upon Dou Qi and the others, a slight smile gracing his face. Under Xiao Zhan's smiling scrutiny, Gu He inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions, and raised his head to reply, Patriarch Xiao, it is an honor to meet you. I am Gu He from the Gamma Empire. Ah, the Pill King Gu He, is it? I have heard of you. A sixth-grade alchemist is indeed remarkable. And you have managed to gather so many Dou Wang experts, Xiao Zhan remarked with a smile, glancing at Kuang Shi and the others. Speak. What business do you have with me? Although your forced entry into my Xiao City is exceedingly rude, we are not unreasonable. Observing Gu He, who seemed to have relaxed somewhat, Xiao Zhan's expression bore a hint of mockery as he continued. Moreover, the name of Pill King Gu He resonates throughout the Gamma Empire. I trust that with a mere pledge, you could easily compensate for this minor loss. Am I correct? Master Gu He? Gu He's smile faltered slightly, yet he was a man of experience and quickly adopted an air of magnanimity, waving his hand grandly as he stated. Indeed, our entry was a breach of etiquette. I shall compensate for these losses. Ha! Master Gu He is truly generous, Xiao Zhan chuckled lightly. However, let us discuss why you invited so many friends and went to such lengths to come to my Xiao City. As the conversation shifted toward the main topic, a grave expression surfaced on Gu He's face as he hesitated, carefully choosing his words. Despite Xiao Zhan's seemingly harmless demeanor, Gu He knew well that he was not a man to be trifled with. The execution of the Yunlan sect's elders and the display of their corpses for 7 days, as well as the imprisonment of the Yunlan sect's leader, evinced that the patriarch was not one to take lightly. Exhaling slowly, Gu He raised his gaze to Xiao Zhan on the city wall and said in a solemn tone, My visit is primarily concerning the release of sect leader Yin, and I hope that Patriarch Xiao will allow her to return. Gu He's earnest words resonated across the heavens, intensifying the already palpable stillness that enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, in Haiyan City, after a leisurely stroll, Xiao Yan finally spotted the store belonging to Gu Tuesday. As he surveyed the exterior, he was somewhat surprised. Unlike other establishments that flaunted opulence, this one exuded a subtle air of antiquity. Intrigued, Xiao Yan stepped inside. The interior was not overly spacious, illuminated by the soft glow of 2 moonlight stones, revealing only a handful of customers within. The store's tranquility led Xiao Yan to wonder if he had taken a wrong turn. As he entered, his gaze fell upon an elderly man behind the counter, meticulously crafting a drawing. The man was evidently quite aged, yet despite his white hair, his withered hands wielded the drawing pen with remarkable steadiness and strength. Without disturbing the elderly man, Xiao Yan cast his gaze over the numerous maps displayed upon the counter, picking one up with a sense of curiosity and examining the clearly marked routes, which elicited a satisfied nod from him. After perusing the map for some time, he noticed that the old man showed no signs of concluding his task. So he pursed his lips and slowly made his way to an ancient wooden shelf tucked away in a corner of the shop. This shelf, evidently aged and weathered, was riddled with holes from decay, and upon it lay a haphazard assortment of yellowed maps, some seemingly remnants of failed creations. As he casually rifled through these faded documents, a faint musty odor wafted towards him, causing him to wrinkle his brow slightly. He picked up a stack of these flawed works, and, as he did, a small, tattered image, no larger than the size of a palm, unexpectedly slipped from the pile. Not paying much mind to the fallen image, Xiao Yan glanced through the flawed works in his hands before returning them out of boredom. As he set them back down, his gaze lazily fell upon the small, tattered picture, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What lay before him was a piece of parchment made from an unknown material, slightly yellowed and adorned with seemingly random patterns. He traced a finger along one of the lines, following it until it extended beyond the edge of the parchment, revealing nothing further. What on earth is this? He murmured, gazing at the peculiar object that resembled a cryptic scribble. At that moment, the voice of the medicinal elder echoed in his mind. This appears to be a fragment of a map. A map? And a fragment at that? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes, instantly losing interest. Ignoring his lackluster enthusiasm, the elder's spiritual essence scrutinized the map closely. And when his gaze unexpectedly landed on a blurry object resembling a lotus flower in the corner of the parchment, his expression subtly shifted as he observed the mysterious lotus-like entity with keen interest. This lotus-shaped object, perhaps due to the passage of time, appeared faintly yellowed and somewhat blurred, yet its general form could still be discerned. The lotus was black, and a thin layer of black flame seemed to cling to its surface, imparting an otherworldly aura that was oddly enchanting. Master, have you discovered something? Seeing the elder's unusual demeanor, Xiao Yan felt a flicker of surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed such a reaction from the elder after their long acquaintance. Could this be the purifying lotus demon fire? The elder murmured, his spiritual essence fixated on the strange black lotus, a hint of astonishment coloring his tone. The purifying lotus demon fire? Xiao Yan blinked in confusion, a sudden thought sparking in his mind as he tentatively inquired, is it an extraordinary flame? Indeed, it is a type of extraordinary flame, and one of the most enigmatic on the list of extraordinary fires, the elder replied, his expression growing solemn. The purifying lotus demon fire ranks third on the list of extraordinary flames and possesses the ability to purify all things. Anything that comes into contact with it will be reduced to nothingness, a truly terrifying power. Such extraordinary flames are exceedingly rare, with only a few known to exist, and their whereabouts remain unknown. It is uncertain who first documented them, as no one has truly encountered them. I only recognized it because I stumbled upon a few rudimentary traces of this entity while searching for extraordinary flames. Could it be that this map leads to the location of the purifying lotus demon fire? The elder gazed at the ancient parchment in astonishment. Unfortunately, this is merely a fragment of a map. With such vague information, we cannot hope to find it, Xiao Yan replied. His interest piqued but tinged with disappointment at the thought of it being a mere fragment. Acquiring any information regarding the purifying lotus demon fire is quite fortunate. Even if you were to find it now, with your current strength, you would be unable to seize it. Patience is key. Perhaps in the future, you may encounter more fragments of the map, the elder smiled. If you were to successfully absorb the purifying lotus demon fire, I wonder how the burning decision would evolve. How fortunate you are to have stumbled upon the fragment of a map leading to the purifying lotus demon fire in such a manner. Perhaps fate has intertwined your path with that of the purifying lotus demon fire. The elder's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind, filled with a sense of incredulous wonder. Xiao Yan smiled, his expression showcasing a flicker of excitement as he carefully gripped the enigmatic, tattered image, striving to quell the tumult stirred within him by this unexpected discovery. At that moment, the elderly shopkeeper finally completed his task, yet he still did not raise his head. His aged voice resonated evenly within the room. You seek to purchase a map of the Tagore Desert, correct? Upon hearing the old man's inquiry, Xiao Yan turned around and slowly approached the counter, nodding with a smile as he politely requested, Sir, could you provide me with the most accurate and detailed map of the desert? The items are on the counter. Feel free to choose, the old man replied without the slightest inclination to stand and assist. His demeanor was far from that of a typical merchant. Observing the peculiar attitude of the elderly man, Xiao Yan felt somewhat taken aback, but as he needed something from him, he could only acquiesce with a resigned nod. He casually selected a map that appeared quite detailed from the counter and cautiously unfolded the ancient, tattered fragment in his palm. He softly inquired, Sir, might you have any more fragments of such maps? As he posed his question, the elderly man, who had been intently focused on drawing the map, experienced an almost imperceptible tremor in his hand, causing the meticulously drawn route to shift slightly. Furrowing his brow, the elder finally raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the tattered map in Xiao Yan's hand, a flicker of inscrutable meaning passing through his murky old eyes. Gazing at the elder's weathered face, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. A ghastly scar ran from the left cheek to the corner of his eye, and although the elder's expression remained calm, the scar lent him an air of latent menace. You have seen such a fragment of a map before? The elder's voice held a hint of surprise as his eyes traveled over the robe that indicated Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist. Chapter 66. The Hidden Power Within the Desert. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled as he shook his head. I believe I once encountered a similar fragment at an auction. I casually competed for it, but ultimately withdrew due to the exorbitant bidding. Today, seeing this fragment here resembles the one I previously encountered, which prompted my inquiry. The purifying lotus demon fire is no ordinary entity. This extraordinary flame, ranking third on the list of extraordinary fires, could incite greed within even the most reclusive hermit. Thus, Xiao Yan would not be foolish enough to directly reveal that he possessed a fragment of the map. Oh, the elder replied, scanning Xiao Yan's face. He seemed to accept the explanation, stating blandly, There are none left. This was merely something I stumbled upon. Based on my years of experience in cartography, this appears to be a fragment of a once complete map. Could you tell me where you found it, sir? Xiao Yan pressed, his brow furrowing slightly. Excavated from the desert. Came the elder's calm response, devoid of any hint of emotion. Upon hearing the elderly man's exceedingly irresponsible response, Xiao Yan could only manage a bitter smile as he clutched the incomplete map fragment tightly in his hand. Esteemed sir, would you consider selling this fragment to me? I am prepared to offer a handsome price. Not for sale. The old man slowly lowered his head, redirecting his focus back to the unfinished drawing before him. His tone, though unremarkable, bore an unmistakable air of finality. Taken aback by the outright rejection, Xiao Yan blinked in surprise, his gaze narrowing with determination. Regardless of the man's frail appearance, he was resolute in his desire to obtain this map fragment. Even if the individual had been a formidable warrior, he would have schemed to acquire it. After all, the allure of the pure lotus demon fire was simply too immense. It could prove crucial in his future endeavors to evolve his burning techniques into a celestial-grade cultivation method. Ranked third on the list of exotic fires, the pure lotus demon fire would play an indispensable role. As these thoughts swirled in Xiao Yan's mind, he suddenly recalled the gentle voice of Yao Lao. Xiao Yan, this old fellow is no ordinary person. Oh, intrigued by the remark, Xiao Yan inquired within his mind, Teacher, what is peculiar about this elder? Under my scrutiny, the true strength of this old man seems to be at the Dou Huang level. However, he appears to be constrained by some unusual force, as his current abilities are limited to the realm of Dou Ling. Yao Lao elucidated with keen interest. Dou Huang. The revelation only deepened Xiao Yan's fascination. In the Jiama Empire, among the top 10 most powerful figures, only 3 were Dou Huang experts. It was a mystery from where this elder emerged. Yao Lao casually remarked, recalling Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan. The Jiama Empire is a vast realm, teeming with powerful individuals who prefer to remain in the shadows. Some, with their eccentric dispositions, venture to the fringes of this desert to peddle maps, which is hardly surprising. That makes sense. Xiao Yan silently nodded, realizing that stumbling upon a hidden Dou Huang master in such a remote shop was indeed a stroke of luck. You are fortunate indeed to encounter a Dou Huang cultivator in such an obscure location. Yao Lao jested with a chuckle. Though astonished, Xiao Yan felt no trepidation. His desire for the map fragment remained undeterred by the elder's formidable prowess. The renowned Pill King, Gu He, had indeed made a grand entrance, seeking the head of the Yunlan sect. As an honorary elder of the Yunlan sect, Gu He's rationale for rescuing the sect leader, who was imprisoned by the clan leader, was entirely justifiable. The clan leader was indeed imposing. Even the illustrious Pill King Gu He had to bow before him. Atop the city walls, upon hearing Gu He's intentions, the members of the Xiao clan began to murmur amongst themselves, pride swelling in their hearts at Gu He's respectful demeanor toward Xiao Zhan. To have the Pill King humbly plead was a tremendous honor. Are you here for Yinyan? Xiao Zhan's calm gaze fell upon Gu He and his companions as he began to speak slowly. Yinyan has invaded my Xiao City, attempting to annihilate my clan. This is a capital offense. If you have come for her, you may leave, for I, the clan leader, shall not simply release her. Clan leader Xiao, this indeed stems from a mistake on the part of my Yunlan sect. I, Gu, am willing to offer compensation, and I hope you can show leniency and spare sect leader Yan. Compensation? At this, a hint of sardonic amusement flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes as he replied with a faint smile. Yinyan is the sect leader of Yinlan and a Dou Huang expert. Master Gu, what kind of compensation do you believe could persuade me to release her? Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Gu He's brows furrowed slightly. After a prolonged silence, an unusual look of anguish crossed his face as he raised his head and spoke solemnly. I am willing to offer 2 6th-grade Dou Ling pills and 1 7th-grade transformation pill in exchange for sect leader Yan. What does clan leader Xiao think? At this moment, Gu He was indeed feeling the pinch. The 7th-grade transformation pill was an exceedingly rare treasure he had acquired from an ancient relic, his most prized possession. Yet, to rescue Yinyan, he had to make this painful concession. As Gu He's words left his lips, the surrounding figures, including Yin Shi, stared at him in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never expected Gu He to be so extravagant in his efforts to save Yinyan. The 6th-grade Dou Ling pill was a coveted elixir, one that could make even Dou Huang experts envious. Its effects were simple yet enticing, as it could elevate a Dou Huang-level cultivator by an entire star. This meant that if a 2-star Dou Huang consumed the Dou Ling pill, he could become a 3-star Dou Huang within mere days. At the Dou Huang level, the disparity between each star was immense. It was not uncommon for many Dou Huang experts to stagnate at a certain star even after years of arduous training, underscoring the rarity of the Dou Ling pill. Of course, while the Dou Ling pill's effects were highly sought after, it also possessed significant resistance. Once consumed, the second Dou Ling pill would have little effect on the individual, meaning a Dou Huang could only take one throughout their lifetime. Chapter 67. Gu He's decision. Yet, even so, the Dou Ling pill remained one of the most coveted elixirs among the upper echelons of power. with countless individuals willing to pay a hefty price for just one. In contrast, the 7th grade transformation pill was even more astonishing. This pill could send many Dou Huang-level magical beasts into a frenzy, as possessing one would allow them to completely shed their beastly forms, granting them the longevity of magical beasts and the cultivation aptitude of humans. The combination of these two extraordinary effects could potentially create a legendary figure capable of ascending to Dou Zong or even Dou Sheng. The two items presented by Gu He were nearly enough to drive some individuals to madness, which explained the incredulous expressions on Yin Shi and his companions' faces. What? A 6th grade pill along with a 7th grade pill? His generosity is astounding. They marveled at Gu He's willingness to part with such rare treasures. Recognizing him as the foremost alchemist of the Jiangma Empire, possessing even the elusive 7th grade pill. Clearly, he was resolute in his determination to rescue Yinyan. Indeed, his offer was substantial. However, how could Gu He, a 6th grade alchemist, possess a 7th grade transformation pill? Upon hearing Gu He's statement, the onlookers in Xiao City were left utterly speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief. The Xiao clan members turned their hopeful gazes toward Xiao Zhan, anticipating his response. In their hearts, they naturally wished for Xiao Zhan to acquiesce. Merely a woman, how could she possibly compare to a 6th grade and a 7th grade pill? All those sharing the same sentiment, including Gu He, fixed their anxious eyes on the silent Xiao Zhan, awaiting his pronouncement. Under the weight of countless gazes, Xiao Zhan remained silent for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he turned his gaze towards Gu He, a faint smile emerging as he said, I must admit, you have indeed shown considerable sincerity. However, I still cannot release Yinyan. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's refusal, astonishment washed over the faces of everyone present. Though Yunyan's identity is illustrious and her prowess formidable, her confinement bears no significance to the Xiao clan. They find it utterly perplexing as to why Xiao Zhan would forsake such a tremendous advantage, steadfastly refusing to release Yinyan. Thus, when they heard Xiao Zhan's unequivocal refusal, Gu He and the powerful figures beside him, such as Yin Shi and Feng Li, were left in a state of sheer astonishment. Is this fellow out of his mind? To disregard 6th grade and 7th grade elixirs for the sake of a woman? Surely, he must be deranged. Retaining a woman of little utility to himself is nonsensical. It would be far more prudent to exchange her for something of value. Surely that would be a win-win situation. Yin Shi shook his head in resignation, murmuring his confusion softly. Meanwhile, Feng Li, the Windwalker, also shook his head slightly, his face a canvas of bewilderment. In stark contrast to their bewilderment, the Xiao clan disciples atop the city walls exhibited a far greater degree of composure. Under Xiao Zhan's resolute refusal, they comprehended his true intentions. Alas, it seems the clan leader is unwavering in his desire to wed the esteemed Yunyan. Otherwise, he would not have so decisively dismissed such an offer. With a soft sigh, Xiao Zhan remarked. The other Xiao clan disciples nodded subtly, their faces betraying a hint of helplessness. The clan leader's decision was beyond their influence. Xiao Zhan, might you enlighten me as to why you refused this exchange? Gu He inquired, his anxiety masked by a veneer of calmness, as he questioned Xiao Zhan. In his eyes, it remained inconceivable that Xiao Zhan would turn down such an enticing proposition. Because soon, I intend to take Yunyan as my concubine. Xiao Zhan replied with a remarkable candor, facing Gu He's inquiry head-on. What? Upon hearing this declaration from Xiao Zhan, Gu He's previously serene countenance morphed dramatically. A chill emanating from him. Xiao Zhan actually intends to take the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect as his concubine? Yunyan is one of the few Dou Huang powerhouses within the empire. Surely, this is a fanciful notion, given her status. How could she possibly acquiesce to such a proposition? Is it possible that Xiao Zhan has imprisoned her to compel her into submission? Gu He and the others, including Yin Shi and Feng Li, were equally taken aback by Xiao Zhan's pronouncement. Xiao Zhan, do you not consider your actions to be excessive? Such a paragon as Yinyan would never consent to being your concubine. You are merely coercing her, Gu He exclaimed vehemently. In his heart, Gu He harbored a secret infatuation for Yinyan, regarding her as his true love. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched so many powerful allies to Xiao City, nor offered such treasures to secure her release. What does it matter to you, Gu He, whether it is coercion or not? Observing Gu He's expression, Xiao Zhan maintained a tone of calm indifference, tinged with disdain. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further discourse. Yinyan, I, Gu He, shall take you away today. Undeterred by Xiao Zhan's condescension, Gu He, in a fit of rage, called out to the others behind him, Everyone, follow me into Xiao City to rescue sect leader Yinyan. Afterward, I shall double the promised rewards. Excellent. With such a wealthy patron, we need only to act. Upon hearing Gu He's promise, Yin Shi and Feng Li's eyes brightened, excitement coursing through them. In the next moment, Gu He surged forward, charging directly towards Xiao City. Young lad, cease your futile attempts at my map. I have no desire for wealth. Take your belongings and depart. Moreover, do not entertain any thoughts of forcible acquisition. It would serve you no good. In the antiquities shop, an elderly man with graying hair waved his hand dismissively, his tone unperturbed, seemingly unafraid of Xiao Yan absconding with the fragments in his possession. Attempting to seize something from a man who may have once been a Dou Huang is perhaps not the wisest course of action. Upon hearing the elder's unwavering refusal, Xiao Yan scoffed coldly. Crack! As the ink brush in his hand moved slowly, it suddenly snapped with a crisp sound. The elder's gaze was fixated on the map, marred by a large blot of ink. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head, locking eyes with Xiao Yan, a faint chill beginning to swirl within his murky pupils. Who are you, truly? The elder's hand lightly tapped a point on the table, causing the once-open door to slam shut with a resounding boom. His piercing gaze bore into Xiao Yan, a frigid and overwhelming aura emanating from his being. Chapter 68. Compensation for medical expenses? I believe you should request compensation for his burial instead. In Xiao City, atop the city walls, Xiao Zhan gazed at the approaching figures of Gu He and his companions, his expression remarkably tranquil. Charge in, Gu He commanded, and before he even arrived, a blue flame erupted from his hand, striking at the guards stationed on the city walls. Attack! Even if we sustain injuries, old he can afford the medical expenses. Yin Shi roared, his voice resonating like a tangible silver lion's roar, surging towards Gu He on the city walls. Yin Shi. Perhaps you should consider asking Gu He for some burial expenses instead. Hearing Yin Shi's roar, Xiao Zhan chuckled derisively and casually slapped in the direction from which the sound had come. With that strike, a torrent of violent energy instantaneously shattered the sound wave and struck Yin Shi from behind. Boom! The energy hit Yin Shi in the abdomen, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant, plummeting from the sky. Onlookers witnessed a gaping, horrifying wound in Yin Shi's abdomen, with entrails spilling forth. Hiss! The sight left Gu He, Feng Li, and others, who were on the verge of breaching the city walls, momentarily halted, disbelief etched across their faces. How is this possible? Yin Shi is at least a high-level Dou Huang. How could he be slain in a single blow? Gu He thought, anxiety creeping into his mind. Gu He, what are you pondering? It is your turn now. Observing Gu He's astonished expression, Xiao Zhan shook his head with a smile, and then unleashed another powerful strike. Boom! Under Xiao Zhan's formidable assault, Gu He, with his mere Dou Huang cultivation, stood no chance of resistance, and with a single attack, he fell from the edge of the city wall. Thud! 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 A series of falling sounds echoed as Gu He and the Dou Huang and Dou Ling allies he had summoned were all struck down from the sky by Xiao Zhan. For those atop the city walls, including Xiao Shan and the numerous Xiao clan disciples, this spectacle was far from novel. After all, even the Dou Huang powerhouse, Yinyan, had been unable to withstand a single strike from Xiao Zhan, let alone Gu He and his motley crew. Long live the clan leader! Long live the city lord! In the next moment, the many Xiao clan disciples and guards atop the city walls erupted into cheers. Amidst the surrounding cheers, Xiao Zhan remained remarkably composed, issuing orders with clarity. Send someone down to assess. Those still breathing should be imprisoned, and those devoid of life should be taken away and buried. Yes, clan leader. The response from Xiao Shan and the others was filled with respect, as the individuals in Xiao Shan prepared to attend to the remains. A sudden disturbance was sensed by Xiao Zhan, manifesting in the tremors of the summoning talisman. Such an occurrence undoubtedly indicated that Xiao Yan was in peril, urgently calling for Xiao Zhan's assistance. Realizing the imminent danger confronting Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan wasted no time, channeling a stream of fighting energy into the jade talisman. A brilliant radiance erupted forth. In the next instant, the talisman soared from Xiao Zhan's grasp, vanishing into the void, unleashing an overwhelming force of spatial energy. Soon, a portal resembling a gateway emerged before Xiao Zhan. As the guards atop the city walls beheld this miraculous spectacle, they were utterly astonished. Long live the clan leader! Long live the clan leader! The scene was akin to a divine manifestation. Within the ancient map shop, the imposing presence of Hai Buodong emanated, exerting an icy aura that pressured Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, the The Celestial Emperor has decreed that I cannot intervene on your behalf under any circumstances. I cannot shield you from this pressure, Hai Buodong lamented, observing the white-haired elder's force bearing down on Xiao Yan. Very well, if that is the case. I shall have to summon my father for assistance. Feeling the oppressive aura from the elder, Xiao Yan cried out, "Father, save me." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's powerful shout, the white-haired elder's heart skipped a beat, momentarily believing that a formidable ally stood beside Xiao Yan. However, after Xiao Yan's call, no one appeared. Do you think I was raised in fear? The elder retorted sharply, intensifying his pressure, causing Xiao Yan's complexion to pale. Who dares to harm my son? Just then, a voice akin to thunder reverberated from a void. Unbeknownst to anyone, a portal had materialized in mid-air within the shop. As the voice resonated, a tall figure slowly emerged from the gateway. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire ancient map shop, casting a shadow over the entire desert city. All eyes were fixated on the direction of the shop, awestruck. What is this presence? Those of lesser strength could not withstand the immense aura and fell to their knees. Father. Upon hearing the earlier voice, Xiao Yan trembled with excitement, his heart racing as he gazed at the figure emerging from the void in the shop. It is my father. Father has come to rescue me. Xiao Zhan swiftly approached Xiao Yan, effortlessly dissipating the elder's imposing aura. Yinner, what has transpired? Xiao Zhan inquired. It is this old fellow. I merely remarked that he is no ordinary person, possessing strength surpassing that of a Dou Huang, and he sought to pressure me with his aura. Xiao Yan pointed accusingly at the elder behind the counter. At that moment, the elder had already been shaken to his core upon Xiao Zhan's arrival. Although he was initially a Dou Huang expert, he could now only exert the strength of a Dou Ling, and faced with someone of Xiao Zhan's caliber, he felt a twinge of fear. Old sir, I have long declared that this fragment of the map must be mine. Xiao Yan seized the opportunity to take the piece resting on the counter. Just hearing this, Xiao Zhan discerned the elder's identity. Does my son taking this fragment pose any objection to you? Xiao Zhan's voice was low and commanding as he regarded the elder. None at all. If this young master desires the fragment, he may take it. The elder replied, anxiety lacing his words, his mind racing to analyze Xiao Zhan's identity. The display of power earlier was clearly beyond that of a Dou Huang, leading him to conclude that Xiao Zhan was a Dou Zong expert. That response suffices. Hai Bodong, fearing exposure of his own identity, had only exerted pressure on Xiao Yan out of desperation. Thus, Xiao Zhan refrained from taking decisive action. After offering Xiao Yan a few words of advice, he departed. Chapter 69, Past Events. Following Xiao Zhan's intervention, the white-haired elder's demeanor towards Xiao Yan underwent a complete transformation. Even after Xiao Zhan had left, he no longer dared to entertain any ulterior motives regarding Xiao Yan, despite his yearning for the fragment. He could not utter a word of reclamation. Old man, you needn't have been so anxious. I do not recognize you. I simply possess an unusual sensitivity to energies around me, and earlier, I detected the immense energy within you. Hence my comments. Xiao Yan explained with a smile. His spirits lifted now that he possessed the fragment. Ah, I see. Young master, your insight is indeed remarkable. Hai Buodong remarked calmly, now decidedly cautious around Xiao Yan. He had not anticipated that after hiding for over 20 years, he would find himself so utterly bested by this young man, a rather disheartening realization. You seem quite invested in this fragment. Do you know its origins? Hai Buodong inquired with a chuckle. Origins? Upon hearing Hai Buodong's words, Xiao Yan expressed little interest, turning to exit the shop. Years ago, after much effort in the desert to acquire this fragment, I utilized my extensive mapping experience to divide it perfectly into two parts. One part is the fragment you just took, and the other part, the elder sneered. Xiao Yan paused, turning away from the elder, flicking his finger on his storage ring, causing the earlier fragment to swiftly materialize in his palm. Is it truly just half? Clutching the fragment, Xiao Yan's expression darkened slightly. Having called for his father, he had only managed to procure half of the map fragment, which vexed him greatly. Letting out a breath, Xiao Yan carefully placed the fragment into his storage ring and slowly turned back, gazing coldly at the elder. You need not have revealed this secret, and you know I would not take your life. Boy, do not threaten me with death. I have lived through countless storms. When I roamed the Jiama Empire, you were not yet born. Would I truly fear such a trivial threat from you? Moreover, should I perish, even if your father possesses extraordinary abilities, he could never acquire the other small fragment of the map. At that point, without that small piece, even if you piece together the map, you would still be unable to uncover the treasures within. The elder dismissed Xiao Yan's veiled threat with disdain. Now, speak plainly. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Since you willingly divulged this secret, it cannot merely be to provoke me. Xiao Yan replied, visibly impatient. You are aware that my original strength should classify me as a Dou Huang, correct? Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded. Do you know my identity? The elder queried again. I do not. Seeing Xiao Yan shake his head, the elder sighed, but soon a look of pride washed over his face. My name is Hai Budong. Perhaps you have not heard of this name, but my other name, I trust you have. Ice Emperor. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yan seemed to recall something, recognizing the name among the 10 strongest in the Jiangma Empire, though his reaction was subdued. After all, how could anyone compare to the might of his own father? The Ice Emperor, merely one of the 10 formidable figures of the previous generation of the Gamma Empire, is known for his reclusive and proud nature, and he possesses exceptional prowess in ice-type fighting energy. In a fit of rage, he once encased an entire city in ice. Among the top 10 experts of that era, he was one of the few Dou emperors. He later engaged in a climactic battle with the former leader of the Yunlan sect atop Yunlan Mountain. Although he ultimately faced defeat, his opponent found victory far from effortless. During the last gathering of powerful individuals held between the Gamma Empire and the Qian Empire, he single-handedly faced off against both a Dou emperor and a Dou king from the opposing side, emerging unscathed and astonishing the audience. Following that event, the Ice Emperor gradually faded from the public eye, becoming a mere memory for the older generation of the Gamma Empire. The current top 10 experts of the younger generation have since overshadowed the glory he once held. Xiao Yan never anticipated that the unassuming elder before him would be the very Ice Emperor who had once caused considerable distress among the elite of the Qian Empire. How dramatic! Xiao Yan mused inwardly. Thankfully my name has not been reduced to dust with the passage of time. You still recall it. The elder, Hai Budong, remarked with a hint of pride upon learning that Xiao Yan recognized him. It is somewhat peculiar that, as a former renowned Dou emperor of the Gamma Empire, you would choose to seclude yourself beyond the desert, living as a mere map merchant, Xiao Yan candidly stated. Since discovering that his father is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, he has encountered formidable beings he previously thought unattainable, broadening his horizons significantly. How did you end up in such a predicament? Your earlier display of strength seemed to suggest you were only at the Dou Ling level, Xiao Yan suddenly inquired, perplexed. In response, Hai Budong nodded bitterly and sighed. After participating in that inter-empire gathering of powerful individuals, I came to the Tagar Desert, where by chance I acquired a fragment of a map. However, this led to the wrath of the desert's serpent race, specifically the pursuit of the Medusa Queen, whose strength ranks among the pinnacle of Dou emperors. Were it not for the fact that the serpent race possesses only one such powerful being, they might have already launched an attack on the human empires. I, unsurprisingly, was defeated by her in that confrontation. Although I managed to escape afterward, I fell victim to her serpent-sealing curse, which not only accelerated my physical aging, but also sealed my strength at the Dou Ling level. Hai Budong lamented. For so many years, I have hidden here, studying the secrets of that fragment in hopes of uncovering something that could break the seal. Yet, this fragment is merely a small part of a complete map, and no matter how experienced I am, I cannot decipher it. You don't expect me to assist you in breaking your seal, do you? Xiao Yan squinted, suddenly speaking, having discerned the implication in Hai Budong's words. In these decades, I have acquired a formula capable of breaking the seal. If I can refine the elixir it describes, I will be able to restore my strength, Hai Budong explained. The foremost condition for crafting this elixir is that the alchemist must possess a unique flame. Your father is such a powerful individual. You should be able to connect with an alchemist who has such flames. Therefore, I wish to exchange the other half of the fragment for an opportunity to have an elixir refined. Chapter 70, News of a Unique Flame. You want my father to find someone to refine elixirs for you? Who do you think you are? You wish to trouble my father over such trivial matters? Xiao Yan retorted dismissively upon hearing Hai Budong's request. Hai Budong was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Indeed, Xiao Yan's words held some truth. Given his current status, it was indeed a fanciful notion to enlist a terrifying expert like Xiao Zhan. Old man, don't be hasty. What great elixir are you referring to? Let me see if I can find someone to refine it for you. Xiao Yan interjected as he perceived Hai Budong's silence. Oh, young master, you have a solution? The elixir I mentioned is a 6th grade elixir, which can only be refined by an alchemist with a unique flame. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Hai Budong felt a flicker of hope rise within him. Master, the elixir he mentioned should be within your refining capabilities, correct? Xiao Yan inquired of the medicine elder. Indeed, regardless of complexity, an elixir's grade is merely 6th grade. It poses no issue. The medicine elder confidently affirmed in response to Xiao Yan's inquiry. Excellent. With the medicine elder's assurance, Xiao Yan replied straightforwardly. I can find someone capable of refining an elixir of this grade. Seeing Xiao Yan nod, Hai Buodong finally exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across his aged face. Please provide me with the formula. And you are aware of the customary rules regarding hiring an alchemist to refine elixirs, correct? Xiao Yan extended his palm toward Hai Buodong, stating, You must prepare your own medicinal ingredients. With a wry smile and a nod, Hai Buodong acknowledged the rule. However, the next moment, his withered hand grasped at a few strands of beard as he awkwardly remarked, I have gathered most of the ingredients required for the formula. Yet I'm still missing one. This ingredient is called the sand mandrake, which can only be found in the Taggart Desert. The hotter the area, the easier it is to locate. However, you must understand that I cultivate ice-type techniques, and there is a seal placed upon me by the Medusa Queen. The moment I set foot deep within the Taggart Desert, she will detect my presence. Thus, upon witnessing Hai Buodong's awkward expression, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and scoffed. You don't expect me to go fetch it for you, do you? Just finding someone to refine a 6th-grade elixir for you has already cost me dearly. Now you want me to search for medicinal ingredients in that vast desert? Do you think your half of a fragment is worth that much? Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong gave an awkward chuckle, hesitated for a moment, and then helplessly said, Very well, young master. Perhaps I can provide you with some information that may pique your interest. What information? Xiao Yan queried, intrigued. Concerning the unique flames. Hai Buodong spread his hands and smiled. I wonder if this information could persuade you to help me find the sand mandrake? The mention of unique flames caused Xiao Yan's heart to race palpably, his throat tightening slightly as he fixed an ardent gaze upon Hai Buodong. The technique he practiced, the burning decision, required such flames, and he had come here precisely because the medicine elder had mentioned the possibility of unique flames in the desert. You may have heard some rumors about unique flames hidden within the Taggart Desert. Observing Xiao Yan's expression, Hai Buodong felt a slight sense of relief and continued with a smile. Yes. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. Do you know where the unique flames in the Taggart Desert are located? I have a keen interest in cartography and once roamed within the Taggart Desert, where I fortuitously gathered some information regarding unique flames. I have charted the routes and locations from this information, and while I cannot guarantee the exact location of the unique flames, I can provide a general idea of where they are more likely to be found. Hai Buodong boasted with a smile. Without my guidance, you could wander the Taggart Desert for an entire year and still struggle to locate unique flames. What do you think? If you agree to assist me in acquiring the sand mandrake, I will share all the information I have painstakingly gathered regarding unique flames. Hai Buodong smiled. Agreed. As long as the map you provide proves useful, acquiring the medicinal ingredients and finding someone to refine the elixir will not be a problem. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. At this moment, the allure of unique flames was far too compelling for him, rendering Hai Buodong's conditions inconsequential in his considerations. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's agreement, Hai Dongbo smiled and nodded, gently rummaging in his bosom before finally producing a thin piece of sheepskin parchment, which he handed to Xiao Yan with a smile, saying, In my reconnaissance, I have identified 3 locations within the Taggart Desert that are most likely to harbor the existence of the strange fire. Receiving the parchment, Xiao Yan unfolded it to discover an exquisitely detailed map of the vast Taggart Desert. This map was incomparably superior to those previously displayed at the counter, meticulously marking not only the locations of water sources within the desert, but also carefully indicating the scattered tribes of serpent people throughout the arid expanse. Do you see the 3 flame symbols on the map? Hai Dongbo reminded with a grin. At his words, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the map, and indeed, he noticed that in the eastern, northern, and western directions, there were 3 remarkably conspicuous flame symbols. These locations represented the areas within the Taggart Desert where the likelihood of encountering the strange fire was highest, pointing to the 3 flame symbols. Hai Dongbo continued with a smile. Of course, these are merely inferred locations based on my detection. The accuracy cannot reach 100%. However, it is undoubtedly far superior to aimlessly wandering about. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Although he had the assistance of Yao Lao, the vastness of the Taggart Desert made it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint a location where the strange fire might exist. With Hai Dongbo's detailed map, he would undoubtedly save a considerable amount of time and effort. Remember, it is best to visit the locations marked by the flames in the east and north first. If possible, do your utmost to avoid the west. Hai Dongbo's finger lingered on the western flame symbol as he cautioned in a solemn tone. Why? Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled. Because that area is close to the depths of the Taggart Desert, where Queen Medusa can sense the presence of any human intruders. If she discovers you, It could be exceedingly perilous. Hai Dongbua sighed, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. Do you think I would fear Queen Medusa? What a joke. Upon hearing Hai Dongbua's concerns, Xiao Yan scoffed dismissively. Now that he was aware of his father's strength, there were scarcely any places that frightened him. I may have overthought it. With your father's capabilities, how could Queen Medusa dare to act against you? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's confident words, Hai Dongbua recalled the miraculous appearance of Xiao Zhan and smiled, nodding in agreement. Young master, I sincerely hope you can successfully acquire the strange fire and, while you're at it, bring back some salamander for me. Hai Dongbua continued. As for the prescription and that small fragment of the map, I shall keep them a while longer. Upon your return, I will return everything to you. Very well. I hope you won't play any tricks. If you dare to deceive me, you shall regret it. Xiao Yan raised his hand in farewell to Hai Dongbua and turned to stride out the door. Master, do you think this person poses a problem? After leaving the ancient map shop, Xiao Yan communicated with Yao Lao, inquiring, could the map be a forgery? The 3 flame-marked locations are places I have never visited myself, so I cannot definitively assert their authenticity. Yao Lao shook his head and continued, however, while I cannot conclude whether he harbors ill intentions, one must always exercise caution. Once you enter the Tagore Desert, take care to be vigilant. You need not strictly adhere to the map's indicated routes. I, too, wandered here for some time in the past, so I am familiar enough to prevent you from getting lost. Indeed, you are ever so prudent, master. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan nodded, saying, in that case, I shall first prepare the other supplies and then rest for a night in the city. Tomorrow morning, I will venture into the Tagore Desert. Very well. Yao Lao nodded, subsequently falling into silence. With a light pat on his robe, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and headed toward the nearby herbal medicine shop. Today's gains had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he unexpectedly acquired a mysterious fragment of a map, but he had also gleaned some information regarding the strange fire, filling him with excitement. After walking a distance along the street, Xiao Yan turned into a pharmacy, purchasing some snake-repelling medicine. While acquiring the medicine, he scrutinized the elderly vendor meticulously, causing the old man to feel increasingly uneasy until Xiao Yan awkwardly gathered his items and exited the shop. It seemed that after the earlier incident, Xiao Yan's nerves had become somewhat heightened, genuinely believing that reclusive masters like Hai Dongbua were commonplace on the streets. Once he had prepared the snake-repelling herbs, Xiao Yan then procured a full storage ring of clean water from a specialized vendor. Feeling quite satisfied as he followed the directions given by passers-by to check into a high-end inn in the desert city. In Xiao City, during the day, Xiao Zhan effortlessly subdued Gu He and his summon allies. When the city guards arrived to manage the aftermath, they discovered that among the group of formidable individuals, only Gu He and Feng Li remained alive, while the others had long since breathed their last. However, even Gu He and Feng Li, though still alive, were severely injured and remained incapacitated until their wounds healed. Following Xiao Zhan's previous orders, Gu He and Feng Li were imprisoned in the dungeons, while the remaining bodies were swiftly dealt with. The battle atop the city walls spread rapidly, leaving the surrounding populace once again astonished by Xiao Zhan's prowess. Within Xiao City, shocking news continued to circulate, claiming that after subduing Gu He and the other powerful figures, Xiao Zhan immediately announced his intention to wed Yunyan, the leader of the Yunlan sect, taking her as a concubine. Simultaneously, the news of the auction house in Xiao City voluntarily releasing information further shocked several major forces. The Ice Emperor and Hai Dongbua's news, as well as Yin Shan, the leader of the Yunlan sect. Each of these explosive revelations tugged at the strings of those powerful factions. The following morning, as Xiao Yan stepped out of the inn, he stretched lazily and lightly tapped his storage ring. Inside, he possessed 50 qi recovery pills that Yao Lao had labored over the night before, essential supplies for his cultivation in the desert. Standing on the street leading to the city gates, Xiao Yan meticulously checked all his belongings once more before tightening the nearly height-equivalent Xian heavy ruler strapped to his back. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his journey into the desert. I must find a strange fire this time. In the awed gazes of the city guards, Xiao Yan stepped out of the city, gazing at the seemingly endless golden desert that lay before him, resolutely making up his mind. Amidst the vast desert, the wind howled fiercely, and the young alchemist, clad in a long robe, slowly pressed forward against the swirling sands. Behind him, rows of footprints, deeply imprinted in the yellow sand, were soon concealed by the winds, hiding all traces beneath the desert. The environment within the Tagore Desert was harsher than Xiao Yan had anticipated. The yellow sand beneath his feet, scorched by the blazing sun, felt akin to scalding iron pellets, causing him to involuntarily twitch his lips with each step he took. As he trudged onward, the fierce winds carrying fine sand struck his face, causing discomfort. Thus, Xiao Yan had to continuously circulate his Dou Qi, forming a faint protective barrier on his face to avoid the ravages of the wind and sand. However, despite the exceedingly harsh environment of the vast desert, the fire attribute energy it harbors brings considerable solace to Xiao Yan. With the bone spirit cold fire by his side, his cultivation speed is already remarkably swift, and now, with the assistance of the high temperatures, even walking becomes a form of rapid training. The destination Xiao Yan is heading towards is the first flame mark indicated on the map given by Haibo Dong. As he continues on his path, his expression suddenly shifts. He swiftly reverses his grip on the heavy ruler, drawing out forcefully and plunging it into the yellow sands before him. Hiss! As the heavy ruler pierces the sands, a chilling shriek reverberates through the air. With an impassive countenance, Xiao Yan extracts the heavy ruler, revealing a pool of crimson blood seeping into the surface of the yellow sands. With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of energy sends a small magical beast hidden beneath the sands flying into the air. Casting a dispassionate glance at the lifeless creature, which is known as the yellow sand scorpion, an entity that can only be encountered in the desert, Xiao Yan reflects on how these creatures often conceal themselves in the sands, lying in wait for someone to inadvertently step upon them, at which point they simply need to release their venom. The scorpions are exceptionally adept at hiding, and even seasoned desert travelers occasionally fall victim to their ambushes. Thus, despite being a low-tier magical beast, they are often regarded by humans as one of the more troublesome creatures of the desert. Yet, no matter how skilled the scorpion is at concealment, in the eyes of Xiao Yan, who possesses extraordinary soul perception, it is as conspicuous as a firefly in the night, making stealthy attacks virtually impossible. Chapter 72. A Reunion of Brothers. In the boundless desert, the golden sands dominate the landscape, while fierce winds whip through the air, carrying grains of sand and filling the atmosphere with a constant roar. Perched atop a sand dune, Xiao Yan, with his upper body bared, furrows his brow as he scrutinizes the map in his hands. Having entered the Tagore Desert for 10 days, he has finally approached the vicinity of the flame mark on the map. However, after a full day of searching within this area since yesterday, he has yet to uncover any traces of the exotic fire. Why is that? Could it be that the old man played me for a fool? Xiao Yan raises the sheepskin map and glances up at the figure of Yao Lao, who hovers in midair, his expression a mixture of frown and bitter smile. This, I cannot ascertain either. The terrain here bears no significant difference from elsewhere, and I feel no unusual disturbances. Yao Lao descends slowly, his tone tinged with helplessness. If the map is accurate, then it is likely that there are no traces of the exotic fire here. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan sighs. Perhaps so. Damn it. After walking for over 10 days in vain, if I find out that Haibo Dong was just toying with me, I will make him pay. He angrily waves the sheepskin map, venting his frustration. Disciple, although you have not found the exotic fire, you have nonetheless advanced 2 stars during your 10 days in the desert, reaching the rank of a 5-star fighter. That is not without merit. Observing Xiao Yan's dejected demeanor, Yao Lao chuckles, acknowledging the young man's exceptional talent, which he has rarely encountered throughout his life. Hearing Yao Lao's words brings a slight comfort to Xiao Yan, who wipes the sweat from his brow and continues onward. Upon crossing another sand dune, a sudden commotion reaches Xiao Yan's ears. Following the sound, he spots a group of 7 or 8 mercenaries fiercely attacking a first-tier magical beast. Before long, the creature is slain by the combined efforts of the mercenaries. However, just as they prepare to collect their spoils, another group of mercenaries, numbering nearly twice their ranks, charges in from a different direction. With the arrival of this new cohort, the original 8 mercenaries immediately adopt a defensive stance. Lo Xing, our Motai mercenary corps, is on a mission. What do you intend by approaching at this time? Sha Haji mercenary corps? The leading man among the 8 barks sharply. This task was clearly assigned to our Shaji mercenary corps first. Your Motai mercenary corps is showing us a lack of respect. Brothers, let's seize that prey. The mercenary named Lo Xing retorts. The mention of the Motai mercenary corps strikes a chord with Xiao Yan, who recalls the name that his elder brothers had established. Could it be that they are developing in this area? A look of surprise spreads across Xiao Yan's face. Without hesitation, he rushes forward to assist. And although his cultivation is only at the 5-star level, the explosive power he unleashes rivals that of an 8-star fighter. In no time, he helps the original group gain the upper hand, driving back the members of the Shaji mercenary corps. After fending off the Shaji mercenaries, Xiao Yan straightforwardly addresses the members of the Motai mercenary corps, stating, "I am the younger brother of your captain. Please take me to see him." Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to Captain Xiao Li. The mercenaries, scrutinizing his features, have no doubts and accept his claim. Soon, under their guidance, Xiao Yan arrives at Shiao City. Upon entering the city, he follows them southward, and after turning several corners, a courtyard appears before him, nearly as expansive as the Xiao family estate in the former Wutan city. Above the courtyard, a flag flutters in the wind, emblazoned with the words MO, Thai Mercenary Corps, exuding a palpable aura of iron and blood. Outside the courtyard, several robust men stand at attention, weapons in hand, their sharp gazes scanning the passers-by outside. The faint scent of blood emanating from them indicates that they are genuine warriors hardened by the trials of battle, far from the inexperienced novices who merely carry weapons at their waists. In just a few short years, the elder and second brother have managed to establish a formidable presence in this unfamiliar territory. Impressive indeed. If they knew of their father's prowess, they would surely be thrilled. As he walked into the headquarters of the MO Thai Mercenary Corps, Xiao Yan reflects on how, had it been the old him, he would have been unable to achieve such a feat. However, now that he has activated the fire spirit body, the situation is completely transformed. Not long after, a young man clad in mercenary attire enters Xiao Yan's line of sight. The young man's face bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Yan's, with a tall and strong posture, and his dark eyes radiate a blend of languor and intensity. A smile brightens his face. Yet beneath that smile lurks a hint of ferocity akin to that of a wolf. Clearly, despite the youth's seemingly amiable demeanor, he exudes a formidable aura, embodying the principle of "do not provoke me, and I shall not provoke you. But if you do, I will retaliate fiercely." Upon seeing Xiao Yan suddenly appear before him, the young man momentarily freezes, and the hidden ferocity in his smile vanishes, replaced by a rare and genuine warmth. Second brother, Xiao Yan takes a few steps forward, approaching the young man with palpable joy. "Xiao Yan, what brings you here?" The young man grins broadly, taking a quick step forward to embrace Xiao Yan tightly, heartily patting his shoulder, his voice brimming with excitement and elation. Xiao Yan, the affectionate nickname from his childhood, made Xiao Yan feel a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head before replying, "Second brother, it's a long story. Let's wait until we see elder brother to discuss it together." "Very well, I'll take you to see him now." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Li immediately led him into a secluded room in the backyard. As they pushed the door open, they found a young man dressed in a white robe sitting behind a table, smiling as he gazed at the arriving Xiao Yan and Xiao Li. His eyes, brighter than those of ordinary people, revealed a glimmer of wisdom intertwined with subtle cunning. "Little Yan, it's been years since we last met. You've truly grown." The young man in white slowly rose, his gaze fixed on the boy, who was nearly as tall as Xiao Li, a hint of affection and gentleness flickering in his eyes as he smiled. In response, Xiao Yan grinned and said, "Elder brother, you are becoming increasingly handsome and charming as well." Chapter 73. The Queen Medusa and the Quest for Exotic Fire. "Little Yan, judging by your appearance, it seems your peculiar physical condition has been resolved." Xiao Ding expressed his delight, having sensed Xiao Yan's current cultivation level. Before leaving, he was aware of his third brother's predicament, where no matter how hard he trained, his fighting spirit would dissipate by the next day. "It has been resolved, and my cultivation speed is now exponentially faster than before." Xiao Yan casually replied, already at peace with the matter concerning Yao Lao. "Oh, your cultivation speed has increased? It appears our third brother has endured hardships and will surely be blessed in the future." Xiao Li remarked with evident joy upon hearing Xiao Yan's statement. "Elder brother, second brother, I have something of great importance to discuss with you," Xiao Yan said mysteriously. "Shall we go inside?" "All right, let's talk inside." Observing Xiao Yan's enigmatic demeanor, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li closed the door and then sat beside him at the table. "Third brother, you seem quite secretive. It's time to reveal it." With a peculiar smile on his face, Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ding and Xiao Li and said, "Elder brother, second brother, you may not know this, but Wutan City has now been renamed Xiao City." "Xiao City? How could Wutan City be renamed Xiao City? What is going on?" Did the other two great families agree? Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li expressed their disbelief, clearly perplexed. "Haha, I knew elder brother and second brother wouldn't believe it. However, what I am about to say next might astonish you even further. I recently learned that our father is, in fact, the reincarnation of an immortal emperor." Xiao Yan continued. At this revelation, Xiao Li spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. "Third brother, please don't joke with us." He ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, thinking he was just rambling nonsense. Xiao Ding's reaction was less intense, yet he clearly did not believe Xiao Yan's words, assuming it was merely a jest to amuse them. "Elder brother, second brother, everything I say is the truth. Father is the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. He recently awakened his past memories. And he stated that beneath the Dou Emperor, no one can match his prowess. Seeing Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's reaction, Xiao Yan spoke with utmost seriousness. The other two families in Wutan City have been eliminated. The entirety of the territory now belongs to our Xiao family. Third brother, your words are becoming increasingly absurd. Are you unwell? How could our father possibly be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's earnest declarations, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were initially taken aback, then grew concerned for Xiao Yan, fearing he had lost his senses. Elder brother, second brother, why won't you believe me? Seeing their skepticism, Xiao Yan's face grew anxious as he exclaimed, Teacher, they don't believe what I'm saying. Please come out and explain. Sighing, as soon as Xiao Yan's words fell, a phantom figure emerged from the ring in his hand, emanating a powerful aura. What is this? Upon seeing the spirit of Yao Lao materialize from Xiao Yan's ring, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's eyes widened in astonishment. While they could dismiss Xiao Yan's claims, the formidable aura radiating from Yao Lao was undeniably authentic. Greetings, esteemed elder. The next moment, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li instinctively bowed to the ethereal old man before them. Teacher, please help me clarify. Xiao Yan shrugged and said, Very well. Yao Lao nodded gently, then turned his gaze to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, smiling. Indeed, your father is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Someone of my caliber would be crushed by a mere finger from the immortal emperor. What? Father possesses such immense power? Upon hearing Yao Lao confirm Xiao Yan's claims, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li wore expressions of bewilderment. Does this mean what the second brother said is true? They exchanged glances, each seeing profound astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. It is indeed true. Elder brother, second brother, if you do not believe me, you will see for yourselves when you return home in a while. Xiao Yan nodded. At this moment, with the powerful endorsement of Yao Lao, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li began to entertain a semblance of belief in Xiao Yan's words. Third brother, you just mentioned that our father is invincible beneath the Dou Emperor. Is that true? Xiao Ding asked again, seeking confirmation. It is true. Father told me so himself. Moreover, back in Yinyan City, I merely called out for father, and he instantly arrived from the family to rescue me. Xiao Yan affirmed with a nod. If that is the case, then that is truly splendid. Believing in both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao's assertions, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's faces lit up with sheer joy. Having left their hometown to seek fortune in this remote desert, they had aimed to build a name for themselves and strengthen the Xiao family. Now, discovering their father's extraordinary strength, their future prospects seemed boundless. There was no longer any need to remain in this border town. Then after a while, we shall disband the mercenary group. Whoever wishes to join us can return home to assist father in managing the family. Xiao Ding promptly made the decision. Third brother, will you return with us after some time? Xiao Li inquired. Elder brother, second brother, the reason I ventured into the desert this time was to seek exotic fire. I probably won't return until I find it. Xiao Yan shook his head in response to Xiao Li's question. Exotic fire? Little Yan, why are you searching for exotic fire? Xiao Ding and Xiao Li expressed their surprise once again upon hearing Xiao Yan's declaration. Elder brother, second brother, father helped me activate the hidden fire spirit body within me, and teacher provided me with a scroll of techniques. As long as I devour exotic fire, I can become extraordinarily powerful. Xiao Yan patiently explained. To grow stronger by consuming exotic fire. Such a remarkable method exists in this world. Realizing that their third brother possessed the fire spirit body, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li felt elated, for Xiao Yan had endured countless hardships in the preceding years. Little Yan, it seems a powerful presence is approaching. Suddenly, Yao Lao interjected during the conversation among the three Xiao brothers. A powerful presence. At Yao Lao's alert, Xiao Yan and the others displayed curiosity. The incoming presence is likely a magical beast, only a few dozen miles from here. Yao Lao continued. Its strength is approximately that of a high-level Dou Huang, a Dou Huang-level powerhouse, and it's a magical beast. Xiao Ding pondered swiftly, then exclaimed in astonishment. In the desert, the only beings that seem to fit this description are the Medusa queen of the serpent people. Chapter 74. Xiao Yan, Father, save me. The Medusa queen? At these words, a flicker of intrigue passed through Xiao Yan's eyes. Previously, when he encountered Hai Buodong, he had also heard of the Medusa queen, whose strength ranked among the elite of the Dou Huang class. Brother, if it truly is the Medusa queen, what brings her to Shimo City? Is it possible that the serpent people are preparing for war against the Jiaoma Empire? Xiao Li furrowed his brow as he speculated. That seems unlikely. The serpent people's strength exceeds that of the Jiama Empire. However, there are several other empires surrounding the desert. How could the serpent people dare to act recklessly? Xiao Ding shook his head in response to Xiao Li's conjecture. Master, is the Medusa queen merely passing through, or is she staying nearby? Xiao Yan suddenly inquired of Yao Lao. She is not on a journey. Her aura is confined to a very small area, seemingly the flame region marked on the map provided by Hai Budo. Yao Lao replied, shaking his head. What could the Medusa queen be doing there? Does she also seek the exotic flames? Xiao Yan asked in astonishment. That seems implausible. The Medusa queen possesses the bloodline of the serpent people, naturally inclined towards cold and dark attributes. She should avoid such flames at all costs. Yao Lao countered Xiao Yan's speculation with a shake of his head. I still believe the Medusa's appearance there is related to the exotic flames. Brother, second brother, let us investigate. Xiao Yan declared to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Very well. Let us see what the Medusa queen intends. In agreement, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li nodded. Seeing this, Yao Lao, with a resigned expression, entered into his spatial ring. 50 miles outside Shiao City, in a stretch of desert, a purple silhouette glided gracefully over the sand, seemingly attuned to something. This enchanting woman donned a sumptuous purple robe, beneath which her voluptuous form resembled that of a ripe peach, exuding an alluring charm. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders and framed her slender waist, while beneath the robe, a purple serpent's tail emerged, swaying gently, emanating an intoxicating allure that inexplicably heated the blood. Particularly striking was her face, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Such a woman could only be described as enchanting. Yet beneath that allure lay a regal grace befitting a queen. After a careful sensing, the beautiful serpent woman finally settled in one location. This must be the place. The Medusa queen murmured to herself. She swiftly formed several hand seals, and as her gestures shifted, the energy fluctuations in this realm intensified dramatically. Soon, a layer of purple light enveloped her enchanting form, pulsating rhythmically. Moments later, a roar reminiscent of a lion's growl and a tiger's roar erupted from within the radiance, and shortly thereafter, the blinding light surged. When the brilliance finally subsided, a massive purple serpent, measuring over 10 yards in length, appeared where the Medusa queen had once stood. The serpent's elongated body exuded a graceful beauty, its pale purple pupils radiating serenity and composure. In the next instant, the purple serpent plunged its head into the sand, swiftly followed by the rest of its body. However, just as its tail was about to vanish beneath the ground, the three brothers from the Xiao family, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene atop a distant sand dune. Master, it seems the purple serpent is about to enter the ground. Xiao Yan exclaimed towards the spirit of Yao Lao within his ring. Underground? What could the Medusa queen be doing there? No, it appears there truly is an aura of exotic flames here. Yao Lao responded with surprise. Is there really exotic fire? That is wonderful. Xiao Yan felt an exhilarating rush. The exotic flames he had been searching for had unexpectedly come to light. Brother, second brother, let us go take a look, he urged as he moved towards the opening left by the purple serpent. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged serious glances. They were far more aware of the Medusa queen's fearsome reputation than Xiao Yan. Nevertheless, as Xiao Yan had already advanced, they reluctantly followed. Soon, the three brothers arrived at the cave entrance, which appeared to be about 10 feet wide, precisely carved out by the Medusa queen's transformation into the purple serpent. Boom! Just as Xiao Yan peered into the dark opening, a powerful aura surged forth from within. Sensing this formidable presence, the three brothers hastily retreated several steps. In the next moment, a portion of the purple serpent's body burst forth from the cave, its gaze, laced with icy disdain, fixated upon the three brothers. Its massive jaws agape, revealing long, menacing fangs. Under the weight of this overwhelming presence, the brothers felt a substantial pressure. However, Xiao Yan did not experience any fear. Humans, are you following me? The purple serpent's throat stirred as it spoke human words, addressing the three brothers. Indeed. Upon hearing the serpent's inquiry, Xiao Yan nodded and replied loudly. To dare follow this royal, it seems you are not afraid of death. The purple serpent's voice dripped with a chilling tone upon hearing Xiao Yan's response. Then you must be the Medusa queen. Recognizing the serpent's self-reference as this royal, Xiao Yan pondered, unperturbed by her threatening words, and continued to inquire. Medusa queen, have you come here seeking the exotic flames? How do you know? Are you also here for the exotic flames? The purple serpent reacted with intense hostility, a murderous intent emanating from her eyes. Medusa queen, those exotic flames hold no value for you, a being of cold attributes. Thus, you should depart. I will claim the flames for myself. Xiao Yan stated earnestly. Haha, what a joke. A mere human doge dares to speak to me in such a manner. You must be seeking death. Xiao Yan's audacious words finally provoked the Medusa Queen's wrath. Her large mouth opened, unleashing a torrent of Dou Qi energy directed toward the three brothers. Oh no, she's attacking without provocation. Realizing that Yao Lao would not intervene, Xiao Yan shouted in desperation, Father, save me. Chapter 75, Medusa Queen. Senior, quell your anger. Xiao City. In the prison, the Danwang Guhi, who had been struck down by Xiao Zhan over 10 days ago, was fortunate to have survived, though his injuries had yet to fully heal. His spatial ring had been confiscated, preventing him from using healing elixirs to recover. The head of the Xiao family is truly terrifying. With my strength, coming here to cause trouble is tantamount to seeking death. Alas, I cannot rescue the sect master Yinyan. Guhi murmured with regret in his eyes, lamenting that had he known of Xiao Zhan's might, he would not have been so reckless in his approach. Guhi, it seems you are fortunate to have preserved your life. Beyond the confines of the cell, Xiao Zhan observed with a faint smile the figure of Danwang Guhi, who lay prostrate on the damp ground. Chief Xiao, it was my folly before. I implore you to overlook my transgressions and grant me another chance. As soon as Guhi noticed Xiao Zhan's presence outside the cell, a surge of agitation coursed through him. He understood that opposing Xiao Zhan at this moment could lead to a fate akin to that of Yin Shi and his cohorts. Given the gravity of your offense against my Xiao City, what reason do I have to grant you forgiveness? Xiao Zhan replied with a smile. Hearing this tone from Xiao Zhan, Guhi felt a flicker of hope rather than panic. He realized that if he responded adeptly, there might be a chance for survival. Chief Xiao, as you are aware, I'm a 6th-tier alchemist, and there is a possibility that I may ascend to the 7th tier in a few years. If you spare my life this time, I would be willing to serve you by crafting elixirs without charge. Guhi quickly retorted, presenting the only value he possessed. Since you still hold some utility, I shall allow you to keep your life for now. Here are a few healing elixirs. Tend to your wounds swiftly, and from now on, focus on alchemy for me daily. Xiao Zhan tossed 2 elixirs into the cell, remnants from Guhi's ring, while the rest of his treasures had already been absorbed into the Xiao family's reserves. Thank you, Chief Xiao. Without hesitation, Guhi picked up and consumed the elixirs. For as an alchemist, he possessed the discernment to identify them, especially since these 2 were of his own making. In that moment, Guhi cast aside his dignity, driven by the desire to survive, hoping that one day he might find an opportunity to turn the tables on Xiao Zhan and rescue Yinyan. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Guhi swallow the healing elixirs, Xiao Zhan prepared to arrange for Guhi to be placed in a solitary cage-like abode, where he would serve as an alchemical machine for the Xiao family. However, just as he turned to leave, he sensed a stir from the transmission talisman. It seems Xiao Yan has encountered danger again. Xiao Zhan murmured to himself. Before him, a dark void-like passageway materialized, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. As he entered, both he and the passage vanished as if they had never existed. This scene unfolded entirely before Guhi, who was left in a state of profound shock after Xiao Zhan's departure. The method Xiao Zhan had just employed was far more terrifying and mysterious than when he had struck down numerous foes atop the city wall. To possess such capabilities, does my Guhi still have a chance to rise against such a formidable opponent? A bitter smile crept upon Guhi's lips as a wave of despair washed over him. In the desert, the purple serpent unleashed a rapidly advancing energy. But just as it approached Xiao Yan, a spatial passage appeared abruptly, and the purple energy was instantaneously shattered by an even more colossal force. Following this, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes and possessing striking features emerged from the passage. The sudden and extraordinary spectacle filled the purple serpent with a tinge of trepidation. Such a mysterious ability could not possibly belong to a Dou Huang level expert. Could this man be one of the legendary beings who surpassed the Dou Huang? Queen Medusa mused in astonishment, her gaze towards Xiao Zhan brimming with wariness. Father, upon witnessing Xiao Zhan's swift arrival to protect him, Xiao Yan's heart swelled with excitement. Upon his arrival, Xiao Zhan received a notification, but regrettably, the enemy Xiao Yan had provoked were still beneath the Dou Zone level, merely 9-star Dou Huang. Thus his own cultivation did not advance. Father, is it truly you? I have longed to see you. As Xiao Zhan turned around, the initially dazed Xiao Ding and Xiao Li revealed their overwhelming excitement, joyfully exclaiming. In that moment, witnessing Xiao Zhan's extraordinary prowess, they fully believed Xiao Yan's earlier claims that their father was a reincarnation of a celestial emperor, now awakened to formidable strength. Ding, how did you come to be here? Is this the stone desert city? Is the nine-star Dou Huang purple serpent the beastly form of Queen Medusa? Upon seeing Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, Xiao Zhan swiftly grasped the current situation. A warm smile graced his face as he sighed. Ding, early. It has been far too long since I last saw you. Father, we have missed you dearly. We yearn for our family. The eyes of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li glistened with moisture as they spoke, their hearts touched by the trials they had faced while venturing far from home. Enough. How can the sons of the Xiao family be so melodramatic? Seeing their eyes glistening, Xiao Zhan spoke with a serious tone. Father, we understand. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li instantly suppressed their complex emotions, their expressions turning resolute. Father, that great serpent is the Queen Medusa of the desert. She must have discovered the extraordinary fire hidden beneath the earth. Xiao Yan succinctly explained the situation to Xiao Zhan. I understand now. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's account, Xiao Zhan grasped the intricacies of the matter. Queen Medusa likely had only just discovered the location of the extraordinary fire and had yet to obtain it. The next moment, Xiao Zhan's gaze fell once again upon the purple serpent. Senior, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense against your son. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. As Xiao Zhan's gaze swept over, Queen Medusa felt a pang of panic and hurriedly offered her apologies, eager to placate him. In her eyes, Xiao Zhan was an overwhelming presence beyond her reckoning. However, the reality was that Xiao Zhan's cultivation was merely at the peak of 9-star Dou Huang. And outside the Xiao family domain, his abilities would likely only match Queen Medusa's at best. Thus he had no intention of striking. Chapter 76. Arrangements for the Journey. Queen Medusa. I once came across a passage in an ancient tome regarding the Serpent Woman clan's queen. It stated that upon reaching the pinnacle of Dou Huang, should the circumstances be favorable, a unique evolution could occur. After this evolution, the Queen Medusa would not only be able to transform freely into human form, but her strength would also naturally ascend to that of a Dozong expert. The catalyst for this evolution is the extraordinary fire. At this moment, Xiao Zhan refrained from making a move or responding to Queen Medusa's words, instead speaking calmly. I presume you have come seeking the extraordinary fire with such intentions? Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's insight, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Queen Medusa's eyes. Senior is indeed well informed. I aim to utilize the extraordinary fire to initiate that evolution. Recognizing Xiao Zhan's knowledge of her plans, Queen Medusa was even more astonished, bowing her head respectfully in response. Are you aware that this evolution is fraught with peril? A slight misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Xiao Zhan continued. Senior, I am left with no choice. My cultivation has stagnated for years, preventing me from ascending to the Dou Saint Realm. Hence, I sought this method. Queen Medusa replied, her voice laced with helplessness. Xiao Zhan spoke in an unwavering tone. You discovered the extraordinary fire first, yet my son requires it. Thus, I am not unreasonable. Relinquish the extraordinary fire, and I shall grant you a transformation elixir. Would you agree? I am willing. Upon hearing that Xiao Zhan was willing to offer a transformation pill, Queen Medusa felt immense joy and readily nodded in agreement. The process of harnessing the anomalous fire for evolution was perilous in the extreme. A moment's inattention could lead to her utter annihilation. Although consuming the transformation pill would not elevate her cultivation level, it would enable her to assume human form, potentially enhancing her innate talents significantly, thus providing an opportunity to naturally transcend into the Dou Saint Realm through diligent practice. With the transformation pill in hand, you must also undertake another task. Use your colossal physique to excavate a passageway to the underground. Xiao Zhan proclaimed, tossing a jade vial in the direction of Queen Medusa. She swiftly caught it and, upon opening it, confirmed that it indeed contained the transformation pill. Excitement gleamed in the violet serpent's eyes as she gazed at the elixir. Rest assured, I shall swiftly clear the passage. After securing the pill, the purple serpent's form shifted as she re-entered the deep cavern. At this moment, Xiao Zhan harbored no concerns about Queen Medusa absconding with the pill. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan and his companions. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li regarded Xiao Zhan with admiration, recognizing his remarkable insights and unparalleled strength, which exuded the aura of a transcendent figure. Ding or Li, come here. Xiao Zhan beckoned to the two. Obediently, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li approached him. With a thought, Xiao Zhan produced a paternal transmission talisman and whispered, extend your hands. Although the two were somewhat puzzled, they complied and extended their right hands. In the next moment, Xiao Zhan drew the talisman across their palms, leaving a shallow cut, causing their blood to stain the jade symbol. Hiss! The The pain from the cut prompted a reflexive reaction from Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Just as they were about to inquire further, they observed the talisman radiating blinding light upon contact with their blood. Instantly, two beams of light shot forth from the talisman, vanishing into their bodies. What is this? Surprise washed over their faces at this spectacle. Ding, this talisman allows me to sense your whereabouts instantaneously. If you ever find yourselves in grave danger, simply call for me, and I shall rush to your aid without delay, Xiao Zhan explained with a smile, observing their bewilderment. Such a miraculous effect. This talisman is truly extraordinary. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li marveled, fully trusting their father's words. After all, their father had never lied to them, and Xiao Zhan had just demonstrated his ability by appearing at their side when called. Father truly is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, Xiao Ding mused, realizing that this would provide them with an added layer of security during their journeys. Ding, remember this. As sons of the Xiao family, you must never shy away from conflict. If anyone provokes you, regardless of who they are, do not endure it. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. Xiao Zhan continued to impart his wisdom, reiterating the advice he had once given to Xiao Yan. Father, I will remember everything you said. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's expressions turned solemn as they absorbed his counsel. Father, I heard from third brother that Wutan City is now entirely under the Xiao family's control, even renamed Xiao City. I intend to return in a few days with second brother to assist you in managing Xiao City. Xiao Ding declared earnestly. Foolishness. Young men should set their sights beyond the confines of a remote town. There is no need to linger here. The mercenary groups here no longer hold any significance. Xiao Zhan countered decisively, his tone firm. You two are older than Xiao Yan. It is time for you to leave the Jiama Empire and venture to broader horizons. To more distant lands? Xiao Ding inquired, somewhat perplexed. The Jiama Empire is too small. Beyond it lies the Black Corner region and the vast central state. I hope you will witness a more expansive world. Xiao Zhan's voice carried a weighty resolve. Father, I understand your good intentions. With this affirmation, the brothers resolved not to return just yet. Indeed, take these elixirs. They will aid your cultivation. As Xiao Zhan spoke, he extracted dozens of jade vials from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Ding. These elixirs had all been sourced from the ancient river storage and contained potions suitable for various stages of cultivation, from Dou Shi to the Dou Shi, and even Dou Ling and Dou Wang. With these, the brothers' training would proceed much more smoothly. Thank you, Father. Grateful for their father's generous gift, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li accepted it without hesitation. Approximately half an hour later, a commotion echoed from the cave entrance, and soon, the purple serpent emerged. Predecessor. The passageway below has been opened, revealing a vast lake of magma. The anomalous fire is likely concealed beneath that lake. The purple serpent reported respectfully to Xiao Zhan. Good. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's report, Xiao Zhan nodded gently, exuding an air of a sage in both action and demeanor. Now that you have discovered the magma, your task is complete. You may depart, he said softly. Predecessor, may I inquire about your origins? As she prepared to leave, Queen Medusa could not suppress her curiosity. Xiao City, Xiao family. Xiao Zhan responded nonchalantly before addressing Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, within that underground magma lies an anomalous fire. You can seek your teacher's assistance to retrieve it. I shall not intervene. Yes, father. Excitement surged within Xiao Yan upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words. In the next instant, Xiao Zhan's figure inexplicably vanished without a trace. Such strength, to disappear without a hint of warning. What extraordinary place Xiao City must be. Queen Medusa thought in awe, suspecting that Xiao Zhan was likely a being who had transcended the Dou Saint Realm. Without delay, she departed, heading deep into the desert. Teacher, father has returned. Now, it is our turn to set out for the anomalous fire. Xiao Yan, accustomed to such occurrences, was not overly astonished. Indeed, if we acquire the anomalous fire this time, your cultivation will experience a significant breakthrough, and the burning decision will advance as well. Yao Lao nodded in agreement. Soon, Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li arrived at the mouth of the passage. Second brother, go summon the brothers in the team to secure the cave entrance above. I will descend with third brother to explore. Upon reaching the cave, Xiao Ding expressed his concerns, aware of the dangers that lurked in such a deep cavern that could easily collapse if someone above acted maliciously. All right, reluctantly, Xiao Li nodded in agreement to Xiao Ding's plan. Let's proceed. Xiao Yan took the lead and stepped into the passage. It was pitch dark within, but he and Xiao Ding held a moonlight stone, illuminating their surroundings. The passage, having been forcefully created by Queen Medusa, possessed smooth walls devoid of any protruding stones. After traversing the corridor for approximately half an hour, Xiao Yan discovered to his astonishment that the surrounding earth attribute energy had entirely vanished, replaced by an overwhelming presence of fire attribute energy. They must be nearing their destination. Sensing the rising temperature, Xiao Yan hastened his pace down the passageway. As he delved deeper, a surge of elation washed over him, for he could feel the path of the earth-burning decision within him operating autonomously, directing his Dou Qi into rapid motion without any conscious effort on his part. However, his companion, Xiao Ding, was not sharing in this exuberance. As a wielder of wood attribute Dou Qi, he could only persist in this place by the sheer will of his Dou Qi robe, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Finally, just as Xiao Ding was nearing his limit, the two brothers arrived at the end of the passage. Standing at the threshold, they beheld a breathtaking world of fiery crimson, their faces etched with shock. Within the vast cavern, molten lava flowed languidly, and every so often, massive bubbles would rise from the magma, only to burst with a resounding pop, sending forth jets of searing lava that resembled a dazzling display of fiery fireworks. At the end of the narrow passage, they gazed at the seemingly infinite expanse of the lava world, instinctively swallowing hard in awe. It was unimaginable that such a terrifying place lay hidden beneath the earth outside Stone Desert City, encased in a layer of deep green light. Xiao Ding wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming in wonder, "Indeed, what a magnificent subterranean world of lava!" Though Xiao Yan was merely a Dou practitioner and could not conjure a Dou Qi robe to shield his body, he appeared to be faring better than Xiao Ding, who was a Dou master. His fire spirit body allowed him to revel in the heat. "Brother, how do we proceed? There seems to be no path forward. And my cultivation in wood attribute techniques is precisely countered by the fire attribute energy. Were it not for my strength as a 5-star Dou master, I doubt I would have reached this point," Xiao Ding said with a wry smile. Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully. Had he not belonged to the fire attribute and activated the fire spirit body, he would have long succumbed to the oppressive heat. Moreover, since reaching this final destination, he had clearly sensed that the fire attribute energy here was significantly more intense and ferocious than that within the passage. "Brother, Father mentioned that the exotic fire lies beneath this magma. I wish to venture into the lava," Xiao Yan declared earnestly. "Third brother, although your physique is unique, I fear you may not withstand the heat of the lava," Xiao Ding replied with evident concern. "No worries, my master will protect me," Xiao Yan responded with a broad grin. In the next moment, a pair of large white wings materialized behind him, enveloping his entire form in a delicate layer of white flames. "Oh, I nearly forgot about the assistance from my esteemed predecessor," Xiao Ding exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "Brother, please wait for me here. I shall go." After uttering this to Xiao Ding, Xiao Yan unfurled his white wings and soared above the lava. The temperature above the molten lake was even more intense, and the bubbles erupting from the lava carried a fiery toxin. However, with the protection of Yao Lao's bone spirit cold fire, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed by these threats. Yet, within the vast expanse of the lava lake, towering columns of red magma would occasionally surge forth, sending a thrill of trepidation through Xiao Yan. "Be careful, Xiao Yan." Just as he prepared to plunge into the depths of the lava, Yao Lao's aged voice suddenly resonated in his mind. No sooner had Yao Lao spoken than a thunderous roar erupted from the once calm lava lake, hot magma shooting upwards in a chaotic eruption. Amidst the torrential spray of molten rock, a massive, mysterious creature suddenly burst forth from the depths, lunging towards Xiao Yan with lightning speed. This enigmatic creature let out a piercing shriek as it broke through the magma, racing toward the airborne Xiao Yan. The chaotic eruption of lava transformed the previously tranquil lake into a tempest of fury, with columns of molten rock soaring skyward. An awe-inspiring spectacle. Upon witnessing the peculiar beast charging toward him, Xiao Yan instinctively felt the urge to cry out for help. However, Yao Lao preemptively stated, "Xiao Yan, let us not trouble the esteemed immortal emperor this time. Allow me to handle this." Given that Xiao Zhan had previously entrusted Yao Lao to assist Xiao Yan in obtaining the exotic fire, Yao Lao was eager to demonstrate his prowess. "Very well. I shall rely on you, master," Xiao Yan replied, nodding gently before closing his eyes tightly. "Be cautious, third brother." Xiao Ding, observing the commotion beneath the lava, noted Xiao Yan's stillness and felt a surge of anxiety. In his line of sight, the creature below launched a column of searing magma directly toward Xiao Yan. "Third brother, why are you standing there? Run!" Xiao Ding shouted desperately. At that moment, Xiao Yan, with his eyes still shut, suddenly opened them wide. Within his dark eyes, depth and wisdom emerged, swirling with intensity. He slowly raised his hand and then clenched it tightly. As he did so, an extraordinary wave of invisible energy radiated from his palm, forming an ethereal barrier before him. The magma column surged forward, but as it approached within 5 meters of Xiao Yan, it abruptly detonated without warning, scattering molten rock that cascaded gently through the air, coloring the ethereal barrier a fiery red. So, it appears that my third brother's master has made a move. Xiao Ding realized, a look of clarity dawning in his eyes. After the lava flowed down from the energy barrier, both Xiao Yan and Xiao Ding finally beheld the full form of the colossal creature. The creature that had erupted from the magma was a serpentine beast, elongated and strikingly vibrant in hue, measuring at least 4 to 5 zhang in length. Its entire body was a brilliant crimson, resembling a flawless sphere of fire from a distance. The surface of this serpent was covered in palm-sized red scales, and astonishingly, it possessed 2 heads, each with enormous diamond-shaped eyes filled with a ferocious and bloodthirsty intent. What manner of creature is this? Xiao Ding mused in awe. The double-headed fire spirit serpent typically resides in extreme heat, subsisting on magma and possessing immense potential for evolution. Initially, it is merely a first-tier magical beast, but with sufficient opportunity, it could ascend to a 6th-tier magical beast, rivaling Dou Huang's strength. What a fascinating creature. It seems this place indeed holds traces of the exotic fire, just as the immortal emperor indicated, as he gazed at the tumultuous double-headed serpent in the lava lake. A soft, knowing smile escaped Xiao Yan's lips. Hissing in frustration at its thwarted attack, the fire spirit serpent swung its massive tail, launching a furious strike toward Xiao Yan. With a slight flutter of his ethereal white wings, Xiao Yan darted forward, effortlessly evading the serpent's assault. Boom! A colossal tail cast a vast shadow, crashing down upon the adjacent mountainside. Instantly, with a resounding thud, enormous fissures erupted across the rock face, spreading like a spider's web. After extending for over 10 meters, the cracks gradually came to a halt. Suspended in midair, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew the handle of the mysterious heavy ruler from his back. With a sudden flourish, he stepped into the void, his body almost instantaneously appearing atop the fiery serpent's head, engulfed in the proximity of the molten flames. Had it not been for Yao Lao's mastery over Xiao Yan's form, the latter, despite possessing a physique attuned to fire, might have found the heat somewhat unbearable. In his grasp, the heavy ruler, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, surged forth, the surging white Dou Qi slicing through the air, forming a magnificent arc that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. With a thunderous crash, the ruler descended like a bolt of lightning, denying the fire spirit serpent any chance of evasion, striking its head with tremendous force. The resilient crimson scales shattered upon impact, blood seeping through the cracks and ultimately cascading into the magma, dissolving into nothingness. As the serpent's head was struck with such force, it emitted sharp, piercing shrieks, its massive tail thrashing violently above. Xiao Yan's form, akin to a fragile vessel amidst a tempest, appeared to traverse the perilous waves with a precarious yet perfect balance between life and death. The fire spirit serpent, thrashing violently in the churning magma, suddenly raised its 2 enormous heads, its diamond-shaped eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity, fixated intently on the evading Xiao Yan. With a sudden twist of its head, a deep crimson flame began to erupt from its vast body, gradually enveloping the immediate vicinity. Third brother, can you withstand such an assault? Observing the fire spirit serpent's attack, Xiao Ding squinted, his face etched with concern. Yet, in contrast, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed, gazing at the overwhelming flames surrounding him with a stoic expression. Boom! At a certain moment, the vast expanse of deep red flames began to whirl violently, a cacophony of howls resonating throughout the expansive cavern. As the rotation intensified, the flames began to writhe, and 10 double-headed fire spirit serpents, entirely composed of fiery energy, emerged from the inferno. Their sizes were hardly smaller than that of their original form, their numerous fierce eyes fixated on the centrally positioned Xiao Yan. After a brief moment of swirling, they suddenly released a collective shriek, the sharp sound waves reverberating ominously within the cavern. With the onset of these sound waves, the 10 double-headed fire spirit serpents swiftly formed a fiery formation, charging toward Xiao Yan with an intensity capable of vaporizing the very air around them. The spectacle of these colossal creatures, soaring through the cavern in a coordinated assault, was truly magnificent, albeit veiled by a palpable threat to life. Lifting his gaze to the oncoming double-headed fire spirit serpents, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's face, not betraying an ounce of fear, but rather a spark of excitement. Boom! In a cataclysmic explosion, the 10 double-headed fire spirit serpents converged at the center. Upon contact, they erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of energy that rippled outward, sending the recently calmed magma lake into a frenzy once more. In the passage, Xiao Ding watched with anxiety as the cataclysmic scene unfolded in the molten realm before him, a pallor creeping across his face. Despite his awareness of Xiao Yan's formidable mentor, the overwhelming threat before him filled him with dread for Xiao Yan's safety. After all, the fire spirit serpent's assault could obliterate half of Stone Desert City. Within the tempest of flames, a youthful silhouette flickered, seemingly untouched by the devastating inferno. Amidst the vast magma cavern, where deep red flames swirled and toxic gases permeated the air, the environment was a death trap for any ordinary human. As the young figure emerged from the enveloping crimson flames, the fire swirled inwards, as if drawn to him like a moth to a flame. In that moment, the young figure transformed into a black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding red flames. The intensity of this consumption resulted in a colossal fiery vortex forming above the cavern, with the young figure at its core. As the flames were greedily devoured, the surrounding deep red fire diminished, until finally it was entirely consumed by Xiao Yan's form. As the last flicker of flame dissipated, the figure at the center became clearly visible. Hovering in midair, Xiao Yan stood composed, a thin layer of frosty white flames clinging to his body, while the deep red fire had been completely engulfed. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I've encountered such delectable nourishment, Xiao Yan remarked, stretching lazily and smiling down at the double-headed fire spirit serpent below. Hiss, hiss. Witnessing their flames entirely consumed by the human above, the fire spirit serpent's enormous eyes reflected a disbelieving shock. It is over, Xiao Yan, he smiled faintly, extending his hand toward the serpent below, before suddenly slapping downwards. As his palm descended, an invisible yet terrifying force surged through the barriers of space, crashing into the serpent's massive body. Instantaneously, the immense force shattered some of the fiery red scales on the serpent's surface, driving its body forcefully into the magma lake beneath. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The abrupt agony compelled the fire spirit serpent to rear back, emitting sharp cries, its colossal pupils once again filled with bloodlust, its jaws snapping open and shut as torrents of searing magma shot forth toward Xiao Yan. Observing the multitude of magma columns erupting from below, Xiao Yan merely raised an eyebrow, the frosty white flames upon his body intensifying. With a powerful flap of his white wings, he charged directly downward toward the oncoming magma columns. Swoosh, swoosh. Xiao Yan's form did not waver in avoidance. Instead, he opted for the most audacious approach, barreling straight down. Every magma column that made contact with him disintegrated into nothingness upon encountering the frosty white flames. With a speed reminiscent of lightning, Xiao Yan deftly evaded the onslaught of numerous magma columns, instantly positioning himself above the colossal body of the fire spirit serpent. In his grasp, a heavy ruler enveloped in icy white flames descended relentlessly upon the serpent's massive form. With each strike, the fiery red scales, resilient enough to withstand the searing heat of the lava, shattered like fragile glass. Under the chaotic assault of Xiao Yan's heavy ruler, the fire spirit serpent, rendered ineffective in all its offensive maneuvers, could only writhe in agony, its mournful cries echoing throughout the cavern. As the ruler struck down once more with tremendous force, the serpent, unable to endure the excruciating pain, dove into the molten lake, seeking refuge within the lava. Realizing its intent to escape, Xiao Yan swiftly followed, delivering a crushing blow to the serpent's chin that carved a gruesome gash. Nevertheless, despite its grievous wounds, the serpent buried itself within the lava and swiftly vanished from sight. Brother, I shall descend to seek the exotic fire. You need only wait for me here. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan plunged into the molten depths below. In the confines of Xiao City, within the prison, Xiao Zhan returned to the cell where Gu He was detained. The unexpected turn of events left Gu He in a state of shock once more. The look in Gu He's eyes as he gazed at Xiao Zhan had shifted entirely. Where there had once been a flicker of hope to overturn Xiao Zhan, now lay the stark realization that Xiao Zhan's displayed prowess was likely that of a legendary Dou Zun, extinguishing any remaining optimism in Gu He. Xiao Zhan paid no heed to Gu He's gaze, unconcerned about the potential mischief Gu He might concoct during his recovery. In the next moment, he made his way to the secret chamber where Yunyan was held. Mistress Yunyan, have you come to a decision? He inquired, a gentle smile gracing his face as he regarded the despondent beauty before him. Upon realizing Xiao Zhan's arrival, Yinyan cast a glance his way before lowering her head in silence, offering no response. "Heh, Mistress Yinyan, due to your actions, Dan Wanggu he rallied the likes of Yin Shi and Feng Li to assault Xiao City, and now they lie lifeless upon the city walls. How many more lives must be lost because of you? Do you truly wish to see the Yunlan sect eradicated?" Witnessing Yun's demeanor, Xiao Zhan felt his patience nearing its limit as he recounted the recent events in a nonchalant manner. "What? Gu He and Yin Shi came to rescue me and were killed?" Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Yinyan's head shot up, her eyes filled with guilt. "Would you like me to have their corpses exhumed for you to see?" Xiao Zhan continued. "No need." The previously hesitant glimmer in Yunyan's eyes transformed into resolute determination as she spoke calmly. "Patriarch Xiao, I agree to your prior proposal. But please do not target the innocent of the Yunlan sect." Finally, she acquiesced. A flicker of joy illuminated Xiao Zhan's eyes upon receiving Yunyan's response. "Very well. Let us set our wedding date for 3 days hence. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise by then, the Yunlan sect shall face utter annihilation," he declared, playfully pinching Yunyan's delicate chin with a chuckle. Chapter 80. Patriarch Xiao, you must cherish me well. After departing the chamber where Yunyan was confined, Xiao Zhan issued orders for Xiao Shan to hastily prepare for the wedding. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's arrangements, Xiao Shan inquired, "Patriarch, should we notify the 3 young masters of this joyous occasion?" Xiao Zhan shook his head, replying softly, "The 3 little ones are currently quite far from home. Let us refrain from notifying them for now. They should finish their own matters first." "Understood." Grasping Xiao Zhan's intent, Xiao Shan respectfully took his leave. With Yunyan settled, there remained one more task. Xiao Zhan murmured to himself before making his way to the middle auction house. In a fragrant chamber deep within the middle auction house, Yafei sat alone by the window, cradling a glass of red wine. Her enchanting visage, reminiscent of a captivating siren, bore traces of melancholy and resignation. During her time at the auction house, she had learned of Xiao Zhan's formidable strength. The leaders of the Yunlan sect, including Yunyan, as well as the powerful Dou Wang warriors gathered by Dan Wanggu He, were no match for Xiao Zhan's prowess. His ability to effortlessly vanquish them attested to his strength far exceeding that of an ordinary Dou Huan. Faced with such a terrifying powerhouse, how could she, a mere woman, dare to resist? Previously, within her family, her marriage had been subject to the votes of the Elder Council, leaving her future husband's identity a mystery. Beyond her own choosing, gazing out at the scenery, Yafei's captivating eyes suddenly curved into a sly semblance, glimmering with cunning and allure. If resistance is futile, why not embrace acceptance? Patriarch Xiao does seem quite appealing, handsome and immensely powerful. Marrying him could allow me to showcase my own strengths. Her delicate fingers lightly tapped the rim of her wine glass, producing a melodious chime. To reach such a position at a young age as the overseer of the middle family's auction house, Yafei's talent in commerce and management was undeniable. After all, this world is rife with individuals lacking martial prowess, yet commanding legions of loyal warriors beneath them. Listening to the sweet sound, a subtle smile graced Yafei's lips, her allure intensifying as she appeared even more enchanting than before. "Miss Yafei, it seems you have reached a decision," just as she softly mused. Xiao Zhan's voice resonated from behind her. Though unaware of when Xiao Zhan had entered, Yafei felt no panic. She slowly turned, her beguiling gaze meeting his. And with a smile, she nodded, "Patriarch Xiao, since you are already aware, why bother to inquire?" "Haha, indeed, Miss Yafei is a clever woman." Pleased with her response, Xiao Zhan laughed heartily and pulled her graceful figure into his embrace. As the warmth of her soft form pressed against him, a rush of heat surged through Xiao Zhan. "Patriarch Xiao, you must cherish me well," she breathed, undeterred by his embrace, instead whispering sweetly in his ear. A wave of electrifying sensations coursed through Xiao Zhan, and in the next moment, he swept Yafei into his arms, striding towards the fragrant bed. Amidst the rustling sounds, a scene of springtime blossomed upon the bed. After a passionate encounter, Xiao Zhan experienced an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Though it was Yafei's first time, and her movements were somewhat clumsy, the intoxicating allure she exuded rendered every motion thrilling. Having released the pent-up heat within him, Xiao Zhan gazed upon the lovely figure lying flushed upon the bed. Satisfaction swelling within him. Gently caressing her tender, rosy cheek, he proclaimed with grandiosity, "Yafei, rest assured, by following me, Xiao Zhan, your talents shall surely shine brightly." Thank you, Patriarch Xiao. A soft smile graced Yafei's face upon hearing his assurance, her enchanting dimples compelling Xiao Zhan to indulge in them. Meanwhile, deep within the molten caverns, the two-headed fire spirit serpent, having fled into the depths of the lava for 7 or 8 minutes, was finally caught up by Xiao Yan, who mercilessly brought about its demise. Although the azure-scaled serpent was not guiding the way, this time the extraordinary flame was not seized by Queen Medusa. The aura it emanated was far more potent than that of a solitary azure lotus. Consequently, both Yao Lao and Xiao Yan were able to sense a general direction. Ultimately, under the protection of Yao Lao's bone spirit cold fire, Xiao Yan managed to locate the azure light cluster at the magma's depths in less than a day. The azure glow enveloped the molten rock, and as Xiao Yan focused his gaze, he discerned a delicate azure lotus standing gracefully within the radiant light. Azure heart fire? As Xiao Yan beheld the azure lotus, a voice filled with astonishment and joy resonated within his mind, originating from Yao Lao. Azure heart fire? Upon hearing Yao Lao's voice, Xiao Yan's mind raced with the information Yao Lao had previously shared about the extraordinary flames documented in the flame ranking. The azure heart fire, ranked 19th on the list, was birthed deep within the earth, having undergone countless trials of the earth's fire, amalgamated, compressed, and sculpted over the centuries, 10 years to attain sentience, 100 years to take form, and 1,000 years to blossom into a lotus. In its mature state, it exhibited a bluish hue, with a cluster of azure flames at its core, known as azure heart fire. This fire possessed unpredictable power, capable of triggering volcanic eruptions in proximity to volcanic regions, embodying nature's destructive force. As this information flashed through his mind, Xiao Yan's face was instantly suffused with exuberance. His eyes fixated on the vast expanse of rich azure light nearby. He licked his lips and excitedly exclaimed, "Teacher, have we found it? Ha! We truly have discovered an extraordinary flame. Although azure heart fire is merely ranked 19th on the list, it is the most suitable level for you at this moment. After all, the items I prepared can only enhance your success rate in absorbing flames ranked 16th and below, making this azure heart fire perfectly fitting." Yao Lao's laughter was tinged with excitement, eager to witness how Xiao Yan's fire spirit physique would evolve after practicing the burning decision and consuming the extraordinary flames. "Xiao Yan, go take a look. I will increase the protective measures." Yao Lao continued. "Understood." Xiao Yan nodded, propelling himself into the magma like a nimble fish darting towards the azure glow. As he approached the azure light, he could distinctly feel the temperature around him rising sharply. Chapter 81. The Azure Heart Fire Secured. Xiao Yan, filled with anticipation, took another leap, finally plunging into the embrace of the azure light. Surprisingly, instead of the expected searing heat, the temperature around him inexplicably decreased. Astounded by this bizarre phenomenon, Xiao Yan quickly regained his composure and scanned his surroundings, ultimately focusing on the azure lotus at the center. The azure lotus, with its 8 petals, appeared as if sculpted from the finest jade, exuding an unparalleled perfection. Glimmering and translucent, it evoked a sense of irresistible allure. Within the lotus, there seemed to be a small platform about 2 or 3 feet in diameter, from which faint glimmers emanated from several orifices, likely formed by the most refined fire attribute energy coalescing into lotus seeds. Beneath the azure lotus, an exceedingly slender root extended over 10 meters long, densely adorned with tiny tendrils. As these tendrils swayed, Xiao Yan could distinctly feel them greedily absorbing the turbulent fire attribute energy from the surrounding magma. The azure lotus floated amidst the endless molten rock, akin to duckweed adrift in the vast ocean. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's profound sensitivity to extraordinary flames due to his fire spirit physique and Yao Lao's powerful soul, it would have been nearly impossible to locate such a relatively diminutive azure lotus in such an expansive area within a single day. Xiao Yan, be cautious of those tendrils. If they latch onto you, your Dou Qi will be drained in an instant. Yao Lao warned upon observing Xiao Yan's movements. Understood. In response, Xiao Yan remained vigilant, deftly avoiding the tendrils as he slowly approached the azure lotus. The closer he drew, the more he marveled at its exquisite beauty. Such near perfection could only be forged through the passage of time and the trials of nature. Arriving above the azure lotus, a gleam of brilliance sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes as he beheld a cluster of azure flames gently rising from the center of the lotus platform. This azure flame exuded an unmistakable sentience, occasionally shaping itself into a lotus form or a slender azure flame serpent, gracefully hovering in midair, its demeanor gentle and adorable. Teacher, it's your turn. Xiao Yan restrained the impulse to reach out and touch it, calling out to Yao Lao. Yao Lao replied, his soul emerging from Xiao Yan's storage ring, as his pale white flame hand reached for the azure lotus-shaped flame. Yao Lao's bone spirit cold fire far surpassed the azure heart fire in both potency and quality. Thus, simply binding and retrieving the azure heart fire posed no challenge. Encased in the pale white flame, Yao Lao's spiritual hand grasped the azure heart fire, which trembled momentarily before stabilizing. Wonderful! We have obtained the azure heart fire. Teacher, let us ascend. Xiao Yan exclaimed with great excitement upon witnessing Yao Lao successfully seize the azure heart fire. In such a hurry? Are you disregarding the other treasures? Yao Lao remarked with a smirk at Xiao Yan's impatience. This azure lotus platform is the culmination of a millennium's worth of earth fire. Once removed, it will significantly enhance your cultivation speed when seated upon it. Furthermore, in battle, activating it with your Dou Qi will unleash the hidden earth fire within, allowing you to navigate even encounters with Dou Ling level experts with ease, if not defeat them outright. Additionally, the lotus seeds within the platform, known as the essence of the fire spirit, take a century to form a single seed. Absorbing them will undoubtedly propel your cultivation to great heights. Yao Lao continued, patiently elucidating the treasure's value. Such treasures. Hearing Yao Lao's explanations, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He swiftly drew a sword and struck at the lotus platform's root. However, the root remained intact while the sword was nearly ruined. You fool! This is not how you retrieve it. Sighing, Yao Lao summoned a force that immobilized Xiao Yan above the azure lotus, yanking him back beside him. This azure lotus is a celestial marvel. Any contact with ordinary iron will tarnish it. To cut it, one must employ materials of pure jade quality to avoid corrupting its efficacy. As Xiao Yan pondered this, Yao Lao explained with a calm demeanor, subsequently retrieving several high-quality blush jade bottles from Xiao Yan's storage ring. A surge of pale, white flame enveloped his palm, melting the small jade bottles into a light azure liquid, which bubbled and eventually solidified into a slender jade ruler. Yao Lao meticulously removed the impurities from the jade ruler, rendering it crystal clear and as beautiful as the leaves of the azure lotus. Use this jade ruler to sever the connection between the lotus and its root. Due to the unique properties of the bone spirit cold fire, the jade ruler cooled down completely in but a moment. Yin Xiao shook it lightly before handing it over to Xiao Yan. As Xiao Yan received the jade ruler, he felt a refreshing coolness at the point of contact, an exquisite comfort that made him involuntarily click his tongue in admiration, harboring a deeper envy for the extraordinary flame possessed by Yao Lao. Gripping the jade ruler tightly, Xiao Yan cautiously swam towards the blue lotus again, gently slicing the connection between the lotus and its roots beneath the pedestal. Instantly, the flawless blue lotus, resembling a piece of art, detached itself and fell. Enough, do not gather any more items. Yao Lao waved his hand once more, a force drawing Xiao Yan and the lotus pedestal towards him. Before Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's gaze shimmered with delight as he stared at the blue lotus, his face brimming with excitement. 1, 2, 3, there are a total of 11 earth fire lotus seeds here. Haha, little Yin, your fortune seems quite favorable. After counting the tiny flickering lights within the blue lotus, Yao Lao couldn't help but chuckle. Next, use the jade ruler to extract them and place them into the jade bottle. Understood. Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan promptly complied, swiftly extracting the lotus seeds and bottling them. It's time to ascend. If we linger any longer, my strength may falter before we escape the magma. Yao Lao pondered aloud before once again retreating into the spatial ring, under Yao Lao's protection. It wasn't long before Xiao Yan surged back to the surface of the magma lake, reuniting with Xiao Ding in the passageway. Third brother, judging by your expression, you must have obtained the extraordinary flame. Xiao Ding inquired with a smile. Indeed, eldest brother, let us speak of it after we ascend. Xiao Yan replied with a grin. Then together with Xiao Ding, they made their way upward through the passage. Chapter 82. The Provocation of the Sand Mercenary Corps. Xiao Li, you injured the second leader of my Sand Mercenary Corps for no reason yesterday. How shall we settle this account? That good-for-nothing Mo Xing deliberately loitered at our Mo Tai Mercenary Corps mission site. My actions yesterday were merely a slight warning. Xiao Li, I have never heard of any mission location from the Mercenary Guild being in a place like this. I advise you to take your men and leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. You think we will withdraw? Dream on. The journey back to the surface was significantly swifter than their descent. In less than half an hour, the light of the cave entrance appeared before Xiao Yan and Xiao Ding. However, at that moment, they heard a cacophony of heated arguments from above. It must be the people from the San Mercenary Corps. Third brother, we must hurry. Upon hearing the commotion from the passage, Xiao Ding's expression changed, and he quickly urged Xiao Yan to accelerate toward the cave entrance. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's countenance turned icy, and he hastily followed Xiao Ding towards the opening. Outside the cave entrance, Xiao Li led over 40 mercenaries from the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, surrounding the entrance in a tight circle. Directly in front of Xiao Li stood a mercenary group of over 70 individuals. Leading them was a fierce-looking middle-aged man, exuding an aura that suggested he had reached the rank of a 2-star great fighter. This man was none other than Rob, the leader of the San Mercenary Corps, and with Xiao Li's 5-star fighter strength, he was no match for him. However, Xiao Li showed no signs of retreat. He understood that if he faltered, his brothers Xiao Ding and Xiao Yan would be in grave danger. If he refused to drink the wine of courtesy, prepare for the wine of punishment. Brothers, charge forward and drive the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps away. Rob bellowed, preparing to lead the charge towards Xiao Li's group. At that moment, however, a path suddenly cleared among the ranks of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, and Xiao Ding and Xiao Yan slowly emerged from the crowd. Stop! Upon seeing Xiao Ding, Rob commanded the other mercenaries to halt. Xiao Ding, you have finally surfaced. It seems the treasures beneath have already been retrieved by you. Rob's voice was icy, his gaze fixed menacingly on Xiao Ding while he completely disregarded Xiao Yan, who possessed merely the cultivation of a fighter. Hearing Rob's words, Xiao Ding frowned and replied solemnly, Rob, whether I have obtained the treasures or not is none of your concern. Huh? Treasures buried in this desert cannot possibly be managed by a mere Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Hand them over to me. Rob extended his hand, laughing heartily. Just because of you, you think we will yield our spoils? Look at this spear in my hand and see if it agrees. Observing Rob's audacity, Xiao Li rebuked him angrily. Just recently, their father had taught them that as sons of the Xiao family, they should never shy away from conflict. Whoever dared to bully them would be met with retaliation. Well said, brother. As sons of the Xiao family, we shall act accordingly. Watching Xiao Li's resolute demeanor, Xiao Yan felt a surge of joy within him. Their father was a celestial emperor. How could they possibly retreat in the face of a mere great fighter? Under Xiao Yan's watchful gaze, Xiao Li drew forth a long spear and stepped forward. What courage! Seeing Xiao Li's provocation, Rob was engulfed with fury, stepping to the forefront of the crowd to face Xiao Li as the two immediately engaged in battle. Xiao Li was soon enveloped in a storm of lightning, silver serpents flickering across his body as he wielded his spear with a thunderous roar. But despite the ferocity of his attacks, Rob seemed unfazed, effortlessly dodging each strike of his silver spear. It was evident that Xiao Li was no match for Rob. Rather than quickly ending the fight, Rob toyed with Xiao Li. My second brother's cultivation is far inferior to Rob's. If they were of equal strength, Rob would be nothing more than a pile of refuse. As he observed the battle, a wave of anger coalesced within Xiao Yan. Lightning arc, 3-stage dance. In the arena, the silver figure suddenly let out a low shout, the spear in hand pulsating with arcs of electricity, launching a fierce assault toward Rob. Haha, trash is still trash. The so-called 3-stage dance before absolute strength. It matters not if your lightning attribute Dou Qi is claimed to be the most formidable. Perish. In the face of the oncoming electric arcs, Rob laughed derisively, his massive fist clenched tightly, yellow Dou Qi swirling violently around it, and in an instant, it solidified into an energy-infused gauntlet. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed a tremendous blast of wind mixed with fierce energy, colliding directly with the electric arcs. The two forces met, and Rob's fist easily obliterated 3 of the electric arcs. Puff! Sizzle! The immense impact forced Xiao Li to stagger backward several steps, blood surging in his veins. Ha! Such pitiful strength. Do you think you can act arrogantly before me? Rob sneered, his body surrounded by yellow Dou Qi as he stepped forward toward the injured Xiao Li. Second brother, be careful. Eldest brother, leave it to me. At that moment, Xiao Ding stepped forward, intending to shield Xiao Li from Rob, but Xiao Yan held him back. Leave it to you? Xiao Ding was taken aback by Xiao Yan's words, fully aware that his third brother was merely a fighter, not even a Dou master. How could he contend with a great fighter? However, in the next moment, Xiao Ding recalled Xiao Yan's master, a formidable being capable of traversing magma with ease. With this thought, he refrained from stopping Xiao Yan. Little Yan, I can only assist you when you are retrieving the extraordinary flame. In this situation, I cannot help you. Yao Lao cautioned from the sidelines. Rest assured, Master, you need not intervene this time. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Elder Yao, Xiao Yan quickly responded, positioning himself resolutely in front of Xiao Li. Step aside, second brother. Faced with the approaching adversary, Xiao Li urged him to retreat hastily. Second brother, you must fall back and lead our comrades to safety. We cannot afford to harm them inadvertently. A confident smile graced Xiao Yan's face as he slowly replied, very well. Taken aback by Xiao Yan's assurance, Xiao Li nodded and stepped back. Haha, how amusing. The MO-Tai Mercenary Corps has sent a mere fighter to his demise. Rob's smile widened, laced with disdain as he observed Xiao Yan in the arena. In response to Rob's mockery, Xiao Yan retorted coldly, we shall soon discover who meets their end. Chapter 83. Xiao Zhan. Yinyan, you ought to learn from Yafei. You seek death. Enraged by the provocation from someone of lower cultivation, Rob's fury ignited. He concentrated his yellow Dou Qi into a pair of gauntlets and charged forward, intent on dispatching Xiao Yan with a single strike. Yet, as Rob approached, Xiao Yan remained entirely unperturbed. This time, he refrained from calling for Xiao Zhan's assistance. He felt a pang of guilt at having to summon his father to confront foes of merely a Dou master level. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's palm brushed over his ring, summoning a magnificent azure lotus into his grasp. What is this? Rob instinctively sensed a wave of danger as he beheld the azure lotus aimed at him. However, before he could ponder further, the lotus erupted, unleashing a colossal pillar of flames. Boom! The fiery column surged toward Rob's face, leaving him no time to evade. The fire expanded, engulfing the surrounding members of the Sand Mercenary Corps. Sizzle! Sizzle! In an instant, those caught in the fiery onslaught were ablaze, their anguished screams echoing through the air. This horrifying scene shattered the formation of the Sand Mercenary Corps, plunging them into chaos. It should be possible to use it twice more. The pillar of flames lasted but 2 seconds before Xiao Yan ceased channeling his Dou Qi, tenderly caressing the azure lotus. As the flames dissipated, the unfortunate Sha Luo was revealed, charred and still smoldering, his eyes burned out, writhing in agony on the ground. Witnessing Sha Luo's plight, the members of the Sand Mercenary Corps were gripped by sheer terror, fleeing without a second thought, abandoning Sha Luo and the dozen comrades engulfed in flames. Third brother, this treasure of yours is remarkable, capable of unleashing such a terrifying inferno. Observing Xiao Yan's swift defeat of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were both exhilarated. The mercenaries behind them, belonging to the MO-Tai Mercenary Corps, shared in the excitement. This decisive victory would elevate them to the foremost mercenary group in Shiao City. Eldest brother, second brother, I found this treasure in the magma lake below. Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Ah, I see. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li chose not to elaborate further, mindful of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Sha Luo continued to howl in pain, while the ordinary mercenaries had ceased their struggles, lifeless on the ground. Sha Luo, this is the price of your arrogance. Turning to his brothers, Xiao Ding declared, let us return to the city. Without offering aid or delivering death, they left the blinded Sha Luo to his fate. Though they had vanquished Sha Luo and toppled the Sand Mercenary Corps, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had no desire to further their endeavors in Shiao City. They were determined to resolve matters swiftly and ensure the well-being of their longtime mercenary brothers. Eldest brother, second brother, you need not concern yourselves with me. Attend to your affairs. Understanding their intentions, Xiao Yan smiled. Indeed, once we have arranged everything, we shall enjoy a few drinks together. Xiao Li patted Xiao Yan's shoulder in agreement. While Xiao Ding and Xiao Li busied themselves with their responsibilities, Xiao Yan quietly retreated to a secluded chamber for meditation. According to Elder Yao, although Xiao Yan possessed the fire spirit body, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of a fighter. Only then, combined with auxiliary items, would he be able to safely absorb the exotic fire, greatly enhancing his chances of success. At present, with the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire at his disposal, alongside the exotic fire blossoming from the Azure Lotus, Xiao Yan's training speed accelerated beyond his previous pace. He was confident that within half a month, he would breach from a 6-star fighter to a 9-star fighter. In Xiao City, the wedding of the clan leader, Xiao Zhan, proceeded as scheduled. This time, he took both Yafei and Yunyan as his bride simultaneously. On the day of the wedding, numerous guests attended, comprising mainly of Xiao clan members and affluent merchants from the city, along with a few who journeyed from distant towns to witness the occasion. Xiao Zhan's reputation had spread far and wide, earning him the utmost respect from those who encountered him. Inside the bridal chamber, 2 brides awaited, Yafei and the leader of the Yunlan sect, Yinyan. Your husband has arrived. As night descended, and after partaking in copious amounts of wine, a jubilant Xiao Zhan entered the bridal chamber. Upon the door's opening, a wave of tension washed over Yunyan seated on the fragrant couch, while Yafei, just a meter away, remained composed, even somewhat expectant. Once inside, Xiao Zhan locked the door, leisurely approaching the bed. Both brides were clad in resplendent red wedding garments, their veils draping over their faces. Yet, Xiao Zhan effortlessly discerned between them, for he was well acquainted with Yafei's physique. Its proportions were vividly etched in his memory. Reaching the bedside, Xiao Zhan swiftly lifted the veils of both brides. "My beloved, allow me to assist you." With the veils removed, Yafei cast a seductive gaze at Xiao Zhan, rising to help him out of his robe. Witnessing this, Yinyan lowered her head shyly, her cheeks aflame. At this juncture, she understood that escape was futile. If she attempted to flee now, Xiao Zhan's wrath would surely be unleashed upon the Yunlan sect. Soon, Xiao Zhan was left unclothed, taking a seat where Yafei had previously sat, while she gracefully knelt beside him. The sound of rustling filled the air, causing Yunyan's face and ears to turn a deep crimson. Suddenly, a large hand rested upon her delicate shoulder, drawing her closer. She found herself nestled against a broad, warm chest, and a glance downward revealed Yafei, who was diligently attending to Xiao Zhan with a sultry expression. With a contented smile, Xiao Zhan softly addressed Yinyan. "Yinyan, do you see? You ought to learn from Yafei in the future." At his words, Yinyan trembled, rendered speechless. In the next moment, Xiao Zhan flipped over, pinning Yinyan beneath him. Since the fair maiden was not proactive, he resolved to take the initiative in her instruction. A sudden tearing sound of garments reverberated through the room, followed closely by a scene that unfolded in a captivating display of spring. Chapter 84. Parting Ways. The night of passion felt interminably long, and it was not until the noon of the following day that Xiao Zhan reluctantly descended from the bed. On the fragrant couch, Yafei and Yunyan lay in a deep slumber, thoroughly exhausted. Observing the flushed faces of the two enchanting ladies, Xiao Zhan felt immense satisfaction. It would be even better if they could conceive soon, giving birth to heirs, as he anticipated generous rewards to follow. Xiao Zhan noted that while the father's system had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of that realm, in the world of Dou Pa, aside from the final Dou Sheng stage, many individuals at levels such as Dou Huang, Dou Zong, and Dou Zun could engage in combat beyond their ranks through profound techniques, skills, treasures, or sheer physical prowess. For instance, if Xiao Yan were to provoke a 1-star Dou Zun powerhouse, despite Xiao Zhan's cultivation being at the peak of 1-star Dou Zun, should the opponent employ a high-tier earth technique or a heavenly technique, he would find it exceedingly challenging to defeat them without corresponding skills, potentially facing defeat instead. Thus, Xiao Zhan's current objective was to master powerful techniques or acquire formidable treasures. In Shiao City, after several days of arrangements, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had nearly finalized matters concerning the Mo Tai mercenary group. In the room, Xiao Ding addressed Xiao Yan, "Third brother. Soon your second brother and I will be preparing to leave the Jia Ma Empire." "Where to?" Xiao Yan inquired, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "We shall first explore the Black Corner region. Afterward, we plan to head to Zhongzhou," Xiao Ding stated plainly. Initially intending to return home, they were inspired to venture forth after a conversation with Xiao Zhan. "All right then, eldest brother, second brother, you go ahead. I won't be long. I might also leave the Jia Ma Empire soon." Understanding Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's intentions, Xiao Yan did not dissuade them. "Take care, Xiao Yan. We look forward to your early return." Xiao Li chuckled, patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder. Thus, the three brothers parted ways, with Xiao Ding and Xiao Li heading toward the imperial border, while Xiao Yan paused near a towering mountain at the edge of the desert. This mountain range effectively blocked the desert from encroaching upon its base, and its imposing size and area were certainly considerable. Within the mountains, the occasional echoes of ancient wolf howls and tiger roars could be heard, proclaiming that this territory had an established ruler. Xiao Yan swiftly ascended to the top of a colossal tree, his body swaying gently with the branches. He scanned the verdant forest surrounding him and then lightly tapped the trunk. Like a great eagle in the night, he darted through the dense foliage, rapidly making his way up the mountain. After several rounds of inspection, Xiao Yan finally identified a location that pleased him, a naturally formed cave situated midway along a steep cliff. The cliff face was nearly vertical, devoid of any footholds, making it evidently impossible for an ordinary person to descend into the cave. However, for Xiao Yan, what seemed an insurmountable challenge was not difficult. "Master, I didn't ask for your assistance in fighting." Xiao Yan communicated swiftly with Yao Lao. "You rascal." Yao Lao muttered in response, tacitly agreeing with Xiao Yan's words. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan leaped from the cliff, The fierce wind rushing past his ears as a surge of power, not his own, coursed through him. In an instant, a pair of immense white wings unfurled from his back. The wings fluttered gently, slowing his rapid descent until moments later he was hovering steadily outside the cave. Cautiously scanning the cave's interior and finding no signs of magical beasts, Xiao Yan stealthily glided inside. Although the cave was not expansive, it was sufficient for his needs. He retrieved several moonlight stones from his spatial ring and embedded them into the cave walls, instantly brightening the previously dim surroundings. Utilizing the newfound light, Xiao Yan began to meticulously survey the cave, examining even the minutest details multiple times. After nearly an hour spent scouring the confined space, he discovered some small magical beast droppings among the boulders, likely left by occasional resting flying magical beasts. Once he cleared the droppings from the cave, Xiao Yan moved large stones to seal the entrance securely, leaving only a few gaps to allow air to permeate. Having completed these tedious tasks, Xiao Yan finally exhaled deeply and settled in the center of the cave, placing the Qinglian base atop a boulder before sitting cross-legged. "Master, what should I do next?" Xiao Yan asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "First, gather everything you need," Yao Lao instructed, floating out from the spatial ring, his aged face bearing a serious expression. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan flicked his fingers to extract the blood lotus pill that Yao Lao had prepared for him. Following that, he retrieved a small jade box from his ring, placing it gently on the smooth stone surface. Immediately, a faint chill began to emanate, forming a thin layer of ice on the stone. Upon opening the box, a pristine white jade vial was carefully nestled inside, surrounded by a delicate white mist that exuded an ethereal and mysterious aura, containing the ice spirit spring capable of countering the power of exotic flames. Gazing at these two remarkable treasures, Yao Lao nodded slightly. He flicked his fingers, and a faint gray light suddenly emerged from his fingertips, swirling gracefully in the air before gently settling onto the stone surface. As the light dissipated, it revealed a thumb-sized gray stone, smooth as jade and flawless, with a faint blue glow pulsating within its core, resembling a small, lifelike worm. "Is this what they call the spirit of assimilation?" Xiao Yan inquired, astonished by the unassuming little stone. "Indeed, this is the spirit of assimilation, an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth, only found with a minuscule chance within high-grade assimilation stones. Do not underestimate this tiny object. Its value far surpasses that of the blood lotus pill and the ice spirit spring. Had I not been fortunate enough to acquire it in my youth, even if you had obtained an exotic fire now, you would merely be left gazing at it in longing." Yao Lao chuckled lightly. Chapter 85, Refinement. Understood. Xiao Yan nodded, fully aware of the preciousness of the spirit of assimilation. After meticulously examining the three items once more, he spoke to Yao Lao. "Master, I am ready." "Good." Yao Lao nodded. He then summoned the bone spirit cold fire, which contained a swirling azure flame. Suddenly, the confinement of the bone spirit cold fire dissipated, fully revealing the azure flame. Released from its constraints, this previously minuscule flame surged in size, transforming into a blazing inferno that hovered majestically in the air. As the volume of the flames expanded, the temperature within the cavern surged at an alarming rate. At the apex of the cave, the azure stone walls had silently melted into a hollow the size of a human head. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Yan raised his gaze, his expression grave as he beheld the swirling azure flames in midair. Despite his fervent attempts to remain calm, his hands still trembled imperceptibly. "What comes next?" Xiao Yan inquired once more of Yao Lao. "The magnitude of the devouring fire is immense. Thus, I shall envelop the entire cavern with my soul power. Otherwise, before your consumption is complete, the mountain itself would be largely consumed by the strange fire," Yao Lao reassured, patting Xiao Yan's shoulder with a solemn tone. "Understood." Xiao Yan nodded promptly. "First, consume the blood lotus pill. Without the protection of its blood barrier, even with your fire spirit body, proximity to the strange fire would be exceedingly perilous," Yao Lao insisted gravely. "Indeed." Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan retrieved the blood lotus pill and closed his eyes, promptly placing it into his mouth. As the blood lotus pill melted upon contact, it transformed into a slightly chilly energy that swiftly permeated through Xiao Yan's meridians, akin to layers of blood membranes gradually seeping into his veins and bones. With the infiltration of the blood membranes, Xiao Yan's body suddenly convulsed violently, and droplets of blood began to seep from his capillaries. In the blink of an eye, he was coated in a layer of crimson, creating a horrifying spectacle. Shortly after the blood appeared, it rapidly congealed, forming a blood-colored keratin layer that enveloped not only Xiao Yan's hands and feet, but also completely sealed his eyes within. In the next moment, Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand, now encased in the blood-colored keratin, towards the strange fire in mid-air, a powerful suction suddenly erupting forth. As the suction manifested, the azure flames above surged dramatically, and in an instant, a terrifying force of destruction expanded from the flames as if awakened. Within the illuminated cavern, the azure flames churned violently. As the blue lotus heart fire began to grow increasingly turbulent, Yao Lao sensed the change first. His robust soul power rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire cavern and isolating the now exceedingly high temperatures within. In mid-air, the azure flames raged furiously, crackling and hissing as they surged, causing the surrounding air to turn into a void of nothingness. Gazing intently at the vast azure fire, Xiao Yan turned to Yao Lao, and upon receiving a nod from him, took a deep breath of the scorching air. With his hand covered in the blood-colored keratin, he pointed towards the azure flames and unleashed a formidable suction. Fixating his eyes on the slowly advancing azure fire, Xiao Yan's breath quickened, sweat streaming down his face. Under the reflection of the blood-colored keratin, it appeared as though droplets of blood cascaded down his cheeks. When the immense azure flames hovered about a meter before Xiao Yan, the isolation created by Yao Lao's soul power could not hinder the terrifying heat radiating from the fire, causing some of the solid blue rocks within the cavern to gradually crack. With a grave expression, Yao Lao observed the colossal azure flames before Xiao Yan, as his somewhat ethereal form began to ripple as if disturbed by water waves. Noticing this change in himself, Yao Lao's complexion shifted slightly, and with lightning speed, he formed hand seals. With a low shout, a pure white flame erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely before finally subsiding. After summoning the bone spirit cold fire, Yao Lao's figure once again fell into tranquility. He stepped back a few paces, his aged face etched with concern as he intently watched the turbulent azure flames, quickly instructing, "Extend your hand into the azure flames. Within the core of that strange fire lies a flicker of flame seed. Retrieve it, quickly." Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's body jolted, and after a moment, he steadied himself from his astonishment. Trusting Yao Lao's advice, he resolved to follow it, for he possessed no experience in devouring strange fire and could only heed Yao Lao's every command. Nodding discreetly, Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his head, fixating intensely on the increasingly close azure flames. With a low roar, he extended his palm forward, sitting cross-legged on the lotus seat. The blue lotus emanated a faint azure barrier, shielding Xiao Yan from most of the strange fire's heat. Determined, Xiao Yan swallowed hard, and, at a critical moment, he gritted his teeth, gradually inserting his arm, encased in the blood-colored keratin, into the blue lotus heart fire. As his arm delved deeper into the azure flames, the blood-colored keratin layer began to melt rapidly. Drops of liquid, reminiscent of blood, continuously dripped down, and each droplet that separated from his arm was swiftly incinerated into nothingness by the azure fire, though the blood-colored keratin melted expeditiously in the strange fire. The medicinal power of the blood lotus pill within Xiao Yan's body continuously released a stream of chilling energy. This energy traversed through his meridians, swiftly repairing the melted blood-colored keratin on his arm. In this cycle of melting and repairing, Xiao Yan's arm ultimately penetrated completely into the strange fire. At such proximity to the blue lotus heart fire, the blood-colored keratin layer covering Xiao Yan's entire body began to melt at varying intensities, causing crimson liquid to trickle down like a stream. To the onlooker, it appeared as though blood was seeping from his capillaries, and his refined visage was now obscured by the flowing blood, resembling a terrifying azura emerging from the depths of hell. In this dire situation, if the blood-colored keratin layer on Xiao Yan's arm were to falter in its repair, it was likely that he would soon be reduced to a pile of ashes. Beneath the blood-colored keratin, sweat dripped from Xiao Yan's forehead into his eyes, causing a stinging pain, yet he dared not blink, tightly pursing his lips as he moved his hand inch by inch within the azure flames. The blue lotus heart fire seemed to sense Xiao Yan's actions, and suddenly, the azure flames surged violently. The elemental energy within the surrounding space erupted, swirling in a spectacular array of colors, akin to a vibrant river. With the sudden upheaval of the blue lotus heart fire, the already terrifying temperature within the cavern soared once more. The surrounding cave walls began to crack rapidly under the intense heat, massive fissures quietly spreading until they permeated the entire cavern. What a terrifying force! Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim internally, awestruck by the power of the blue lotus heart fire. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's hand, firmly grasping what felt like a tangible object within the azure flames, clenched his teeth against the searing pain radiating from his palm as he slowly withdrew his arm from the azure fire. As the arm withdrew from the azure flames, a strand of liquid resembling azure magma wriggled gently within Xiao Yan's palm. Could this be the seed of the blue lotus heart flame? Staring at the terrifyingly hot azure magma in his hand, Xiao Yan blinked and murmured softly. In the next moment, the massive azure flames before him gradually shrank, and after a brief interval, transformed into a slender wisp of azure flame that burrowed into the azure magma in Xiao Yan's palm. Little Yin, this is the source seed of the blue lotus heart flame. Do not underestimate its size. When it first took shape, it was as colossal as half a mountain. However, after millennia of tempering by the earth, its size has diminished significantly. Only when its volume is compressed to the size of a palm can it form a wisp of fire spirit. And, at this point, it can truly be called a strange fire. One can imagine the terrifying energy accumulated over a millennium being compressed into such a minuscule magma strand. If it were to erupt completely, the resulting force would be cataclysmic. To be frank, even a Dou Zong expert would have only one fate when faced with such a sudden explosion of power. Elder Yao gazed at the wriggling azure magma in Xiao Yan's palm and softly stated, "That would be annihilation. Indeed, this is truly a treasure." Xiao Yan exhaled deeply and nodded silently. "Master, what comes next?" He continued to inquire about Elder Yao's next actions. "Swallow it." Elder Yao responded directly. Although the process of devouring strange fire is perilous, Elder Yao felt prepared. With Xiao Yan's fire spirit body, combined with the burning decision Dou Qi and 3 auxiliary items, he believed Xiao Yan would be safe. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan nodded and said, "Master, I'm about to begin." Upon hearing this, a look of comfort and gentle smile appeared on Elder Yao's aged face as he slightly nodded and whispered, "I wish you success. Believe in yourself. You will not fail." I have always been confident in myself." Xiao Yan chuckled, raising his hand that held the fire seed. After a brief pause, he suddenly tossed it into his open mouth. As the azure magma entered, Xiao Yan immediately sealed his lips. At that moment, his entire body trembled violently as if struck by lightning, and his once rosy complexion turned pale as death. Enduring the waves of searing pain emanating from within, Xiao Yan gradually closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking deeper into his body. Once immersed within, a misty sensory interface emerged in Xiao Yan's mind. The azure magma that had earlier entered his body had already differentiated into numerous tiny azure flames, each containing terrifying energy, flitting chaotically through his meridians. Anything standing in their path was instantly reduced to nothingness. As these azure flames traversed his meridians, despite the protective blood membrane formed by the blood lotus pill, the excruciatingly high temperature slowly permeated through. Although the residual heat was not excessively scorching, it was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the most delicate of human meridians. Under the relentless scorching of these high temperatures, Xiao Yan's once spacious and resilient veins twisted grotesquely, resembling a twisted strand of dough, appearing exceedingly bizarre and terrifying. Naturally, the pain caused by this distortion of the meridians led to involuntary spasms throughout Xiao Yan's body, his muscles taut and blue veins pulsating like wriggling worms. His pallid face devoid of any color. Within his meridians, the azure flames danced wildly, and in just a few minutes, Xiao Yan's interior was nearly ravaged beyond recognition. Moreover, the most concerning issue was that the medicinal potency of the blood lotus pill was gradually depleting amidst the consumption by the strange fire, leaving the dissipating blood membrane without sufficient power to mend itself. The blood membrane, under the scorching of the blue lotus heart flame, rapidly became thin. Just as it seemed about to vanish, a cool object was thrust into Xiao Yan's palm, accompanied by Elder Yao's deep voice. After consuming the ice spirit spring, envelop the strange fire with Dou Qi, guiding it to operate along the path of the burning decision, and then devour it. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement, Xiao Yan swiftly seized the jade vial and squinted as he pressed it to his lips. Instantly, a chilling stream, cold enough to freeze a person, surged into his mouth and coursed into his body. As the bone-chilling cold flowed down his throat, Xiao Yan shivered slightly, crystalline ice threads beginning to weave through his hair. The cold current surged within him, swiftly covering his meridians and bones with a layer of milky white ice. The frigidness perfectly countered the intense heat generated by the strange fire, and the sudden sense of relief allowed Xiao Yan to exhale deeply. his previously ghostly pale complexion regaining some color. As the ice layer enveloped every part of his body, Xiao Yan's consciousness began to tentatively reach out to the wisp of blue lotus heart flame traversing through his meridians. However, this initial attempt immediately failed. Undeterred by the setback, Xiao Yan pressed on, exerting his will to persistently attempt to control the strange fire. 1 failure, 2 failures, 3 failures. After countless attempts that blurred the line of numbness, Xiao Yan's heart leapt as he suddenly steadied his mind, joyously realizing that the erratically moving blue lotus heart flame within his meridians had begun to follow the path he was guiding it along. Recognizing this development, Xiao Yan's spirit surged with renewed vigor, and he cautiously controlled the tiny azure flame, gradually guiding it along the meridian pathways. As he led the azure flame, the ice layer formed by the ice spirit spring was continuously melted away. With meticulous care, Xiao Yan maneuvered the small azure flame, and as it passed through certain meridians, other azure flames were gradually drawn towards it. When at last he managed to gather the final wisp of azure flame, they began to merge, eventually coalescing into a small strand of azure magma. After merging, the blue lotus heart flame undoubtedly became even more ferocious and terrifying. The azure magma flowed, and the once thick ice layer became less than a thumb's depth, with the cold mist it emitted being consumed by the azure flames, rendering the ice layer unable to withstand the onslaught of the strange fire. The effects of the ice spirit spring were gradually waning, and during one of the blue lotus heart flame's eruptions, a small segment of the ice layer within the meridian was completely melted away. A droplet of azure magma penetrated the defenses of the ice layer, landing directly on the bare meridian. Instantly, the meridian tightened like a stimulated loach, unleashing a wave of intense pain that pierced deep into his soul, causing Xiao Yan to spurt a mouthful of blood. Clenching his teeth tightly, the sudden surge of excruciating pain left Xiao Yan's head spinning for a while before it finally began to subside. As the process unfolded, Xiao Yan's mastery over the Qinglian Earth Heart fire grew increasingly adept. However, this proficiency also resulted in an escalating temperature emitted from the azure flames, which became increasingly terrifying. At this juncture, within Xiao Yan's body, the ice spirit cold spring was being relentlessly overwhelmed by the foreign fire, steadily retreating and on the verge of complete dissolution if it were to endure any longer. With gritted teeth, Xiao Yan strained to manipulate the small stream of azure magma, the searing heat radiating from it coursing through his veins and bones, causing tiny white bubbles to form on the surface of his skin. As these bubbles burst, they revealed the crimson flesh beneath, with small fissures spreading across his body. Observing Xiao Yan's skin, which was fracturing under the strain, Yao Lao's eyes twitched involuntarily. This phenomenon indicated that the fiery heat within Xiao Yan had become so intense that it was forcing his skin to rupture, allowing the scorching essence to escape through the cracks. Yao Lao's aged visage shifted rapidly, his hands clenched and then relaxed, repeating the cycle. After a moment of internal struggle, he managed to suppress his impulses, remaining silent and vigilant, unwilling to disturb Xiao Yan's concentration. Ignoring the changes on his skin, Xiao Yan had devoted all his focus to the azure magma, which was on the verge of completing a full cycle through his meridians. As the azure magma flowed forth from a primary meridian, it successfully completed a flawless circulation. At that moment, Xiao Yan could distinctly sense a burgeoning synergy between his mind and the Qinglian Earth Heart fire. As the azure magma completed its final circulation, a surge of fighting spirit rippled through his body, as if pulling every fiber of his being along with it. A mild tremor of fighting spirit caused the intense heat within him to erupt violently, resulting in a significant portion of skin and flesh on his arm exploding outward. The sudden, excruciating pain caused Xiao Yan's soul to shudder violently. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead like a torrential downpour, soaking his garments. Drawing in deep breaths of cool air, he rummaged through his storage ring to retrieve a healing potion, hastily spraying it over his wounds before redirecting his focus back to the azure flames within. Inside his body, following the completion of a cycle by the Qinglian Earth Heart fire, the swirling fighting spirits surged, guided by his will. Strands of purple fighting spirit poured forth from the vortex, enveloping the azure magma, as the Qinglian Earth Heart fire was propelled along the path of the burning decision technique. It seemed to sense an underlying unease. Consequently, the once temperate flames, having undergone a full cycle, transformed back into a state of fury. Within the meridians, the burning decision fighting spirit was continuously consumed, while the vortex relentlessly supplied fighting spirit. The more it consumed, the more it delivered. Despite the visible depletion of fighting spirit within the vortex, the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire successfully navigated through the path of the burning decision technique. Internally, the icy layer formed by the ice spirit cold spring gradually thinned under the prolonged assault of the foreign fire, becoming faint and nearly losing its defensive capacity. As the icy layer dissipated, the precarious situation within Xiao Yan's body worsened, with the searing heat distorting his meridians. In some finer areas, the meridians began to knot, obstructing the flow of fighting spirit. At this critical juncture, having exhausted nearly all of his resources, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and fervently urged the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire to execute the burning decision technique's route. Only by doing so could he hope for a perfect return on his investment. Otherwise, should the foreign fire retaliate, he would likely be reduced to ashes. During the prolonged consumption of fighting spirit within the vortex, only 17 drops of liquid purple energy remained, rolling within the swirling mass. As the last trace of gaseous fighting spirit was expelled, Xiao Yan hesitated briefly before extracting the liquid energy from the vortex, commanding it to envelop the azure magma and drag it forth with all his might. In the wake of Xiao Yan's determined perseverance, the azure magma finally penetrated the final path of the burning decision technique. At that moment, as the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire traversed the technique's route, the destructive high temperature it released began to gradually recede. Moments later, the high temperature subsided almost entirely into the molten rock, its violent nature giving way to a gentle warmth that subtly radiated outward. Impressive, truly the son of the celestial emperor, enduring such torment. Observing the scene, Yao Lao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He recalled the time when he had devoured the bone spirit cold fire, reaching the level of Dou Zun, a harrowing experience that had nearly cost him his life. As the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire traversed the path of the burning decision technique, the previously destructive high temperature slowly diminished, ultimately receding into the molten rock, its ferocity waning and yielding a gentle warmth. Within the cave, the azure barrier emitted an intense heat, with flames surging violently atop it, rendering it difficult for the outside world to discern the events transpiring within. Inside the barrier, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged upon the Qinglian, seemingly in a state of unconscious mysticism. His spirit, exhausted from the earlier confrontation with the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, drifted languidly within him, unable to coalesce. Perhaps due to having been refined by Xiao Yan, the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire no longer emitted its terrifying heat. Instead, it adopted a cooler demeanor. As it flowed through the meridians, strands of azure magma detached, gradually merging with the nearly incapacitated walls of the meridians, subtly infiltrating their structure. The once twisted meridians, resembling a twisted piece of dough, began to unfurl like blades of grass, encountering a life-giving spring in the desert. The liquid left by the azure magma was rapidly consumed by the expanding meridians at an alarming pace. As the meridians greedily absorbed, the grayish hue faded away, replaced by a vibrant light blue. The repaired meridians and bones exhibited a resilience far surpassing their strength prior to the consumption of the foreign fire. Evidently, while the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire had inflicted tremendous damage, the reparations it provided rendered Xiao Yan's vital organs feeling quite valued. On the surface of Xiao Yan's body, layers of dried skin shed rapidly like a serpent shedding its skin, revealing a new layer of remarkably fair, tender flesh. However, this seemingly delicate skin now possessed defensive capabilities and sensitivity to the energies of the universe that were several-fold stronger than before. Amidst this process of absorption, Xiao Yan's cultivation had unknowingly surged, breaking through to the rank of Dou Shi, and it continued to rise. When his cultivation reached the level of 6-star Dou Shi, Xiao Yan's consciousness finally regained clarity. At this moment, Xiao Yan's consciousness delved deep within, immediately noticing a small gray point. He then concentrated all his energy, directing his spirit force with great intensity towards the retreating azure flame of the Earth Heart Fire. The collision was forceful, causing the azure flame to recoil slightly, its tail brushing against the gray luminescence. At that instant, the light within the gray point flickered and dimmed rapidly. An overwhelming force surged forth, engulfing the azure flame of the Earth Heart Fire in a swift motion. Once the azure flame was absorbed, a profound stillness enveloped Xiao Yan's body. This small gray light was the minuscule spirit-concealing essence that Elder Yao had previously injected into Xiao Yan. The final and most crucial step in refining the extraordinary flame into its primal fire seed involved forcibly compressing the azure flame into the space created by the spirit-concealing essence. Only by completely absorbing the azure flame within the essence could Xiao Yan achieve true perfection in his endeavor. Were it not for Xiao Yan being a fire spirit body, endowed with the burning decision as combat aura to suppress the extraordinary flames, this feat would have been utterly unattainable. He would have been reduced to ashes in the process. Within the cave, ripples of energy began to undulate across the surface of the previously tranquil azure barrier, followed by a surge of majestic energy radiating from within the fiery shield. Sensing this newfound aura, Elder Yao was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as he mused. What has caused this sudden amplification of power? While refining extraordinary flames can enhance combat prowess, it does not inherently elevate one's rank. Shaking his head in confusion, Elder Yao sighed softly, contemplating, could this be another benefit bestowed by the fire spirit body? This unique constitution appears to not only absorb the extraordinary flame's might during refinement, but also transforms it into personal strength. Truly an enviable little fellow. With a gentle smile, Elder Yao's gaze remained fixed upon the azure barrier as he awaited the unfolding events. Suddenly, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the spherical barrier, gradually spreading until the entire shield was adorned with a network of fissures, resembling a blue egg riddled with cracks. With a crisp sound, a fragment of energy quietly fell from the azure barrier, landing upon a stone and instantly melting a small pit into it from the intense heat it bore. Ultimately, the entire azure barrier erupted with a resounding boom. As the explosion reverberated, countless minuscule shards of energy were propelled in all directions, leaving innumerable tiny molten craters upon the surrounding rock walls. As the energy fragments dissipated, a faint azure glow gradually ascended from the points of eruption, giving rise to a perfect azure lotus seat, which slowly levitated until it was level with the suspended Elder Yao. Upon this azure lotus seat sat a youthful figure, naked and cross-legged, his eyes gently fluttering closed. Moments later, they gradually opened. At this juncture, Xiao Yan's eyes had transformed into a vivid azure, clearly indicative of the mysterious benefits he had gained through the refining process of the azure flame. Glancing down at his fair skin, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily donned a robe. "Little Yin, behold your current cultivation," Elder Yao remarked with a smile directed at Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan quickly became aware of his own cultivation level, astonished to discover that he had ascended to the rank of an 8-star Dome Master, seemingly without his notice.